Chapter 1: The Last Lone Eagle. Ian, why did you shoot at the captain? In the interrogation room, an officer fixed a piercing gaze on Ian, who was seated behind the iron bars. Deputy Joe, I have explained this 100 times, Ian replied helplessly. I fired to save lives. Bang. Military advisor Joe Billy slammed his hand on the table, directing the spotlight fiercely towards Ian. Nonsense. You shattered his leg, and you ruined machine gunner Todd's shoulder. Joe Billy approached the bars, glaring intently at Ian. They will not only be unable to serve as scouts, but they may never be soldiers again. Is this saving lives? You are clearly harming your comrades. And why did they return first? If you didn't harm them, why didn't you come back with them? Were those who sacrificed their lives also your doing? Speak. Joe Billy thundered. Why did you do this? Ian rolled his eyes and turned his head away. Are you conceding? Joe Billy glared at him. Ian sighed. I have answered this 100 times as well. At that time, the enemy was closing in and my comrades were severely injured, unable to fight. If I hadn't stayed behind to provide cover, could they have returned? You are quite the braggart. Joe Billy scoffed. Your comrades were either injured or sacrificed, and so many could not withstand the enemy. Just you alone, able to hold off dozens of foes and return unscathed? Ian stared back at him. Deputy Joe, do you wish to know why? Joe Billy's eyes brightened. Speak. Ian shrugged. Because I was lucky and I am particularly skilled. Hiss. Joe Billy gazed in disbelief. Bang. In frustration, Joe Billy slapped the table. Ian, are you mocking me? You shot at your own comrades, and what defense do you have? If you wait for them to recover to explain the situation, you will have no good outcome. I advise you to confess honestly for leniency. That moment. The door of the interrogation room swung open. A stern-faced officer with an air of authority strode in, followed by several other officers, each bearing an aura of menace. Captain, Ian exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide. This was the first appearance of the Falcon reconnaissance team since he had been detained for 3 days. Captain Chen, what brings you here? Joe Billy turned, his expression unfriendly. By protocol, your Falcon personnel should avoid the interrogation. This is a violation. Chen Hai glanced at Ian, then turned coldly to Joe Billy. I am here to take my soldier away. Joe Billy responded, astonished. Captain Chen, are you joking? Ian shot at his own comrades. The matter has been thoroughly investigated. Chen Hai interrupted. This morning, 3 of them were revived. They collectively testified that they were suddenly attacked by enemy artillery, suffering severe casualties. Ian voluntarily stayed behind to cover their retreat. Their lives were saved by Ian. Why? Ian immediately stood up. Deputy Joe, I wasn't deceiving you, was I? Joe Billy's lips twitched, taken aback by the realization of the young man's extraordinary prowess. Chen Hai gazed at the visibly awkward Joe Billy and coldly remarked, Do you understand now? Release him. Joe Billy suddenly came to his senses, stammering, but he truly fired at his comrades and even broke. That was because the artillery fire had toppled a large tree, trapping Captain Luo Tian and Tauda, Chen Hai retorted icily. At that moment, the enemy was closing in and the situation was dire. In order to save them, Ian had no choice but to shoot. Chen Hai fixed his steely gaze on Joe Billy. He intended to bring his comrades back, to prevent the enemy from severing their heads. Do you comprehend? Release him. Joe Billy glanced at Ian, then reluctantly looked back at Chen Hai. Captain Chen, what you just said is merely your perspective. I must. Hey, what are you doing? Joe Billy's protest was cut short as he saw Chen Hai reaching for the keys. He hurried to intervene, but before he could approach, a figure swiftly emerged and executed a joint lock, subduing him. Another interrogator nearby hurried to intervene, but the moment he reached out, he was seized by another soldier, who executed a shoulder throw while simultaneously applying a chokehold. Oh my goodness. Captain Chen, what are you doing? Joe Billy, with his right hand pinned behind his back, knelt on the ground, wailing in pain. My soldiers are trained for this. Chen Hai shot him a glare and proceeded to open the iron door. Come out. Ian's eyes brimmed with gratitude as he saluted Chen Hai fervently. Captain, Chen Hai patted him firmly on the back. I apologize for the distress you've endured. I arrived late. Let us go home, Chen Hai said, wrapping his arm around Ian and turning to leave. Captain Chen, Joe Billy shouted in frustration. Without orders from above, you cannot just take someone away. I will report you. Feel free. Chen Hai replied without looking back. Watching the Falcon team swagger away, Joe Billy felt his blood boil. You are a bunch of outlaws, all of you. Commander Zhou, the interrogator beside him, said with a distressed expression. They have gone too far, taking people away at will and resorting to violence. We must report this. Report what nonsense? Zhou Billy retorted, feeling aggrieved. The Falcon team is a prized asset of the military district, favored by the higher-ups. Our future battles depend on them. Moreover, Chen Hai must have known in advance that Yin would be released, which is why he came. Reporting him would be utterly futile. The interrogator lamented, so he endured the beating for nothing. Outside the interrogation room, Chen Hai looked deeply at Yin. I am truly sorry, Xiao Yi, for the hardships you endured these past 3 days. Yin shook his head in guilt. It was I who broke Captain's leg, and I also shattered Tao's shoulder. If they can no longer serve as soldiers, it would be no injustice to confine me. But you brought them back alive. At that time, many perished and were injured. You alone couldn't possibly move the fallen tree. Chen Hai mused that Tio saved lives. One can only act as you did. If I were in your position, I would have made the same choice. Beside them, Chief of Staff Gu Yaozu nodded in agreement. You held the rear alone, providing cover for their return, and nearly all who sacrificed themselves came back. Xiao Yi, not only did you survive, but you also achieved merit. Why? Ian shook his head. There are still 2 that haven't returned. Enough, do not blame yourself, Chen Hai said, delivering a gentle punch to his chest. You have already done remarkably well. Even better than any of us. A faint, bitter smile appeared at the corners of Yian's lips. He was not a native of this world. Having just traversed here a month prior, in his previous life, a fervent admirer of the military, he never anticipated that he would be reborn as a member of the Southwest Eagle Reconnaissance Team, finding himself amidst the battlefield of the Monkey Kingdom in 1979. To vanquish the enemy, to confront the monkeys, to strike the Koreans, and even to confront the Indians. This was the aspiration of every patriotic Chinese. Yin swiftly adapted to his new identity and soon found himself on the battlefield alongside his comrades. Yet he never expected that their final mission would turn out to be a trap. As they prepared to return, they were suddenly met with a fierce barrage of artillery, resulting in devastating casualties. Had it not been for the system he activated upon his arrival, granting him a unique ability, he would not have survived to return. Yin clenched his fists. This trap had been meticulously designed to ensnare their lone Eagle squad. Had it not been for Captain Luo Tian's care, allowing him to walk at the rear and evade the bombardment, they might have faced complete annihilation. His life was, in truth, a gift from his comrades. Stop overthinking, Chen Hai said, patting Yin on the shoulder. Everyone who made it back is out of immediate danger. However, they may never return to your lone Eagle squad. He added somberly to Yian's heart sank, a profound sense of unease washing over him. Though he had only been here for a month, he had forged brotherly bonds with everyone. Now, he was forced to watch them depart. These were brothers who had emerged from the hail of gunfire together. Yin felt an unbearable ache in his heart. Do not be disheartened, Chen Hai sighed. At least they are alive and can reunite with their families. That is far better than sacrificing them. Yin nodded silently, recognizing that surviving meant he could still see his family. However, for those who sacrificed their lives, it was the living who endured the torment, as their families would spend a lifetime healing from the wounds of loss. Taking a deep breath, Chen Hai declared, Now, let us discuss the future of your lone Eagle squad. Chen Hai fixed his gaze on Yin. As of now, you are the sole survivor of the lone Eagle squad, and thus, it has lost its combat effectiveness. Therefore, the brigade has made a decision. Yian's eyes widened in shock. Captain, you cannot be suggesting the dissolution of our lone Eagle squad. Even if it is just me, the spirit of the lone Eagle remains. Chen Hai rolled his eyes. Who said anything about disbanding the lone Eagle? Yan iklamit, Beijing did it. But that is precisely what you implied. Chen Hai replied in a serious tone. Though the first phase of the battle against the monkeys has concluded, the fight must continue. Your lone Eagle squad is our brigade's ace, one of the strongest combat units. If you were to vanish, it would be akin to breaking one of our wings, so we must swiftly restore your combat capability. Thus, the brigade has decided to select outstanding personnel from other squads to reinforce your lone Eagle, allowing you to regain your combat strength as soon as possible. Chen Hai locked eyes with him. You must rise from where you have fallen, and there is an even more crucial mission awaiting you. Ian breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a tremendous weight lifted from his shoulders. If the team were to disband in this manner, not only would he be unwilling to accept it, but the fallen comrades would also find it impossible to rest in peace. However, Chen Hai pointed at him, declaring, "You should be the new captain." Ian nodded, but in the next moment his eyes widened in disbelief. Huh? Chapter 2. The Super Hexagonal War God. Ian was bewildered. "You want me to be the captain? What's the matter?" Chen Hai glared at him. "Am I doing you an injustice by making you captain?" Ian quickly waved his hands. "Of course not. A soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier, and one who does not wish to be a captain is a scoundrel. It's just that." "Just what?" Chen Hai glared at him. "Speak your mind. Don't be so wishy-washy." Ian hesitated. "Captain, I have only just joined the Falcon and my experience is limited. Moreover, I am merely a soldier, not an officer. I fear that the others might." "What being a soldier?" Chen Hai retorted coldly. "If I say you're the captain, then you are. If I say you can do it, then you can." Ian was speechless. Chen Hai's authority was indeed overwhelming. Chen Hai continued to stare at him. "Furthermore, the decision to entrust the Falcon to you is not solely mine, it is the collective wish of your captain and your comrades. They all believe in your capabilities. They are confident that you can revive the Falcon." Ian was taken aback. He had never anticipated that everyone would unanimously endorse him. Chen Hai clapped a hand on his shoulder. "Enough of this. As a man, will you step up or not?" "Absolutely." Ian nodded vigorously. "I must." Although he had just crossed over, he had already developed a deep affection for the Falcon Commando. The Falcon represented not only glory but also a home for them. Given that everyone entrusted the Falcon to him with such faith, Ian naturally accepted the responsibility. "That's more like it." Chen Hai patted him firmly. "If you do not take up the captaincy, the only way for the Falcon to be rebuilt would be to transfer you away. If that happens, there will be a complete overhaul, and the Falcon will no longer be the Falcon we once knew." Ian was puzzled. "Why would I be transferred if I don't become captain? Isn't it obvious?" Chen Hai shot back. "You've already broken your captain's leg. Who on earth would dare to take up that role?" Ian found himself at a loss for words. "While we have many exceptional talents in our team, no one understands the Falcon better than you, nor has a deeper emotional connection to it." Chen Hai gazed at him earnestly. "I trust you to lead the Falcon." Ian fell silent, knowing that the Falcon Commando was built from the ground up by Chen Hai, who shared an equally profound bond with it. "Captain," Ian suddenly said, "I have one request." "Oh, you wish to negotiate?" Chen Hai raised an eyebrow. "Speak. I'm listening." Ian chuckled. "As I mentioned earlier, I am just a soldier, and the others will surely be reluctant to follow me. Therefore, I seek the authority to manage completely. Regardless of how I train them, they must follow my lead. Chen Hai laughed heartily, glancing at Gu Yaozu nearby. "This lad certainly knows how to ask for what he wants." Ian smiled. "As long as you grant me this authority, I will not only restore the Falcon, but make it stronger than ever before. Xiao Yi, do not boast." Gu Yaozu glared at him. "Oh." Chen Hai waved his hand. This lad managed to bring all his comrades and himself back amidst the enemy's relentless pursuit. "I trust him." "Excellent." Chen Hai placed his hands on his hips. "From this day forth, you are in charge, Lone Eagle. For anything that arises, I shall support you." "Then I have no concerns." Ian saluted vigorously. He was a man with a commander as long as Chen Hai backed him. Ian could not only transform into a formidable six-sided warrior, but also lead a cohort of hexagonal soldiers. Chen Hai delivered a punch to his chest. "Your time is limited. In the next battle, the battalion will assess whether the Lone Eagle is competent. If not, then execute me," Ian declared, puffing out his chest. "Ha ha." Chen Hai chuckled heartily. "It's not that dire, but I will certainly give you a good thrashing." "All right, you may return." Chen Hai instructed. "Tomorrow, I will send someone to you." "Captain," Ian's gaze suddenly turned icy. "Which unit of the enemy ambushed us this time?" Chen Hai paused momentarily before shaking his head. "Currently, it remains unclear, but the intelligence department is investigating. It is said to be a newly formed assault team composed entirely of seasoned veterans with over a decade of combat experience." "Captain, I have one more request." Ian's eyes were aflame as he fixed his gaze on Chen Hai. "Speak." Ian enunciated each word with conviction. "If we find them, please allow us, the Lone Eagles, to take action. An eye for an eye, blood for blood. The blood debt of the Lone Eagles must be settled by us." Chen Hai regarded Ian's unwavering resolve and nodded silently. "I promise you, as long as there is an opportunity, I will ensure you take the lead." Thank you, Captain. Yin saluted once more before turning and striding away. Watching Yi An's departing figure, Gu Yaozu sighed. That lad's eyes earlier were truly murderous. It sent chills down my spine. 8 comrades sacrificed, 6 injured, Chen Hai replied coldly. If it were me, I would feel the same. This lad possesses loyalty and valor. Gu Yaozu nodded, then turned to Chen Hai. The Lone Eagles are decimated, with only 1 survivor remaining. The military district has ordered a temporary cancellation of their designation. Yet you dare to disobey the Gu Yaozu looked at Chen Hai with concern. The next battle could begin at any moment. We do not have faith in Yi, and if he cannot lead the Lone Eagles out of this, what will you do? You have made a solemn pledge to the military district. We bear no obligation to him, but we do to you none wish to see you come a harm. Chen Hai smiled faintly, but I share a bond with the Lone Eagles. Gu Yaozu sighed helplessly. Everyone knew Chen Hai had once been a member of the Lone Eagles. Many of the soldiers from that unit had been trained by him, especially Captain Luo Tian. But Yin is merely a soldier he has never commanded. Can he truly manage? Gu Yaozu lamented. He will undoubtedly succeed. Chen Hai smiled. You have such faith in him? Gu Yaozu gazed at Chen Hai in astonishment. Chen Hai smiled faintly. I believe in Luo Tian and the soldiers he has brought forth. Even if this young man ultimately proves inadequate, I shall accept it. Gu Yaozu shook his head. If he falters, you must heed our counsel. There is still time for rectification. Let the Fire Eagle take their place, becoming the first special forces unit in the entire military district. In the battlefield hospital, Yin entered a tent carrying a bouquet of freshly picked wildflowers. Inside, there was but a single hospital bed, where Luo Tian lay quietly, connected to an 4 drip. His left leg was heavily bandaged and elevated, evidently shortened. Approaching the bedside with a face full of remorse, Yin said, Captain. Luo Tian, pale and weak, opened his eyes with surprise. Yin, a look of joy swept across his face as he struggled to rise. You're all right? They didn't harm you, did they? Captain, please, don't move. Yin quickly pressed him down. The commander brought me back. I'm fine now. Luo Tian let out a long sigh of relief. That's wonderful, truly wonderful. Seeing Luo Tian's condition, Yin felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Captain, I'm so sorry for putting you in this position. What nonsense are you talking? Luo Tian chuckled softly. If it weren't for you, I might have lost my head to those monkey soldiers. My remains displayed for all to see. What a disgraceful end. You saved us. We ought to be grateful to you. As for his injured leg, Luo Tian smiled gently. Before heading to the battlefield, we all penned farewell letters. As soldiers, we anticipated this day. Losing a leg, I am far luckier than the brothers who now rest in the martyr cemetery at Yi An's eyes brimmed with tears, his fists clenched tightly. Memories of fallen comrades flooded his mind, those who had treated him with such kindness, saving the best morsels for him while always placing him at the rear during perilous missions. Yet now, they would never see their families again, eternally resting in the borders of their homeland. Yi An's heart was heavy with sorrow. A tempest of vengeance brewing within him, he longed to confront those despicable spies immediately. By the way, Yin took a deep breath, forcing a smile. What about the others? I haven't seen any of them. They've all been sent to the military district hospital. Luo Tian replied with a smile. My injuries were severe, and I was too unstable to travel, so I left later. However, I will also be heading to the military district hospital tomorrow. Ian felt a wave of sadness wash over him. He had hoped to visit the battlefield hospital to see everyone, yet he had not even had the chance for a final farewell. What was once a cohesive unit was now fractured, with many deceased and others injured, leaving him as the sole survivor. Xiao Yi, Luo Tian grasped his hand tightly. The commander should have appointed you as the new captain by now, right? Yes. Yan nodded firmly. Luo Tian beamed. Good, very good. We entrust the Fire Eagle to you. We have complete faith. With a hint of excitement, he added, just recently, headquarters issued orders to expedite the establishment of special forces across the military. Our district will serve as a pilot program with our team as the forerunners. The Fire Eagle is to be our unit's flagship. An's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Special forces? In this era, the most formidable units were the direct reconnaissance battalions, and the concept of special forces was still novel, that he could hardly believe that this opportunity had fallen into his lap. Luo Tian forcefully patted Yi An's hand, proclaiming, "You possess the capability we all believe in you. We, the Lone Eagles, are the mightiest of the Falcon Brigade. As long as even one of us stands, we shall not falter. At this moment, you are the hope of all our brothers. The Lone Eagles will be entrusted to you from now on," Luo Tian said, his face brimming with expectation. "Lead the Lone Eagles and let them soar once more. We must secure our positions in the Special Forces." "Yes," Yin replied, his eyes reddening as he nodded vigorously. "Captain, as long as I am here, the Lone Eagle shall endure. I will certainly avenge your fallen comrades." Suddenly, Luo Tian grasped Yin's hand, asking, "Have Bai Taizhan and Wang Wei been found?" Yin's heart sank. Bai Taizhan and Wang Wei were the two soldiers who had not returned. Upon witnessing Yin's expression, Luo Tian lay back helplessly, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. I'm so sorry to them that I cannot bring them back, nor can I explain this to their families." Yin fixed his gaze upon him, taking a deep breath. "Captain, worry not. No matter where they are, I will surely bring them home." As he stepped out of the tent, a game-like interface suddenly appeared before Yin. "Host, Yin. Stamina, 100 average person, 50. Current skills, super precision intermediate, super physical ability beginner. Military merit, 100. Yin inhaled deeply. His system was designed to transform him into a super hexagonal warrior. By accumulating military merit, he would continuously acquire new skills and enhance his abilities. Alongside this, he also gained extensive military theories. Confidence filled Yin's countenance with the system at his disposal. What was there to fear? The Lone Eagles would not only rise again, but the opportunity to join the Special Forces would also be preserved. Yin glanced back at the tent, his eyes radiating a chilling resolve. "Captain, you all focus on recovery." Yin clenched his fists tightly. "For the blood debts incurred, I shall ensure they are repaid 100-fold. Chapter 3. All the team officers, yet they are all rebels? Early the next morning, at the Lone Eagle squad camp, Chen Hai solemnly pinned a first-class merit medal onto Yin's chest. Surviving unscathed with such an honor was indeed a rarity. Gu Yaozu, standing beside him, gazed in admiration. "This is a testament to one's capability," he remarked. Chen Hai proudly declared, "One person single-handedly held off the enemy and safeguarded his comrades, returning in one piece. I believe bestowing upon him the title of combat hero would be entirely justified. Furthermore, regarding your promotion, I have already submitted a report to the military district, and it should be approved shortly." Chen Hai fixed his gaze intently on Yin. "However, if you can showcase the Lone Eagle's prowess before the next battle, I will approach the military district and advocate for your direct promotion to Deputy Company Commander." "Thank you, Captain," Yin exclaimed, his spirits soaring as he saluted vigorously. "I assure you I will accomplish the task." In this era, soldiers could only be promoted to squad leader. Achieving the rank of Deputy Company Commander would represent a significant advancement. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have earned 1,000 military merits." Ding. "Current military merits, 100. The host may use these to unlock new skills or enhance existing ones." Yin's eyes sparkled with excitement. He now understood that military merits were obtained through achievements. The greater the accomplishments, the stronger the skills. If he were to secure a promotion and become an officer, he could undoubtedly accumulate a considerable amount of military merits. Yin was filled with anticipation. After all, his current skills were quite limited. He desired more than merely becoming an ordinary officer. In his previous life, he had toiled relentlessly, a mere cog in the wheel. In this lifetime, since he had been granted the opportunity to thrive in this era, if he did not kill enemies and achieve merit, and instead remained stagnant in the family lineage without becoming a general, then his efforts would have been in vain. Yet, he couldn't help but feel that this first-class merit was rather paltry. Yin frowned. "I have worked tirelessly. Surely, I should be awarded at least 10 to 20,000 military merits." Before he could ponder further, the sudden sound of a truck outside caught his attention. "Your troops have arrived," Chen Hai said with a faint smile. "Let us go take a look." Yin immediately straightened his posture and followed Chen Hai out of the tent. "Everyone disembark." A loud voice thundered, reverberating in the air. A lean officer stood before the vehicle, shouting commands. Yin was taken aback. It was none other than Li Gang, the captain of the Fire Eagle assault team. What was he doing here? Ian felt a surge of confusion. Within the Falcon Brigade, the Fire Eagles had always been the perennial second place, overshadowed by the Lone Eagles. Their primary goal was to surpass the Lone Eagles. Whenever Fire Eagle soldiers encountered those from the Lone Eagles, it was as if they had been injected with adrenaline, their rivalry bordering on hostility. Yet now, the captain of the Fire Eagles had personally come to deliver troops to him. But in the next moment, as he watched the soldiers leap from the truck, Ian's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. They were all officers, a total of 15 individuals, each adorned in uniforms featuring 4 pockets. In this era, soldiers wore uniforms with only 2 pockets, while officers donned 4. Ian's eyes twitched uncontrollably. He could not fathom that Chun Hai had selected an entire contingent of officers for him. It seems that he is the only soldier among the entire team, with everyone else being his senior. What a predicament. He suddenly turned his head to look at Chun Hai, who responded with a mysterious smile, almost causing Ian to choke. It dawned on him why Chun Hai had boasted about supporting him yesterday. A lone soldier leading so many officers must surely have a powerful backing. Report. Li Gang approached Chun Hai and saluted. The 15 selected from each squad have been delivered. Please provide instructions. Chun Hai returned the salute. Wasn't it supposed to be Jin Chang delivering them? Why are you here? Li Gang replied with a grim expression. Chief Jin has an upset stomach, so I am substituting for him. Chun Hai scrutinized Li Gang and coldly commanded, at ease. Yes. Li Gang saluted once more before turning to the group and bellowing, at ease. The 15 individuals moved in perfect unison, their chests puffed out proudly. Chun Hai's gaze swept over everyone as he spoke in a stern tone. You all should know that the Lone Eagle Assault Team is the strongest unit among our Falcon Brigade. However, due to an ambush by enemy forces, the Lone Eagle has suffered significant losses. Chun Hai shouted, but the Lone Eagle has not fallen, nor will it ever fall. He pointed at the crowd. You are all the elite backbones of your respective teams. You have been chosen to help the Lone Eagle soar once more. Let the enemy tremble at the sound of your voices and quail at the sight of you. Now tell me, can you make the Lone Eagle rise again? Yes. The 15 responded in unison, their voices booming. Good. Chun Hai nodded, then pointed to Yin. From now on, he will be your captain. The 15 officers were instantly taken aback, their expressions a mix of disbelief as their jaws dropped in unison. Initially thrilled to be selected for the best assault team, they never anticipated that their captain would be an inexperienced soldier. After all, they were also elite officers. Comrade Yin is the sniper of the Lone Eagle Assault Team and possesses formidable military skills, Chun Hai announced loudly. You must absolutely obey his commands and learn diligently. The brigade will assess your performance in the upcoming battle. Chun Hai emphasized each word at that time. We shall see if you can maintain the Lone Eagle status as number 1. Do you understand? Yes. The 15 replied weakly, their voices noticeably diminished. Yin felt exasperated. He could see that, upon their first meeting, these individuals were already filled with hostility and disrespect toward him. Once Chun Hai left, no one would heed his words, let alone help restore the Lone Eagle's glory. Xiao Yi, say a few words, Chun Hai suggested with a smile. Yin looked at the group. All the soldiers glared at him, their expressions scrutinizing. Yin rolled his eyes. These guys were clearly rebels. To deal with such rebels, mere words would be futile without employing some tactics. Taking a deep breath, Yin turned to Chun Hai and quietly asked, Captain, may I speak with you privately for a moment? Chun Hai understood and smiled, following Yin to the side. Captain, why is it that they are all officers? Yin gazed at the formation, the only soldier among the ranks. Are you afraid you cannot command them? Chun Hai chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Did I not assure you? I will support you. You need only focus on training. What are the officers? They too are your subordinates. Chun Hai pointed at Yin. You possess both courage and capability. You fear not the overwhelming odds against you. So why fear them? Showcase your prowess and let them witness the might of the Lone Eagle. Yin fixed his gaze upon him. Captain, you previously stated that I would have full authority over the Lone Eagle. Is that still valid? Certainly. Chun Hai retorted with impatience. Have you not heard? I am a man of my word. I always stand by my promises. Yin continued, regardless of the training, no one must interfere, even if someone complains. You are the leader of the Lone Eagle. Let it be as you wish. If anyone dares to complain, I shall send them packing with a single slap. Yin sighed in relief and added, moreover, I require a substantial amount of military supplies. Whatever I need must be provided at the earliest opportunity. What do you require? Shanhai asked, bewildered. You seem to lack nothing. Yan chakilet lightly. For now, I am uncertain, but to bring them out successfully, I will undoubtedly need numerous resources. Very well, Shanhai nodded skeptically. As long as you can bring the lone eagle forth before the next battle, I shall provide whatever you desire. Thank you, Captain, Yin exclaimed excitedly as he saluted. With Shanhai's assurance, regardless of whether they were officers or not, Yin could proceed with his plans as he saw fit. Not far off, Li Gang paced quietly, observing Yin intently. Though the Fire Eagle and the Lone Eagle were rivals, it was merely an honorable contest among soldiers. Today, he had no intention of exacerbating matters. He merely wished to ascertain the capabilities of the individual who was to replace Luo Tian as the new captain of the Lone Eagle. For Luo Tian was his foremost opponent in his eyes. Captain Li. Yes. Li Gang turned in surprise. A rotund individual with a disgruntled expression remarked, Why should a mere soldier be appointed as captain? We're all officers here. Indeed, allowing a soldier to lead us is preposterous. Another echoed, visibly indignant. None among us are not elite from our former units, a tall, proud figure declared. The former Captain Luo was deserving, but this rookie is hardly fit to lead. Exactly. I'm far more qualified. Another soldier interjected. Captain Li, perhaps you should speak to the commander, a soldier suggested slyly. Why not select a captain from among us? Allowing that kid to lead is a recipe for disaster for the Lone Eagle. Yes, Captain Li, do us a favor. The others chimed in agreement. Li Gang smiled slightly at them. I have heard that this Yi and has just been released from confinement. What? The 15 soldiers stared in astonishment. What did he do? He shot his captain. Li Gang shrugged, and their jaws dropped in disbelief. Are you certain you wish to replace him as captain? Li Gong inquired. No need. Everyone's heads shook like rattles. What a joke. Who would dare to take the position of captain after someone had the audacity to draw a weapon against him? Captain Li, one soldier tentatively inquired. Even if we do not take on the role of captain, we must select someone capable to lead. Can he truly elevate the Lone Eagle? Indeed, Captain Li, he is merely a soldier. If he were to assume command, the Lone Eagle would be doomed. Captain Li, I believe we need someone of your caliber to lead the Lone Eagle. Yes, Captain Li. Why don't we collectively petition for you to take charge of the Lone Eagle? Observing the eager expressions of the crowd, Li Gang felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. I certainly do not wish to be subjected to his wrath. Chapter 4. My rules are the rules, Captain Li enough. As Li Gang observed Chun Hai approaching with Yi En, he whispered. Appointing him as captain was the decision of the squad, personally endorsed by the squad leader. If you have the courage, speak to the squad leader yourselves. Though it may prove futile, stand in formation. After speaking, Li Gang stepped aside, leaving the others visibly despondent. Everyone was acutely aware that Chun Hai's words held significant weight within the Falcon squad. His decisions were unassailable even by the deputy commander. Chen Hai stepped to the front of the line, his expression stern. The time you have left is limited. You will soon discover whether you're a lone eagle or a dead eagle in the next battle. I hope I have not erred in my choice of you. May you uphold the glory of the Lone Eagle. He turned to Yin. I am leaving now. The squad is in your hands. Do not forget what you promised. Understood. Yan saluted vigorously. Chen Hai and Gu Yaozu strode towards the off-road vehicle. But Li Gang approached Yi and Yin paused, meeting Li Gang's sharp, scrutinizing gaze head-on. Hey, I've just assumed my position, and everyone is trying to assert their dominance over me? Yin scoffed, his eyes unwavering, matching Li Gang's intensity. Interesting, Li Gang remarked with a slight smile after a moment. I've heard of you before, though you were not widely recognized. However, since you were recommended by Luo Tian, you must possess some skill, albeit limited. Yin chuckled. Indeed, it's just enough to maintain the Lone Eagle's position at the top. Li Gang isha smila bruadanat. Bold. I initially aimed to defeat Luo Tian. It's unfortunate, but with you, it will be the same. He leaned closer to Yin. The leader of the Falcon squad will soon be our Fire Eagle team. The slots for special forces are ours. You want to have a chance. Yin replied with a grin. Captain Li, you are formidable, but if the strength of your fire eagles matched your bravado, you would have been the best long ago. Li Gang was not offended. Instead, he laughed heartily. Good. Let us see how the next battle unfolds. I'll gauge whether the lone eagle can still soar. And you'll witness the extent of our strength disparity. Best of luck. Don't get left too far behind. He patted Yin on the back and strode away. As he watched Li Gang's retreating figure, Yin smiled slightly to himself. The one who needs to step up is you. He would not yield the special forces slot to anyone. Yin slowly turned his head, noticing a group of officers watching him intently. A mischievous grin appeared on his face. It's your turn. Everyone, please introduce yourselves. In the speeding vehicle, Chun Hai hummed a cheerful tune, his hands moving in rhythm. Gu Yaozu could no longer contain himself. Squad leader, I can't quite grasp your intentions. Are you aiming to elevate the lone eagle or orchestrate its downfall? Of course. Chun Hai exclaimed, his eyes widening. If I didn't T1 the lone eagle to succeed, would I have dispatched so many elite members? Gu Yaozu nearly burst into laughter. Indeed, they're all top talents from their respective teams, but they're also notorious troublemakers, each with a rebellious streak. Take Yang Wei, for instance. Gu Yaozu exclaimed in exasperation. Although we rank second in their team, I seldom yield even to the first place. Save for our captain, who can somewhat keep him in check. Moreover, that Huang Yukai, who has gone from their team to others, incessantly boasts about defeating every adversary in Falcon. He is audacious enough to challenge the likes of Fire Eagle and Lone Eagle, believing himself superior to all. And then there is Jiang Lin. Gu Yaozu's eyes blazed with fury, disobeying orders and acting independently. Had he not achieved merit last time, I would have certainly sent him to a military court. Gu Yaozu fixed his gaze upon Chun Hai. The others are no better. Each one is self-important and inherently rebellious. Old Chun, you have handed over all our brigade's troublemakers to Yin. Even someone with more experience might struggle to manage them, let alone Yin, who is merely a soldier. How can he command their respect? Chun Hai chuckled. Is that so? Is this really a serious issue? Gu Yaozu widened his eyes. Had I known which individuals you were bringing, I would have certainly opposed it. With a smile, Chun Hai patted him. Old Gu, don't be so irate. These fellows are indeed headstrong, but you must acknowledge their rapid learning and high overall competence, right? Gu Yaozu nodded noncommittally. These 15 individuals may not have been with Falcon for long, yet each possesses remarkable abilities. Chun Hai continued with a smile. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures are required. If Lone Eagle wishes to rise swiftly, he must employ these rebellious souls. Once they unleash their potential, the results will be unimaginable. As for Yin, I have faith in him. Chun Hai remarked, this young man possesses a fierce determination. He boldly confronts dozens of enemies, unflinchingly risking his life. A glimmer of confidence flickered in Chun Hai's eyes. Thus, I believe that if anyone can subdue those 15 rebellious spirits, it is undoubtedly Yi and Gu Yaozu's side. Let's hope so. Suddenly, Chun Hai turned to the quiet Li Gang in the front row. I say, you came today to probe Yi An's abilities, didn't you? Li Gang turned with a smile. Not at all. Aside from Luo Tian, I have yet to regard anyone else in Lone Eagle with any seriousness. I am genuinely here to assist Chief Jean in delivering these individuals. Chun Hai snorted. Come now. You are well aware of the abilities of those 15 rebellious souls. Are you fearful that they might actually be trained by Yin, leaving Fire Eagle with no chance? Fear him. Li Gong exclaimed proudly, setting aside whether they can regain their strength before the next battle. Whether Yi can tame those 15 rebellious souls remains a different matter. After all, he is just a soldier. Li Gang smiled. What kind of prowess does he possess to command the respect of those 15 troublemakers? Brigade Commander, you overestimate him. Is that so? Chun Hai crossed his arms. Then let us wait and see. Li Gang smiled. Brigade Commander in the next battle. Fire Eagle will undoubtedly achieve the highest accolades in the entire brigade. The slots for the special forces will be claimed by us. I'm Huang Yukai, boomed a soldier with a round head. Zhao Sheng, replied a lanky figure weakly from beside him. CF Fuguei, another soldier, fixed his gaze intently on Yin Zhongluan. Jiang Lin, CFA. Yin surveyed this unruly group, noting their condescending expressions. Even their introductions resembled an officer addressing subordinates. Did they still consider themselves to be officers? A slight smile graced Yian's lips as he formulated his plan. Once everyone had introduced themselves, Yian proclaimed loudly, "Welcome to the most formidable Lone Eagle assault team of the Falcon Brigade. I am your captain, Yian, a soldier of 3 years." He continued with a smile, "You may address me as Captain Yi or simply Captain." The others reacted as if they had just ingested something repulsive, and a significant amount at that. 3 years of service. Captain. These two phrases should never be juxtaposed. As the brigade commander had just mentioned, I trust you all heard that. Yian declared with clarity, "The Lone Eagle has not fallen, but in order to soar, we must rely on your efforts. If we do not meet the standards in the next round of combat and fail to elevate the Lone Eagle," Yian gestured towards the group, "it will indicate that you are inept and that the brigade commander has made an erroneous choice in selecting you." The crowd was left in stunned silence, their eyes wide in disbelief. "Report," Jiang Lin shouted. "Speak." Yan nodded. Jiang Lin glared at him with indignation. "If the team fails to meet the standards, shouldn't that reflect on the commander? What does that have to do with us?" Others nodded in agreement. They hadn't even begun training, and Yian was already preparing to shift the blame. "In our previous unit, we were all top performers." Zhao Sheng looked at Yi and with disdain. "If we fail, it certainly won't be our fault." Yian smiled calmly. "First of all, the brigade commander chose me. Secondly, I belong to the Lone Eagle. Therefore, I will undoubtedly succeed. Any issues will certainly lie with you." Yian shrugged. "Will you question the brigade commander's judgment or the prowess of the Lone Eagle compared to your former unit?" The group fell silent, unable to refute these 2 points. Yian clasped his hands behind his back and stated sternly, "This is the Lone Eagle, not your former unit. Upon your arrival here, you must adhere to the rules established here." He pronounced emphatically, "And here, my rules are the law." Everyone stared at Yi in disbelief. They were all officers and top performers from their respective former units. Yet, upon their arrival, they were being chastised by a mere soldier. Not a single kind word was offered. Instead, they were met with a demand for absolute obedience. It seemed as though Yi were the officer, while they were the soldiers. They had never experienced such treatment in their previous unit. "Report," Zhang Luan suddenly shouted. Yian chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "No need to elaborate. I already know you object to my position as captain." He pointed at the entire group. "You all object, do you not?" The group fell silent, but quickly nodded in unison. "You doubt my capabilities and believe I am unworthy of being your captain, wishing to replace me, correct?" Yan inwided. The group looked astonished. How did Yian articulate their unspoken thoughts? Before they could respond, Yian continued, "Let me assure you, dream on." Everyone was on the verge of fury, initially believing that Yian was about to concede, only to be met with unexpected provocation. With a cheerful smile, Yian gazed at the crowd and declared, "No matter how formidable you were in your previous battalions, here in the Lone Eagle, you amount to nothing. A mere flick of my hand will earn your respect. And that is precisely why the captain chose me to lead." A collective fire ignited in the eyes of the onlookers. This brash recruit was utterly insufferable. "I understand your skepticism, hence I am prepared to showcase some exceptional skills." Pointing at them, Yian continued, "Let us establish a pact. If you yield to me, we shall adhere to your commands, and your rules will be the law." Zhao Sheng shouted in anger, while others nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us proceed with alacrity." Yian replied, a mischievous grin plastered across his face. "But what if we refuse?" Zhao Sheng inquired. Yian responded with a smirk. "Then you shall collectively seek out the captain to have me replaced. I assure you, I won't utter a single complaint." The group exchanged glances and then nodded in unison, unwilling to believe that a mere 3-year soldier, even one from the Lone Eagle, could possess remarkable prowess. Today, they were determined to unseat him. Naturally, they could not allow him to remain as a team member, for that would jeopardize the captain's safety. "What extraordinary skills do you intend to demonstrate?" Huang Yukai asked. "As a sharpshooter, it stands to reason that marksmanship is my forte," Yian replied with a smile. "At 200 meters, I can achieve a perfect score." The crowd nearly erupted in laughter. Hitting a target at 200 meters was hardly a challenge for reconnaissance soldiers, and even less so for the elite among them. "Captain, how about we stretch it to 300 meters?" Zhang Luan chuckled. Your 200 meters truly fails to impress. Indeed, 300 meters would elevate the stakes considerably. CF Fei chimed in. Is this the caliber of the lone eagle sharpshooter? Ian chuckled mischievously. Patience, my friends. Once the demonstration is complete, we shall see if your opinions change. Chapter 5. Captain, don't shoot at the shooting range. Ian gazed at the distant target and turned to his companions, asking, are we really set on 300 meters? Absolutely. They all nodded in unison. At 200 meters, anyone here could hit the mark every time, CF Fei declared with pride. Zhang Luan smirked at Ian. You're the captain and a veteran of the Lone Eagle. If you have the skill, why not attempt 400 or 500 meters? If you can hit the target every time, we will kneel in reverence. Indeed, the group cheered, their eyes fixed on Ian. With a smile, Ian nodded in agreement. All right. Initially, I chose 200 meters out of concern for your apprehension. Since you were so adamant, let us settle on 300 meters. A look of disdain crept onto their faces, as they believed Ian's previous words were merely an attempt to save face. Just to clarify, Ian said earnestly, if I hit every target, there will be no further nonsense. Wait a moment, Xia Fugue interjected. What is it now? Ian turned to him. With a grin, Xia Fugue replied, shooting at 300 meters with a Type 56 rifle without a scope, relying solely on the front sight and rear sight, is indeed quite challenging for us. He addressed the group, but as our captain, it's expected that you excel, so hitting every target would be quite normal. You mean to suggest we should up the difficulty? Ye'an inwided. Exactly. Xia Fugue chuckled. As captain, you ought to showcase your extraordinary skills. Indeed, captain. Jiang Lin added with a mischievous smile. Increase the challenge so that we may be truly impressed. Ian observed them with a knowing smile, aware of their intentions to see him falter. Very well, he replied, his smile unwavering. To meet your request, I shall sprint from over there, without resting, and complete 30 shots within a minute, ensuring each one hits the mark. How does that sound? He scanned the faces around him. Everyone wore a mischievous grin, relishing the spectacle. 300 meters, without a scope, relying solely on the front and rear sights, made the target nearly invisible. In such circumstances, it demanded absolute focus from the shooter. Yet, Yin intended to sprint 300 meters and then shoot, which meant firing at a small target while breathless, with the rifle swaying in his hands. Hitting the target under such conditions seemed nearly impossible. It's a deal. They eagerly nodded. Ian rubbed his hands together. However, I will need your assistance. Not a problem. Huang Yukai waved his hand grandly. Are we to help hold the target? Wait, Captain. Huang Yukai grimaced in pain. You've already tied our feet. Why must you bind our hands as well? Ian smiled sweetly. I'm merely concerned that you might create distractions and fail to cooperate. With that, he turned to bind Zhao Sheng. Hey, be gentle. Be gentle, Zhao Sheng yelped. Don't tie me like that. It hurts. We want to interfere with your shooting. Oh, but you certainly will. Ian asserted with unwavering conviction. Therefore, it is imperative to secure it tightly. Captain, you underestimate us far too much. Zhang Luan retorted coldly. We merely wish to gauge your capabilities and establish whether you are worthy of leading us. None shall interfere. Indeed, Lu Feng scoffed in our former unit. We are all top tier. Anyone who dares to preside over us must surpass our strength. We merely seek to measure your worth. How can we possibly disrupt you? Captain, you are judging us with a petty mindset, Sun Daji remarked with a disdainful snort. Ian approached him, smiling as he bound his hands behind his back. He then addressed the group. When I fire a shot at you all, I am certain you will scatter in fright, which would constitute a disruption, would it not? Jiang Lin chuckled coldly. Captain, even if you were to aim at us. Wait a moment. Jiang Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. You just said you would shoot at us? Indeed, Ian affirmed with a cheerful nod, but then shook his head. To be precise, I am aiming at this. Ian produced an empty can from his satchel, grinning as he placed it atop Jiang Lin's head. One for each of you on your heads and shoulders. 15 of you, perfectly accommodating 30 shots. Goodness. Everyone's eyes widened in terror. See, Captain, you cannot be serious. Zhao Sheng stammered, his face flushed with embarrassment. I never jest, Ian replied earnestly. If I promise to showcase my skills, I shall indeed demonstrate them. You must acknowledge my prowess. The group was now truly frightened. their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Are you out of your mind? We expected you to demonstrate target shooting, not to aim at us. They finally comprehended the true meaning behind Yi An's earlier mention of fear. Quickly prepare. It is time to commence, Yi cheerfully urged, dragging CFA and Jianglin towards the target area. Captain, please don't. CFA yelled in panic. People could die. I merely questioned your abilities. I never intended to face death. Fear not, Yi reassured. It's merely 300 meters. Even if I were to leap, my aim is flawless. Yes, you. I'm exceptionally precise. Yi winked at the two. Jianglin and Xie Fei screamed desperately, help us. Yi, uninterested in their protests, placed them directly at the target area. He then threaded the rope, binding them through the target and forcefully anchored it into the ground, rendering them immobile. Turning around, he found the others attempting to flee in a frenzied leap, but they were swiftly corralled by Yi, standing in neat rows of 15. Captain, we were mistaken. We should not have doubted you, Sun Daji shouted urgently. I am now convinced, truly convinced. Yi, unfazed, secured the cans to his head and shoulders with fine string. Once completed, he patted Sun Daji's face with a smile. Do not fear, it will all be over soon. Sun Daji was on the verge of tears. One shot to the head would indeed conclude matters swiftly. Captain, Zhonglun spoke earnestly. I recognize your prowess as a marksman. You are exceptionally skilled. However, what if you were to falter? If a life were lost, or even if one of us were injured, would you not bear the burden of responsibility? Captain, please reconsider. Zhao Sheng implored. You have a bright future ahead. Do not jeopardize it by acting foolishly. Yi, having bound the last individual, smiled as he stepped back. Despite your numerous words, you still do not trust me. If you were convinced, you would not utter so much. I must compel your submission. The group nearly reached the brink of despair. They pleaded, even conceding defeat. Was there truly no way to avoid confrontation? We are team members, not your subordinates. Why would you turn against us? Zhao Sheng nearly broke into tears. Incorrect, Yi asserted with seriousness. The shoulder of our former machine gunner was also shattered by my hand. A collective gasp of shock echoed among them. This man showed no distinction in his targets. Despair etched across every face. Enough, Yi clapped his hands casually. Let us commence. Wait, Huang Yukai shouted. What is it? Ye An inwided. With a pained expression, Huang Yukai replied, Captain, I have one final request. Speak, Yi nodded. Could you possibly refrain from striking? Huang Yotsai's eyes brimmed with tears. Ye An chaklet lightly, alright. Prepare yourselves. I am about to charge. With that, he pivoted and dashed toward the shooting point. Captain, do not rush, slow down. Just take it easy. No need to sprint. Not 300 meters, 200 will suffice. Even 100 is acceptable. Which fool instructed him to shoot from 300 meters? Ah, he has arrived. He has taken up his weapon. The onlookers watched as Yi raised his gun. Almost in unison they shouted, do not fire. Bang, bang, bang. The thunderous sound of gunfire erupted, and bullets whizzed past with a chilling whistle. Ah! The crowd screamed in collective terror. Chapter 6. The captain is the greatest traitor. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets whistled from the chamber, and a cacophony of metallic clinks resonated from the distant target. Cans perched atop the heads and shoulders of the onlookers were sent flying in rapid succession. Initially paralyzed with fear, they were suddenly startled to witness Yi bizarrely leaping and shooting from afar. The sight sent them into a frenzy of screams, tears streaming down their faces. Click, click. The gun emitted a hollow sound, signaling the last bullet had been fired. Content. Yi lowered his weapon and strode towards the target. Before he could approach, he spotted Huang Yukai, eyes shut, hollering intermittently like a distressed old duck. With his round head, he resembled a mutated platypus. Having finished shooting, what was he still yelling about? Yi shot him a glare before turning to the others. They were all panting as if they had just emerged from a fierce battle, entering a state of bewilderment. Is it over? Huang Yukai opened his eyes, glancing around in terror. Am I not dead? You're not dead, Yi proclaimed loudly. But you've wet your pants. Huang Yukai froze, hastily looking down. Although bound and unable to see his trousers, the dampness beneath his feet was undeniable. His face transformed from crimson to a deep purple, and his head seemed to swell even larger. Known for his bravado, claiming to be a true man who could conquer the falcons, he now wished he could vanish into the earth to escape the humiliation. Ian beamed at the others. Well, what do you think? My skills are rather impressive, aren't they? Ugh. Yang Wei and Sun Daji suddenly retched. The others were not faring much better, feeling as though they had narrowly escaped death. They were unafraid of the gunfire on the battlefield, for they could find shelter. However, being bound and at the mercy of bullets felt akin to having the underworld's minions serenading them ominously. Do not be afraid. I told you I was accurate. Ian chuckled. Did you see that? I even jumped while shooting and still hit every target. Haha. The group glared at him, their eyes blazing with fury, wishing they could dismantle him limb by limb. They had genuinely been on the brink of terror. Had Ian fired a few more rounds, they might have collectively lost control. Oh no, Lu Feng has been shot. A scream pierced the air, causing everyone to turn in alarm. Indeed, Lu Feng lay limp, his head drooping. Had he not been bound, he would likely have collapsed. Zhao Sheng, tied beside Lu Feng, shouted in anger. Lu Feng has been silent all this while. He must have been killed by you. Huang Yukai roared in outrage. Yin, you are a scoundrel. You claim to be accurate, yet now there's a dead man. What is all the fuss about? Yin approached Lu Feng with an air of nonchalance. His intermediate-level precision skill allowed him to hit any target within a 600-meter range with unfaltering accuracy. Of course, 600 meters was the utmost limit. If employing a handgun, one can only achieve a perfect score within its effective range. This explains why Yin could single-handedly fend off pursuers, and it is also the source of his recent confidence. Yin scrutinized Lu Feng, then swung his arm. A vigorous slap sent Lu Feng's head spinning. What the? Lu Feng jolted awake, bewildered. Who hit me? The soldiers flanking him were momentarily dumbfounded. It turned out he hadn't died. He had merely been scared into unconsciousness. That's even worse for me. Huang Yukai rolled his eyes. No one hit you. Yin chuckled, patting Lu Feng's head. I was just administering first aid. Huh? Lu Feng looked utterly confused. Yin cleared his throat and retreated several steps, creating a distance of nearly 10 meters from the crowd. Originally, I thought that after showcasing my prowess, you would be convinced. Yin sighed, shaking his head. It seems my skills were not impressive enough to earn your respect. At once, everyone's eyes widened. Did they ever express disbelief? Yin, under such stringent conditions, had managed to leap and strike every target, even hitting living beings. What profound fortitude must one possess to accomplish that? Could they not be convinced? Suddenly, a flash of cold light pierced through the air. Everyone seemed to witness a streak of brilliance, quickly followed by a buzzing sound. Huang Yukai, in terror, lowered his head, only to widen his eyes and scream, Ah! A dagger had been driven entirely into the target between his legs, leaving only the hilt trembling violently. Huang Yukai could even feel the blade grazing his prized possession. Before anyone could react, another knife accurately struck the top of Huang Youcai's head. Ah! He was so frightened that he squeezed out a few drops of sweat. This time, he could distinctly sense the blade brushing against his scalp. The air suddenly erupted with several flashes of cold light. Ah! Zhang Luan, Jiang Lin, Sun Daji, and Xie Fei all shrieked in unison, for between their legs, a quivering dagger had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. How's that for skill? Yin grinned as he produced 2 more daggers. Not only am I an expert marksman, but I'm also quite adept with cold weapons. Everyone was rendered speechless, having not seen how Yin had executed his strikes. Yet the daggers had been swift and precise. Being reconnaissance soldiers, they understood the significance of Yin's remarkable ability. A mere tremor of his hand, and Huang Yukai and the others would have lost their treasures forever. This required immense confidence and strength, both of which were indispensable. While the crowd was still in a daze, Yin retrieved a cloth. At this distance, I can hit every target blindfolded. Watch closely. Instantly, everyone was gripped by fear, their souls nearly escaping their bodies. With their eyes covered, the situation became dire. Captain, we yield, truly yield, the crowd exclaimed in terror. From now on, you shall be our captain. Your rule shall be our law, and we shall adhere to them, even unto death. Captain, we are at your service. Let us in training, for we yearn to see the solitary eagle soar. A wicked smile crept upon En's lips as he removed the cloth, feigning disappointment. You submitted so quickly? I could have shot at you while facing away. Captain, we genuinely yield. Please, take us into training. The sincerity in their voices was palpable, and tears nearly brimmed in their eyes. Very well, Yin shrugged. It would have been better if you had done so sooner. We have wasted so much time. The commander chose me to lead you. Could that be a mistake? Absolutely not. The crowd shouted in unison. That is unequivocally correct. Yin nodded and stepped forward to untie them. As they regained their freedom, it felt as if they had awakened from a profound dream. Stand at attention. Yam beloit suddenly. The crowd, not daring to be careless, swiftly straightened up, standing as tall as newly enlisted soldiers. They were rebellious. Yet the figure before them was even more defiant. Not only did they submit, but genuine fear also gripped them. Yin's icy gaze swept over the group. Choosing you to join the solitary eagle is to reinvigorate it, not to allow you to act like lords, picking and choosing. I do not care if you were kings or elites in your former unit. Here, if you're a tiger, you will lie down, and if you're a dragon, you will coil. There is but one leader here, and absolute obedience to orders is imperative. Do you understand? Yes. They all shouted. Yin nodded, pointing towards a distant mountain. Do you see that? Sprint to the summit and then return. Except for the first place, the rest will do 1,000 push-ups. The crowd gazed at the mountain he indicated, their eyes nearly bulging. Just looking at it seemed far, with a round trip of at least 30 kilometers or more. Do I need to repeat the command? Yin said coldly, or should I demonstrate my skills further? Charge! Someone shouted, and instantly, everyone dashed toward the mountain. Watching their retreating figures, Yin's face blossomed with a smile. What officers, what rebels? Were they not all obedient now? Yin surveyed his surroundings and then walked toward a secluded corner. He needed to devise a plan for how to utilize his military achievements. Chapter 7. The more I think, the angrier I become. Yin stepped into the small grove beside the camp, and upon noticing the absence of others, he immediately concentrated his thoughts. Before him, a panel materialized. Host, Yin, physical strength, 100, normal human, 50. Current skills, super precision intermediate, super physique beginner, military merits, 1100 beep. Would the host like to expend military merits? How many military merits are required to acquire new abilities? How much is needed to enhance my current strength? Yin inquired directly. Acquisition of new skills requires a consumption of 1,000 points. Strength enhancement, beginner to intermediate, 1,000. Intermediate to advanced, 2,000. Advanced to divine, 4,000. Upon reviewing the data, Yin's expression turned to one of incredulity. Well then, a first-class merit only suffices for one skill extraction or one strength enhancement, and that only for beginner to intermediate. The rest are utterly unattainable. To become a versatile warrior, accumulating more military merits was imperative. Yan Sikit. Fortunately, being on the front lines meant that, even though they had triumphed in the first phase of battle, many more skirmishes awaited them. Especially for their scouts, opportunities to achieve merit were plentiful. May I ask, does the host wish to expend military merits? The system's voice resonated once more. Yin inhaled deeply and resolutely declared, yes, expend them to extract a new skill. Yin understood that, with his current capabilities, it was insufficient to allow the lone eagle to soar again. To aspire to become part of a special forces unit was even further out of reach. Simply possessing good marksmanship would not suffice. It might not even keep those fellows at bay for long. After all, the military venerates the strong. Hence, he must acquire more skills to elevate his overall competence comprehensively. Consuming military merits, extracting new skills, watching his 1,000 military merits vanish. Yin felt a pang of regret. Those were earned through perilous encounters amidst the hail of bullets. Beep. New skill extraction complete. As this is the host's first skill extraction, the system provides a bonus reward. What on earth? Yin's eyes sparkled with excitement. One extraction and a reward too? This was indeed a profitable venture. Yin's smile widened, and he no longer felt regret. It felt extraordinarily worthwhile. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Divine Warrior's true form. Beginner. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have acquired God-level disguise. Intermediate. Integrating, Yian felt a tremor coursing through his body as waves of warmth surged into him, filling every strand of hair and every toe with ecstasy. After a full minute, the delightful sensation gradually subsided. Yian shuddered slightly, as if he had just experienced the thrill of shooting for an entire minute. He exhaled comfortably and immediately checked his new skills. The Divine Warrior's true form amalgamates various martial arts and combat techniques throughout history, focusing solely on the most powerful killing moves, aiming for a decisive strike against foes. As for the god-level disguise, as the name suggests, it allows one to mimic and disguise oneself in the most flawless manner, adopting various forms with perfection. A smile graced Yian's lips. These two skills had arrived just in time. The battles against the monkey troops predominantly unfolded within the dense jungle, where the monkeys excelled in camouflage and burrowing. In previous skirmishes, many soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom had fallen victim to the monkeys' tactics, ultimately sacrificing their lives far from home. The reconnaissance unit was tasked with penetrating deep into enemy territory. To accomplish their mission with minimal casualties, they would need to outdo the monkeys in the art of disguise and deliver lethal strikes in close combat. Yian clenched his fists, invigorated with newfound strength. Now, he felt a surge of confidence. In the past, the Lone Eagle comprised individuals each proficient in a singular skill. However, Yian had devised a new plan. Henceforth, every member of the Lone Eagle must be adept in multiple disciplines, transforming them into versatile warriors. Captain, the visage of Luo Tian appeared before Yian. What you have failed to achieve, I shall ensure, is accomplished. Captain Yi. Yian was momentarily taken aback and quickly stepped out of the thicket. In the camp, 4 soldiers stood awaiting him, led by an 8-year veteran. I am Yian. He approached. And you are? Are you truly Captain Yi? The veteran scrutinized Yi and with wide-eyed astonishment. A mere 3-year soldier, serving as the captain of a Lone Eagle. Suddenly realizing he had spoken too freely, the veteran saluted briskly. Good day, Captain Yi. I am Luo Xing. These 3 are Jiayu, Fu Zhilei, and Kai Chong. Luo Xing grinned. We have been dispatched by the battalion commander to prepare meals for you. From now on, you shall no longer require separate meal deliveries. Good day, Captain Yi. The remaining 3 saluted in unison. A warmth surged within Yian. Chunhai truly took care of them. Other teams either gathered to dine with the battalion or had designated personnel deliver their meals. Now, with Chunhai providing a special kitchen for the Lone Eagle, they would save considerable time for training. Yian would forever remember Chunhai's thoughtful gesture. However, the names of these individuals, Turtle and Cabbage Bug, sounded rather whimsical. Very well. Yian nodded to Luo Xing. Then we shall rely on your efforts. Not at all, not at all, Luo Xing chuckled. It is our honor to cook for the strongest team in the entire battalion. Now, Captain Yi, do you have any further instructions? Yian shared a few brief remarks before allowing them to manage their duties. He had intended to experiment with his new skills, but was interrupted by Luo Xing and the others, forcing him to postpone until evening. Squad leader, Kai Chong glanced back at Yian and whispered, How is it that the captain of the Lone Eagle is merely a 3-year soldier? He has only served 1 year longer than I. Is the Lone Eagle truly devoid of qualified leaders? Jiayu's inquisitive gaze sparkled with curiosity. How could a mere 3-year soldier be entrusted with such a prestigious title? Indeed, Fu Zhilei squinted skeptically. With so many capable individuals in the battalion, like the captain of the Fire Eagles, surely any one of them would surpass him. Silence. Luo Xing shot a glare at them all. What is the Lone Eagle? It is the most formidable assault team in the entire battalion. The battalion's decision to appoint him as captain indicates he is no ordinary individual. Our duty is to cook well and provide steadfast support. Whoever spreads rumors, I shall not show them any mercy. The 3 of them rolled their eyes in unison. Fu Zhilei sighed. In any case, I fail to perceive any remarkable abilities in him. Kai Chong chuckled wryly. We are all soldiers. How can he be so exceptional? Truly, some people are just infuriatingly talented. A few hours later, Yang Wei was the first to return. After a round trip of over 30 kilometers, much of it on rugged mountain paths, he was drenched, with water even seeping from his liberation shoes. Soon after, the others returned in succession, each one equally drenched in sweat. Ian wasted no time, granting them no respite. With the exception of Yang Wei, everyone immediately commenced push-ups. Yang Wei sat to the side, panting heavily, and with a mischievous grin remarked, "Sorry, everyone, but my stamina is simply superior. I'll take a break on your behalf. You all keep pushing yourselves." Everyone shot him fierce glares, their eyes ablaze with indignation. Just as Yang Wei was about to recline, he suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his scalp and a chill creeping down his back. He turned abruptly and was startled to find Ian standing directly behind him, his gaze piercing. "Captain," Yang Wei chuckled awkwardly. "I'll just move to another spot." "Are you really going to take a break?" Ian replied coldly. "Huh?" Yang Wei was bewildered, but didn't you say? "I said what I said." Ian glared at him. "Are you truly going to abstain? Will you just watch as your comrades suffer? Can you bear the thought of enjoying yourself alone?" "Aye, aye." Yang Wei's face was a picture of grievance. "What do you mean by aye?" Ian shouted. "A unit is a cohesive whole. Do you expect to be treated specially? If this continues, how can your comrades trust you on the battlefield?" Yang Wei nearly knelt down, thinking, "Wasn't it you who allowed me to rest? How did I become the villain? If I were in your position, I would share the hardships with my comrades. Even if I couldn't do 1,000, I'd at least manage 500 to accompany them." Ian pointed at him. "Now, immediately go and share their hardships. Your stamina is better than theirs, so do 1,500. Captain, 2,000. Yes." Yang Wei, terrified, immediately laid down beside the others. In his heart, he had already cursed Yi An's ancestors for countless generations, realizing this guy had never truly intended to let him rest. "Ha ha!" The soldiers around them were nearly brought to tears from laughter. "Serves you right." Yang Wei, with a mournful expression, began to exert himself vigorously. Not far away, the four cooks who were preparing food stood in shock. "Wow, Kai Chong swallowed hard, these officers. They're so obedient." "Isn't that Zhang Luan?" Fu Zhilei exclaimed, his eyes wide. "The ace of Team 7, the one who strides through their ranks with ease." "How?" "And that one, Sun Daji from Team 5. Jia Yu recognized one of them. Their captain treated him with utmost courtesy, and it was said that he had recently achieved a commendable feat yet. How could he be reprimanded by Captain Yi as if he were a mere child?" Luo Xing was equally astonished. He never anticipated that Yan, this boisterous soldier, not only held the position of captain, but also commanded a battalion comprised entirely of officers, notorious for their rebellious spirits. Most astonishing of all was the absolute obedience this band of renegades exhibited towards his commands, devoid of any resistance. It was truly remarkable. I have long surmised that within our battalion, hidden talents abound, particularly within this solitary eagle. There must be a reason for Captain Ye's leadership. "Hurry up, stop dawdling, and get to work." The other three suddenly snapped to attention and promptly lowered their heads to labor diligently. With such renowned troublemakers within the battalion, now tamed by Yi En, they had mentally prepared themselves to behave submissively. After completing their push-ups, Yi En tirelessly assessed everyone's physical capabilities. It was not until darkness enveloped the sky that the rigorous training came to a close, leaving all participants gasping for breath. "Look at your sorry state." Ian glared at them, exasperated. "Is this all you can manage? You call yourselves elite? You call yourselves warriors? Today's training would merely be considered standard for us at the Solitary Eagle." Ian stated coldly, "Now do you comprehend the disparity between you and the Solitary Eagle?" "Yes." The collective response was weak and listless. Ian huffed with disdain. "All right, tidy up and retire early. Tomorrow, we commence a new training regimen." Dismissed. All, dragging their weary bodies, hastily consumed their meals. They then retreated into their tents, collapsing into slumber. Before long, the tent was filled with the sounds of snoring. However, it wasn't long before a figure suddenly sat upright. "Damn it, the more I think about it, the angrier I become." Huang Yotsai's eyes widened defiantly. "I shall not yield." Chapter 8. I acknowledged the element of gambling the night had deepened, and a gust of warm wind lifted a corner of the tent, causing the treetops to rustle. Ian stepped out of the tent, the air infused with a faint scent of gunpowder, wafting in from the direction of the front lines. Although the initial phase of the battle had concluded, with the Dragon Kingdom's forces sweeping through the Monkey Army with overwhelming force, skirmishes continued to transpire. The monkey army remained engaged in an unrelenting standoff with the Dragon Kingdom, occasionally escalating into artillery exchanges and minor confrontations. It was evident to all that despite their severe thrashing, the monkeys had yet to concede. To ensure peace along the borders and prevent the innocent populace from perishing at the hands of the enemy, they must be decisively subdued, regardless of the cost. Thus, the various units at the front were diligently resting and training, preparing for the imminent resurgence of battle. Ian glanced towards the front lines before turning towards the combat training ground. During the day, he had attempted to test his newfound skills, only to be interrupted by Luo Xing and his men. Now, in the stillness of the night, with no one to disturb him, it was the perfect opportunity for experimentation. Ian needed to ascertain the extent of his current strength to formulate an effective training regimen moving forward. Meanwhile, in the soldiers' tents, everyone had awakened, many still in a daze. "Old Huang, what ails you?" Zhang Luan rubbed his eyes. "Did a venomous snake bite your behind? Why are you making such a racket when you were peacefully asleep?" The uniquely striking AI Li Hu, clearing his throat, lamented, "I was dreaming of eating naan, oily naan, sweet naan, and meat naan. Just as I was about to take a bite, your shout, Adisi, made it all disappear. Can't you show a little restraint?" Old Huang Yukai glared at them, exasperated. "What have we been reduced to by that, Yin? You can still sleep soundly? What audacity you possess." "Old Yang." Huang Yukai turned to Yang Wei. "You were played for a fool by him today. How can you possibly sleep?" "I slept quite soundly," Yang Wei yawned. "It was rather exhausting." Huang Yukai, speechless, looked at everyone with a mix of disappointment and frustration. "I truly misjudged you all. You, the supposed elite of each squad, have been bullied by a mere private, and you show not even a hint of resistance. How could I have once regarded you as rivals, aspiring to defeat you? Reflecting on it now, it is utterly nauseating, disgusting, truly disgusting. You are all nothing but pretenders." Old Huang, Zhang Lin glared at him, fuming. "We accepted the gamble and its consequences. I wish I could contest it, but with Yi An's marksmanship and knife skills, I have no grounds to object." "You didn't also concede at that moment?" "Precisely." Zhang Luan interjected, irritable. "Have you forgotten who wet their pants back then? Who screamed the loudest? You were even worse off than us." Huang Youtsai's face flushed red with indignation as he retorted, "Can you blame me? In that situation, bullets were flying toward my face. My brother was in close contact with a dagger, and he had to blindfold himself. You were all terrified too. Then that suffices," Zhao Sheng coldly stated. "In the entire squad, who possesses marksmanship that rivals Yi Anxiang? Who wields a blade with such prowess? Who possesses psychological fortitude comparable to his? Personally, I have yet to hear of anyone. After he finished shooting, I was already convinced." Xie Fei, still trembling with trepidation, remarked, "I was momentarily stunned and couldn't respond in time. Acknowledging our defeat was the right choice. Yian's capabilities exceed those required of our captain. Why make a fuss now when you didn't speak up during the day?" "I simply didn't react in time," I retorted. Huang Yukai turned to the others. "I concur with what you all have said. His marksmanship and swordsmanship command my utmost respect. Then why the discontent?" Everyone collectively rolled their eyes. "This is seriously delaying our sleep. We have training tomorrow." Wait. Huang Yukai interjected anxiously. "His marksmanship and swordsmanship are indeed formidable. But have you considered that perhaps his other skills may not be up to par?" The group stared at him in unison. Huang Yukai scoffed. "I didn't think much of it at the time, but I've just come to realize." He continued, "He chose to engage in shooting because it is his strongest suit. He was previously a sniper for the Lone Eagles. Excelling in marksmanship is to be expected. However, what we need is a captain with well-rounded abilities. If Yian only excels in shooting, but is mediocre or entirely lacking in other areas, he may not even surpass us." "Hey, don't dismiss that idea," Lu Feng said, scratching his head. "Old Huang, with that round head of yours, your thoughts tend to be numerous, and they do make a certain sense." Huang Yukai chuckled, patting his head. "A clever mind is a large mind. I find that somewhat reasonable," Yang Wei mused, stroking his chin. "He put us through a full day of physical training, yet he did not participate. He claimed to be assessing our capabilities. But now that I think about it, could it be that his physical abilities are inferior to ours?" "That makes sense." Lu Feng nodded vigorously. and the others wore expressions of dawning realization. You all agree with my reasoning, right? Huang Yukai beamed with pride. What you say holds some merit. However, old Huang, Jiang Lin scrutinized him. What are you planning? Even if he is lacking in other respects, we have already acknowledged our defeat. If he truly is inadequate, then were we conceding? At least I refuse to accept it. Huang Yukai lifted his chin defiantly. I joined the Lone Eagles to become stronger than before, to conquer all challengers in our squad. If Yin is merely skilled in marksmanship yet lacking elsewhere, then what is there to learn from him? That would only hinder our progress. The group nodded in agreement. Moreover, Huang Yukai fixed his gaze on the others. We bear the great mission of revitalizing the Lone Eagles. We must train diligently to fulfill this purpose. If Yin proves to be lacking in all other aspects, enough. Just tell us what you intend to do. Jiang Lin interjected, with the others nodding in agreement. Huang Yukai rubbed his hands together. Let us put him to the test, shall we? What sort of test? Were we testing? Everyone looked at him in unison. Huang Yukai chuckled. You all should know that my combat skills are unparalleled. Few in the entire squad can match me. The entire group collectively rolled their eyes. To this group of rebels, they only yield to those who could decisively defeat them. Being bested merely leaves them half-submissive, and they certainly do not heed those who merely engage in verbal sparring. Huang Yukai offered an awkward smile, remarking, of course, everyone possesses considerable strength. He then stated with seriousness, my proposition is quite straightforward. Let us test his combat skills. As scouts, close-quarters combat is a vital subject. If he can vanquish me or withstand our onslaught, it would indicate that his other abilities are also commendable. That is indeed a possibility, Ailey hesitated. But what if he proves to be exceptionally formidable? Then we would have no choice but to comply with his directives. Huang Yukai shrugged, however. If he does not measure up, the captain will still be him. Yet at least he should treat us with some respect, rather than admonish us as if we were mere children. We are here to learn from one another. I admit, there's an element of gambling in my approach. Huang Yukai glanced around at the others. Yet we are all elite soldiers. None among us wishes to be reprimanded daily by someone inferior. The group exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. Yi Yin's marksmanship and knife skills had indeed earned their profound admiration. However, his mere 3 years of military service still left them feeling somewhat uneasy, coupled with their inherent rebellious nature. Let us see what he is truly capable of. Jiang Lin suddenly stood up. Let us do it. The others rose in unison. Chapter 9. Are you challenging me one-on-one or in a group? Hey! Jiang Lin exclaimed in astonishment as he turned to AI Li. Why are you bringing a stick? To fight, of course. Ali shrugged nonchalantly. Jiang Lin was at a loss for words. We are merely here to spar with him, not to engage in a brawl. We seek to assess his abilities. AI Li pointed at Huang Yukai. But old Huang is carrying a brick. Everyone instantly turned their heads, and indeed, they saw Huang Yukai holding a red brick. What the hell? Jiang Lin glared at him. Old Huang, we are supposed to be grappling up close, not trying to kill him. Aren't you a martial arts expert? Zhang Luan inquired. What do you need a brick for? What do you understand? Huang Yukai lifted his chin with pride. This is merely a precaution. He surveyed the crowd with satisfaction. In our old unit, we train for combat in a practical manner. When facing an enemy, whatever can ensure victory is fair game. That is the essence of close-quarters combat. Are you really going to kill him? The group collectively widened their eyes. Relax. Huang Yukai chuckled, waving his hand. Am I really that reckless? For others, I would certainly fight barehanded. But that guy Yi is ruthless. He dares to shoot at his captain and comrades. I must carry something for self-defense, for my life may depend on it. Upon hearing his words, everyone felt a tension in their chests. They exchanged glances and promptly turned to find something to protect themselves. 5 minutes later, figures emerged from the tents. Under Huang Youcai's lead, they steeled their nerves and approached Yin's tent. After all, Yin had instilled a significant psychological impact on them during the day, and they had yet to recover from it. Not here. Huang Yukai lifted the tent flap, his face filled with disbelief. Where is he at this late hour? Could he be taking a leak? Lu Feng whispered. Should we head back? AI Li nervously scanned the surroundings, fearing Yi and might be lurking, gun drawn. Actually, I trust the captain. We've come this far. Do not be cowardly, Huang Yukai said coldly. We agreed to test him tonight. This is not just for us. but for the lone eagle. Indeed, Zhonglun nodded. Don't back down. But we can't find him. Perhaps we should just return. I agree. AI Li quickly raised his hand. Before Huang Yukai could retort, Jiang Lin suddenly said, "Listen, is there a sound coming from the training grounds?" Everyone immediately fell silent, straining to listen. Bang, bang, bang. Short enough, intermittent, dull thuds emanated from the direction of the training area, resembling the heavy impact of two objects colliding. What the hell? Yang Wei's eyes widened. Is someone training at this hour? It couldn't be him, could it? Oomph. He didn't practice with us during the day, but is secretly training at night. CF Fei mused, stroking his chin. How suspicious. Let us go see what he's up to, Huang Yukai declared, picking up the brick. Let us find out what kind of mischief he's engaged in. The crowd immediately followed him, bending low and stealthily making their way towards the training ground, which was not far, nestled beside a small grove. They soon arrived, and from a distance, they spotted a figure darting between the trees with such swiftness that it left behind afterimages. Were it not for the moonlight illuminating the night, they would have struggled to see anything at all. It was only at this moment that they comprehended the source of the earlier thuds. It was the sound of Yi and delivering powerful blows and kicks against the trees. Several trees, thick enough for two people to embrace, shook violently under his assault, their leaves cascading to the ground like snowflakes. The sounds of impact were relentless, echoing multiple times within a single second. Goodness! Jiang Lin gasped in astonishment. Old Huang, is this the person you doubted, claiming he was lacking in other subjects? Eli swallowed hard, fear evident in his eyes. His speed is astonishing, and his strength is immense. I feel as though he could easily kill me. There's no doubt about it, Zhang Lin added, also swallowing nervously. He could indeed eliminate you, and I would be next. Huang Youcai's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. He had always boasted of his prowess, declaring himself unbeatable among the falcon hunters, and had bested several squads without encountering a worthy opponent. Yet now, witnessing Yi and S performance, he realized he hadn't even comprehended how the opponent fought. What was there to compare? At this moment, he wished he could slap himself for ever doubting Yi and S capabilities, especially when he had demonstrated such remarkable skill with a firearm. How could he possibly falter in other areas? Crack! Suddenly, the sharp sound of wood snapping echoed through the air, causing everyone to widen their eyes in disbelief. They beheld Yan, in a remarkable display of agility, shattering a section of the tree with a swift motion. The group collectively tensed. In the next heartbeat, Yan executed another swift maneuver, breaking off a piece of yet another tree in a seamless motion. Crack! Crack! With each strike, trees were reduced to fragments, leaving everyone quaking in their boots, unable to muster the courage to approach. Yan then leaped, delivering a precise chop to the trunk of a tree. A crisp snap resonated as the trunk, as thick as an arm, was cleaved in two. The onlookers instinctively recoiled, their faces etched with terror. Old Huang, you go. Jiang Lin stammered. You said you wanted to fight. Huang Yukai, with a face full of despair, lamented, I suddenly feel a sharp pain in my stomach, as though I were about to give birth. Perhaps one of you should step in. My hands are trembling. Jiang Lin trembled, my legs are shaking. Yang Wei echoed, his face a mask of fear. I told you not to come, but you insisted. Eli complained, his expression distressed. I had faith in the captain. I do as well. Zhang Lin hastily agreed. Let us not speak further. CFA swallowed hard, suggesting, shall we leave? The group unanimously nodded. Let us go. Slowly, quietly, and don't make a sound. Jiang Lin urged nervously. When we return, we shall feign death and act as if nothing has transpired. A dull thud echoed, causing everyone to widen their eyes in terror. Huang Yukai, with a mournful expression, stared at the brick that had fallen to the ground. It's not my fault. I was just anxious. Jiang Lin glared at him in exasperation. What were you thinking bringing that thing? Who? Suddenly, Yin halted in his tracks and strode over, demanding, Who's there? The group froze in fear. Run! Jiang Lin bellowed. They immediately bent low and sprinted with all their might. Stop right there! A commanding shout rang out, freezing them in their tracks as if under a spell. They remained in various awkward poses. Yin approached with his hands behind his back, scrutinizing them. What are you doing out here so late? Captain. Huang Yukai stammered, straightening up. What a coincidence to see you here at this hour. A brick fell to the ground with a thud, draining the color from Huang Youtsai's face. Ian glanced at the brick and then at the other's grim expressions, quickly deducing their intentions. Indeed, they were a rebellious bunch, still harboring discontent. Ian smirked. So you came looking for me, and I've been waiting for you. Looking for you? Nonsense. Huang Yukai nearly burst into tears from laughter. We're utterly exhausted today. When will we have time to seek you out, right everyone? Exactly. The others nodded in agreement. Captain, we were just out to relieve ourselves. I was merely out to urinate. I sleepwalked here unknowingly. I miss my mother and came here to cry in secret. I miss my wife. She ran off with someone else. Ian observed them quietly, quite the coordinated effort. All of you out at the same time to relieve yourselves. You brought bricks and sticks? Let us be honest. Ian glared at them. You're still not convinced, so you came to challenge me, right? Cool, me. Do you wish to duel one-on-one or engage in a group brawl? Ian beckoned them eagerly. I shall indulge you. Captain, on my honor. That's not the case at all. Huang Yukai pleaded anxiously. I have the utmost respect for you. You're my captain, and your rules are the law. This brick. He hastily picked up the brick and struck it against his own head, tears streaming down his face from the pain. I was just practicing my martial arts while relieving myself, hoping to see our lone eagle soar again soon, truly. Ian shot him a glare before turning to Ai Li. Ai Li nearly burst into tears from fright. Captain, I genuinely admire you. This stick, it's what I use to clean myself. Ian was taken aback. He had never anticipated such a response. The others were equally astonished. Who could conceive of such absurdity? I truly cannot abide by the roughness of coarse paper. In a state of panic, Ai Li began to remove his trousers, exclaiming, If you don't believe me, allow me to demonstrate. With a stick, it's quite effective. Oh. Chapter 10. Almost moved. The captain holds a grudge. Ailey's face contorted with laughter. Captain, you see, I brought this stick for this very purpose. This is how the lads back home do it. Observing Ailey's fervent effort, Ian couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. He never anticipated that Ailey would exhibit such determination. Yet, Huang Yukai and the others felt a sense of admiration. They would also fight tooth and nail to avoid being caught and crushed by Ian's cleverness. Enough. Ian bellowed, stand at attention. In an instant, everyone straightened their posture, appearing even more obedient than during the day. Ian's icy gaze swept over the crowd, and all eyes darted away, none daring to meet his gaze. With a disdainful snort, Ian remarked, I am acutely aware of what you are thinking. Otherwise, I would not be in this position as captain. I also recognize your rebellious spirits, making it difficult for you to submit to me. Ian continued in a frosty tone, I do not wish to say much more. If anyone is still unwilling to comply, I welcome you to challenge me. I'm always ready for a duel. Do not engage in sneaky behavior. Let's resolve our issues openly. Ian surveyed the group. Is there anyone who wishes to challenge me? Silence ensued. Not a single soul dared to utter a word. What ayist? Ian had just demonstrated his prowess outside the woods, and only a fool would dare to confront him. No one. Ian scoffed, since you lack the courage. Then behave yourselves. Return to your tents and get some sleep. Yes. The group sighed in relief, as if pardoned from sentence. Captain, Huang Yukai chuckled awkwardly. You truly misunderstood us. We genuinely came out to relieve ourselves, get back, and lie down. Ian roared, or else, training it is. In a flash, everyone dashed toward their tents with the speed of a 100-meter sprint, vanishing from Ian's sight in an instant. Watching their retreating figures, a cold smile crept across Ian's lips. Indeed, a bunch of rebellious souls, not so easily subdued very well. Meanwhile, inside the tent, the soldiers lay down as quickly as possible. Huang Yukai, I truly believed your nonsense today. We have all fallen for your trap. Jiang Lin seethed with anger. Hey, don't just blame me, Huang Yukai retorted, visibly displeased. You agreed to it quite readily. Jiang Lin snapped back. I was deceived by you. How could I trust you? I always said we shouldn't go, but you wouldn't listen. Ailey lamented. Thank goodness we abandoned our dignity. Otherwise, we would have lost everything. Too terrifying. CFA spoke, still shaken. I have never witnessed such a horrific combat. Every move was lethal, Aim to kill now, I am thoroughly convinced, Lu Feng exclaimed. His face pale with fear. We are vastly outmatched by the lone eagles in every discipline. They are truly formidable. All right, Huang Yukai declared confidently. We are now part of the lone eagles. In time, we will master what they can do. Besides, haven't we resolved the crisis? The captain has allowed us to return. Let us think positively. Old Huang, with such a large head, how can you be so immature? Chang Quan, who had been silent, coldly remarked, do you think the captain is a fool? He has already deduced what we were about to do. I suspect that tomorrow he will push us to our limits. Huang Youtsai's smile instantly froze on his face. Enough of this thinking. Jiang Lin sighed. What is meant to come will inevitably arrive. Everyone should make the most of this time to rest, for tomorrow's physical training will surely be more intense than today. At that moment, everyone felt a deep regret, slowly drifting into sleep, their hearts heavy with unease. As dawn gradually broke, the dark night slowly receded. From the frontline positions to the rear camps, all remained eerily quiet. Inside the various camps, the sound of rhythmic snoring could still be heard. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, a piercing whistle shattered the tranquility in the lone eagles camp. Inside the tents, the soldiers slowly began to rise. It seemed the sun had not fully risen. Why the early wake-up call? Zhang Luan stretched lazily. This is at least 20 minutes earlier than usual, sighed Yang Wei, having offended the captain. Do we expect to have an easy day? Jiang Lin retorted, hurry and get dressed. If we delay, the captain will surely. Before he could finish his sentence, a smoking object rolled into the tent. What is that? The drowsy soldiers turned to look. In the next instant, all of them sprang up in fright. Oh no! A grenade! Run! They fled without even taking the time to grab their clothes or shoes, scurrying out in their undergarments. Get down! They all dove to the ground simultaneously. Boom! A deep explosion resonated. Instinctively, everyone turned to look. The tent remained intact, unharmed, but a thick cloud of white smoke billowed out from every seam. Huh! All eyes widened in disbelief. Is this fake? Xiaofugue exclaimed in astonishment. Of course, it's fake. Yin chuckled, strolling over with his hands clasped behind his back. It was merely a training grenade. A training grenade? The soldiers glared at Yin, their mouths twisted in disbelief. I initially intended to use live ammunition to wake you up, Yin sighed. But considering your lack of skill, I opted for a training round instead. Yin surveyed the group. Just as I suspected, you are indeed inexperienced. It is fortunate I did not use real ammunition. Their frustration was palpable. Who in their right mind would wake someone up with a grenade? Insanity. What? Are you dissatisfied? Yin's smile vanished as he glared at them coldly. A training grenade scares you into this pitiful state, leaving you without even your clothes, let alone your weapons. Do you think this place is safe? Remember, we are merely 10 kilometers from the battlefield. Yin shouted, the enemy could approach at any moment. And if that were a real grenade, you would be finished. Even if you managed to escape, do you intend to confront enemies armed with firearms using mere fists? The crowd was rendered speechless by the reprimand, their anger dissipating in an instant. Stand at attention. Yeambeluit. The group promptly sprang to their feet, swiftly forming a line before him. Yin's cold gaze pierced through them. This is the Lone Eagle, the most formidable assault team of the Falcon Reconnaissance Unit. We are perpetually poised to undertake the most perilous missions and engage in the fiercest battles. Hence, every soldier here must maintain unwavering vigilance, even while slumbering. One, I must remain open. I say this because more often than not, we will find ourselves behind enemy lines, surrounded by peril. A momentary lapse in attention could not only cost you your life, but also endanger your comrades. Yin clenched his fists. I have lost all my fellow soldiers. A palpable tightness gripped everyone's hearts. They had been aware of the events that transpired within the Lone Eagle before their arrival, which had granted them the opportunity to enter. Now, witnessing the veins bulging on Yin's neck, they began to comprehend his fervent approach. Taking a deep breath, Yin asserted, as your captain, I refuse to lose another soul or see anyone harmed. Therefore, I shall train you to the most rigorous of standards. Do you understand? Yes. The entire group shouted, their chests heaving, eyes filled with emotion. After all, Yin's every action was for their sake. Who could possibly hold a grudge against him? Ian nodded. Though we are using training rounds, our standards will align with real combat. Under normal circumstances, your tents would be lost, and your gear would be gone. Thus, he pointed toward the distant mountains. You will sprint to the summit and return. What? The group's eyes widened in disbelief. Captain, Zhonglun tentatively inquired. We aren't wearing any clothes. I am aware, Ian replied with a nod. We were bombed. So this is how we must run. But Captain, Aili lamented, I am completely exposed. So am I. Zhonglun and Huang Yukai echoed, their faces filled with grievance. Ian shrugged. There's nothing to be done. You chose not to wear anything. You brought nothing with you. So this is the only way. All right, off you go, Ian said with a smile, stepping aside. Captain, Huang Yukai pleaded, at least let me search the rubble for something, even a sock to cover my vital areas. Ian said nothing, merely drawing his gun. Whoosh. The group, startled, immediately dashed outside. Run faster, Ian shouted. You still need to return for dinner. The crowd simmered with frustration. Damn it, Zhonglun grimaced. He spoke so passionately just now, I was genuinely moved. Ugh, thinking back, he was just setting us up. That scoundrel is truly ruthless. He must be holding a grudge from last night. Huang Yukai shouted in anger, Scoundrels, scoundrels. He chuckled derisively. Beside him, Siefugue wore a broad smile. At least we still have a pair of shorts, unlike the three of you, ha ha ha. Sun Daji, brimming with pride, added. I even have a pair of slippers, which makes me better off than you. Ha ha ha. Stop laughing. Huang Yukai retorted angrily. We must hurry and run. Soon all the troops will be up. If they see us like this, we will surely be ridiculed. Just then, a series of piercing whistles echoed, resonating throughout the various barracks. Oh no! Everyone exchanged glances, and almost simultaneously, they dashed forward with all their might. Slow down, it hurts a bit. Ailey shouted in panic. Can't you be a bit smaller? Zhonglun yelled in frustration. Everyone be quiet. Zhonglun urgently called out. We need to huddle together and form a circle around the three of us. Chapter 11 Captain, why do you spare no one? Not even us? Assemble, assemble. At a certain campsite, soldiers hurriedly dashed out from their respective tents. Just as they were about to line up, a group of shirtless individuals suddenly sprinted in from outside the camp. What on earth did I just witness? One soldier exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. It was a small squad, seemingly unclothed. Another soldier stood on tiptoe to peer into the distance. Not just without shirts, they weren't even wearing pants. What nonsense is this? A company commander bellowed, whose good soul runs without pants. You must be seeing things. Quickly fall in. Assemble, hurry, assemble. A platoon leader shouted urgently. The company commander stepped back a few paces, turning his head to gaze at the direction in which the lone Eagle squad had vanished. Goodness, which unit is this? Sprinting around? So early in the morning? The commander licked his lips. How impressive. Meanwhile, the 15 members of the lone Eagle squad huddled together, exerting every ounce of strength as they raced towards the mountain designated by Ian. However, to reach it, they had to traverse through various camps. Yet, they dared not abstain. With Ian being so unpredictable, who knows if he was lurking behind them? If he discovered their trickery, they could only imagine the nefarious tasks he might impose upon them. Yet no matter how swiftly they ran, they could not outpace the awakening of others. Initially, they managed to rush through several camps with speed. But now, numerous camps had already assembled, and everywhere was bustling with heads and resounding slogans. Damn it! Why is everyone up? Lu Feng's face was filled with despair. Can't we sleep a little longer? It's over, it's over. Zhao Sheng lamented, if the veterans find out, our lifelong reputation will be utterly ruined. How can we face the world again? Yin, I despise you. You're truly inhuman. Huang Youcai's face flushed crimson. Stop shouting. There's another camp ahead. Jiang Lin shouted anxiously, quick, pick up the pace. It's too late. Ailey cried in terror. They've all spotted us. Cover your faces. Quickly, cover your faces. Zhang Lun shouted in a moment of inspiration. Instantly, everyone was enlightened. If they covered their faces, no one would recognize them. As for their nakedness, who cares? In an instant, everyone shielded their faces, striking alluring poses as they sprinted past the camp ahead. The soldiers within the camp stood stunned. each one gaping in disbelief as they watched this group of individuals wiggle away. Goodness gracious! One camp commander swallowed hard. In all my years of service, this is the first time I've witnessed such a morning exercise. Before long, laughter and shouts erupted from every camp. Wow, brothers, you are incredible. Run faster. A bit faster. I can see your behinds. Meanwhile, at the Fire Eagle camp, Li Gang looked on in confusion at the commotion in the distance. What is happening? Why is it so lively? Vice Captain Lu Tong stood on tiptoe. It seems there are a group of people exercising without any clothes. What is so surprising about that? Li Gang turned his head. They are completely naked. Lu Tong exclaimed. What? Li Gang nearly stumbled and hurriedly turned to raise his binoculars. It appeared to be members of a lone eagle. He squinted his eyes. What? Lu Tong's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. The lone eagle? Captain, you must be mistaken. There are a total of 15 individuals. Li Gang replied coolly. Their figures are quite similar, and their speed is not typical of ordinary soldiers. He lowered the binoculars with a sneer. I personally escorted them. I wouldn't be mistaken. Lu Tong stared in shock. How can they be so audacious? Barely clothed, traversing through various camps. Wait a moment. Lu Tong looked at Li Gang. Captain, didn't you say that the 15 going to the Lone Eagle are all notorious troublemakers from our brigade? How did the new captain of the Lone Eagle manage to persuade them to run like this? How would I know? Li Gang scoffed, however. This Ian seems to possess some skill, managing to get these troublemakers to comply so swiftly. In the old unit, no one would submit to anyone else. Lu Tong chuckled. He does have some talent, albeit it's rather unconventional. What a chaotic situation this is. The next round of combat could begin at any time, and instead of focusing on training, Yin is engaged in this. Lu Tong shook his head. Such a promising lone eagle, reduced to this. We will have no rivals left. Li Gang smirked dismissively. It is indeed chaotic. I wonder what Luo Tian was thinking when he chose such a person as captain. Captain Luo probably had no choice. The lone eagle is their everything. If outsiders come in, the lone eagle might cease to exist. With only Yin left, he can only gamble on a dead horse as if it were alive. It's a desperate measure, and he likely feels uncertain himself. Lu Tong chuckled wickedly. Enough. Li Gang shot him a glare. Stop with the sarcasm and focus on your training. Yes. Lu Tong quickly saluted and hurried back to the team. Li Gang then gazed towards the direction of a lone eagle, shaking his head and sighing. Such a formidable opponent. And now they are finished. Shortly thereafter, at the Falcon Brigade headquarters, Gu Yaozu rushed in hastily. What on earth is that fool Yi and trying to accomplish? Chenhai and Deputy Brigade Leader Zhai Gang, who were discussing the training plan, were startled by Gu Yaozu's outburst. Oh Gu, why are you so furious? Zhai Gang laughed. What has he done to you? Has he done anything to me? Gu Yaozu shouted in exasperation. He has completely tarnished the Lone Eagle's reputation among other brigades. What's going on? Chenhai asked, bewildered. Gu Yaozu immediately recounted the situation with the team's reckless conduct. The personnel from Division A and Division B just inquired about it. Gu Yaozu fumed. Are we shamelessly conducting training in the Falcon Brigade, running around without even wearing clothes? That scoundrel Yi and is ruining the Lone Eagle's reputation. Chenhai and Zhai Gang were utterly bewildered. Are you sure there's no mistake? Zhai Gang curiously asked. How did Division A and Division B know it was the Lone Eagle? No mistake at all. Gu Yaozu exclaimed in anger. The A and B divisions clearly have no idea who they are. Yet there are a total of 15 individuals, and they flee with remarkable speed. In the entire brigade, who besides the Lone Eagle could manage such chaos? The other squads would never behave so recklessly. Zhai Gang turned to Chenhai, saying, Captain, you may have truly chosen the wrong person. Gu Yaozu retorted. Yin is merely a soldier who has never held a command position. What does he know of strategy? Yes, he is a formidable character, but look at him now. He is simply floundering. Chenhai's expression darkened, but after a moment he suddenly inquired, wait, did you just say that no one recognized them? Why weren't they recognized? Because they were all covering their faces. Gu Yaozu replied. Who could possibly know who they are? A smile suddenly broke across Chenhai's face. How clever. Ha ha ha. It's fortunate they weren't recognized. If they weren't recognized, then the Lone Eagle has not lost face. Gu Yaozu's jaw almost dropped to the ground. No, Captain, that is not what I meant. I was referring to Yi, and he's messing things up. You wanted to revive the lone eagle, but what is he doing? Ah, old Gu, don't get worked up. Genhai Wava, Dietz Misin. You need to change your perspective. Those 15 fellows are well-known troublemakers. Aren't they? In their former unit, no one could fully restrain them. Yet now, in just one day, Yin has managed to make them disregard their own identities. Chun Hai chuckled merrily. This proves I didn't choose the wrong person. Yin indeed possesses capability. Ha ha! Gu Yaozu's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. What kind of absurd logic was this? Chun Hai rubbed his hands together. As for the training, it must be approached step by step. If Yin can first win over those young men, the subsequent training will surely proceed without issue. I believe in him. What do you think, old Zhai? Zhai Gang forced a smile. I trust the captain. Ah, that's the spirit. Genhai Laoet Hotitili. First, we'll temper those youngsters' arrogance, and then we'll train them. I have a keen eye for talent. Yin is indeed capable. Let them run. It's of no consequence. Chun Hai waved with a smile. Gu Yaozu's cheeks twitched with exasperation. Encountering such a protective captain was truly perplexing. Meanwhile, at the Lone Eagle camp, the cooking team was bustling with activity, the clanging sounds echoing continuously. Yin approached with hands behind his back. It smells delightful. What are you preparing? The captain has arrived. Luo Xing and the others immediately stood at attention. Yin smiled and gestured, "Don't mind me. Continue with your cooking." Luo Xing nodded to his comrades, and then approached with a smile. "You've trained hard, so we made some meat buns to replenish the soldiers' energy." Yin gave a thumbs up. "Team leader Luo, you're truly considerate. Thank you for your hard work." Luo Xing chuckled. "Captain, please don't praise me. This was all ordered by the brigade commander, who insisted on ensuring your needs are met. We're only doing our part. The real effort lies with you." Yin nodded with a smile. The brigade commander is indeed thoughtful. Yes, indeed. Luo Xing had yet to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Nodding vigorously, the captain always considers matters comprehensively and has shown considerable care for the Lone Eagle. The entire team is aware of this. Yan Similet, fixing his gaze on him. "Squad leader Luo, is the captain instructing you to ensure our support work is carried out?" "Indeed," Luo Xing affirmed with a nod. "I shall not hold back," Yin chuckled. Luo Xing appeared perplexed. Yin continued, "Once dinner is prepared, you'll make a trip to the brigade's armory and bring back some supplies for me. Furthermore, the security duties of the camp will be entrusted to you." Yin spoke earnestly. "Without my permission, no other squads are allowed to approach." Luo Xing's mouth fell agape. "Captain, I'm not finished," Yin interjected. "In addition to those on guard duty, you must assist during our training sessions. The specific details will be communicated to you in due course." Yin patted Luo Xing on the shoulder. "Squad leader Luo, these responsibilities will henceforth be yours. I appreciate your hard work." Luo was taken aback, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground, while the three individuals preparing dinner were equally astonished. What on earth was happening? Why had these responsibilities been assigned to them? "But, Captain," Luo Xing lamented, "we are merely the cooks." "Now you're no longer just cooks," Yin stated solemnly. "You have been bestowed with a new mission. With the arrival of the Lone Eagle, you have become part of its ranks. Did not the captain instruct you to provide support and follow my directives entirely? So it shall be." Yin smiled faintly before turning to leave. Luo Xing watched Yin's retreating figure, feeling as though the sky had collapsed upon him. Previously, their burdens had been light, but now, they were truly in for a challenging time. Chapter 12. The Green Uniform, the Red Badge. The strongest soldier on earth, Yin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the 15 soldiers before him, his eyes twitching uncontrollably. "What on earth happened to you? Have you mutated in the mountains?" The 15 men grinned mischievously, displaying their gleaming white teeth. At that moment, they were entirely clad in green, leaving only their eyes visible, which darted about. Even in broad daylight, their appearance was quite unsettling. "Captain, let me explain," Huang Yukai said proudly. "We dashed into the mountains and thought to ourselves that we couldn't allow the other troops to mock us upon our return. Thus, we devised a clever plan." His face radiated wisdom. "We gathered materials on site, crushed leaves, and combined them with banana tree fronds and a bit of mud. Then mixed it all together to coat ourselves." With a broad grin, Huang Yukai added, "Now, no one will recognize us. We can return openly without covering our faces." Ailey chimed in excitedly. "We even crafted protective pouches from vines, shielding the younger ones. They think we're merely twigs swaying in the wind." Huang Yukai erupted in laughter. "Captain, we're quite ingenious, aren't we?" The others beamed with pride. Yi's lips twitched in irritation. "Ingenious, indeed. I just received several calls. Your ghastly appearance startled many locals and even frightened some of the training troops. You truly are a bunch of bright sparks. Much less so than before." "Huh?" Zhang Luan exclaimed, bewildered. "Are we that frightening?" "Of course." Yin bellowed. "Take a look at yourselves. You resemble sentient banana trees. With that appearance, not only would others fail to recognize you, but even your parents would struggle to identify you. Even the guardians of the underworld would misplace your souls." The 15 men lowered their heads, feeling a twinge of shame. They hadn't realized their appearance was so terrifying. No wonder the locals they greeted on the way back had turned and fled. "Enough. 1,000 push-ups." Yeon grozdet. The eyes of all widened in shock. "Captain," Jiang Lin implored anxiously, "we didn't do anything wrong." "You were late," Yin shot back, glaring at them. "An hour later than yesterday." Jiang Lin nearly choked on his own words, "But we were. You could have wrapped yourselves in a few banana leaves." Yin interjected loudly. "Is that so difficult? Do it." The group fell silent, wishing to argue. Yet they knew Yi and had a valid point. 1,500. Yeon sudendi roarit. The group nearly fell in unison, gasping as they began their push-ups. As Yin walked away with his hands behind his back, Yang Wei murmured in dismay. "What did I say yesterday? The captain holds grudges. He was bound to retaliate." Suddenly, a figure rushed towards Yang Wei at lightning speed. Before he could comprehend the situation, a resounding slap landed heavily on his head. "Do not speak ill of me behind my back." Ian glared at him. "My hearing is quite acute. Add 500 more." "Yes," Yang Wei lamented, tears streaming down his face. Ian crossed his arms and retreated with a smile. Observing the group exerting themselves tirelessly, Ian's lips curled into a subtle smile. These 15 individuals had, for the time being, been subdued by him. Yet, Ian could discern that their submission was merely a result of intimidation, not genuine respect. The Lone Eagle aspired to restore its combat capabilities and become the first special forces unit in the Southwest. Ian required their absolute trust. The 16 of them must unite as one, akin to a singular entity. "We shall see in due course." Ian replied with a faint smile. "Goodness," Huang Yukai exclaimed, staring at the meager bowl of watery porridge. "Squad leader Luo, after such grueling training, is this all we get?" Lu Feng's face burned with indignation. The rations for the Lone Eagle should be the best in the entire brigade. Yet this fare is far inferior to that of our former unit. Ailey shouted, "At least provide us with some steamed buns. We cannot be deceived with mere porridge." Squad leader Luo, CFA, interjected, "Are you embezzling our food allowance?" Luo Xing, already fuming, nearly exploded at this accusation. "Shut your mouths." He bellowed. "I, Luo Xing, have served as a cook for 6 years without ever pocketing a single grain of rice. If you dare to wrongfully accuse me, I will fight you to the bitter end." The group, intimidated by his fierce demeanor, shrank back. Squadron leader, please don't be angry," Zhao Sheng chuckled nervously. "We merely wanted to inquire why we only received a bowl of porridge in the morning. It is hardly sufficient." Yes. Others nodded in agreement. "We are just asking." Luo Xing was their provider, and while they could grumble, none dared to genuinely offend him. After all, if he truly became enraged, who knew what he might do to their meals? "Don't ask me how I know," Luo Xing retorted, his frustration boiling. It was the captain's orders. "I am merely executing commands. I have my own issues to handle, and here you all are, squabbling with me. I'm just a cook. Why must there be so much fuss? Look at you all, each of you like a bunch of bananas." Luo Xing shouted, "Having food to eat is already a blessing, yet you still pick and choose." As Luo Xing stormed away, the group was left bewildered. "What is wrong with old Luo?" Jiang Lin inquired curiously. "We only asked a simple question. Why the outburst?" "Indeed." Lu Feng scratched his head. "I have known him for a while. He is usually quite easygoing. What has happened to him?" Suddenly, a piercing whistle echoed through the air. Instinctively, everyone sprang to their feet. "Oh my goodness! Huang Yukai grimaced. It's not like we were being rushed to our demise. Without a second thought, everyone grabbed their bowls and began to hastily consume their meager meals. Even the smallest morsel was sustenance. They could not afford to train on empty stomachs. Moments later, the group lined up before Yian, ready for the next phase. Yian furrowed his brow, expressing his discontent. Why is it still in this dreadful state? Were you not instructed to wash it? Report, Captain. Young Wei below it. It cannot be washed away. It clings to us. What? Yian's brow knitted tighter. Cannot be washed away? Report, Captain. Huang Yukai shouted. We have no idea what sort of wretched mud we used. It has already seeped into our skin, and no amount of scrubbing will remove it. Yian shook his head in disbelief, contemplating the incompetence of his comrades. He cleared his throat and cast a cold gaze over everyone. From yesterday until now, you should be acutely aware of your capabilities. Suddenly, he inquired, you all desperately wish to join the Lone Eagle, do you not? Indeed, the crowd roared in unison. Yian nodded at Chongquan. Why do you wish to join the Lone Eagle? Chongquan declared loudly. Because the Lone Eagle is the most formidable team among the Falcons. I aspire to be the strongest soldier. Yian acknowledged him with a nod and turned to Ailey. And you? Ailey stood tall. My father always told me to be a man like the noble eagle. The finest eagles are solitary. The best men must join the Lone Eagle. Yian laughed heartily, then solemnly nodded. You all come here for honor, to become stronger soldiers. Dressed in green military uniforms, adorned with red insignias, half squatting in a combat stance with weapons slung, they embodied the essence of the strongest individual soldiers on earth. Yian surveyed them all. This is the truest portrayal of us, the Lone Eagle. Each of us is the mightiest soldier on this planet. Everyone stood tall with pride, their hearts racing with fervor. In the realm of literature, there is no first without second in martial prowess, and soldiers vie for the top position. To be the strongest soldier on earth is the greatest affirmation one can receive. This is also the purpose of their journey to the Lone Eagle. However, I must share with you the latter part of this message. Yian fixed his gaze upon them. With wooden-handled grenades and the 56 rifle, we are the strongest force in battle, defending our borders, securing our southern territories. Let not the ambitions of the wolves be allowed to run rampant. In an instant, the blood of everyone seemed to freeze, their eyes locked onto Yian. Why must we strive to be the best soldiers? Yian challenged the assembly. Why must we, the Lone Eagle, aim for first place? I tell you, it is not merely for honor. We fight to better protect our homeland, to safeguard this beautiful land behind us, ensuring our people can live in peace and prosperity, far from the specter of war. Yet on shautud passionate. Only by becoming the best soldiers can we keep the enemy at bay, preventing the flames of war from encroaching upon our homes. Only by becoming the best soldiers can we survive the harshest battles and ultimately return to the families we long for day and night. Only by becoming the best soldiers can we protect our dearest comrades. For every brother who goes out, there must be an equal number who return. Not a single one should be lost. Do you understand? Yes. Everyone responded in unison. Yian's gaze bore into them before your arrival. My former comrades either fell or were gravely injured. They will never come back. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet I know they would never regret it. For they safeguarded more comrades, protected our motherland, and shielded our people. They have done justice to their military uniforms, preserving the dignity of our Lone Eagle. They shall forever remain our pride. Yian pointed to the crowd. Now, you have arrived. The protection of the Lone Eagle shall henceforth rest upon our shoulders. Why can it soar so high? It is because countless predecessors have lifted it with their hands, one after another. The Lone Eagle has flown for so many years. It must not falter in our hands. He gazed deeply at the crowd. I do not wish to merely see the shadows of my former comrades in you. I hope each of you can become remarkable in your own right, the kind of person others will speak of with admiration. Can you achieve this? Yian shouted. Yes, came the heartfelt roar of all. His words instantly bridged the gap between them, transforming their perception of him dramatically. Previously, they had harbored some belief that Yian was intentionally making things difficult for them. Yet at this moment, they suddenly realized that Yian genuinely cared for them and for the Lone Eagle. Good. Yian waved his hand. Return, don your uniforms, and prepare for today's training. Yes. The crowd was filled with excitement, their faces beaming with joy. It turned out Yian was quite endearing, not as unapproachable as they had thought. "Oh, and also bring out your gear," Yian added. "As for the rest, squad leader Luo will take care of it. You need not worry." The crowd was momentarily taken aback. "Captain," Huang Yukai asked curiously, "where will we sleep tonight?" Yian replied curtly, "Since your tents were blown away, of course. You will be sleeping outside. Then, will you sleep outside with us?" Huang Yukai inquired. "Of course not," Yian shot back, glaring at him. "I will sleep in a tent. It's much more comfortable on a bed. Only someone with a few screws loose would sleep outside." With that, he swaggered away with his hands behind his back. The flicker of goodwill they had felt for Yian vanished in an instant. Listen, Huang Yukai fumed, hopping in frustration. Does he even speak like a human? Just as the words left his mouth, Yian, who had already walked over 30 meters away, suddenly turned back to look at him. "Oh no." Huang Yukai hurriedly covered his mouth. Chapter 13. It looks simple, I feel capable. The sharp whistle pierced through the camp, followed closely by a flurry of footsteps. Within a minute, everyone had formed a line. Yian approached while fastening his tactical belt, commanding, "All personnel, right? Turn, snap, march." Confusion clouded the faces of the assembled, as none understood the nature of Yian's training. Yet, out of respect, they refrained from questioning him and obediently advanced as ordered. However, after only a few paces, they abruptly halted. To their astonishment, Luo Xing, accompanied by 3 subordinates, stood in formation, carrying pots, pans, and even firewood. "Keep up." Yian waved his hand, and the reluctant quartet reluctantly joined the ranks. Old Luo Linhua, trailing at the rear, inquired curiously in a hushed tone, "What is going on here? Are you leaving us?" "Shut up," Luo Xing snapped, irritation evident in his voice. "Keep talking, and I'll spice up your meal." Linhua promptly fell silent. "Ya 2-1, Ya 2-1. Yian beamed with delight, his smile nearly overflowing. Yet, to the others, an unsettling chill crept down their spines. Despite having spent only a day with Yian, they had already sensed his eccentricity. His exuberance spelled trouble. In stark contrast, the expressions of Luo Xing and his trio were even graver. They were mere cooks, now thrust into the role of logistical support, who could understand the deep-seated grievances they harbored. Soon, the group arrived at the shooting range. The sight triggered an instinctive response. This place marked the beginning of their nightmares. "Attention!" Yi's booming voice commanded, and everyone halted in unison. What else with the forlorn expressions? Yian glared at them. "Cheer up and stay alert." The group felt on the verge of tears. How could they possibly be cheerful? "Report," Jiang Lin lamented, his face a mask of despair. "Are you going to beat us again? Who said anything about beating you?" Yian retorted, exasperated. Yesterday was merely a demonstration of the lone eagle's prowess. Today is official training. You will be shooting targets to enhance your skills. At this revelation, a collective sigh of relief swept through the ranks. No matter the task, as long as it did not involve punishment, they were content. "Old Luo," Yian called, turning his gaze to Luo Xing present. Luo Xing's voice quivered slightly. Yian pointed to the entrance of the shooting range. "Send someone to guard the entrance. No one is allowed to approach. You 3 prepare to cook. Heat up the meat buns quickly, then come assist." "Understood." Luo Xing's mouth twisted in a grimace, his face a portrait of grievance. Yian then turned to the assembled group, a slow smile spreading across his face. "You all are well aware of the captain's expectations." Yian retracted his smile, stating, "What you may not realize is that the upcoming evaluation pertains not only to whether the lone eagle can rise, but also concerns the coveted slots in the special forces." The mention of special forces left everyone astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. They were utterly unfamiliar with the concept. Save for one undeniable truth, the special forces were synonymous with exceptional prowess, far superior to reconnaissance units. Indeed, Yian continued, his tone icy. "Now that you are members of the Lone Eagle, I shall not conceal the truth from you. The entire military is vigorously forming special forces, and our unit holds a crucial slot. This opportunity has been granted to us, the Lone Eagle. However," Yian sighed, "though the prospects may seem dim, the commander still offers us a chance. If we perform admirably, The ticket to the special forces could still be ours. He gazed intently at the crowd. Since you aspire to be the finest soldiers in the Lone Eagle, I trust you all wish to become even better special forces operatives? Absolutely, they shouted in exhilaration, entirely unprepared for such an unexpected boon. Ian nodded. A new round of combat may arrive at any moment, perhaps in a month or even tomorrow. Thus, our time is limited. He fixed his gaze upon the assembly. In such a short span, it is impossible to enhance your overall capabilities. To maintain the original standard of the Lone Eagle in the next battle, we must focus on targeted training. He surveyed everyone currently. Many believe the Lone Eagle has faltered and are eager to witness our downfall. Therefore, I demand you exert 120% effort. Is that clear? Yes. They roared in unison. Huang Yukai, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, Captain, as long as we can become special forces, feel free to push us to our limits. Indeed, Captain. Just give the order. The others echoed fervently. The allure of becoming special forces was irresistible to them. Very well. Ian chuckled mischievously. Then I shall not hold back. Disperse. Instantly, they spread out to either side. Ian advanced, halting at a target position 200 meters away. He placed an empty canister on the ground and stood upon it in a pose reminiscent of a golden rooster. The onlookers were baffled, unsure of his intentions. Do you see the target? Ian pointed towards the lone, upright target in the distance. The crowd nodded vigorously, akin to chicks pecking at grain. Ian simulated, then retrieved the cloth from his bag and blindfolded himself. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Yet, before they could comprehend the situation, Ian swiftly drew the firearm slung across his back to the front. Without aiming, indeed, he could not see, he pulled the trigger. Tot. Flames erupted from the muzzle, and bullets howled forth from the chamber. The weapon, which should have recoiled violently, remained firmly under Ian's control. He stood unwavering, maintaining his golden rooster stance as he continued to fire relentlessly. Wow! The crowd was left in utter shock. Was he truly firing like this? Standing firmly atop a palm-sized can, one might ponder how an individual could remain so unyielding, akin to a mountain. Even though they had previously witnessed Ian's marksmanship, the sight from such close proximity left them utterly astonished. For even when firing from solid ground, they had to contemplate how to stabilize their bodies to mitigate the recoil's formidable force, which could lead to shooting inaccuracies. Yet, Ian disregarded the recoil entirely, unleashing a barrage of bullets with precision from start to finish. A series of clicks resonated from the firearm as it fell silent. Ian removed the cloth covering, cheerfully exclaiming, Caterpillar, observe the target. Yes. Kai Chong, albeit reluctantly, dashed towards the target, muttering, Damn it, I'm no caterpillar. Moments later, he returned, holding the target triumphantly. All hits. Gazing upon the target adorned with a multitude of bullet holes clustered around the bullseye, the group collectively swallowed hard. Captain, you are astonishing, Huang Yukai praised, raising his thumb in admiration. Lu Feng nodded vigorously, blindfolded, yet you managed to complete the entire round, hitting the bullseye every time. Captain, your prowess is simply terrifying. Do not speak so lightly. Do you look down upon Captain? Zhang Luan shot him a glare before grinning and sidling up to Ian, who in the entire army can match the captain's marksmanship. He is without doubt the best in the entire force. The others rolled their eyes collectively, inwardly cursing the sycophant for his timely flattery. Ian smiled and remarked, Just now, I was merely demonstrating for you all. This is our training objective for today. Sustained shooting stability. Do not underestimate it. He continued, in the battlefield, stable and precise, continuous fire not only sweeps away foes, but also preserves life. Captain, how can we underestimate it? Huang Yukai chuckled. You are a treasure trove of skills. Excellent. Ian replied, Let us commence immediately. He pointed ahead. I was at 200 meters earlier, but since your fundamentals require improvement, you shall begin at 100 meters and gradually advance. I stood on one can, while you will stand on two cans. We shall take it step by step. Of course, there is no need for blindfolds. Ian fixed his gaze upon them. Just shoot normally, all right? Exchanging glances, they responded enthusiastically in unison. Absolutely, that sounds splendid. How could not work? Captain, You are incredibly considerate of us. CFA raised his thumb. This is tailored instruction, scientific training, right? Since I joined the Lone Eagles, I've known you are the finest captain. You are a natural leader. Indeed, I concur. Zhao Sheng nodded eagerly the moment I laid eyes on the captain. I felt I had finally found someone who could help me grow stronger. The group chimed in with their praises, while AI Lee found himself unable to contribute, growing anxious and ultimately embracing Yin. Captain, you are my majestic eagle. With a sigh of exasperation, Yin pushed him aside, sternly stating, enough chatter. Let's focus on mastering this 100 meters first. Huang Yukai chuckled cheerfully, saying, Captain, I am certain I cannot employ that tactic you just demonstrated. However, when it comes to this 100 meters, I believe I can manage quite well. Is that so? That's splendid. I shall eagerly anticipate your performance, Yin replied, a broad smile illuminating her face. Chapter 14 Captain, is this what you call personnel management? At the Fire Eagle Assault Team's camp, Li Gang coldly observed the team struggling to crawl under barbed wire, his brows gradually knitting together in frustration. Deputy Captain, Li Gang suddenly bellowed. Yes, Lu Tong responded loudly, quickly approaching, covered in mud. Captain, what instructions do you have? What is going on? What are they all doing? Li Gang pointed irritably at the team. They're all tangled up like crabs. What kind of tactic is this? And regarding the previous armed cross-country exercise, he continued in a frosty tone. The pace today is astonishingly slow. They return with such nonchalance. Do they not realize that the next battle could arrive at any moment? Do they no longer care for their positions in the special forces? Captain Lu Tong said somberly. Everyone hasn't forgotten. Today's situation cannot be entirely blamed on them. Blame who then? Li Gang glared at him. Am I to be blamed? Of course not you. Lu Tong exclaimed indignantly. It's all due to one deranged individual. What? Li Gang stared at him in bewilderment. Deranged individual? At the shooting range, everyone stood on empty cans as per Yi's instructions. However, the training method was entirely different from what they had anticipated. Initially, they believed they would line up, standing on the cans, and shoot at targets 100 meters away. In reality, it was a completely different scenario. Captain, Jiang Lin said with a mournful expression, didn't you say? We wouldn't be shooting at each other? Why are you going back on your word? Yin looked surprised. What did I say I wouldn't? Didn't I instruct you to shoot at the targets? And besides, I'm not even participating. Zhang Luan cried out in despair. You may not be participating, but with this setup, aren't we essentially shooting at ourselves? It would be better if you shot at us. The worst off is me. Huang Yukai lamented. You're all shooting at each other. While I'm caught in the crossfire, anyone can hit me. Captain, we are all your soldiers. Why must you treat me this way? Do you want me to perish? Yin divided them into 4 teams, with each pair of teams standing face to face, while the targets were positioned behind them. This meant they had to shoot at the targets behind them while facing the other team. Look at how frightened you all are, Yin chuckled. Your positions are staggered. There's over 20 meters between the two groups. Bullets will fly just inches past your heads. Yin winked at the crowd. Of course, you must maintain a steady aim. If there's even a slight deviation, you might end up shooting your comrade in the head. Especially him. Yin pointed at Huang Yukai. You all need to be particularly cautious, as 4 guns are aimed at him. Huang Yukai nearly burst into tears from fear. Captain, this is life-threatening. Jiang Lin said cautiously. Can we not practice in a more scientific manner? I am employing a scientific approach, Yin stated earnestly. By the way, it is not over yet. Come on, first row squat down. Huh? The soldiers in the front row widened their eyes in disbelief. Squat down? Lu Feng chuckled awkwardly. Captain, please do not joke around. Standing on the cans already makes it unstable. Squatting would only exacerbate the instability. And the muzzle could easily aim at the comrades across from us were we training for. Yin fixed his gaze upon them. Before they could respond, he chuckled and answered himself. Isn't it to train for stability? If you cannot stand firm, how can we train for stability while shooting? Yin waved his hand with a smile. Hurry, squat down. After completing a full magazine of ammunition, the first and second rows will alternate squatting. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out. What on earth? We must finish an entire magazine? For the 56 rifle, an entire magazine consists of 300 rounds. equivalent to 10 clips. In their previous training, they had only fired a little over 100 rounds at most. Compared to ordinary troops, this was already substantial. Yet Ian was asking them to fire 300 rounds in one go. And from his tone, this was merely the beginning? Under such circumstances, how could they possibly endure for so long would their lives not be at stake? Why is no one executing my orders? Ian suddenly raised his gun from behind. The soldiers in the first row were so startled that they immediately squatted down. Ian nodded in satisfaction. Good. I will add some weight to your guns. What? Everyone looked at Ian with despair. Captain, it is already perilous. Please do not hang bricks from the muzzle. Nobody's. Ian replied with a smile. Nor will I hang water bottles, I will add your own weight. Huh? Everyone looked bewildered. In the military, to enhance the accuracy of soldiers shooting, they typically conduct a stabilizing training, where soldiers hold their rifles in the shooting position while weights are hung from the muzzle. The immense weight pulls the muzzle down, and the soldiers must stabilize the rifle while continuously aiming at the target. However, using one's own weight for stabilization, the group simply could not comprehend. After a brief moment, Ian stepped back with a grin, admiring his masterpiece with satisfaction. Perfect. Ian cheerfully inquired. How does it feel, everyone? Isn't using your own weight much better than hanging heavy objects? The expressions on everyone's faces were, as if they were on the brink of death, the looks they cast at Yi and were filled with a desire to execute him on the spot. They could never have anticipated that Yi and S notion of using their own weight actually meant employing elastic bands. One end was attached to the muzzle, while the other passed between their legs. They could only stand upright with great effort to keep the muzzle aimed at the target. Moreover, they had to manage the tension carefully. Otherwise, a careless mistake could cause the muzzle to dip under their own pull, or the elastic band could slip off the muzzle and whip towards their groin. The tension of the elastic band was considerable and somewhat slippery, requiring all their strength to control it. Captain, Zhonglin glared at Yi and with a murderous gaze, demanding to know from where he had procured such ludicrous items. I acquired them from Fire Eagle, Ian replied with a cheerful laugh. Fire Eagle? The crowd exclaimed in astonishment. Ian continued, last night, I stealthily infiltrated the Fire Eagle camp and casually took all their undergarments. What? The onlookers widened their eyes in shock, their minds nearly combusting with disbelief. Captain, how could you have such a peculiar penchant? Huang Yukai asked, gripping his legs in terror. What nonsense are you imagining? Yan Simidit. I merely sought the elastic bands from their underwear. Where else could I find such items now? I must say, I am indeed brilliant for conceiving such a clever idea. Using these bands can enhance the muzzle's resistance, improve your overall coordination, and ultimately prevent any burdens from hindering the shooting of those in front. I am truly a genius. Ian laughed heartily. By the way, you must extend your gratitude to Fire Eagle. They must be having a dreadful time training without their undergarments today. You should cherish this. Everyone nearly choked in disbelief. Was this the kind of malevolence that a human mind could concoct? Sneaking into someone's camp at night to steal their underwear merely for the elastic bands, and then using those bands against one's own comrades. It was utterly disgraceful. The crowd gazed at Ian's smug demeanor, yearning to deliver a well-deserved beating. Do you truly consider this behavior acceptable? Just then, in a moment of carelessness, AI Lee let the elastic band slip from the muzzle, striking him directly in the crotch. The pain caused him to leap up, only to collide painfully with Yang Wei's muzzle. Subsequently, Yang Wei's elastic band also slipped. Both men clutched their groins and emitted a collective, agonized wail. The entire assembly was momentarily paralyzed in fear, their muscles tensed. Without witnessing AI Lee and Yang Wei's expressions of distress, the mere sound of the elastic band's whistle had already conveyed the excruciating pain they must be enduring. Do you see that? Ian pointed at AI Lee and Yang Wei. This is the consequence of failing to control one's body. From now on, you must manage every inch of your muscles diligently. Ian declared, the firearm may be discharged slowly, but if you lack control, you risk being struck by the elastic band or shot by your own comrades. Therefore, caution is paramount. The crowd looked at Ian with a mix of indignation and despair. Do you truly believe that is reasonable? Do not blame me for being strict. Ian stated earnestly, A stern commander yields disciplined soldiers. My strictness will foster your rapid improvement. After all, you all consented to allow me to train you without reservations. The group nearly wept. While they had agreed to be trained freely, they certainly hadn't anticipated such rigorous methods. All right, for our final task. Ian gestured emphatically to the sides. Luo Xing and Kai Chong hurriedly ran towards the target area, carrying 2 baskets. Captain, we are already in dire straits. CFA lamented, his face drawn in despair. What more do you desire? Ian waved his hand with a smile, reassuring them. Rest assured, I am not here to complicate matters for you. He chuckled and added, Did you not have a hearty breakfast this morning? I had the kitchen staff prepare your meals and place them in your bowls atop the targets. What? Everyone gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Ian continued, There are sumptuous meat buns and generous chicken legs. Once you complete the 2 basic tasks, you may indulge in your feast. Just be careful not to send your bowls flying. Ah! Everyone glared at Ian with a seething intensity, wishing they could dismantle him piece by piece. Chapter 15. I wonder if I can endure this. Li Gang stormed out of the tent, his face flushed with anger, and Lu Tong immediately approached him. Captain, your undergarments. Have they also been stolen? Li Gang's face turned crimson. Not a single pair remains. They are all gone. What? Lu Tong exclaimed in shock, his eyes widening. All of them are gone? Fuming, Li Gang clenched his fists. If he hadn't changed his undergarments last night and had washed them like everyone else, he too would be left in the lurch today. What kind of despicable person would do this? Lu Tong fumed. To steal every single pair of our team's undergarments? What kind of madness is this? We must find this scoundrel. Lu Tong continued angrily. If he steals our undergarments today, who knows what he will take tomorrow? Captain, we should report this to the brigade. Report what? Li Gang shot back, glaring at him. How do we explain this to the brigade? That someone stealthily infiltrated our camp and made off with our undergarments? If we can't even protect our own undergarments, it will only bring us greater shame. Lu Tong scratched his head, realizing the gravity of the situation. Their reconnaissance unit was not like ordinary troops in a typical army. Such incidents would be met with widespread efforts to catch the thief. However, they were an elite reconnaissance unit directly under the military district, the cream of the crop. If word got out that they couldn't safeguard their undergarments, the reputation of the Fire Eagles would be irreparably tarnished. Then, Lu Tong looked at Li Gang with suspicion. Are we just going to let our undergarments be stolen? Li Gang seethed with frustration. What else can we do? We can go searching all over for our undergarments. Other units would think we are perverts. Increase the vigilance. Li Gang commanded, his voice taut with anger. From tonight onward, everyone must keep one eye open while they sleep. We must safeguard all personal belongings. We cannot allow this to happen again. Understood. Lu Tong nodded helplessly. I will go to logistics later and get a new supply of undergarments. He suddenly turned to Li Gang. Captain, to be fair, this thief is quite skilled. To stealthily enter your tent and steal undergarments right under your nose. What if he did something else to you? Shut up, Li Gang bellowed. The thought of a perverse thief lurking in the night sent chills down his spine. If I catch this scoundrel, I will make him pay dearly. The sporadic sounds of gunfire echoed throughout the shooting range. Ian paced back and forth beside 2 groups of people, hands clasped behind his back. Bang! Ah! Jiang Lin, in a moment of carelessness, was struck in the face by a rubber band, contorting his features in pain. Ah! Xie Fugui, squatting below him, was scalded on the head by Jiang Lin's overheated gun barrel, causing him to collapse to the ground in agony. With a sharp crack, the rubber band flew from his gun's muzzle, striking the center of his target. Xie Fugui found himself in disarray, his features contorted in an instant. Maintain your shooting stance, adjust your muscle state, and do not allow your body to distort. Otherwise, this is what you shall face. Yeambeluit. Just as he finished speaking, Ailey suddenly let out a cry of despair. Ian turned to see Ailey seemingly unharmed, yet his food container, which had been placed on the target, had been sent flying. The meat bun and chicken leg were nowhere to be found. My meat bun, Ailey lamented, his heart shattering. My chicken leg, my food container. Ian approached him, a smile adorning his face as he patted Ailey's head. Fear not, we shall dig it out later, and with a little blow, it will still be edible. Ailey nearly spat blood in Ian's face. Do you even hear what you are saying? At that moment, CFA had finished firing his last bullet, the gun echoing with a hollow click. Soon after, the others also completed their rounds. All in formation, Yeon shouted, prompting everyone to clumsily leap down from their positions and line up before him. They were all utterly exhausted. Under normal circumstances, they would hardly feel fatigued. Yet, Yeon's series of commands had left their muscles aching, particularly their backs and arms, which felt nearly numb. 40 minutes. Yeon raised his wrist and shook his head. It took you 40 minutes to fire 300 rounds? You lot still wish to revive the Lone Eagle and secure a spot in the Special Forces? Captain, Zhang Luan said, his voice tinged with grievance. You said we could take our time. Do you truly believe anything I say? Yeon glared at him. How can you be so childish? The others were left in disbelief, their expressions reflecting a mix of frustration and amusement. So, should we trust the captain's words or not? Captain, the targets have arrived. Luo Xing and Kai Chong hurried over, breathless, as they placed the targets on the ground. Yeon nodded. Luo, have the bullets been delivered? Wiping the sweat from his brow, Luo Xing replied. While you were shooting, I had Jiayu and Fu Jile transport them. Excellent. Yeon clapped him on the back. Quickly, gather your team to load the magazines with bullets and continue transporting the ammunition. And remember to prepare the meals. Off you go. Luo Xing wore an expression of reluctance. Yet Yeon turned away without granting him a moment to respond, already heading to retrieve the targets. With a resigned sigh, Luo Xing beckoned Kai Chong to assist him in loading the bullets. Look Yeon threw the targets onto the ground, casting a cold gaze over the group. 300 bullets fired, and not even 100 hit the 10 ring. You cannot even achieve a 1/3 hit rate? Yeon roared. This is merely 100 meters. Did you not claim you could hit the bullseye with every shot? Captain, Sun Daji protested with indignation. It was Huang Yukai who said that. It has nothing to do with us. Indeed, the others nodded in agreement. Captain, it was Huang Yukai who said it. We never claimed anything. Huang Yukai, brimming with energy, nearly leaped up, exclaiming, such disloyalty, utterly disloyal. Yet, at that moment, Yeon's piercing gaze fixed upon him. With a grimace, Huang Yukai stammered, Captain, you never mentioned it was to be done this way. Had I known, even 100 dogs' courage would not have tempted me to boast. Yeon, with a smile that belied his intent, approached him. Once we reach the battlefield, I shall ensure you find a comfortable shooting angle and arrange for your enemies to line up for your convenience. I might even provide you with a medic. How does that sound? As he observed Yeon's cheerful demeanor, Huang Yukai felt tears welling up. No. You know, Yeon's smile vanished as he glared at him, commanding, in a moment, you will adopt a horse stance for shooting, with your legs parallel to the ground. Yes. Huang Yukai nodded in agony. Yeon stepped back 3 paces, his gaze sweeping over the group. What are you all waiting for? The crowd stared at him in bewilderment. 1,000 push-ups, followed by 1,000 sit-ups. Yeon beluit. Get down. In an instant, the group dropped to the ground without hesitation. As he walked, Yeon spoke coldly. We, the Lone Eagles, have never achieved such poor results. Such a performance indicates that your physical condition is lacking, failing to meet the standards. Therefore, Yeon proclaimed loudly from this moment on, anyone who fails to meet the mark shall focus on physical training. A slight smile crossed his face, perfectly timed, as shooting and physical conditioning go hand in hand. Hurry, the last 3 to finish will have to sprint 3 laps at the shooting range. In an instant, everyone exerted every ounce of strength they had. Breathlessly, they rose and fell, the sounds of their exertion filling the air. I knew it wouldn't be merely about shooting, Jiang Lin lamented. Zhang Lin, in utter despair, muttered, accept your fate. The captain's rules are absolute. Hurry, you need to speed up. Even the old man from the neighboring village urinates faster than you. He urged, maintain your posture, develop muscle memory. Hold still, don't move. Focus on the target. Are your eyes in your nostrils? Oh, my groin. It's burning. Oh, it hurts. As the day waned, the air above the shooting range reverberated with the relentless sound of gunfire and shouts. Only when night fell did they, exhausted, return to camp. They had lost count of the bullets fired, push-ups completed, or laps run. Their muscles ached painfully, and they even began to reminisce about the previous day's more pleasant training. Compared to today, yesterday's efforts felt like paradise. You all worked hard today, Yin said with a smile as he observed them. You performed admirably. There has been progress. Rest well tonight, for we shall continue tomorrow. Dismissed. Alas, the crowd appeared utterly drained of all their strength, collapsing in unison onto the ground. Yin offered a faint smile and stretched languidly, exclaiming, "Ah, what a tiring day it has been. I feel positively filthy. I must take a shower and then indulge in a delightful slumber." Observing his departing figure, the faces of everyone present twitched in disbelief. Once Yin had vanished from sight, Yang Wei, filled with indignation, remarked, "Listen to this. Showering and sleeping in bed. Does that even constitute sensible conversation? You ought to restrain your words." Zhang Luan sprawled on the ground, sighing in comfort. "If the captain hears you, he'll surely make you do 2,000 push-ups. I have no thoughts for anything else. My stomach is growling for food," Ai Li lamented, clutching his belly. "My meat bun and chicken leg were snatched away by a dog, leaving not even a bone for me. I long to catch that mutt and roast it." "Same here," Huang Yukai replied, his face contorted with anger. "I have no idea where that dog came from, unafraid of bullets, stealing my meat bun and chicken leg." "Let us hasten to eat," Jiang Lin suggested. "We must fill our stomachs and retire early. Otherwise, who will withstand the morrow?" The group exchanged glances before erupting in unison. Squad leader Luo, "It's time for dinner. We are hungry." In the cooking team, Luo Xing and his 3 companions were equally exhausted. Before they could catch a moment's respite, the relentless call for duty echoed towards them. Another round of shouting. Kai Chong lamented, "Even the livestock of a landlord wouldn't be subjected to such fatigue." Fu Zhilei gazed pitifully at Luo Xing, squad leader. "I truly cannot move any longer. Today, Jia Yu and I have transported an uncountable number of ammunition rounds. They didn't even provide us with a vehicle. We had to rely solely on our 2 hands to push the wheelbarrow back and forth. I am utterly spent." Jia Yu, tears streaming down his face, pleaded, "Squad leader, I am merely a cook. I understand only how to prepare meals. If you could speak to higher-ups about replacing me. I genuinely cannot endure this any longer." Luo Xing's eyes twitched as he fixed a deep gaze upon them both. "The task assigned to us by our superiors reflects their absolute trust in our abilities. We must grit our teeth and fulfill it. Difficulties must be overcome independently." "But squad leader," Fu Zhilei protested, his face a mask of despair. "The higher-ups instructed us to cook, not to endure such burdens. What are we now? Reconnaissance cooks? I feel as though Captain Yi intends to train us as lone eagles." "Enough," Luo Xing inhaled deeply, his tone cold. "Tomorrow, Kai Chong and I will transport the ammunition." "What?" Kai Chong exclaimed, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. "You're noble and grand. Why would you include me?" Luo Xing clenched his fists tightly. "I am uncertain if I can hold up." Chapter 16. Must we perish here? I can no longer endure this. The following evening, at the Falcon Brigade command post, Luo Xing looked to Chun Hai for assistance, his eyes filled with desperation. "Captain, all I desire is to be a proper cook, preparing delicious meals for the soldiers. I truly cannot manage the role of a reconnaissance cook." Chun Hai, taken aback, gazed at the tear-streaked face of Luo Xing, momentarily at a loss for words. "Come now, Luo," Gu Yaozu offered a handkerchief. "A grown man should not weep so." "Indeed." Chun Hai nodded vigorously. "Our Falcon soldiers bleed, but do not shed tears." "Stop crying. You resemble a woman." Luo Xing attempted to reach for the handkerchief, but his arm faltered midway. "Captain, Chief of Staff, do you see this?" He lamented. "I am so exhausted I can barely lift my arm. My legs feel as though they have been filled with lead." With tear-filled eyes, he continued. "When we arrived, I almost had a crawl. I truly cannot move anymore. You have no idea how far I have run during the day. The 4 of us not only have to cook, but also deliver meals. Moreover, we are responsible for all the miscellaneous tasks of the Lone Eagle. The crux of the matter is that Captain Yi has assigned us an overwhelming number of duties, exceeding the normal training of other teams." Gu Yaozu, incensed, remarked, "Captain Yi is truly something else. He sends Luo Xing and the others to cook, yet he expects them to train like soldiers." Luo Xing turned to Chun Hai. "Captain, the organization trusts us, which is why we were assigned to the Lone Eagle. In principle, We should overcome any difficulties ourselves. Yet, the challenges we face now are insurmountable. With a pained expression, he added, "We are merely cooks. We have never trained like this before." Gu Yaozu also directed his gaze at Chen Hai. "Captain, you must intervene in this matter." After a moment of contemplation, Chen Hai stroked his chin and finally spoke. "Luo Xing, have you discussed these issues with Yan?" No." Luo Xing shook his head. "Why not approach him?" Chen Hai probed. "Instead, you come to me?" Luo Xing's lips trembled. I am afraid." "Afraid?" Gu Yaozu glared at him. "You should present your reasonable demands to him. What is there to fear? Will he strike you?" "That would not happen," Luo Xing countered, shaking his head. "Huang Yukai and the other 15 elite soldiers have all been thoroughly subdued by Captain Yi. Even when exhausted, they do not dare to argue. How could I possibly confront him?" Chen Hai's eyes suddenly lit up and a smile graced his face. "Ah, Luo Xing, since I have assigned you to the Lone Eagle, you are now under Yi and S command. Yi is your direct superior. Therefore, for any issues, you should consult him first. You cannot bypass the chain of command, as that would violate protocol." Luo Xing's eyes widened in shock. "Captain, do you mean—" "Return now." Chen Hai gestured dismissively, his tone serious. "Engage in a proper dialogue with Yan. I am confident that Yi Un is a reasonable person." Luo Xing nearly fell to his knees. "Captain, you do not comprehend my words." "I cannot." Bang! Chen Hai slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming with indignation. "What is there to fear when it comes to your direct superior? If you are too timid to speak with him, must you resort to reporting to a higher authority?" I. Luo Xing stammered, struggling to find his words. Chen Hai pointed at him. "Luo Xing, it is my trust in you that led me to assign you to the Lone Eagle unit. And now what is this? Because you are fatigued, you wish to become a deserter?" Luo Xing, feeling wronged, nearly leaped up. "Captain, I never said I wanted to desert." "Then, that is settled." Chen Hai replied suddenly in a more amiable tone. "It is unreasonable to expect me to discipline Yi in or reassign you simply because you are tired. I suggest you return for now." Chen Hai continued. "When you're truly exhausted and at the brink of illness, I will speak with Yi and on your behalf." Luo Xing felt as though his jaw might drop to the floor. Was this truly a reasonable request? "I come to you to resolve a problem, and you suggest I fall ill first? Go back," Chen Hai said curtly. "You didn't ask Yi In for leave to be here tonight, did you? You're a seasoned soldier. How could you make such a mistake? Hurry back, lest Yi In requires your assistance." Luo Xing felt as if he might explode. It had become clear to him that leaving the Lone Eagle unit was a distant hope. With a sense of despair, he saluted and departed from the command center. "Captain." Once Luo Xing had left, Gu Yaozu glared at Chen Hai. "Yin is clearly acting recklessly. Your favoritism is glaringly evident." Chen Hai chuckled. "Old Gu, haven't you noticed? In just 3 short days, Yin has managed to bring those 15 troublemakers into line." Gu Yaozu was taken aback. Chen Hai reclined confidently in his chair. "I truly did not misjudge. This lad, Yin, possesses considerable talent." "Wait," Gu Yaozu interjected. "But what does this have to do with Luo Xing? I have no objections to how Yin trains those 15 misfits, but why is he training the cooks?" "I cannot say." Chen Hai stood, "Yet I believe he has his reasons." Gu Yaozu appeared exasperated. "Captain, you cannot deny your bias towards him." Chen Hai smiled. "If Yin is acting this way, he must have his rationale. Moreover, with Luo Xing and the others assisting, Yin can devote himself entirely to training. Those 4 are the cream of the crop among the cooks, excelling both in culinary skills and military prowess, far surpassing typical cooks. If we reassign them now, who could possibly take their place? Wouldn't that throw the Lone Eagle unit into chaos? Are we not merely complicating matters for Yin?" Chen Hai chuckled thus. "Let's proceed as such. I trust Yin knows what he is doing." Gu Yaozu sighed helplessly. "You just keep defending him. When the time comes, if he fails to lead the Lone Eagle unit successfully, I wonder how you will explain that to everyone." "If he fails," Chen Hai replied with utmost seriousness, "I shall be the first to discipline myself." Suddenly, Yin shouted loudly in Chong Quan's ear. However, Chong Quan remained unfazed, maintaining his shooting posture as bullets whistled from the gun's muzzle. Yin nodded in satisfaction and then took several steps back. He retrieved a grenade from his waist, pulled the pin, and threw it toward the target 20 meters away. The explosion resounded loudly, yet everyone remained oblivious, maintaining their stances and continuing to fire at their respective targets. A smile graced Ian's face. After 6 consecutive days of shooting practice, the results were remarkable. Everyone was visibly improving at an astonishing rate. The shooting distance had been extended to 150 meters, and the trainees exhibited enhanced focus, undeterred by external distractions. Most importantly, they had begun to develop muscle memory. Even when fatigue set in, they could control their bodies and remain still until the last round was fired. With 300 rounds completed, over 200 had hit the inner 10 ring, while the remaining shots were predominantly within the 8 ring. Ian was confident that their proficiency had surpassed that of the original team, the Lone Eagles. Even if the seasoned members of the Lone Eagles were to return, they would struggle to match this level of shooting under such conditions. Furthermore, the training over the past 6 days had significantly improved everyone's physical fitness, achieving a dual benefit. Ian felt elated. Given their current physical and psychological resilience, as well as their shooting skills, they could easily face a battlefield. Nevertheless, merely enhancing these 2 aspects was far from sufficient for the harsh realities of combat. Ian was determined to avoid the pitfalls that had beset the older team members. As everyone completed their shooting, Ian announced, "You all performed admirably. Next, we will alter our shooting techniques and introduce a new training subject." The group turned to Ian in unison, with Huang Yukai curiously asking, "Captain, are we retreating another 50 meters to shoot at 200 meters?" Ian shook his head. "No, you will stay in place and shoot at moving targets." The group was taken aback. Moving targets? Only AI beamed with delight. Wonderful. When they move, I won't have to worry about my plate being knocked away anymore. Zhang Luan sighed in relief. My plate is already riddled with bullet holes. It truly cannot take any more. Yang Wei expressed his gratitude. I don't even know how many times my buns and chicken legs have been shot through. My mouth is filled with the taste of gunpowder. Finally, it's over. Jiang Lin inquired curiously, Captain, what is the new subject? Ye ansimidet. You'll find out when we begin. The group exchanged glances, suddenly harboring a sense of foreboding. Captain, CFA asked, how will the targets move? Ian turned and shouted, Lao Luo, Lao Luo. Here. Luo Xing immediately ran over. Ian instructed him, in a moment, take these 3, have each carry 2 targets, and run back and forth while they shoot at the moving targets. Luo Xing was taken aback. Captain, you want them to shoot at us? Lao Luo, don't be afraid. Huang Yukai confidently replied, we're shooting accurately now. Indeed, Lao Luo, the other chimed in. Lu Feng chuckled. The speed at which we have progressed these past few days is indeed evident. I can barely reach my own food bowl now. Lao Luo, you must trust the captain. Jiang Lin remarked. Luo Xing, with a mournful expression, replied, I trust the captain, but I do not trust you all. Enough. Go prepare. Ian waved his hand, do not run too swiftly, and keep your bodies as low as possible. He patted Luo Xing. This also trains your ability to evade bullets on the battlefield. It will be safer when delivering meals in combat situations. Luo Xing was nearly in tears. We are cooks. Must you truly push us to our limits? Go. Ian forcefully nudged Luo Xing out. He then turned to the exuberant group. What are you standing there for? 1,000 push-ups, 1,000 sit-ups, 500 squats, commence. What? The crowd gaped in disbelief. Captain, have we not already qualified? Must we still do this? Ian chuckled. Qualified? I merely stated you performed adequately. I never said you were qualified. 1,500. Bang. Everyone plummeted to the ground. Before long, gunfire erupted once more. The moving targets shook violently, producing loud thuds. Keep the targets steady. Ian bellowed at Luo Xing and the others. Lower your bodies even more. Maintain a parallel position to the ground. The 4 of them were now pale with fear, and Jiayu was in tears. Squad leader, are we truly cooks? Kai Chong clutched the target tightly. No one informed me that we would be trained like this upon joining the cooking unit. Being a cook seems more perilous than being in a combat unit. Luo Xing, equally distressed, had never envisioned this. They had once been blissfully preparing meals, and now they found themselves being chased and shot at. Surely, in our past lives, We must have committed numerous sins. Luo Xing lamented. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. On the following day, Luo Xing and his companions had become familiar with the routine. Although bullets still occasionally whizzed overhead, they had discovered the trick. As long as they kept low while running, they would be safe. By noon, their fear had diminished compared to the previous day. Even while cooking, their hands trembled less. Captain, Huang Yukai suddenly halted firing and shouted towards Yin, "Someone is coming." "A great many people?" Yin glanced towards the shooting range's perimeter. Indeed, a large group was marching towards them with great vigor. Chapter 17. No one can bully my soldiers. I seem to have spotted someone from my old unit. Yang Wei stood on tiptoe, exclaiming, "Yes, it's my captain. That one, he looks like my captain." Chang Quan chimed in. "Captain, the one at the forefront." Huang Yukai squinted. "It appears to be Captain Li from the Fire Eagles." "Indeed, it is he." Jiang Lin nodded vigorously. "Why are they all here together?" Yin frowned. "Regardless, their intentions are certainly nefarious." He immediately shouted to Luo Xing, "Old Luo, get over there. Block them." "Ah. Oh." Luo Xing nodded, promptly sprinting towards Jia Yu and the others. "Quick, gather up all the equipment." Yin bellowed at the group. "Our training methods must not be observed by them. Hurry and stow everything away." Everyone collectively rolled their eyes. With such a wicked training regimen, even the King of Hell would shake his head. If anyone could defeat you, who in their right mind would want to learn such nonsense? Yin, come out. Do you dare to face us? Hiding behind the cooks. What kind of man are you? Li Gang's voice boomed from a distance, causing Yi An's heart to sink. "Oh no, Captain. I li stifle, achakol. The Addisi are here to find you. It's over, it's over." Xiafugue wore a gloating expression. "Captain Li has come to demand your underwear." "Captain, perhaps you should find a place to hide." Jiang Lin suggested. "If you're caught red-handed, your reputation will be ruined. The entire unit will know you as the captain who steals underwear. You want to be able to wash that off, even by jumping into the Yellow River." Huang Yukai, relishing the drama, added, "They must think you have some serious issues. Hurry and run." As he observed Li Gang and his group barreling towards them, it became clear that Luo Xing and the others would not be able to hold them back. "What am I afraid of?" Yin turned to the crowd with a smile. "Who can prove it was me? A captain would never engage in such behavior. I can simply say it was all of you, and they would certainly believe me." Good grief. The smiles of the crowd froze in place. Yan Chakdit, and under the intense gaze of his comrades, strode confidently towards Li Gang and the others. "Prepare yourselves and heed my commands," Yin called back without looking. Zhao Sheng clenched his fists in frustration. "Captain, he is so shameless." AI Li's face was filled with indignation. "He takes the underwear, yet we bear the blame? Friends, this is simply wrong." Indeed, he was a master of deception, digging small pits daily and larger ones inevitably. Huang Yukai sighed, "Brothers, we might as well get used to it." The group sighed in resignation. They were outmatched and could not contend with them. Their anger could only be swallowed down. Everyone, Luo Xing struggled to stand before the group. "Our captain has instructed that without his command, no one." "Get lost." Li Gang brusquely pushed him aside. However, he exerted excessive strength, coupled with Luo Xing's fatigue, leading to a sudden thud as he collapsed onto the ground. "Squad leader, are you all right?" Kai Chong and Fu Jile rushed forward without hesitation. Li Gang awkwardly glanced at his own hands, realizing he hadn't applied much force at all. Yet, they had come this far, and there was no turning back. He cast a glance at Luo Xing and continued to stride forward. Is entry prohibited without his command? Li Gang scoffed. "Are you trying to intimidate me? Who are you? If the senior members won't step up, let the juniors take charge. Let Yin come out." Suddenly, the sharp crack of gunfire erupted, a volley of bullets striking mere inches from the feet of Li Gang and his companions. The sand and gravel erupted as shallow craters formed less than 2 centimeters from their shoes, causing them to retreat several steps in fright. The once boisterous crowd was instantly silenced. Li Gang, still shaken, glared at Yin, who was approaching with a firearm in hand, his eyes blazing with fury. "Yin, what do you intend to do? How dare you fire at a comrade?" Yin approached with a smile. "This isn't my first time doing so." Li Gang was left momentarily speechless, realizing he had forgotten that this young man was indeed bold enough to pull the trigger. Ian swiftly helped Luo Xing to his feet. Are you all right? I'm fine. Luo Xing quickly shook his head. Ian dusted off the debris from his clothing and turned to Li Gang. My soldier was merely following my orders, preventing anyone from entering the shooting range. If Captain Li were to take action against him, I would have no choice but to issue a warning. Ian spoke with conviction. My soldiers shall not be bullied by anyone. Luo Xing gazed at Yi in an astonishment, his heart swelling with gratitude. The fact that Ian would fire a warning for his sake, despite the presence of 3 captains, made him feel that any fatigue he endured was worth it. Li Gang clenched his fists in frustration. He had initiated the confrontation and was in the wrong, and Ian had indeed not aimed his weapon at anyone. Even if he were angry, he found no avenue for expression. Ian casually slung his gun behind him, grinning at Li Gang. Captain Li, your sudden and grand entrance must mean you have something to discuss? Li Gang snorted. What could you possibly be here for? Don't you have an inkling? Ian's heart sank. He realized with dismay that they had indeed come regarding the matter of his shorts. He was just contemplating how to shift the blame on a Huang Yukai and Ailey when Li Gang suddenly interjected. How long have you all occupied the shooting range? Do you still have the audacity to question my presence? Exactly. Captain Huang Feiyang of the first team exclaimed indignantly. Is this shooting range your family property? You've occupied it from dawn till dusk. What about our practice? Captain Chidi Gang of the second team was equally furious. Ian, I've tolerated you for far too long. Previously, I let it slide because my soldiers were under your command, but you have truly overstepped your bounds. The shooting range is communal, not something solely owned by the Yi family. Ian's mouth fell open, a smile gradually spreading across his face as the weight on his chest finally lifted. So, you came here, just for this matter? Ian fixed his gaze upon them. The 3 captains exchanged glances before simultaneously glaring at Ian. Indeed. It's for this. What? Do you think this matter is trivial? Ian chuckled softly. No, it's not small. I thought you all came for something. Huh. So, it's this matter. Li Gang's eyes twitched in irritation. Hey, is this amusing to you? We are quite serious. I apologize. Ian managed to suppress his laughter. I thought it was something more significant. My bad, please continue. Observing Yi's nonchalant demeanor, the 3 captains felt their faces flush with anger. There exists but one shooting range for the entire team, and everyone takes turns using it. Li Gang exclaimed in frustration. You have monopolized it for an entire week, preventing us from practicing our shooting. Is that not a serious issue? Huang Feiyang pointed at Ian. We have come here today to inform you to vacate the shooting range immediately with your team. Ian smiled at the 3. Are you finished? Indeed. They nodded in unison. Ian narrowed his eyes. Then you may leave. In the past, he would have yielded the shooting range, recognizing that they had indeed occupied it for too long. However, circumstances had changed. The comprehensive capabilities of the Lone Eagle team were now inferior to those of the Fire Eagle team, failing to match their former standards. No one could predict when the next battle would commence, so Ian had to seize every moment. He could not allow those who had departed, like Luo Tian, to feel disheartened, nor could he let the sacrifices of his comrades go in vain. For the sake of Lone Eagle, he would be deemed selfish if necessary. But he must persevere. Huh? Li Gang and the others furrowed their brows. What do you mean? Ian replied indifferently. As for the shooting range, I still require it for a few more days and will not be leaving for now. You may return and have your soldiers practice their aim. If you cannot resist the urge to shoot, why not visit the A or B divisions ranges? They are in T practicing every day. Alternatively, you could utilize that public range in the mountains, or you may wait a few days, 4 days at most, and I will certainly yield it to you. Li Gang and the others were momentarily taken aback, staring at Yi's seemingly harmless smile, their eyes inexplicably ablaze with fury. Yan, Li Gang growled in anger. Are you mocking us? Captain Li, what you say is quite unfounded. I am merely offering you suggestions, Ian replied earnestly. The shooting ranges of A and B divisions are much larger than this one, and the public range is even more spacious. You could all practice together there. We, the Lone Eagles, are quite pitiful. Would you not show us some consideration? Old Li, stop wasting your breath with him. Chidi Gang seethed with rage if they refuse to leave. We shall take action to ensure they do. Indeed, Huang Feiyang glared coldly. Let's take good care of the lone eagles by escorting Captain Yi to the public range for some proper practice. Li Gong silently nodded. Then let us all exert ourselves and see them off. Let's move. Chapter 18. Kill me, for the entertainment of the captains. Onward. Huang Feiyang and Qi Digang bellowed in unison. The hundreds they commanded surged menacingly toward Yian. Just then, the sharp crack of gunfire echoed through the air. Bullets struck the ground before the advancing crowd, halting them in their tracks. Yian, Li Gang's face contorted with fury. You've gone too far. If you're brave enough, shoot at me. He shoved aside the two soldiers blocking his path and boldly approached Yian suddenly. Yian's firearm erupted in flames, causing Li Gang's face to contort in shock as he instinctively leapt backward. However, upon landing, he sensed something amiss and looked down to discover smoke billowing from the toe of his shoe. Yi and had obliterated it. Damn it, Li Gong said it, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Yian, how dare you actually shoot at me? Don't move, Yian warned, brandishing his weapon. I witnessed my comrades fall. Some dead, some wounded. My mind becomes unhinged under duress, and my hand loses its control, so I strongly advise against any rash actions. If I hit you, there will be no room for negotiation. The gunfire erupted again, sending the crowd retreating in unison. My apologies, Yian chuckled wickedly. When a mind falters, one cannot be held accountable. I hope for your understanding. Fury blazed in the eyes of the onlookers, yet none dared to take a step forward. The tales of Yian's audacity had spread like wildfire throughout the brigade. He truly dared to shoot. Li Gang trembled with rage. Yian, you're nothing but a rogue. Huang Feiyang, indignant, pointed at Yian. Are you toying with us? I shall report you to the brigade. Report me? Yian fixed a steely gaze on Huang Feiyang. Huang Feiyang lifted his chin defiantly. What's the matter, scared? If you are, take your men and leave, or else. Not at all. Yian interjected with a grin. What I mean is, feel free to report me. I have connections above. Huang Feiyang was momentarily speechless. Yian, with an air of self-satisfaction, proclaimed, the brigade leader has already expressed his support. As long as it enables the lone eagle to soar once more, I shall receive whatever I desire. He will take responsibility for any repercussions. I require this shooting range, Yian stated, extending his hands in resignation. Huang Feiyang nearly choked on his own blood, aghast at Yian's insolent demeanor. Yet, the threat of Yian's firearm kept him at bay, fueling his frustration. Li Gang and Qi Digang were equally astonished, their eyes wide in disbelief. They had never imagined that Chun Hai would utter such words to Yian. No wonder Yian was so audacious. Captain. Just then, Jiang Lin and others rushed over, gripping their weapons tightly as they positioned themselves behind Yian. Initially, they had been waiting at a distance for orders, but upon witnessing Yian confront 100 adversaries alone, they exchanged silent glances and, without uttering a word, instinctively advanced to his side. Even as they stood behind Yian, they remained puzzled by their unspoken solidarity. Yian did not look back, yet he sensed the presence of 15 individuals standing behind him. A faint smile involuntarily graced his lips. In that moment, it felt as if he had returned to the past. Back then, regardless of the challenges they faced, he and his comrades stood steadfastly behind Captain Luo Tian. Captain! Luo Xing said nothing, silently leading Kai Chong, Jia Yu, and Fu Zhilei to take their positions behind Yi and protected them, and in turn, they vowed to safeguard him. 19 individuals stood quietly behind Yian, resembling an impregnable wall of steel. They were akin to a multitude of swords, poised to emerge fearlessly at Yian's command. Yian's smile deepened, for he understood that he was not the solitary lone eagle. What do you want? Qi Digang shot a disgruntled glance at the soldiers behind Yian, ultimately fixing his gaze on Chong Quan. What's this, Chong Quan? You've barely left the squad for a few days, and already you're siding with a new captain to challenge the old one? Huang Feiyang pointed at Yang Wei. What brings you here? Why the wide-eyed glare? Are you looking for a fight? Chong Quan looked sternly at Qi Digang. Old captain, you once told me to uphold my superior. Now that Yian is my captain, it is my duty to defend him. That is what you taught me. Qi Digang was infuriated, his temper flaring. Old captain, Yang Wei said cheerfully to Huang Feiyang, I'm now part of the Lone Eagle. so I must heed my current captain's orders. If I happen to clash with you later, please don't take offense. I'll apologize afterward. Watching Yang Wei wink at him, Huang Feiyong was livid. You ungrateful wretch. I've given you so many cigarettes in the past, and this is how you repay me? Yin stepped forward and spoke earnestly. Everyone, the brigade has granted us little time, and I urgently require the shooting range. I am not unreasonable. Let us negotiate. For days, Yin solemnly raised 3 fingers. In 4 days, we promise to depart. Huang Feiyong and Qi Digang turned their attention to Li Gang, finding themselves in a difficult position. The complete annihilation of the lone eagle left them with a sense of sympathy, which is why they had refrained from troubling Yi and for so long. However, their squad desperately needed shooting practice. The prideful nature of the reconnaissance soldiers made them reluctant to share the shooting range with regular troops. Li Gang took a deep breath, fixating his gaze on Yin. If you claim to be reasonable, then let us discuss it. The brigade commander backs you in hopes of reviving the lone eagle. He does not wish to see this elite unit perish. At this juncture, you should be focusing on comprehensive training to elevate their overall capabilities. Li Gang continued brusquely, but what are you doing wasting time here? This is frivolous. During assessments, you are expected to be on the battlefield. What good is it to only practice shooting? Moreover, with this bunch of rebellious rascals, he pointed at the soldiers behind Yin. Can they truly follow your lead? Can they concentrate on a single subject? You cannot engage in a relentless struggle with them over the same subject. Huang Feiyong promptly nodded and remarked, Xiao Yi, you were a soldier before. I cannot fathom how the captain allowed you to lead. You lack experience, and we do not blame you, but mistakes must be rectified. We cannot allow the lone eagle to be hindered. Qi Digang chimed in. If you are unfamiliar with training, feel free to consult us, especially Captain Li, who is an authoritative figure. Yin smiled faintly. Are the 3 captains suggesting that my continued training here will yield little success? Indeed, the trio nodded in unison. Li Gang, exasperated, urged, hurry and switch subjects. Do not squander time here. Though you will never truly rival our fire eagles, I would prefer not to see you fall into oblivion. Yi nodded with a smile and turned to his troops. Li Gang's words had ignited a blaze of anger among the men. They were currently very receptive to Yi An's commands. Was this not an attempt at sowing discord? Moreover, how could the lone eagle not be a match for the fire eagle? Simply because we had arrived? Was this not a blatant display of contempt? They were a group of fearless rebels, unyielding to anyone. Aside from Yin, who would dare to speak to them in such a manner? They had to retaliate. Captain Li and the others doubted the progress made over the past few days. Yin, with a smile, proposed, how about you showcase your skills? Let the 3 captains see if you have merely been idling these days. No problem, Huang Yukai declared, unholstering his weapon. We shall present our training results to the 3 captains. Yes, let us fire a few shots to demonstrate our capabilities. Jiang Lin readied his firearm with a click. CFA sneered at Li Gang and the others. We shall fire a few shots to entertain the 3 captains. 100 meters. Without waiting for a response from Li Gang, Yin waved his hand, and 15 soldiers immediately sprinted towards the 100-meter mark. Huang Feiyong chuckled. I say, Xiao Yi, you've trained for a week, and it's just 100 meters? Qi Digang laughed heartily. You scared me. I thought Captain Yi was going for 400 or 500 meters. Li Gang shook his head, resigned. Yin, do not waste time. What is there to see in a 100-meter shot? In our brigade, anyone with hands can score a perfect shot. Yin said nothing. He merely walked over to Luo Xing and the others. Captain, we understand, Luo Xing exclaimed excitedly. We will hold the target. No need. Yin smiled slightly and retrieved an empty can from his bag, placing it atop Luo Xing's head. Stand still and do not move. With a chuckle, he proceeded to place a can on each of Kai Chong's companions' heads. Li Gang and the others widened their eyes in astonishment, unable to comprehend Yi An's intentions. Captain, Luo Xing gasped, What are you doing? Do not fear. Yin winked at them. You know their capabilities. 100 meters, it's guaranteed. Captain. Before Luo Xing could plead for mercy, Yin abruptly crouched down and shouted, Fire! Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted 100 meters away, and 4 cans were instantly sent flying. Goodness! Li Gang and the others were utterly astonished, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. Luo Xing and his companions felt their legs weaken. It was the first time in their lives they had experienced the sensation of bullets whizzing past their heads. Captain Li, Yin said with a cheerful smile as he glanced at Li Gang and the others. I suppose you have never witnessed such a 100-meter shooting demonstration, have you? Quite impressive, wouldn't you agree? Li Gang and the 100 or so men present simultaneously swallowed hard. In a typical 100-meter shoot, regardless of standing, kneeling, or prone positions, they would be aiming at stationary targets. However, the Lone Eagle team was firing at living, breathing individuals. Just overcoming the psychological fear involved was beyond what ordinary people could achieve. Moreover, the instant Ian gave the order, the gunfire rang out. This indicated that the Lone Eagle team had hardly aimed and shot directly at the targets. Such a 100-meter shooting was indeed unprecedented. They had never even heard of it. 150 meters. While Li Gang and the others were still lost in shock, Yin issued another command. Hey, Captain Yi. Li Gong attempted to intervene. But Yin had already given the order, and the gunfire soon followed. Bang, bang. Furcans once again soared above Luo Xing and his companions' heads. Li Gang's hand froze in midair as he gazed at the unscathed Luo Xing and his team, nearly petrified by disbelief. 200 meters. Yin shouted as he busily set up more cans. As Jiang Lin and the others sprinted towards the 200-meter mark, a terrified Luo Xing quickly exclaimed, Captain, no, please. Old Luo. Yin grasped his hand firmly. Thank you for standing beside me. Rest assured, I won't harm you. I know what I'm doing. Luo Xing nearly burst into tears. Yin might know what he was doing, but they certainly did not. Initially thinking that Yin was merely protective, it turned out he was simply unwilling to let others bully his soldiers, without mentioning that he himself could bully them. Luo Xing regretted standing behind Yin more than anything else. Hey, Huang Feiyang looked at Luo Xing. Aren't you afraid of getting hit? Luo Xing wore a pained expression. I wasn't too afraid before, but now I'm really scared. Huh? Huang Feiyang looked surprised. What do you mean? Because they only practiced up to 150 meters. They haven't even trained at 200 meters yet. Luo Xing lamented, tears streaming down his face. What? Li Gang and the others were all wide-eyed in shock. You still dare to shoot? Gentlemen, Luo Xing glanced at them from the corner of his eye. If I happen to get shot in the head, just consider it entertainment for you. Goodness. Li Gang and the others felt a chill run down their spines. Chapter 19. Who says we are not a team? Li Gang stared in horror at Huang Feiyang and Qi Di Gang, their faces etched with trepidation. Yin and his soldiers exuded such confidence that they had believed this group was truly prepared. Yet, it seemed they had barely even practiced. How dare they fire a weapon? Lao Luo, don't move. Huang Yukai shouted from distance. It's easy to hit you. Terrified, Luo Xing and his companions quickly clasped hands, standing still as statues. Captain Li, Yin chuckled from not far away. The difficulty has just increased. Be sure to pay close attention as Yin prepared to issue an order. Li Gang and the others shouted in desperation. Captain Yi, don't fire. Please, don't shoot. Yin shook his head. That's out of the question. If we don't fire, would you think we've merely been fooling around here for days? I am a man of reason. I must fire. Otherwise, how can I demonstrate that we are not wasting this space? Yin raised his hand towards the distance, and Li Gang, in sheer fright, dashed in front of Luo Xing and the others, exclaiming, Stop! I believe you, I believe you. Believe you? Yin smiled knowingly as he gazed at Li Gang. Seeing the triumphant expression on Yin's face made Li Gang's lips twist in anger. Not only do I believe you, but I also have to admit, you truly have guts. Yin Li Gang fumed, pointing at him. You really have some nerve, firing at your own people, I concede. You're something else. Yin chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. No need for flattery. We, the Lone Eagles, are all brave. Li Gang's eyes twitched with irritation as he coldly glared at Yin. Fine. Fine, you all just practice here at your leisure. When we're on the battlefield, let us see how accurate you truly are. With that, Li Gang turned on his heel and walked away. Captain Li, don't worry. Yin called out cheerfully, waving. We, the Lone Eagles, are swift and precise, surely superior to your Fire Eagles. Captain Li is leaving. Huang Yukai and the others rushed over, gleefully shouting, We haven't finished our performance yet. Aren't you going to stay and watch? Captain Li, We can shoot at 600 meters with our eyes closed and hit the target every time. This is a rare opportunity. Are you sure you want to take a look? Captain Lee, whether you watch or not, you must at least give us some feedback. Are we not particularly impressive? Li Gang trembled with rage, striding forward without looking back. He had brought everyone here to negotiate for the shooting range, not to gamble with lives. Although he knew full well that this group was merely posturing with their extreme shooting skills only reaching 150 meters, he truly did not dare to take the risk. Li Gang was certain that if he did not intervene, these individuals would genuinely fire at the heads of Luo Xing and his companions. If someone were to be harmed, not only would they all be implicated, but they would also carry the burden of guilt for the rest of their lives. After all, if they had not come, no one would have been harmed. In other words, they would be the ones who had caused the death. Thus, even knowing that Yin and his group were merely bluffing, he could only walk away. Damn it, Li Gang seethed, his eyes blazing, a bunch of lunatics. After serving in the military for so long, it was the first time he had been so thoroughly outmaneuvered. Kida Gang expressed his anger, saying, "The captain has gathered all the rebellious individuals in the entire unit at Lone Eagle, hoping that Yin can tame them. But in my observation, they have only become more unruly under his guidance. Lone Eagle is doomed, utterly doomed." Huang Feiyong furrowed his brow, remarking, "That Yin seems even crazier than his troops. A major troublemaker leading a pack of little troublemakers. Perhaps we should rename Lone Eagle to Rebels or Troublemaker Assault Team." The two then turned to Li Gang, asking, "Captain Li, is this how it ends? Are we just going to retreat in disgrace?" Li Gang shot them an irritated glare, retorting, "End? Nonsense. I have unfinished business with them." Suddenly, with a thud, Luo Xing and his three companions collapsed to the ground. Huang Yukai approached them with a grin, saying, "Old Luo, look how frightened you are. We are not afraid, so why should you be?" Luo Xing felt a surge of indignation, almost spitting blood, as he turned to Yi and, pleading, "Captain, listen to him. Is what he says even remotely sensible? We were the ones attacked. They have nothing to fear." Old Luo interjected with a mischievous grin, "It's just 200 meters. We can hit the target for sure. What is there to be afraid of? Don't underestimate it." CF Fuguei chimed in, raising his chin confidently. "Even at 300 meters, we would still hit the mark. We haven't been practicing for nothing these past few days." Adisi Ailey, reveling in their misfortune, pointed at Jiayu. "Look at you. You've even wet yourself. What is there to fear?" Luo Xing and his companions were on the verge of exploding with anger and collectively turned to Yin, calling out, "Captain." All right. Yin quickly waved his hand, regarding Luo Xing and his companions earnestly. "Just now, I would never have allowed them to open fire." "Huh?" The four of them looked at him in astonishment. Yin smiled. "In the previous two instances, I ordered immediate fire. However, at 200 meters, I deliberately gave you time because I wanted them to retreat in the face of difficulty." Yin fixed his gaze on Luo Xing, "Although I know that without restraints, our people could certainly hit the target at 200 meters, I refuse to take that risk, for you are also my soldiers, and I will never allow you to be in danger." Upon hearing this, Zhang Lin and the others collectively rolled their eyes. However, the way Luo Xing and his companions looked at Yi and was filled with reverence, and there was even a hint of gratitude. "Wow, this works too." CF Fei and the others could only shake their heads helplessly. Yin smiled as he helped Luo Xing to his feet, saying, "Old Luo, there is no need to say anything. We are family." "Yes." Luo Xing nodded, touched. Yin laughed heartily, "But I must say, your earlier performance was truly remarkable." The look of despair and fear was simply extraordinary. Luo Xing awkwardly scratched his head, thinking that it wasn't an act. He had genuinely been scared. "Captain," Jiang Lin smiled, "don't you think that we, this group, resemble a proper team now?" Yin turned to them, noticing that everyone had instinctively moved closer, each face adorned with a smile. "Indeed, we do resemble a proper team," Huang Yukai chuckled. The others nodded silently, all gazing at Yin. "What are you all looking at?" Yin suddenly roared, startling everyone into silence. "You think you resemble a proper team? Far from it." He pointed at the ground. Immediately, everyone, 2,000 push-ups. A collective gasp echoed as their jaws dropped. "Captain," Huang Yukai said, bewildered, "didn't we just unite to drive them away? Shouldn't we celebrate?" "Celebrate what?" Yin fumed, gesturing at them. Look at the pathetic attempts you just made. Several of your shots landed beneath the cans, nearly resulting in severe injury for Lao Luo and the others. After such a disgraceful display, you still dare to feel proud? He spat vehemently. 2,500. Do it now, and perhaps you'll learn what celebration truly entails. With that, everyone ceased their protests, grimacing as they dropped to the ground, laboring through their push-ups. Good. Jiayu glared at Ailey. You missed the target. You deserve this punishment. Ailey, looking distressed, replied, but my bullets didn't even leave the chamber. It's not my fault. Enough. Hurry up and stop complaining. Kai Chong shouted boastfully. We'll keep an eye on you for the captain. If you're slow, beware of what goes into your meals. The soldiers seethed with indignation, their faces aflame with anger. Ian scanned the group, a fleeting smile gracing his lips. Indeed, we are becoming a proper team. Who could say otherwise? He lifted his head as if envisioning Luo Tian and his comrades, all smiling back at him. Captain, can you see us? Ian's eyes glistened with emotion. The lone eagle has not fallen. We are still a team. Taking a deep breath, he addressed the soldiers calmly. We will practice for the final 3 days. After that, we shall depart. I will teach you all new skills. At that moment, everyone looked up at Ian, their eyes brimming with anticipation. At the Falcon Brigade command, Chen Hai, his expression grim, held the phone. Deputy Commander, did you not say that the Special Forces are represented by our Falcon Brigade? Yet now, 2 more have emerged? Chen Hai, a furious voice erupted from the other end. The Military District Deputy Commander, Mao Weigua, responded angrily. How long have we given you the Falcon? Do you even know? The entire military is hastening the formation of Special Forces, and the garrison has already completed its formation, yet you have produced nothing but shadows. How dare you blame the Military District? Sir, Chen Hai exclaimed, his voice rising with agitation, I have already pledged my commitment. I will surely establish an exceptional Special Forces unit. I just need a bit more time. We are in dire need of time. Ma Wang will be lud. Since you lack time, there is no need for your efforts. I will revoke your Falcon-S qualifications. Focus on being a reconnaissance brigade. Sir, Chen Hai's eyes reddened with urgency. Chapter 20. Heroes have bled. We must not allow their tears to fall, Commander. Chen Hai implored anxiously. If we are to withdraw, then you might as well dismiss me from my position as the captain. I would have no face to see my comrades again. Beside him, Zhai Gang and Gu Yaozu rose, their gazes fixed intently on Chen Hai. Chen Hai, do you dare to threaten me? Ma Weigua thundered, his voice filled with fury. I must remind you, the establishment of Special Forces is an order from headquarters, and it is of paramount importance for every military district. If we fail to form these units on time or fall behind other districts, he roared, then not only will you be dismissed, but I, as the supervising deputy commander, will also have no place here. So do not think for a moment that the world will revolve around you. Chen Hai. A hint of desperation flickered across Chen Hai's face. Commander, the reason I need more time is to establish the finest Special Forces. In the Southwest, we lack everything. This time, all military districts are starting from the same line, and I refuse to be outdone by them. Therefore, enough. Ma Weigua interrupted coldly. You recognize we cannot afford to lose, yet we are already trailing behind other districts. We're out of time. Your ideas are impractical. You have commendable assault teams at your disposal, yet you insist on waiting for the unit that is being restructured. Commander, Chen Hai articulated each word deliberately. I do have personal motives. The slots for Special Forces were originally designated for the Lone Eagle unit, and none could have anticipated their total annihilation. He choked back emotion. Their final wish was simply for another chance. Commander, 8 valiant soldiers have perished, and 6 are preparing to lay down their uniforms. They have given their lives. I cannot let their spirits be further crushed. At the very least, allow them to carry hope and fight once more. Zhai Gang and Gu Yaozu silently clenched their fists. Heroes have already bled. We must not allow their hopes to be dashed. On the other end of the line, Ma Weigua fell silent. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. Chen Hai, I understand your feelings. I have led troops into battle myself. But as deputy commander, I must consider the larger picture. The formation of Special Forces is our hard-won opportunity to stand on equal footing with other military districts. This time, we cannot afford to lag behind. Ma Wei's voice grew somber. Thus, the military district will still establish 2 special forces. One will be formed from the elite warriors selected by 2 army groups, while the other will be chosen from various units within the district. I hope you can comprehend this. Chen Hai tightened his grip on the phone, his heart racing, though filled with reluctance. He had to concede that Ma Weiguo was correct. From a broader perspective, Chen Hai, had indeed hindered the military district's progress. However, Ma Wei was suddenly declared. The Lone Eagle Assault Team has achieved numerous victories and has incurred tremendous sacrifices for our success. If we do not grant them another opportunity, then both you and I should return home to sell sweet potatoes. Chen Hai's eyes brightened suddenly. Commander, spare me the flattery. Ma Wei said coldly. This is merely an opportunity, but you must not engage in favoritism. I have reserved spots for you. Once your training is complete, you will compete against the other 2 special forces. Ultimately, only one team will represent our Southwest. Yes, Chen Hai exclaimed with enthusiasm. Rest assured, Commander, I will not engage in any form of favoritism. In the next battle, I will assess the performance of the Lone Eagle team. If they do not measure up, I will not show any leniency. I will ensure that only the capable advance. Thank you, Commander. Ma Wei snorted coldly. Don't celebrate too soon, you rascal. The military order has already been sent to the commander. If you choose to forfeit this opportunity, nothing will happen. However, if you insist on proceeding and the special forces you select do not outperform the other 2, you will still face consequences. Chen Hai chuckled. If they fail to perform, I accept whatever punishment the military district deems fit. Thank you, Commander. Thank you. Get lost. Ma Wei angrily hung up the phone. Chen Hai set down the receiver, exhaling deeply in relief. Zhai Gang and Gu Yaozu immediately approached, asking, did the deputy commander agree? He did. Chen Hai lauet petitely. The military district still respects my position. Ha ha ha. Zhai Gang and Gu Yaozu exchanged eye rolls. They had just heard that the military district was considering removing him. What respect did he have? You scoundrel. Chen Hai scoffed. How dare anyone compete with us for the special forces slots? Do they not recognize that our Falcon team is the most professional? What do they have to compare with us? I know about that, Zhai Gang replied. I heard that the Garrison Military District has already formed a special team and is intensifying training. The Northern Military District has established 2 teams and even sent personnel to the Russians for learning. The Southern Military District is the most formidable, Zhai Gang continued. They have directly invited foreign special forces experts to assist them in selection and training. The Western Military District is even sending teams to various military districts for learning, but they have not come to our Southwest. Gu Yaozu shrugged. The Southern Military District is wealthy, and the garrison is situated at the Emperor's feet. They have more funding and resources than we do. It's no wonder the military district leaders are anxious. We are indeed falling behind. Bah! Chen Hai scoffed disdainfully. No matter how fast they develop, can they match our foundation? Chen Hai sneered. We are currently enduring the trials of war, each member having been selected from a hail of bullets. Can they compare? They are far from it. As long as we in the Southwest do not falter, they can only play at home. Gu Yaozu looked at him with irritation. But our candidate team has yet to form any combat effectiveness. Recently, the enemy has shown unusual movements. A conflict may arise soon. What the Lone Eagle? There are no what-ifs. Chen Hai laughed heartily. I believe in them. They will surely succeed. Gu Yaozu and Zhai Gang exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison, uncertain where Chen Hai's immense confidence stemmed. They certainly did not hold high hopes for the Lone Eagle. Report. A soldier shouted from the doorway. Captain Li Gang of the Fire Eagle team, Captain Huang Feiyong of the 1st Platoon, and Captain Chi Di Gang of the 2nd Platoon have arrived and wish to see the battalion commander. Chen Hai furrowed his brow slightly. What brings them here together? An important situation is to be reported, the guard declared loudly. Chen Hai chuckled. Oh, an important situation. Let them in. I'm curious to see how significant it truly is. Yes. Chen Hai quietly scrutinized the parched Li Gang and his companions. Is that all? That's it. Li Gang nodded. Chen Hai, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. I expected something monumental. Is this all? Li Gang and his companions appeared bewildered. Chen Hai's tone mirrored that of Yin precisely. All right, I understand now. You may return to your duties. Chen Hai gestured for them to leave. Qi Gang and Huang Feiyong gazed at Li Gang with exasperation. Li Gang's lips twitched, reluctantly stating, "Captain, I believe this matter is quite significant." "Yeah, what about him?" Chen Hai's eyes widened. "Isn't it merely him demonstrating his marksmanship?" "Oh, he is more skilled than you, and that doesn't sit well with you. So you come to report him." Li Gang's eyes nearly bulged. "Captain, that's not what I meant. I just feel that his training is excessively perilous. That is because they possess the capability." Chen Hai retorted coldly, "I find Yan remarkable. In such a brief time, he has not only commanded those rascals, but also honed such exceptional shooting skills. Can you achieve that? If you are capable, your soldiers would be just as proficient. Do not harbor jealousy." Li Gang was nearly incensed to the point of explosion. Jealousy towards Yan? Chen Hai stood up unceremoniously. "Furthermore, Yan is correct. They are in the process of reorganizing the Lone Eagles, and the pressure on him is immense. Do you not all believe your team is superior to the Lone Eagles? If you are indeed stronger, why compete for their shooting range? Are you so frightened that Yan might revive the Lone Eagles?" Chen Hai pointed at them, spitting words passionately. "Those with abilities should go to Division A or Division B and seize their shooting ranges, or head to the public range and drive them away. That is what true men do. Do not bully a unit that has just faced total annihilation. You lack even a shred of courage. You have not bullied anyone. Instead, you have come here to complain, and I feel embarrassed for you." Chen Hai waved his hand vigorously. "Get lost, all of you. Go practice on your own. Do not disturb Yan while he trains." Li Gang trembled with fury. However, before he could respond, Gu Yaozu bellowed, "What are you still standing there for? Move." Gu Yaozu signaled to Qi Gang and Huang Feiyong, who promptly pulled Li Gang outside. Once the three departed, Chen Hai finally smiled. Listen. I told you I did not choose the wrong person. This kid Yan is impressive. Using his comrades as targets, he can shoot quickly and accurately, something I cannot accomplish. The Lone Eagles have potential." "Indeed," Gu Yaozu retorted. "Captain, why do you continue to encourage him? Li Gang is right. This is exceedingly dangerous. If something happens impossible, absolument impossible." Chen Hai asserted confidently. "Did you not see that kid break Luo Tian's leg with a single shot while avoiding Tao's heart? His marksmanship is impeccable. I trust him." Gu Yaozu and Zhai Gang wore expressions of utter disbelief, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. "It seemed as though you were blatantly favoring your own." Chen Hai chuckled heartily, remarking, "Good things are worth waiting for. Let those two ridiculous units formed by the military region take their time. Once our Falcon Special Forces make their debut, they shall reveal their true colors." Outside the command center, Li Gang furiously shook off the two, exclaiming, "Let me go." Huang Feiyong sighed. "I told you not to come, yet you insisted. How does it feel now to face the consequences?" Qi Gang shook his head. "Yan wasn't boasting. He truly has someone backing him." Li Gang retorted angrily, "I never intended to harm him. I merely wish for the captain to issue a warning about his perilous training methods. Yet the captain, without discerning right from wrong, is clearly protecting him." Qi Gang patted him on the shoulder. "Let it go, old Li. Although Yan was merely intimidating us, he does possess some skills. At a distance of 150 meters, his soldiers shot with barely any aiming. That is something one cannot deny." Huang Feiyong nodded in agreement. "Indeed, the Lone Eagle has proven to be formidable. Luo Tian and his team have departed. Since Yan can enhance the Lone Eagle's capabilities, let him use the shooting range for practice. They may have lost hope for a spot in the Special Forces, but at least they can retain their designation. Right, old Li?" Qi Gang chuckled. "You're not genuinely afraid that Yan will turn the Lone Eagle into your rival, are you? Afraid of him?" Li Gang scoffed. "Our Fire Eagles fear no one. Just wait. It won't be long before we secure a place in the Special Forces. They are nothing." As time swiftly passed, it was soon the afternoon of the third day. Following the events of that day, the 15 soldiers seemed to have regained their confidence. They approached their training with a newfound vigor, no longer complaining about Yi and S methods. Even Luo Xing and his trio appeared transformed, brimming with energy throughout the day. They not only cooked and delivered ammunition, but also ran around the range with targets, no longer fearful. Occasionally, they would even volunteer to hold up cans for shooting practice. From a distance of 150 meters to 200, then 250 and 300 meters, their performance improved at a remarkable pace, and their camaraderie evolved into a cohesive unit. As dusk enveloped the sky, the last remnants of crimson were swallowed by darkness. Ian clapped his hands, addressing the soldiers engaged in squats. In a moment, we'll have another round of shooting, and then our shooting training will reach a temporary conclusion. Tomorrow, we will embark on new training. Wonderful, the soldiers exclaimed, their faces alight with excitement. Finally, they would have a reprieve from shooting. CFA laughed heartily. I feel like I'm about to be sick from all the shooting. My shoulder feels like it's caving in. Zhang Luan added with a smile, at last. We can rest. Sun Daji sighed. I used to love shooting, but after this period, I've fired more rounds than in my entire service. I'm truly afraid now. Captain, Ailey asked eagerly, what is the new training subject for tomorrow? Everyone turned their curious gazes towards Ian. He chuckled. It will undoubtedly be a training regimen much lighter than what we've endured these days. Is there no need for physical training? Lu Feng inquired anxiously. None at all. Ian waved his hand dismissively. I have already stated that we shall take it easy. Instantly, smiles illuminated the faces of the crowd. The absence of shooting drills and physical training rendered the day akin to a respite. Long live the captain! Everyone shouted in unison. Ian nodded with a smile. Though it was a rather cunning one. Chapter 21. Inquire. The Falcon commander is back. Captain Chun Hai suddenly lifted his head at the Falcon Brigade Command Center. Oh, the commander has returned. Zhai Gang, filled with excitement, promptly stood up. The commander's voice sounds quite cheerful. It seems he has brought back a combat mission from a military district. Open the door. Let us welcome him. Chun Hai eagerly waved his hand. Zhai Gang rushed to the door, and a robust, towering figure appeared at the entrance. Standing an impressive 1.90 meters, with a broad build, he resembled a captain even more than Chun Hai. Old Su, you finally returned. Chun Hai joyfully spread his arms wide. I've missed you so much. Su Hongxing scooped Chun Hai into his arms, lifting him high. I've missed you too. Put me down quickly. Gen Hai et gleam, flailing his legs in distress. If the soldiers see this, it would create quite the spectacle. Su Hongxing laughed heartily, gently releasing Chun Hai to the ground a meter away. Chun Hai shot Su Hongxing an annoyed glare. My esteemed commander, when will you outgrow this habit? I am a captain now. You ought to give me some respect. Su Hongxing chuckled as he set down his bag. Apologies. After all these years, I've grown accustomed to it, and it's hard to change. Saigon, Biao interjected. I know the commander best. It's better to maintain some distance. Su Hongxing mischievously winked at Zhai Gang. Next time, I'll be the one to approach you. Please no, Zhai Gang exclaimed, hastily waving his hands. I'm also a vice captain now. Kindly show me some decorum. Commander, Chun Hai inquired with curiosity. Are you back with a combat mission? What did the military district say? Su Hongxing smiled slightly. Recently, the enemy has been redeploying their forces. According to reconnaissance, they have moved 3 divisions from the south. Moreover, they're fortifying the cities and roads that we previously breached. These rascals still have not learned their lesson. Chun Hai spat disdainfully. They still wish to challenge us. Zhai Gang scoffed. These ungrateful monkeys, benefiting from our resources while attempting to dominate us. I say we should simply annihilate them. What is the military district's stance? Chun Hai fixated his gaze on Su Hongxing. Su Hongxing smiled. The higher-ups have decided that we will not sit idly by this time. We shall take the initiative and strike first. Excellent. Chun Hai and Zhai Gang nearly leaped with excitement. Furthermore, this time the combat strategy differed from the last. Su Hongxing continued. Previously, the enemy slaughtered our civilians and brazenly occupied our lands, prompting a massive counterattack. However, this time is different. We are merely exchanging artillery fire, as they have not committed large-scale incursions. Therefore, the higher-ups have determined that we will continue our bombardments, but with precision. Su Hongxing elaborated. We must obliterate their strategic hubs, camps, critical infrastructure, and their active forces, while our main troops will not initiate direct assaults. Chun Hai's eyes widened in realization. You mean for our reconnaissance unit, too? Yes. Su Hongxing nodded with a smile. We shall infiltrate behind enemy lines to ascertain the coordinates of their critical facilities, subsequently guiding our artillery for precise bombardment. This approach not only minimizes personnel casualties, but also amplifies our efficiency. Most importantly, it represents an innovative mode of warfare. Excellent. Genhai et Galim, exuberantly throwing a series of punches into the air. He was unconcerned with whether this was a new mode of warfare. All he knew was that this time, the burden would be borne by them, the Falcons, and all the accolades would rightfully belong to them. The Falcon reconnaissance team was poised to make a significant mark within the entire military district and beyond. When shall we commence? Chen Hai inquired, brimming with anticipation. Hold on. Su Hongxing interjected. The enemy is still gathering. We must act before they are fully assembled and take the initiative. Indeed, that is the way. Chen Hai chuckled. The moment they reveal themselves, we strike, leaving them utterly bewildered and aware of who holds the upper hand. Furthermore, Su Hongxing added with a smile, we must await the arrival of the Mountain Wolves and Iron Fist units, and then act in unison. Chen Hai nodded enthusiastically. Splendid, splendid. Huh? Chen Hai's brow furrowed in confusion. Wait, Lao Su, what are the Mountain Wolves and Iron Fist? Did you not say this operation would be solely conducted by us, the Falcons? Why are there now 2 additional units involved? Su Hongxing simply smiled, turning to shout outside. Come in, Chun's team is awaiting you. Chen Hai and Zhai Gang turned their curious gazes towards the entrance. 2 seasoned officers, one to the left and one to the right, walked in. Chen Hai, it has been a while. The smile on Chen Hai's face vanished instantly, his eyes nearly bulging. You 2 scoundrels? By the heavens! Chen Hai erupted in fury. Did I not warn you that should you dare step foot in the Falcons again, I would break your legs? Saigong, come here. Chen Hai bellowed. Bring me something to deal with them. In the Lone Eagle camp, Ian approached the assembly with his hands clasped behind him, observing the group engrossed in conversation. A slight furrow appeared on his brow. He had just ventured outside to survey the training grounds, yet everywhere he looked, he found his men whispering amongst themselves, even animatedly. To his surprise, his soldiers were no different. Hey, are you all speaking ill of me? Ian bellowed, causing everyone to promptly stand at attention. Captain, how can we conspire against you behind your back? Xiang Qing waved his hands dismissively. Exactly, Lin Hua chuckled. Captain, in our eyes, you are akin to a divine being. Our admiration for you is as boundless as the mighty rivers, ceaseless and overwhelming. Silence. Very well. Everyone immediately straightened their postures. Ian scanned the crowd. Speak. What is happening? Captain, Jiang Lin spoke up. Just moments ago, Lao Luo informed us that Zheng Wei is bringing 2 individuals to the squad. Ah, Ian responded, perplexed. Zheng Wei? Captain, you are unaware? Luo Xing's face was awash with curiosity. Ian shook his head. He genuinely had never encountered the political commissar. Since his arrival in this world, Su Hongxing had not been present in the unit. Moreover, his predecessor had only been selected for the Lone Eagle unit a little over 4 months prior to the outbreak of war. Thus, he had never crossed paths with him. Speak. Ian gestured with his lips. Luo Xing chuckled. ISNT, the political commissar returning today after spending 6 months at the military district training school. Furthermore, he has brought back 2 remarkable individuals. Who? Ian inquired with curiosity etched on his face. Luo Xing grinned mischievously. Kong Lei and Qianjin. Ian gaped in astonishment. They, who are they? Luo Xing, incredulous, replied, Captain, you don't even know them? Ian shook his head. I have been with the Falcon for less than half a year. Oh, that explains it, Luo Xing said with a sly smile. Kong Lei used to be our chief of staff, and Qianjin was the deputy captain, but he was reassigned 2 years ago. Ian nodded. I see. So, have they been reassigned back? That's impossible. Luo Xing laughed. They were transferred to the military district and cannot return. Ian furrowed his brow. Is that all? Why is it shrouded in mystery? This is no trivial matter. Zhang Luan interjected. Kong Lei and Qianjin are the sworn rivals of our captain. It was precisely because the 3 of them nearly came to blows that those 2 were transferred away. Ian suddenly became intrigued. What happened? Luo Xing hastily explained. Back then, all 3 of them aspired to be the captain. Each led their own team. The Lone Eagle was under our captain. The Fire Eagle was led by Kong Lei, and the Blood Eagle was commanded by Qianjin. The scene at that time was akin to the three kingdoms contending for supremacy. Luo Xing clicked his tongue. Nevertheless, our captain ultimately proved superior. The Lone Eagle triumphed over the Fire Eagle and Blood Eagle, securing the captaincy. Yet, Kong Lei and Qianjin were not satisfied and were consequently transferred to the military district. Luo Xing continued. However, when Kong Lei left, he took a dozen key personnel with him. Qianjin was even more audacious, taking the entire Blood Eagle unit. Moreover, they have frequently tried to undermine our captain since their transfer, which has created lasting animosity. Yian's mouth fell open in shock. He could hardly fathom that such a history existed prior to his arrival in the Falcon. Jiang Lin stated solemnly, I have heard that the captain harbors an intense hatred for the two of them. Do they still dare to return? Yian appeared puzzled. It was the political commissar who brought them back, Luo Xing replied. The captain must heed the political commissar's directives. What? Yan iklaimit, uttalit bijidirit. The captain must listen to the political commissar. In any military unit, the political commissar typically oversees political affairs. Although in theory, military leaders are expected to heed the political commissar, this is often more of a formality. Most of the time, military leaders exercise command over the troops, while the political commissar focuses on discipline. Suddenly, Yian envisioned Chun Hai's rugged visage, and he found it hard to imagine that Chun Hai would actually listen to anyone. Luo Xing looked at Yi in astonishment. Captain, you truly do not know? Yian retorted impatiently. Spit it out quickly. Luo Xing remarked, our current executive officer is Su Hongxing. He was once our captain. The present captain, along with Kong Lei and Qianjin, were all trained by him. What on earth? Yian felt as if his mind were about to crash. The executive officer was the former captain? Indeed, Luo Xing nodded. The former executive officer had quite the temper. He was stripped of his captaincy for beating our captain as well as Kong Lei and Qianjin, and was subsequently appointed as executive officer. Yian nearly coughed up blood. The fierce countenance of Chun Hai resurfaced in his mind. He couldn't even fathom the scene of Chun Hai being beaten. He was just grateful that he himself wasn't the target. Wait a moment. Yian widened his eyes. He was stripped to the captaincy, and then became the executive officer? What sort of operation is that? Not surprising at all. Luo Xing shrugged. The executive officer commands respect within our unit, and after he thrashed the captain became much more compliant. Ye nodded helplessly. It seemed to align with the character of the executive officer. However, our current executive officer has mellowed significantly, Luo Xing added with a smile. He generally doesn't resort to violence anymore. He prefers reasoning, and everyone listens to him. This executive officer is quite remarkable, Yian thought, swallowing hard. Not only does he reason well, but he also possesses some martial prowess. How can anyone disregard him? It dawned on Yian that the Falcon unit truly harbored hidden talents. The most intriguing aspect was the arrival of Kong Lei and Qianjin. CFA chuckled mischievously. The three mortal enemies are reunited. Surely, a spectacle is in store. Observing the gossiping faces around him, Yian couldn't help but clear his throat. All right, is this what you should be concerning yourselves with? Yian said coldly. Gather round. Prepare for new training subjects. The group immediately straightened up. Captain, might you tell us what new subject we will be training in? Linhua asked curiously. Yian smiled slightly. Camouflage reconnaissance. All eyes lit up, and they turned to Sun Daji. Yian, eyeing Sun Daji with suspicion, asked what is going on. Captain, you may not be aware, Aili chuckled. Old Sun's camouflage reconnaissance is renowned in our unit. Xiafugue nodded vigorously. During the last battle, he infiltrated the enemy's brigade command post alone. He acquired intelligence and returned safely without being detected. Oh, is that so? A faint smile crept onto Yi's lips. Sundaji, unabashed, replied, Captain, I'm not boasting. I can't vouch for other subjects, but as for camouflage reconnaissance, I believe I am more than capable. Yi's smile widened. He felt a surge of confidence. All right, let's see. Yian fixed his gaze on him. Show me just how capable you are. Chapter 22, Mother. The trees can speak. Stop it. Please do not fight. Su Hongxing exclaimed, panic etched across his face. Zheng Wei, do not hold me back. Chun Hai clung to Qian Jin's neck with both arms, his legs wrapped tightly around Kong Lei's waist. The three of them twisted together like serpents. Today, I must break the legs of these two scoundrels. Chun roared, otherwise, I will be betraying our team. Su Hongxing, anxious, rose to his feet. That is all in the past, today they have. They're not good people either, Chun Hai shouted in anger. Knowing full well that our Falcon unit is the only pilot special forces unit in the military district, these two scoundrels still dare to form a new special forces team. Using our team members, I will kill these traitorous scoundrels today. Old Captain, do not hold me back. Qianjin tightened his grip around Chun Hai's neck. I have long found this scoundrel intolerable. He poached my men for his Lone Eagle unit, causing my Blood Eagle squad's combat effectiveness to plummet. I have long wanted to eliminate him. Kong Lei grasped Chun Hai's lower body, causing his mouth to form an O shape in pain. You scoundrel, dare you play the victim? Kong Lei said angrily. Not only did you poach my men, but you also seized our Fire Eagle-S supplies. Otherwise, could I possibly lose to you? You wish to kill me? I will kill you first. Come on. Chun Hai exerted all his strength, causing Kong Lei and Qianjin to roll their eyes in agony. Bring on. Kong Lei and Qianjin also pushed back with force. Chun Hai said, tears streaming down his face. Stop it. Everyone stop. Su Hongxing, frantic, circled them. You are all captains now. What will the soldiers below think if they see this? Let go. Quickly let go. At that moment, Gu Yaozu rushed in. Upon seeing Chun Hai entangled with the others, he was momentarily dumbfounded. Captain, what are you doing? Why are you just standing there? Chun Hai cried, tears streaming down. Can't you see it's 2 against 1? Help me, beat these traitors. I said stop fighting. A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the command center. Then, a figure as solid as an iron tower suddenly bent down. In the next moment, Chun Hai, Qianjin, and Kong Lei were all sent flying. They crashed heavily onto the ground with a loud thud. Gu Yaozu and Zhai Gang stared in shock at Su Hongxing, who had transformed and quickly straightened their postures. I'm trying to reason with you, but you refuse to listen, don't you? Su Hongxing, his face darkened, marched toward Chun Hai and the others like a tank. Zheng Wei, please. Old Captain, I was wrong, I'm sorry. Outside the command center, 2 soldiers exchanged glances and then stepped forward in unison. Sun Daji awkwardly smiled at Yin. Captain, I mean no disrespect towards you. As for the demonstration, I think it is unnecessary. That is out of the question. Yin shook his head, speaking earnestly. Although I'm the captain, I am always eager to learn. As the saying goes, in a group of 3, one can be my teacher. If your skills in camouflage reconnaissance truly surpass mine, I shall learn from you for the betterment of our Lone Eagle. Sun Daji looked at Yi and, with suspicion, Captain, are you serious? You want to learn from me? Indeed, Yin replied earnestly, nodding his head. If you are stronger than I, then the training in camouflage reconnaissance will be entrusted to you. Sun Daji's eyes sparkled, and smiles emerged on the faces of the other soldiers. During the training process, we follow Old Sun's lead? Zhang Lin quickly inquired. Yes. Ye nodded vigorously. As long as he proves stronger than me, he will be the captain during training, and I shall follow his commands. The group immediately turned their attention to Sun Daji. All right, Old Sun, it's time to showcase your skills. Lu Feng whispered. Zhao Sheng leaned closer to Sun Daji. You needn't elaborate on how intense the captain's training is. If you can handle it, go ahead. The brothers are all behind you. If you lead us in training, it will surely make things easier for us. Come on. Old Sun, Zhang Luan nudged Sun Daji. With your prowess in camouflage reconnaissance, I believe the captain cannot compare. Go for it. Xiang Qing winked at him. Who knows? We might just pull something on him. Exactly. After enduring so much hardship, wouldn't you want to give him a taste of his own medicine? CF Fugue grinned. Let us team up and give him a run for his money. Ailey's eyes sparkled with excitement. Daji, no need to hesitate. Take the plunge. A gamble might just turn that bicycle into a motorcycle. Encouraged by their fervor, Sun Daji straightened his back. Yin smirked slightly. He could see that Sun Daji was not entirely convinced, but merely intimidated by him. Having spent time with this group, Yin had come to understand them well. They were proud and capable, brimming with talent. To ensure their unconditional obedience, one must conquer them in every aspect. Any hint of dissent might lead to mischief during training. Are you capable or not? Yan pide sit. If you have the strength, step up. No need to dither. Sun Daji took a deep breath, gazing confidently at Yin. Captain, I'm not defying you. However, I believe you're right. For our lone eagle, I shall give a try. That's the spirit. Yin beamed and patted him on the back. All for the lone eagle. The faces of everyone displayed triumphant smiles. Unaware of the true extent of Yi An's camouflage reconnaissance skills, but fully aware of Sun Daji's remarkable abilities, who had indeed earned a second-class merit. Captain, tell me how to camouflage. Sun Daji exclaimed excitedly. Not so fast. Yan Chakrit. If your skills in camouflage reconnaissance are lacking, it would be a waste of time. Therefore, during the upcoming training, I will incorporate a different training exercise. Do you all agree? The group exchanged glances, and Jianglin quickly asked, Captain, won't it be up to you to determine his camouflage reconnaissance abilities? No. Ian shook his head. It will be defined by everyone. It is essential that all are convinced and satisfied. I shall never resort to dishonesty. Absolutely. Jianglin was the first to nod in agreement. Others contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Adding another training session seemed inconsequential. Although Yi and had previously asserted that no physical training would be incorporated into the new regimen, they were skeptical that Yin would allow them to merely focus on the subject of camouflage reconnaissance without any challenges. Losing didn't seem to entail any significant repercussions for them, yet winning would afford them a legitimate opportunity to exert some influence over Yin. They eagerly anticipated that day. Very well, since everyone concurs, let us commence. Yin smiled at Sun Daji. Camouflage reconnaissance is vital for us to infiltrate enemy territory seamlessly, allowing us to navigate freely within their domain. Thus, I shall not place you in a difficult position. Pointing towards the distant mountains, Yi and continued. From the foot to the midsection of that mountain, you will conceal yourself in this area. Everyone will set out to locate you. If you are found within 4 hours, it is deemed your loss. Yin chuckled. If you remain undetected, then your prowess is commendable, and the responsibility for the camouflage reconnaissance training shall fall upon you. Sun Daji glanced at the mountain, noting the broad scope of the designated area. A broad smile spread across his face. Captain, let me confirm once more. If I take over the training, do I have your absolute obedience? Will there be no reckoning afterward? Yin raised his hand, declaring, I swear, if I do not heed your commands, may the heavens strike me down. Should I seek recompense afterward, may I be cursed with blindness. Very well. Sun Daji laughed heartily. Captain, I shall not disappoint. Yin gestured, please, commence your performance. An hour later, Yin stood at the foot of the mountain with the others. Time was up. He turned to the group. You may begin. Captain, Siefugue inquired curiously. Aren't you joining us? Yin shook his head with a smile. No need. I shall find him myself. CFA chuckled mischievously. Aren't you worried we might cheat? If we find him, you won't say anything? Yin responded with a calm smile, though you are all the troublemakers from various units. I believe you possess principles and integrity. For the sake of the lone eagle's resurgence, I trust you will not shield him. A subtle smile graced the lips of the group. Yin's unwavering confidence in them instilled a newfound respect in their hearts. Captain, we shall begin. Jianglin shouted. Everyone, spread out and search diligently. Understood. The team immediately dispersed, resembling a net cast from the foot of the mountain towards its midsection. Observing their retreating figures, Yin leisurely strolled in the opposite direction up the mountain. His exceptional camouflage skills had reached an intermediate level, granting him not only the ability to disguise swiftly, but also significantly enhancing his capacity to detect concealment. No matter how adept Sun Daji's camouflage was, it would not elude Yin's keen perception. However, Yin was not inclined to simply uncover Sun Daji. For a rebellious spirit, one must employ a more rigorous approach. Yin scrutinized the mountain closely, quickly pinpointing a specific area. A true master would likely conceal themselves there. Yin smiled slightly. Sun Daji, I am coming. 3 hours later, amidst a dense thicket on the mountainside, a line of soldiers stood in formation, meticulously scanning their surroundings. This marked our third visit to this place. Xia Fei murmured, Nothing seems out of the ordinary. Sun Daji should not be here, right? The forest here was rather dense. Jiang Lin examined the treetops. That rascal is most likely hiding here. Everyone, remain vigilant. Ali sifted through a pile of leaves, but shook his head in disappointment. Daji is truly remarkable. Where could he be concealing himself? It is no wonder he managed to infiltrate the enemy's command center alone. He possesses considerable skill. Chang Quan nodded in admiration. Despite our thorough search, we have yet to find him. I suspect the situation is rather dire. Lin Hui chuckled mischievously. If we fail to locate him, the captain will be in serious trouble. Daji will certainly have his way with him. My admiration for Daji flows like an unending river. Enough. Jiang Lin interjected coldly. We still have time. Let us proceed with caution. The group nodded in agreement. They sought to confront Yin, but as Yin himself had articulated, their arrival at Lone Eagle was intended to forge a stronger version of themselves and to restore Lone Eagle to its former glory. They would never compromise their principles merely to target Yin. I believe Sun Daji may take the opposite approach. Yang Wei mused, stroking his chin. This area is conducive to concealment. If we can think of it, so can he. What if he is hiding in a place we have overlooked? A valid point. Jiang Lin acknowledged. Once we finish searching here, we shall proceed to the foot of the mountain. There, it is dark under the light. The group nodded once more and continued their careful advance. As they finally exited the forest, the very leaves Ali had disturbed moments earlier began to rustle. Several branches emerged from beneath the foliage, followed by a pair of eyes that cautiously peeked out. Satisfied that no one was around, Sun Daji, heavily camouflaged, emerged from the leaves. He had dug a hole in the ground, draped himself with branches, and covered himself with a generous amount of leaves. In this manner, he blended seamlessly with the earth. Even if someone were to walk over him, it would be exceedingly difficult to detect the hidden figure beneath. A bunch of fools. Sun Daji gleefully gazed down the mountain, thinking, what you can conceive, I can as well. I would never wait for you to catch me in a well-lit area. This is indeed the prime spot for concealment. He glanced at his watch, noting he had half an hour remaining. Sun Daji exhaled easily, confident that even if they ascended the mountain again, it would be too late. He leaned against a tree stump, stretching lazily. I am utterly exhausted, but it is worth it. Sun Daji chuckled heartily. Captain, my apologies. My training regimen can be quite ruthless, but bear with it. I do not wish to endure, as you have taken the place of my brother. Suddenly, a gentle and familiar voice whispered in Sun Daji's ear. Startled, he turned sharply, only to find the tree stump he was leaning against that blinked at him. Oh my goodness! Sun Daji gasped, leaping in shock, tears welling in his eyes. The tree stump is speaking. The stump has come to life. Chapter 23. The strong fear not challenges within the command center. Blood streamed from Chunhai's nose, while Qianjin and Kong bore bruises upon their faces. The three stood against the wall like chastised children, eyes averted, obediently awaiting their fate. Su Hongxing, with a beaming smile, clapped his hands and settled comfortably onto the sofa. Standing at the door, Zhai Gang and Gu Yaozu dared not even breathe, their minds replaying the scene where Su Hongxing effortlessly defeated three opponents. Even formidable as Chunhai and his companions were, Su Hongxing tossed them around like mere chicks, leaving them utterly defenseless. The two swallowed hard, having not witnessed Su Hongxing's fury in a long time. They nearly forgot his fearsome moniker, the Tyrant Beast. At that moment, Su Hongxing extracted a cigarette, prompting Zhai Gang to spring forward with remarkable swiftness. Just as the cigarette reached Su Hongxing's lips, the match was already lit. Su Hongxing smiled and nodded at Zhai Gang, then turned to Chunhai and his companions. I told you to cease fighting, and look at what has become of you. The trio wore expressions of disbelief. How do we end up like this? Surely you know the answer within, they seemed to convey. Su Hongxing sighed and shook his head. You were once comrades in the same class, later serving in the same platoon and company. Such bonds are forged in steel. Now, with matters in this disarray, I feel embarrassed for you. Chunhai and his companions wore faces of defiance. Their discord was not a recent development. Su Hongxing exhaled a puff of smoke and said calmly, All right, what has passed is behind us. Now let us shake hands and move forward as good friends. At this, Chun Hai and his companions widened their eyes in astonishment. Stealing glances at one another, they stubbornly lifted their chins in unison. I said, "Shake hands," Su Hongxing declared, slapping his hand upon the table. In an instant, their hands crossed and clasped together. Su Hongxing, with a cheerful nod, remarked, "Good, since you have shaken hands. We shall not revisit the past. Now sit down and let us converse." The trio quickly released each other's hands, each face displaying disgust, as if they wished to wash their hands immediately. Observing them take their seats, Gu Yaozu exhaled in relief and muttered, "It's still the chief who knows how to reason. Everyone must listen." Zhai Gang furrowed his brow slightly. "But I wonder, what are those two back for?" From the chief's words, could it be that they are to rejoin the Eagles? "That seems unlikely," Gu Yaozu replied, skepticism etched on his face. At this moment, the trio had settled properly across from Su Hongxing. He extinguished his cigarette and, getting straight to the point, said, "Chun Hai, I shall not beat around the bush. The Mountain Wolves and Iron Fist, who will join us in operations, are the newly established pilot units of the Military District Special Forces." Su Hongxing gestured toward Qianjin. He is the commander of the Iron Fist Special Assault Team, and Kong Lei, the commander of the Mountain Wolf Special Assault Team. The Military District has tasked me with bringing them here, so we can meet in advance and discuss our operational strategies. Qianjin and Kong Lei exchanged smug glances with Chun Hai. "Commander Chun, in the upcoming battles, do ensure you perform well. Do not let us defeat you with ease." Chun Hai's face twitched uncontrollably as he suddenly turned to Su Hongxing. "Commander, for the next operation, our Falcon team will act independently. This is an order from the Military District." Su Hongxing interrupted Chun Hai. "The area we need to infiltrate is extensive and vast to ensure the success of the campaign. Our Falcon team alone is insufficient. Furthermore, the Mountain Wolf and Iron Fist teams have just been formed. The Military District intends for them to gain battlefield experience. Special forces must see blood to truly grow strong." Su Hongxing fixed his gaze on Chun Hai. "This is also Vice Commander Ma's intention." Qianjin smiled broadly. "Chun Hai, I hope you don't mind our presence. After all, we are quite formidable." Kong Lei scoffed, "It's nothing, Chun Hai. If we lose, you still belong to the Military District's Direct Reconnaissance Unit. Not everyone can be part of this special forces." With a sudden movement, Chun Hai stood up abruptly, his eyes fiercely fixed on the two. Were it not for Su Hongxing's presence, he would have been unable to restrain himself from pouncing on those two fools. Qianjin and Kong Lei met his glare with defiance, their eyes brimming with provocation. "Commander, may we have a private word?" Chun Hai inquired. Su Hongxing nodded, "Certainly, but not now. First, let us delineate the operation area." Su Hongxing looked at the three men. "For this mission, the Military District has authorized me to command fully. Each of the three teams will act independently." "Gu," Su Hongxing called. "Yes." Gu Yaozu quickly stood at attention. "Fetch the map." "Understood." Gu Yaozu dashed out. An hour later, Qianjin and Kong Lei stood to salute Su Hongxing. "Captain, we shall take our leave," Kong Lei announced. "Our team will arrive tonight, resting in the designated area, ready for the attack orders." Su Hongxing stood, smiling and nodding. "Very well. As your old captain, I must remind you not to relax your training before the battle. Once the fight begins, you must exercise utmost caution. The mission comes first, and the lives of the soldiers must be safeguarded." "Yes." The two straightened their chests. They then shot a highly provocative glance at Chun Hai before turning to leave. Once the door closed, Chun Hai could no longer contain his frustration. "Commander, how could you allow them to come? You are our old captain and now our commander. You should stand by our side. Even if the Military District issues an order, you should resist it." "Who says I haven't resisted?" Su Hongxing glared at Chun Hai. "You think just because you made a solemn vow to the Military District, they will agree to your demands?" "I also made a solemn vow." Chun Hai was taken aback, staring blankly at Su Hongxing, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief silence, he sat down in frustration. "Vice Commander Ma is a cunning old fox. He promised me an opportunity, yet immediately sent those two here. With their combat experience, doesn't that diminish our chances even further? Vice Commander Ma is utterly ridiculous." Bang! Su Hongxing slammed his palm on the table, startling Chun Hai into a reflexive jump. "Chun Hai, Su Hongxing fixed his gaze upon him with unwavering intensity. Let me make it clear. I consented to the establishment of the Mountain Wolves and Iron Fist by the military district. I was the one who recommended their formation. I also agreed to have them gain experience on the front lines. So, are you going to blame me as well? Chen Hai stared at Su Hongxing in astonishment. Chief, you. Su Hongxing's eyes twitched slightly, a flicker of sorrow crossing his features. The lone eagle nearly faced total annihilation. Do you think I am not affected by this? In our last battle, 37 comrades from our battalion sacrificed their lives. Do you think I am not grieving? Without a doubt, you may mock me, but upon hearing the news, I wept beneath my covers for an entire night. They were soldiers I trained, brothers I regarded as my own. They were so young. In the room, Gu Yaozu and Zhai Gang lowered their heads in silence, while Chen Hai's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Su Hongxing Yinan deeply. Our troops have not engaged in battle for a long time. Yet our adversaries have been entrenched in warfare for over 2 decades, possessing rich combat experience and indomitable fighting spirit. Although we have triumphed over them, what lies ahead? Su Hongxing fixed his gaze upon Chen Hai. What if we encounter an even mightier foe in the future? Surely you are aware that our surroundings are rife with watchful enemies. If we continue to fight in our current state, how many warriors will perish? How many innocent lives will be tragically lost due to our inadequacy? Su Hongxing's words grew increasingly fervent. We cannot perpetually live off the glory of our predecessors. We must not remain stagnant in our comfort zone. Our forebears honed their strength through countless bloody battles. Now, it is our generation's duty to advance, to safeguard our homeland. This is the very reason for establishing special forces, and it is why I support every proposal. Su Hongxing's gaze bore into Chen Hai's. I cherish our battalion deeply, and I wish for US to remain the best. However, we have lingered in our comfort zone for too long, believing ourselves to be the strongest in the military district. Yet there are always greater challenges beyond our horizon. Competition is essential for cultivating the mightiest forces. The battles of the future must result in fewer sacrifices. Su Hongxing declared emphatically, I refuse to hand over any soldier's ashes to their parents. Chief, Chen Hai nodded bitterly. I understand your perspective now. Su Hongxing sighed. I have expressed all that needed to be said. The rest is for you to comprehend. In short, those with capability must rise to the occasion. But rest assured, no matter what transpires, as the chief, I will bear the burden. Chief, Chen Hai stared intently at Su Hongxing. Spare me the sentimentalities. Su Hongxing pointed at him. You're the captain of the Eagles, and your mission is to ensure our team becomes genuinely formidable, to utterly crush our opponents. If you fail, Su Hongxing raised his fist. Then I shall take action against you. Understood. Chen Hai, startled, immediately saluted, exclaiming, The Falcons shall forever be the leaders of our military district. No one can change that. Su Hongxing pointed at him and stated, Though the 3 of you are trained by me, I support all resolutions of the military district. His expression darkened as he continued, However, I want you to make them regret their actions, to the point where they cry out for their parents. Ensuring the entire military district understands that to challenge us Falcons is to live with a lifetime of psychological scars. Chen Hai chuckled heartily. Indeed, this is the old captain I know. We must show no mercy to traitors. Su Hongxing, stern-faced, retorted, Do not smirk at me. There is one thing I mentioned that you cannot accomplish. I will make you regret it. Chen Hai, alarmed, immediately straightened his chest, declaring, I guarantee the mission will be fulfilled. The special forces are solely ours, the Falcons. Meanwhile, Zhai Gang and Gu Yaozu gulped nervously, acknowledging that the commander was indeed formidable and adept at reasoning. Su Hongxing laughed heartily. Exactly. This is the Chen Hai I recognize. Regardless of who comes, we shall confront them decisively. By the way, he shifted the subject. What the new captain you promoted named? Yan. How is he faring? Can the lone eagle soar once more? Chen Hai nodded. There should be no problem. That lad possesses great capability and courage, and he is adept at scientific training, leading to a swift improvement in the lone eagle's performance. Is that so? Su Hongxing chuckled. I heard you entrusted him with all the rebellious spirits of the entire brigade. Can he manage them? Chen Hai smiled. That is precisely why I assert his capability. Those rebels now hold him in high regard. Su Hongxing nodded in approval. Good. It was worth my while to stand by you in the military pledge. In a few days, I shall visit to see how this lad has trained the lone eagle. Meanwhile, amidst the woods on the mountainside, Yin grinned at Sun Daji and asked, "Well, how does my disguise fare in your eyes?" "Captain." Sun Daji suddenly knelt before Yin, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, "I was wrong. I truly erred. I should never have underestimated you, nor doubted your abilities. I was wrong." "Shoo." Yin raised a finger to his lips. "Do not speak. They are coming." Chapter 24. Passive Combat. "Captain, do you intend to kill us?" In the woods, Jianglin and the others rushed over upon hearing the commotion. They found Sun Daji kneeling before a tree stump, tears streaming down his face. CFA approached him with a grin and playfully nudged him. "What is the matter, old son? You should be overjoyed that we couldn't find you." "Why the tears?" "I know," Ailey exclaimed, raising a finger with a clever glint in his eye. "Daji must be so delighted that he is going to get the captain in trouble. He is crying from joy." Sun Daji looked at them in sheer terror, desperately signaling with his eyes. Unfortunately, none of them perceived the underlying tension. Yang Wei, with a cheeky grin, smacked him on the head. "You really pulled one over on us. We circled this place 3 times without a clue. You were quite the master at hiding." He walked directly to the tree stump, leaning against it with a chuckle. "Now the captain has no retort. Come on, think of a plan to get back at him." Sun Daji glanced at him, then at the stump, his complexion paling. Get your hand off, Captain, the captain. He still doesn't know where we are." Yang Wei laughed heartily and leaped toward the tree stump. "When he arrives, it's going to be so awkward." Suddenly, his voice cut off. A collective gasp echoed through the air as everyone stepped back in fright, as if they had seen a ghost. Yang Wei's eyes twitched violently. "Brother's eye. I feel like something has caught me." Indeed, a voice rang out beside him, startling him. "I was afraid you'd land on my head, so I caught you in advance." Yang Wei turned in terror, only to see the tree stump grinning at him, its hands reaching out to catch him firmly. "Captain!" Yang Wei fell to the ground in a panic, nearly convulsing. Slowly, Yin stood up, causing everyone to swallow hard in confusion. His disguise was so impeccable that, as long as he remained still, he was indistinguishable from the tree stump. The seamless blend of color and shape was nothing short of extraordinary. Everyone's minds buzzed with disbelief. This camouflage was truly remarkable. "Captain," Jiang Lin asked, astonishment etched on his face, When did you get here?" Yin smiled lightly. 2 hours ago." 2 hours ago? They all widened their eyes in shock. This revelation meant that as they passed by, they had not only failed to notice Sun Daji, but also completely overlooked Yin. With a smile, Yin continued, "When you first walked past, I was right behind you. After you left, I found Sun Daji and hid behind him. Then you came back twice, and neither of you noticed me. Nor did he. In an instant, it felt as though the sky had fallen upon them. 2 individuals had been disguised right under their noses, yet they had passed by as if blind. Most alarmingly, Yin only made his appearance during their second visit, yet they failed to notice the addition. Everyone was utterly astounded, their legs inexplicably trembling as an ominous feeling began to rise. With a smile, Yin approached Sun Daji. "Not bad, Daji. Your disguise was quite impressive, managing to fool everyone." At that moment, Sun Daji felt as though he had met his demise. "Captain, please spare me the praise. I am truly in awe. You are formidable in every regard." Suddenly, Zhonglin interjected. "We actually knew all along that this kid, Sun Daji, was lacking. We merely wished to see him make a fool of himself. In truth, we hold you in the highest esteem, don't we?" Yes, indeed." Zhonglin and the others nodded vigorously. "Sun Daji is simply overestimating himself, thinking he is something extraordinary. He needed a lesson from you, Captain, or he would remain oblivious to his own limitations." Sun Daji glared at them in anger. "You bunch of scoundrels. It was you who egged me on. I never intended to embarrass myself before the captain. It's all your fault." "Enough." Yi An's sharp command silenced them, causing everyone to straighten up immediately, and Sun Daji knelt even more obediently. "Return to formation." Yin shot him a glance. Sun Daji promptly sprang to his feet and rejoined the ranks. With a stern expression, Yin advanced towards the front of the formation, leaving everyone too frightened to even breathe. Such prideful spirits. Ye unseated. You all think yourselves quite remarkable, do you? The expressions of the group reflected their regret. They now lamented their foolishness in questioning this old eccentric. Now, does anyone still dare to question me? Ye unmuted. Captain, we have never dared to question you. Everyone shouted in unison. We hold you in the utmost reverence. Yian nodded. Then does that imply you are willing to accept the consequences? During the upcoming training, which would include a deceptive exercise, the group, filled with reluctance, lamented in a wailing chorus. Your rules are absolute. We shall obey your commands. Excellent. Yian smiled as he approached Sun Daji. Sun Daji met Yian's gaze. Awkwardly managing a smile, "See, Captain." Yian chuckled. Daji, let's start with you. What? Before Sun Daji could fully comprehend, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. In the next moment, an overwhelming force surged forth, lifting his feet off the ground and sending him tumbling backward. With a loud thud, Sun Daji crashed to the ground 2 meters away. It was only then that the anguished cries erupted. Oh my goodness, I'm being beaten to death. Captain Yu-Ug. Everyone stared in terror as they witnessed Sun Daji being struck so hard that he vomited, collectively tightening their expressions. This is what the training entails. Yeon grinned. Passive combat. Captain. Lin Hua stammered in fear. What is passive combat? Yian replied with a smile. To put it simply, it is combat training conducted in a passive manner. With his hands clasped behind his back, he continued to walk and explain. The combat training you usually engage in, striking and grappling, typically involves proactive attacks. However, if the enemy does not cooperate, what shall you do? Yian smiled and replied, As for me, I shall act contrarily. I will strike, and you shall attempt to block. This will not only hone your reflexes, but also build your resilience to blows, while simultaneously teaching you my techniques. 3 benefits in one, enabling your rapid advancement. Pausing, Yian winked at them. The moves I employ are primarily lethal techniques, highly practical on the battlefield. Jiang Lin, filled with trepidation, inquired, You mean, you will just beat us up for no reason? Incorrect. Yian shook his head. To be precise, I shall deliver a single punch. For a single blow suffices. A second is unnecessary. The group felt despondent. What difference does that make? Moreover, these are lethal moves. This is clearly a rhythm that suggests he intends to annihilate them. Of course, you may retaliate. Yian chuckled. If you manage to land a hit on me, regardless of its severity, you will be exempt from this training for the day. The others felt as though they might collapse. They could hardly discern Yian's movements, let alone block them. Merely managing to do so would be akin to a miracle. And retaliate? What a farce. Yet do not fear, Yian reassured with a smile. Though I employ lethal techniques, I will avoid vital areas and significantly temper my strength, ensuring you will not be harmed. The group paused, feeling a slight sense of relief. They had secretly witnessed Yian's terrifying prowess. Should he unleash his full strength, they would either be dead or utterly incapacitated. Yian clapped his hands together. All right, let us now proceed to the main topic. He fixed his gaze upon them. The recent camouflage training has revealed 2 grave issues among you. First, your observational skills are exceedingly poor. Yian stated coldly, Our enemies have fought in jungle warfare for over 20 years. Their camouflage skills are quite refined. With your current level of observation, you would not even recognize how you perished on the battlefield. The group nodded in solemn agreement. They had all been to battle and witnessed the enemy's camouflage. The monkey soldiers could disguise themselves as stumps, grass, or bushes. Many soldiers have fallen victim to such deceptions in the last skirmish. Secondly, Yian proclaimed, Your understanding of camouflage is still quite limited. True camouflage is not merely hiding. It is about merging, transforming oneself into a stone, a post, or even a patch of mud. Just as you could not detect my presence on the path where you have already seen me, that is the essence of merging. Once again, the group nodded in silence. Yian's camouflage blended seamlessly with the surroundings, making it seem as if he belonged there. Yian continued, Therefore, in the upcoming training, I will not only teach you the fundamental principles of camouflage and allow you to practice, but I will also periodically disguise myself and appear beside you. If you fail to notice me, Yian smiled, Then you shall commence passive combat training, and each of you will be granted the opportunity to endure 6 consecutive blows. What? The entire group nearly collapsed in fear. To be struck 6 times in a single training session? Even if Yi tempered his strength, he would still avoid vital areas. If one could be struck 6 times consecutively, one would surely be left with a multitude of bruises. Very well. Without allowing them further contemplation, Yi clapped his hands and declared, "Now, I shall impart to you the foundational knowledge, and in half an hour, we shall commence with practical application. Let's begin." At that moment, the expressions on their faces were more bitter than that of a bitter melon. The mere thought of being sent flying time, and again, left them with an air of despondency. If only time could be reversed, they would undoubtedly give themselves a sound thrashing and fervently warn themselves never to engage in a contest of disguise with Yin. This individual is nothing short of a formidable and eccentric mastermind. Chapter 25. No swimming here, little bunny. Be a good child. Open the door. In the forest, Yin walked forward with his hands behind his back, a mischievous grin adorning his face. "Hurry up and open it. I'm coming in." Yin suddenly halted, cheerfully calling out to the surroundings. "Have you all hidden well? Here I come. I'll count to 3. Yin chuckled, raising his fingers. 1, 2. The forest was eerily silent, as quiet as a graveyard. Yet the air was thick with palpable tension. 3. As soon as the last word left his lips, Yin dashed forward in a swift motion. With a resounding kick, he struck a stone at the base of a tree, causing it to emit a dreadful cry as it rolled away like a ball. Turning on his heel, Yin's right elbow collided precisely with the tree trunk. In an instant, a large section of the trunk jolted, painfully kneeling on the ground, retching something out. "And you?" Yin suddenly looked up with a smile. A branch from a tree let out a shriek, losing its balance and crashing heavily to the ground. Yin stepped on its head and bolted straight towards a bush. However, as he approached, the bush suddenly burst apart. Zhang Luan, terrified, leaped out, brandishing a stick aimed directly at Yin's chest. Yet, Yin showed no intention of retreating. He thrust forward with his shoulder, redirecting the immense force of the stick, which then struck Zhang Luan's chest with a loud thud. "Ouch!" Zhang Luan cried out, sent flying, clutching his chest in pain. "Learning to strike first, are we?" Yin chuckled. "Good idea, but against someone as formidable as me, you ought to run. That's your own doing." Shaking his head, Yin picked up Zhang Luan's stick and hurled it like a javelin towards the treetops. A figure subsequently plummeted heavily from the branches. Yin smiled slightly and darted in another direction. 10 minutes later, all the participants stood before Yin, their spirits visibly deflated, resembling wilted eggplants. "Very good. There has been some progress," Yin remarked with a smile. "Had it not been for my keen insight, the average person would have never detected you. Congratulations. You have ascended to a whole new level." Everyone collectively rolled their eyes. It had been 5 days, and they could scarcely recall how many times they had been captured by Yin or how many punches they had endured. "Captain," Jiang Lin gazed at Yin with curiosity. "In this round of disguise, we have summarized our experiences from the past 5 days, paying attention to every detail and racking our brains to perfect our concealment. How did you find us?" All eyes were on Yin, filled with intrigue. Earlier, they had felt an overwhelming confidence, believing they had secured their success. Now, they were eager to uncover Yin's secret to locating them so swiftly. "The scent," Yin replied with a smile. "What?" The group looked bewildered. Yin, hands behind his back, remarked, "Did I not just say? You have made significant progress, at least reaching the average level of a lone eagle. I wish to locate you solely through my eyesight, which indeed adds an element of difficulty and demands time." Yin chuckled softly. "However, you seem to have forgotten to master scent. The pungent odor of sweat is so overwhelming that I can detect it from quite a distance. It would indeed be a challenge to remain hidden." Everyone hurriedly checked their clothing, and indeed, a foul stench wafted upwards. Huang Yukai wore a bitter expression. "Who would have thought that our body odor would betray us?" Alas! Others sighed in agreement, yet secretly relished the fact that, although exposed, it was not due to their inadequate disguises. As long as they could improve, the past 5 days of training would not have been in vain. To achieve a perfect disguise and concealment, Yin stated earnestly, fixing her gaze on each individual. One must pay attention to every detail. Any slight negligence could cost you your life on the battlefield and potentially endanger others. Do you understand? Yes. The group responded with a fervent murmur of agreement. Yin smiled slightly. Good. Now let us commence the passive combat training. A collective tension gripped everyone. I am quite fair. Yin laughed. I just struck you once, leaving each of you with 2 strikes remaining. Who shall come forward first? Everyone instinctively recoiled. Who would dare to step up first? Moments later, all were sprawled across the ground, with AI even hanging from a tree, moaning incessantly. Yin rubbed her hands together, smiling. The disguise training has been underway for 5 days. How about this? I shall grant you 2 days of respite. Everyone raised their heads in unison. Yin continued with a smile. For the next 2 days, you are relieved from the obligation of disguising yourselves. Whoosh! The group nearly leaped in unison, causing AI Li to tumble from the tree. All eyes were fixed intently on Yin. Captain, are we to begin new training? Chang Quan inquired. New training? Yin scoffed. You have yet to master your disguises. She scrutinized them. I perceive that your ability to disguise has reached its limits, making further breakthrough difficult at this time. Therefore, we shall alter our training approach. I will disguise myself, and you shall seek me out. You may enjoy 2 days of ease while also gaining insights from my disguise to surpass your current limits. The eyes of the group sparkled collectively. Over the past 5 days, Yin had previously disguised herself for them to find. Although they had never succeeded, it had indeed broadened their horizons. Most importantly, when searching for Yin, they could rest, unlike the current routine of continuous disguising, enduring at least dozens of strikes from Yin daily. However, if they were tasked with finding her, even if unsuccessful, they would receive far fewer blows. Captain, Huang Yukai raised his thumb in admiration. You are truly wise and valiant. You are the epitome of scientific military training. It is no wonder we have made such rapid progress. CFA added gravely. It is not that we are exceptionally clever, but rather that the captain is extraordinarily capable. If we could become special forces. Sun Daji flattered. Captain, you deserve 99% of the credit. Captain, Lin Hua excitedly exclaimed. My admiration for you is like the endless flow of the river. Enough. Yin waved his hand and coldly replied. When we begin shortly, we shall exchange roles. You must remain vigilant. Yes. The crowd collectively roared with excitement. All right, return and rest. Yin wore a benign smile, adding, remember to stay alert. Yes. Everyone saluted Yi and joyfully dashed back to the camp. Yin watched their retreating figures, his smile growing ever more radiant. Oh dear. Huang Yukai lay back on the grass, stretching blissfully. It's been ages since I've felt this comfortable. What a delight. Ma Yang rested his hands behind his head, reclining with pleasure. It's been so long since I've leisurely watched the sun. At this moment, I truly wish to compose a poem. Zhang Luan turned his head. Come on, share one with us. Yes, do. The others urged. Ma Liang smiled slightly. All right, listen closely. As the sun sets in the west, we all lie scattered on the ground. The autumn breeze wafts away the scent of sweat. I ask you, is that not refreshing? Ma Liang chuckled. So, what do you think? Were you not dazzled? The crowd's eyes twitched, jaws dropping in disbelief. Is that even a poem? Huang Yukai rolled his eyes. Goodness, I could do that too. Ma Yang instantly bristled. What is the matter? Is my poem not good enough? This is improvisation. Do you understand? Zhang Luan laughed heartily. Oh Ma, I think your poem is quite nice. Ma Yang beamed with pride. See, there's someone who appreciates it. Slightly better than old Huang's foot odor, not quite as foul. After Zhang Luan's remark, everyone burst into laughter. Ma Yang, infuriated, leapt up and pointed at them. You lot are hopeless, utterly uneducable. Jiang Lin laughed heartily. That's just crude, utterly unreasonable. The crowd erupted in laughter once more. Ma Yang rolled his eyes. The meaning is similar. That's sufficient. Completely oblivious to their conversation, AI Li sat up. Where are you going? CFA inquired. To the latrine. Are you coming? Heidi asked. I'll join you. CF Fugue jumped up. I've been holding it for 2 days. I'm going too. I'll use your paper. Lu Feng said mischievously as he got up. The others continued to rest, while AI Lee and the two others hurried to the temporary toilet. As they squatted down, a sudden cacophony erupted. Ah, bliss. Fugue's expression was one of sheer relief. AI Lee covered his nose. Hurry up, then let us get back. We don't know when the captain might emerge. Lu Feng waved his hand dismissively. There's no need to worry. When the time comes, we can take our time and still have rest. Exactly. Fugue nodded. Knowing we're in for a beating, who would run so fast? Notoriously. Even if the captain needs to disguise himself, he too requires time. Actually, I can disguise myself quite swiftly. Suddenly, the wall before the three shifted, drawing ominously closer to them. Ah! The three individuals gazed in horror at the visage that had suddenly manifested upon the wall, instinctively clutching each other and toppling backward. Splash! A considerable spray erupted from the latrine. However, Yian had prudently retreated in advance, thereby evading the chaos. I told you to remain vigilant, Yian admonished, shaking his head. Did you not notice that the surrounding walls of the temporary restroom have inexplicably expanded? Hurry up, he urged anxiously. This is no place for swimming. Soon it will be time for dinner, and you mustn't dine in here. With that, Yian pranced away with an air of smugness. The three were seething with indignation, nearly bursting with rage. To be frightened into the latrine and subsequently mocked. Was this the conduct of a civilized being? Struggling desperately to climb out, they found their footing slipping, only to crash back down once more. What happened? How did you fall into the pit? Jiang Lin and others rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Witnessing the trio floundering in the latrine, they were both astonished and nearly amused. Captain! Lu Feng bellowed in frustration. He disguised himself as a wall, lurking before us to frighten us. He is utterly reprehensible. Glancing over, the group collectively turned, astonished to discover a gaping hole had appeared in the wall. Yian was concealed within. How treacherous! Huang Yukai lamented. Stop looking. Fuqiu shouted, pull us up. Boom! Gu Yaozu slammed his palm upon the table. Springing to his feet, out of ammunition, he roared in fury. Where's the ammunition? Did you consume it or sell it? The armory chief, feeling wronged, replied. Chief of Staff, you cannot unjustly accuse me. The ammunition was taken by the Lone Eagle. It has nothing to do with me. What? Gu Yaozu's eyes widened in disbelief. The Lone Eagle? Are you jesting? The entire month's supply of ammunition for our battalion was completely exhausted by the Lone Eagle. Do they consume bullets? The chief spread his hands helplessly. I do not know. They requested it, and I provided it. Gu Yaozu's lips twitched in irritation. They request, and you comply? Is the armory their personal establishment? This is the command of the battalion leader. The chief, resigned, explained. The battalion leader instructed that whatever the Lone Eagle desires, they shall receive. Please do not vent your frustrations on me. Direct your inquiries to the battalion leader. Rendered speechless, Gu Yaozu recalled that Chunhai had indeed stated something similar. Bang! Gu Yaozu slammed his palm on the table once more. Even with the battalion leader's orders, they cannot possibly require this much ammunition. I shall go and ascertain whether they have truly consumed all the bullets. Chapter 26. An unprecedented display of deception. Hurry, while no one is around. Let us rush in. A group of individuals dashed eagerly toward the makeshift bathhouse, which was little more than a brick structure. With a mere 30 shower stalls available for all the soldiers in the unit, the situation was dire, as the teams were busy with training and water resources were scarce. The bathhouse was temporarily unoccupied. How cruel, Fugue lamented. Which captain is as heartless as this? We weren't even called to begin. Furthermore, he resorted to intimidation. AI Li's face turned pale. I said, it must be quite complicated. The captain is truly wicked. Huang Yukai offered a sympathetic pat to AI Li. Don't dwell on it, and you won't feel nauseous. After all, it's just transformed food. Lu Feng glared at him in anger. Old Huang, is that even a human thing to say? That stuff comes from below. Do you think we're dogs? All right, let us hurry up. Jiang Lin shouted irritably. If someone sees you like this, they'll surely burst out laughing. AI Li and the others swiftly approached the shower stalls, and the sound of water cascading over them filled the air. Let us join in. Jiang Lin looked at the group. Without hesitation, Everyone began to remove their clothing. I can barely stand this stench of sweat myself. Zhang Luan cheerfully began to lather up with soap. Ma Yang laughed while wiping his armpits. This feels wonderful. It's been days since I've felt this refreshed. I'm inspired to compose a poem. Shut up. The group collectively growled. While washing his hair, Jiang Lin called out, "Listen up, everyone. The captain has begun his masquerade. Unlike before, he wants to notify us. He wants us to discover him on our own. Therefore, we must remain vigilant and observant." Understood. The group nodded in unison. At last, I comprehend. Chang Quan exclaimed with realization. No wonder the captain urged us to be cautious. He had already planned this. Jiang Lin snorted. The captain is full of mischief. In any case, we must stay alert. That's right. Suddenly, a face appeared on the wall before Jiang Lin, smiling as it leaned closer. You are indeed clever. At that moment, Jiang Lin felt a sudden jolt, as if something had struck him. Oh my goodness! Aha! Jiang Lin was startled, and he instinctively recoiled backward, landing directly into AI Li's arms. Both of them were frightened and clung tightly to one another. The others were equally startled and turned to look. Yin emerged from the shower stall, grinning, with a human-shaped indentation in the wall behind him, perfectly concealing him. Are you crying or laughing? Yin fixed his gaze on Jiang Lin. With tears nearly spilling from his eyes, Jiang Lin stammered, I'm just scared. Yin chuckled, surveying the astonished crowd. Just now, Jiang Lin's analysis was spot on. I want to inform you, nor will I disclose the extent of my disguise. I am ever present, poised to emerge at any moment. Yin winked with a cheerful smile. So, do exercise caution. The mere sound of Yin's words sent shivers down everyone's spines. The thought of him potentially appearing in the most unexpected locations made them tremble inexplicably. It was truly terrifying, more so than watching a horror film. All right. Yin clapped his hands. Each of you will receive 3 punches, and you 3 shall receive an additional 3. Who will step forward first? Ali and his companions wore expressions of utter grievance. Captain, we just fell into a cesspit. Surely we can be exempted from this punishment? As dawn's sunlight gradually graced the earth, a smoking grenade rolled ominously to the center of the group. They hardly even opened their eyes, instinctively rolling away in all directions. This method of waking them had long since become routine. However, unlike previous mornings, Yin was conspicuously absent. Yet, no one dared to let their guard down. They circled cautiously, donning their clothing while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Yesterday, they had indeed been thoroughly intimidated by Yin countless times. He had unexpectedly appeared from places they least anticipated, followed by an onslaught of physical prowess directed at them. Even into the night, he had not ceased, startling Huang Yukai nearly to the brink of a heart attack when he emerged from underground. In merely half a day, they had endured more blows than in an entire previous day. Now, their faces were bruised and battered, a patchwork of injuries. Every object in sight seemed to be a disguise donned by Yin. After a thorough dressing, they waited for a full half-hour without a sign of him. They then conferred and decided to proceed for a meal. However, instead of marching in their usual formation, they assembled in a battle-ready stance, prepared for anything as they made their way to the cafeteria. Doesn't that resemble a disguise the captain would use? Huang Yukai suddenly pointed to a tree stump. Everyone exchanged glances before charging forth without hesitation, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at the stump. I don't think I've seen that wall before, Zhang Luan suddenly exclaimed. Attack! Jiang Lin waved his hand, and the group surged forward once more. The grass is too tall. Someone could be hiding there. Attack! They instinctively rushed toward a patch of grass, unleashing their fists and feet upon it. What on earth are you doing? A voice suddenly rang out. Leave that patch of grass alone. The group turned cautiously, only to see Luo Xing approaching with a look of skepticism. Are you all out of your minds? Luo Xing glared at them. A whole gang of you, attacking a clump of grass? Have you all been kicked in the head by a donkey? Their faces flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, their actions appeared quite irrational. Captain Luo, you cannot fathom our plight. Huang Yukai explained their predicament with a sense of grievance. Luo Xing's eyes widened in shock. Captain, is he truly that formidable? He is simply too extraordinary. Extraordinary. My foot. Zhao Sheng exclaimed in frustration. He is driving us to the brink of madness. Sun Daji looked around in dread. Now, Everything I see resembles him. I feel as though I am on the verge of losing my sanity. The captain is utterly insufferable. Huang Yukai grimaced, questioning the rationale behind such actions. It would be far better to revert to the previous training regimen. Who says it lacks significance? Luo Xing retorted, fixing him with a steely gaze. The captain's approach is designed to ensure that you learn more swiftly and remain vigilant. Only in adversity can one truly unlock their potential. The greater the adversity, the more extraordinary the potential unleashed, and thus your progress accelerates. The group widened their eyes in astonishment, and Huang Yukai nodded thoughtfully. Luo squad leader, you make some valid points. I hadn't realized you possessed such insight. Luo Xing chuckled. Of course, if I didn't understand much, how could I possibly serve as your captain? What? Huang Yukai asked with a grin. Yet in the next moment, his pupils dilated in shock as Luo Xing peeled off his own face, revealing the infuriating visage of Yan. A gasp escaped Huang Yukai as he fell backward, his eyes rolling in fright. The others were equally terrified, retreating as though they had encountered ghosts. CC Captain, Jiang Lin stammered, his eyes wide with disbelief. Why you? What is this? Yan Simirkit Tirimpanti. Disguised reconnaissance entails not only masquerading as an object, but also the art of makeup and identity alteration. Did you not know this? Everyone swallowed hard. While they were familiar with makeup, they had never seen transformations of such magnitude in their lives. Enough. Ian beckoned them. 3 punches. Who will go first? That one. The group unanimously pointed at the unconscious Huang Yukai. Captain, since he's unaware, why not unleash our frustrations upon him? Nonsense. Huang Yukai suddenly sprang to his feet. That's utterly ungrateful. 3 punches. No one should think they can escape. Come afternoon, the group lay on the grass, teeth bared in exhaustion. Just moments ago, Ian had disguised himself as Chunhai. Initially, the group was skeptical, but when Chunhai's fierce glare fell upon them, they immediately stood at attention. Then, Ian revealed his true self, leaving them in tears. This is unbearable, Huang Yukai lamented. I truly cannot discern. He is far too adept at this. I have never encountered someone with such skill in disguise. Jiang Lin gasped for breath. From trees to grass, from walls to stones, he can impersonate anything, even creatures. He mimics them so convincingly. We will never be able to find him. Fei cried, tears streaming uncontrollably. Ali clutched his chest. Tomorrow cannot come soon enough. Yet I feel I won't survive until then. I may be beaten to death. The group sighed in unison. They had initially believed locating Yi and would be considerably easier, resulting in fewer blows endured. Yet they now realized the beatings had multiplied. Let us not linger here. Back to the camp. Jiang Lin struggled to rise. The camp is open. If we stick together, remain vigilant, I refuse to believe you will find an opportunity to strike. Immediately, they helped one another to their feet. In the wilderness, where concealment was abundant, the danger was simply too great. In the camp, Ian had managed to secure all that could be salvaged, rendering it considerably safer than this place. A group of individuals, each limping in their own way, made their way towards the camp. Just as they reached the entrance, a sharp and commanding voice suddenly rang out. Halt! The group turned in confusion, but their eyes quickly lit up with recognition. Gu Yaozu, hands clasped behind his back and bearing a stern expression, approached with an air of authority. What are you all doing? Their ISNT, even a semblance of order. Do you possess any sense of discipline? The group exchanged glances, and a mischievous grin immediately blossomed on their lips. Chapter 27. Capture them all. Gu Yaozu had just visited the armory, and to his dismay, not a single bullet remained. Should he report this to the military district, a reprimand would undoubtedly await him. Fueled by frustration, he confronted a group of soldiers known as the Lone Eagles, who not only failed to form a proper line before him, but also audaciously scrutinized him with discerning gazes. Gu Yaozu's anger erupted instantaneously. Stand at attention, he bellowed. Do you not know how to greet your superior? What kind of training has your captain provided you? With such a lackadaisical attitude, do you dare to aspire to be Lone Eagles? Before he could finish his tirade, his eyes widened in shock as several figures suddenly lunged toward him. Fists, magnified in his vision, came raining down. Thud, thud, thud. Gu Yaozu felt blows land upon his face and chest sending him stumbling backward, disoriented and dazed. He looked up, incredulous. You are hitting me? At that moment, 2 feet appeared beneath him, executing a precise sweep against his calves. Gu Yaozu lost his balance and fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the crowd surged forward, unleashing a frenzied barrage of punches and kicks upon him. "This is for you," Huang Yukai exclaimed, gleefully trampling Gu Yaozu. "Did you think you could deceive us? We want to be fooled. I am a chief of staff. I am a chief of staff." Gu Yaozu cried out, desperation in his voice. "Stop hitting me. Are you staging a rebellion? Quit pretending." Zhang Luan shouted as he delivered a powerful kick to Gu Yaozu. "Captain, we want to fall for your tricks." "What captain? I am a chief of staff. Are you blind?" Gu Yaozu clutched his head, wailing in agony. "I am a chief of staff. Ouch, who kicked me there?" "Stop the charade, captain," Jiang Lin yelled excitedly. "If you do not admit it, we shall not cease our assault." He exchanged glances with the others, and their strikes intensified. Having endured relentless beatings from Yi and in recent days, they could not squander this rare opportunity to retaliate against him. They unleashed their fists and feet, fervently cursing. "You deserve this, you bastard. We'll make you pay. Help, help. You're going to kill me." Gu Yaozu curled into a ball, desperately shouting. "Stop the act, captain." Huang Yukai chuckled. "If you do not confess, no amount of shouting will convince us otherwise." At that moment, an officer rushed over. Hearing the commotion, he instinctively called out, "Chief of Staff, is that you?" Upon recognizing the voice of his subordinate, Gu Yaozu grasped at the lifeline as if he were a drowning man. He extended his hand from the throng, screaming, "Xiao Qin, help me." Qin Fong stood frozen in shock. "Stop! Stop! Do not hit him anymore." In a surge of urgency, Qin Fong rushed forward and seized a person, exclaiming, "This is the Chief of Staff. How dare you lay a hand on him?" Huang Yukai scrutinized Qin Fong with a sly grin. Turning to Gu Yaozu, "Captain, it seems you've enlisted some extras for assistance?" Gu Yaozu, in utter disbelief, spat blood, incredulous at the notion of being mistaken for a mere actor. This was his subordinate, the Chief of Staff. "Chief, are you all right? Please tell me you're unscathed." Observing Gu Yaozu's pitiful state, Qin Fong, in a fit of rage, pointed at everyone. "You members of the Lone Eagle have gone too far. You've sealed your fate. How could you strike the Chief of Staff? You are finished, utterly finished." Hey. Ailey chuckled, waving his hand. "My friend, how many cigarettes did our captain stash in your pocket? Your performance is quite convincing." "We are certainly not performing," Gu Yaozu bellowed from the ground. "I am Gu Yaozu, the Chief of Staff of the Falcon Brigade." Ailey pointed at him. "You claim to be Gu Yaozu. How can you prove your identity?" Gu Yaozu's eyes widened in disbelief. It was truly the first time he had been asked to prove he was indeed himself. "You can't prove it, can you?" Huang Yukai, grinning, squatted down. "Captain, we won't be deceived any longer. We won't be beaten again. Come on, let us unmask him." Ailey immediately crouched beside him. Together, they grasped Gu Yaozu's face, beginning to tear at it. "What are you doing?" Gu Yaozu's tears streamed down in fury. Nearby, Qin Fong leapt up, shouting, "Let go of the Chief of Staff. Let him go." Yet before he could approach, he was pinned to the ground by CFA. "Don't move. The act is over." "Oh dear, this makeup is quite impressive," Huang Yukai remarked, tugging at Gu Yaozu's mouth. "Why can't we tear it off?" Ailey, with utmost seriousness, began to pull at it. Gu Yaozu's face stretched grotesquely, tears pouring down as he cried out, "Help me. Someone please help me." "Stop!" A commanding voice rang out, causing everyone to turn. "Chief of Staff," Huang Yukai laughed, "we have someone impersonating you. Please hold on while we remove this disguise." Suddenly, Huang Yukai realized something, and along with the others, he stared, dumbfounded, at another Gu Yaozu standing before them. "Oh!" Gu Yaozu gasped, astonished at the sight of his doppelganger, momentarily forgetting his pain. "You fools!" Yian shouted, both furious and alarmed. "What do you think you're doing? Let go of the Chief of Staff." "Captain, we have a serious situation." At the shooting range, Lu Tong hurried towards Li Gang, his expression one of eager gossip. Li Gang turned in surprise. "What is going on? Are we going to war?" "No." Lu Tong chuckled. "It's even more thrilling than war." Li Gang, bewildered, urged, "Cut to the chase. Spit it out." Lu Tong grinned. "The Lone Eagles, those rascals, have assaulted the Chief of Staff." "What?" Li Gang's shock nearly propelled him off the ground. Who hit whom? The lone eagles, those rowdy soldiers. Lu Tong chuckled uncontrollably. The chief of staff visited their camp, and before he could even set foot inside, he was pinned to the ground and mercilessly beaten. I hear the chief of staff was left looking like a pig's head. Li Gong Sul Tor E. Good heavens! How can they be so audacious? The higher-ups and the battalion commander have been informed, and they are en route. Lu Tong remarked. The lone eagle is surely doomed this time. They have effectively sealed their own fate. Unintentionally, we find ourselves without an opponent once more. Li Gang shot him a glare. Don't revel in their misfortune. We, the Fire Eagles, have never truly had a rival. Indeed, Lu Tong nodded fervently. In today's arena, we Fire Eagles reign supreme. Just observe the training of the others. Li Gang turned to leave. I need to use the restroom. Very well. Lu Tong chuckled softly, lowering his voice. You're even more gossipy than I am. At the entrance of the Lone Eagle camp, two vehicles came to a halt simultaneously. Su Hongxing and Chun Hai emerged from their cars, their expressions as cold as ice. In the military, it is already a grave offense for new recruits to strike veterans. Assaulting the chief of staff is unheard of. The severity of this incident is such that it warrants the detention of every member of the Lone Eagle unit. However, the two of them had pledged their commitment to the reconstruction of the Lone Eagle. If something were to go awry at this juncture, Commander, Chun Hai approached Su Hongxing with a troubled expression. Su Hongxing glared at him irritably. Did you not tell me that the new captain, Yin, was exceptionally competent? Now his soldiers have assaulted the chief of staff. Is this what you meant by exceptionally competent? He cannot even manage his own troops. Chun Hai wore a pained expression. Well, the information I received suggested that he had indeed kept those soldiers in line, but I never anticipated. You. Su Hongxing pointed at him, fuming. The captain was poorly chosen, and so were the soldiers. Even if Luo Tian were still here. If you were to choose 15 troublemakers from the most unruly of the entire battalion, he too would struggle to contain them. It is my fault. Chun Hai conceded humbly. What should we do next? Su Hongxing sighed. First, we must ascertain the facts. Whoever bears responsibility must be held accountable. We cannot allow our sentiments for the Lone Eagle to excuse their violations of military discipline. Discipline is our foundation, and it must not be transgressed by anyone. Understood. Chun Hai nodded in resignation. Just then, two more vehicles approached. Qianjin and Kong Lei hopped out, grinning widely as they jogged over. Su Hongxing and Chun Hai simultaneously frowned. What brings you here? Qianjin chuckled. We heard there was a serious incident on your end, so we came to take a look. Indeed, we are not far apart. Kong Lei added with a smile. What serious incident? We wish to learn how you handle it. To gain some experience. Su Hongxing shot them an exasperated glare. This is an internal matter for our Fire Eagles. You need not involve yourselves. With that, he turned and walked inside. Commander, Qianjin and Kong Lei attempted to follow, but were halted by Chun Hai. Old Chun, let's take a look. The duo implored, their faces beaming with anticipation. Chun Hai let out a cold snort. No unauthorized personnel are allowed inside. Keep a close watch on them. Understood. Several soldiers rushed forward, isolating Qianjin and Kong Lei. Old Chun, don't be like this. The two shouted in unison. We just want to learn. Pa, don't think I'm unaware of your sinister intentions. Chun Hai shot them a glare before turning back to walk inside. It's hopeless. Qianjin shrugged helplessly. A wasted trip. Kong Lei sighed, about to speak when a voice suddenly rang out. Old Captain. Kong Lei turned in astonishment, his entire being frozen in place. Yes, it's Gongzi. Li Gang gazed intently at Kong Lei, and after a long moment, suddenly remembered to salute. Kong Lei chuckled softly and waved his hand. Go on in. Don't waste time here with me. Just go. Old Captain, just go. Kong Lei gestured again. Li Gang Isha Yali Zuisha. All the words he wished to say were swallowed back as he turned and strode towards the camp. Clearly wanted to talk to him. Why send him away? Qianjin laughed. He asked the soldier you brought into the Falcon. Kong Lei sighed. Forget it. That's all in the past. Soon enough, we will be rivals. Qianjin chuckled. You're worried Chun Hai will make things difficult for him. Aren't you? You, my friend, act out of anger for a brother, while he acts out of anger for a beauty. Aren't you the same? Kong Lei glanced at him. The two exchanged glances, sharing a smile. Meanwhile, Su Hongxing strode into the command center of the Lone Eagle. As soon as he entered, a figure suddenly rushed toward him. "Commissioner, you finally arrived?" Su Hongxing was startled by the sight before him. "Who are you?" "I'm Gu Yaozu." Gu Yaozu's face was a picture of grievance. "Look at me. I've been beaten to a pulp, and you don't even recognize me." Su Hongxing looked at Gu Yaozu's swollen face, awkwardly nodding yes. "It does look rather severe. Commissioner, you must stand up for me." Gu Yaozu pointed at the members of the Lone Eagle who were hanging their heads in shame nearby. "They're the ones who attacked me. You must arrest them all." Su Hongxing nodded. "Rest assured, I will definitely stand up for you." He slapped his palm down, causing Gu Yaozu to kneel with a thud. "What are you doing?" Su Hongxing was startled. "No need to kneel." Gu Yaozu, with a mournful expression, replied, "It's not that I want to kneel. I truly can't stand steady." Chapter 28. A Change of Command? Upon my arrival, I witnessed a disconcerting scene. They were assaulting the chief of staff. Qin Fong, filled with righteous indignation, pointed at Jiang Lin and his associates, exclaiming, "They have pinned the chief of staff to the ground and are beating him mercilessly, devoid of any humanity. The chief of staff has already pleaded for mercy, calling for help." Hey. Gu Yaozu interjected awkwardly. "There's no need to elaborate on what transpired next." Indeed, Qin Fong quickly stepped aside. Gu Yaozu, his face flushed with anger, declared, "Commissioner, Captain, the situation is abundantly clear. I believe not only should they be punished, but we must also hold Yian accountable." Su Hongxing and Chen Hai exchanged glances. The fury they had possessed upon arrival had dissipated, replaced by a rather complicated expression. Chen Hai cleared his throat. "Is what the chief of staff said true?" "Report." "It is true," Yian replied loudly. "During the training period, I failed to enhance camp management, which led to this blunder. I am willing to shoulder all responsibility." "Captain," Jiang Lin exclaimed passionately, "this cannot be blamed on you. It was our folly for mistaking the chief of staff for you. Indeed, we struck him. You bear no responsibility." Xie Fuguwei shouted, "Captain, Commissioner, if there are to be punishments, let them be directed at us, not our captain." "Captain, Commissioner." Luo Xing suddenly stepped forward, fervently stating, "The management of the camp falls under my purview. It was my task entrusted by the captain. I failed to manage it well, allowing outsiders to intrude. The fault lies with me. Please punish me." "No, it is our collective responsibility." Others chimed in, "If there must be punishment, let it be for all of us. Just do not penalize our captain." "Enough." Gu Yaozu erupted, "What is going on here?" "Oh, so, I have become an outsider? I mistakenly wandered into your camp and deserve to be beaten. Is that it?" Gu Yaozu shouted in fury, "You need not argue. No one will escape." "Captain, Commissioner, they are shirking their responsibility. They wish to." All right. Su Hongxing interjected with a smile, waving his hand. "Little Gu, you've suffered enough. Step aside and rest. The captain and I are here." Gu Yaozu nodded, casting a fierce glare at Yian and the others before taking a seat. Su Hongxing cleared his throat. "Yian, come here." "Yes." Yian strode confidently to Su Hongxing, "Commissioner." Su Hongxing fixed his gaze on him. "Reapply your disguise." "Yes." Yian promptly reattached the disguise he had removed. 2 minutes later, Gu Yaozu stood before the crowd. "Wow." Su Hongxing's eyes widened. "It's remarkably convincing." Chen Hai circled Yian, exclaiming in admiration, "It truly resembles him, though many details reveal it to be a disguise. But at a glance, it is indeed old Gu." Outside the gate, Li Gang was equally astonished. The skill of disguise surpassed his understanding. He fixed his gaze on Yian, feeling a newfound wariness toward him. At that moment, Su Hongxing was also scrutinizing Yian, who maintained a demeanor of composure, his expression serene, yet a palpable aura of menace emanated from his eyes. Despite the unfavorable circumstances surrounding him, he exhibited not a trace of panic. It seemed as if, regardless of the events that transpired, be a barrage of bullets, he would respond with unwavering composure. Su Hongxing nodded in admiration and then turned to Chen Hai, stating, "I have gathered most of the details. As the captain, what do you propose we do?" Chen Hai stroked his chin thoughtfully. "You are the political commissar. It is best that you take charge of this matter." Su Hongxing shook his head. "I have been away for over 6 months. You are more familiar with the brigade's affairs than I am. You should handle it." He continued earnestly, Whatever decision you make, I will support you. Sensing the underlying meaning, Chen Hai ceased to decline the responsibility. Yan, he called. Here. Yan Satutad. Chen Hai, with irritation, pointed at him. How could your troops strike so heavily? Look at the state of the chief of staff. Even towards you, such force is unwarranted. There is no sense in it. You are trained to combat enemies, not to harm your own comrades. Chen Hai, fuming, added in a moment, you will lead them in sincerely apologizing to the chief of staff. It must be a heartfelt apology. Following that, you will be penalized with a 40-kilometer armed cross-country run. Yan stood in shock, staring blankly at Chen Hai. The others were equally stunned. Was it truly that simple? Gu Yaozu's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Noticing Yan's silence, Chen Hai shot him a glare. Do you not understand my orders? Yes. Yan suddenly realized that Chen Hai was indeed standing by him. The captain was undeniably supportive, maintaining his stance from beginning to end. If the matter escalated, the entire team would face dire consequences. Come here. Yan immediately gestured for his troops. Apologize to the chief of staff. Yes. They quickly assembled behind him in a neat row, all wearing expressions of remorse as they gazed at the astonished Gu Yaozu. Follow my lead, Yan commanded, raising his hand vigorously, and everyone bowed in unison. We are truly sorry, Chief of Staff. We were in the wrong. We sincerely apologize and hope for your swift recovery. We genuinely ask for your forgiveness. Gu Yaozu watched in disbelief as they bowed 3 times. Then, with incredulity, he turned to Chen Hai. Is this it? It cannot be. Chen Hai waved his hand dismissively. They still have to run 40 kilometers. They need to tire themselves out properly. Chief of Staff, Yan asserted, during our run, we will reflect deeply to prevent such incidents from occurring again. We sincerely apologize. Chief of Staff, Huang Yukai lamented, I pulled your face too hard earlier. If you're uncomfortable, I and Ailey can give it a gentle rub. I also accidentally kicked your backside. Ailey chimed in. Shall I massage your rear? Get lost. Gu Yaozu sputtered, rising abruptly and with a pained expression. He looked at Chen Hai. Captain, you can't be this protective. Look at the state I am in. Political commissar, you must stand up for me. Su Hongxing cleared his throat. I have stated before that I support Chen Hai. Gu Yaozu. Su Hongxing pointed at Yan. Can we really blame them? Just look at how well they disguise themselves. It's unfortunate that you chose this moment to intervene. Is this all just a misunderstanding? If we penalize them, won't that undermine their enthusiasm for training? Zheng Wei is absolutely right. This is precisely how I feel. Chen Hai gazed at Gu Yaozu. Old Gu. The growth of a lone eagle is fraught with challenges. As we witness their improvement, we must offer our support. This is all a misunderstanding. You are magnanimous and surely will not hold against them. I understand you. Young Gu, as the chief of staff, you must be more generous. Su Hongxing chuckled. Who told you show up while they were training? You bear some responsibility too. In any case, your bruises will fade in a few days. Let this be the end of it. Gu Yaozu nearly spat blood. He had been inexplicably beaten into a pulp, 2 teeth knocked out, and yet he was still held accountable? Is there no law, no sense of justice left in the world? That, Yan, noticing Chen Hai frantically signaling him, hastily said, Chief of Staff, I apologize. I will immediately take them for armed cross-country training, and upon our return, I will push them to their limits in physical training. Right. Huang Yukai nodded in agreement. Push us to our limits, and let us vent our frustrations for the Chief of Staff. Yan dared not linger, swiftly waving his hand as the group followed him out. Hold on, Gu Yaozu suddenly bellowed. Yan and the others had no choice but to halt. Young Gu. Su Hongxing adopted a serious expression. Hasn't everything been clarified? Gu Yaozu, seething with anger, declared. Zheng Wei, Captain, I came to Lone Eagle today because, over this past period, they have completely exhausted all the ammunition allocated to our squad. What? Chen Hai and Su Hongxing were taken aback. Though they did not know the exact number of rounds, it was undoubtedly astronomical. After all, it was meant for an entire squad. And yet these 15 individuals had managed to use it all? Xiao Yi. Su Hongxing widened his eyes. Are you all consuming ammunition? Yan replied nonchalantly. Report to Zheng Wei. I utilize such a quantity of ammunition because I possess a unique training methodology. Jiang Lin and the others collectively rolled their eyes. Your training is indeed one of a kind. No one else would even conceive of such an approach. Yin stated earnestly, I am a marksman myself. Ordinary individuals surely cannot comprehend my training methods. Furthermore, the captain had pre-approved my use of any resources. Chen Hai felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. You didn't even mention this to me when you requisitioned the ammunition. It dawned on him that Yin had already set a trap for him before he even formally assumed the position of captain. Seeing Su Hongxing's gaze upon him, Chen Hai could only nod helplessly. I did approve. There's some truth to that. But after using so much ammunition, have you made any progress? Gu Yaozu inquired coldly, then turned to Su Hongxing. Zhengwei, I am not seeking trouble. But which squad could possibly expend such an amount of ammunition in such a short time? They have only 15 members. How am I to explain to the military district when I reapply for ammunition? Even if I were to tell the truth, no one would believe me. Su Hongxing nodded silently, acknowledging the difficulty of the explanation. Furthermore, they had expended a substantial amount of grenades. Gu Yaozu added, along with light machine gun ammunition. Su Hongxing took a deep breath. Although his initial impression of Yi and was quite favorable, the current era saw the nation in a state of scarcity, with many regions still grappling with hunger. The military supplies were equally strained. The fact that the Lone Eagle had consumed such a significant amount of ammunition was undoubtedly a matter of great concern. How do you intend to handle this? Su Hongxing raised his head. Gu Yaozu coldly regarded Yi Yan. I initially intended to inquire about the whereabouts of the ammunition, but now I have come to understand. Therefore, I plan to assess the capabilities of the Lone Eagle. Su Hongxing's eyes brightened. You wish to see if the Lone Eagle has made any progress? Indeed. Gu Yaozu nodded. Yin had assured that he would enable the Lone Eagle to soar once more. He has been at it for quite some time and has consumed a considerable amount of resources. It is time to gauge the Lone Eagle's proficiency. At the very least, I wish to ascertain whether the beating I took was justified. If it proves inadequate, Gu Yaozu turned to Chen Hai. We will have to consider replacing the captain. Chen Hai's heart sank. He was eager to witness the Lone Eagle's capabilities, yet felt uncertain. Yan, Su Hongxing turned to ask. The Chief of Staff wishes to evaluate your prowess. Do you dare? Chapter 29. I entrust my fate to you. As Su Hongxing's words fell, all eyes turned toward Yi and Gu Yaozu coldly remarked, Xiao Yi, I am not targeting you. However, for the reconstruction of the Lone Eagle, it is not solely you who must make sacrifices. The captain and the political commissar have contributed significantly as well. He continued with a frosty demeanor. Having been a captain for so long, you must yield some results, if only a few. As long as your soldiers show marked improvement in 2 subjects, I shall have no objections. Gu Yaozu then shifted his gaze to Chen Hai. Having expended so much, they must at least prove their worth, right? Chen Hai nodded. Yi, and what do you say? Yi and saluted Chen Hai and Su Hongxing. Thank you for the recognition, Chief of Staff. I will take them for a 40-kilometer run now. Huh? Both Chen Hai and Su Hongxing were taken aback. As they prepared to leave, Gu Yaozu shouted urgently, wait. Who permitted your departure? Who acknowledged you? What did I say that led to this misunderstanding? Su Hongxing smiled and added, Xiao Yi, we asked you to demonstrate your training achievements, not to run away. Chen Hai's heart raced, glaring intently at Yin. You are not afraid, are you? That is why you're running? Afraid? Yin shrugged. Not at all. Did not the Chief of Staff say there is no problem? That is why I am leaving. Su Hongxing and Chen Hai now appeared uncertain, glancing simultaneously at Gu Yaozu. Did you just say that? My sister said it. Gu Yaozu was nearly jumping in frustration. When did I say that? Yin, are you trying to play tricks on me? Yin maintained a serious gaze. Chief of Staff, did you not say that as long as my soldiers have improved in 2 subjects compared to before, there would be no issue? Yes, indeed. Gu Yaozu nodded, still bewildered. I did say that, but Yin smiled slightly. Then that is settled. Did you not already witness our commendable performance in 2 subjects? Su Hongxing and Chen Hai scrutinized Gu Yaozu with suspicion. Gu Yaozu, looking aggrieved, protested, What did I see? I saw nothing. Yin responded earnestly. How could you have seen nothing? First, my camouflage was so convincing that it startled even you. My soldiers may be slightly inferior to me, yet they are undoubtedly better than before. Second, My soldiers subdued you in an instant along with the staff you brought, leaving you with no chance to escape, merely able to call for help. This indicates their combat skills have improved. Ian spread his hands. There you have it. 2 subjects. That does seem reasonable. Su Hongxing and Chun Hai nodded in agreement. Gu Yaozu was nearly apoplectic. Captain, political commissar, he is simply spouting nonsense. His camouflage is impressive, but that is his skill alone. We have seen no evidence of his soldiers' abilities. Furthermore, they ganged up on me. Can that truly be considered combat? Su Hongxing and Chun Hai nodded once more. That does appear to be a valid point. But we have other evidence. Ian quickly interjected. At the shooting range, Captain Li and the others witnessed firsthand how formidable my soldiers are, even frightening them away. Captain Li and his team can attest to this. Ian immediately turned to Li Gang. Isn't that right, Captain Li? Li Gang's eyes blazed with anger. Captain Yi, please understand that we left to prevent any casualties. Ian smiled. Then just admit that we were formidable back then, shall we? Li Gang was momentarily speechless. Even at a distance of 150 meters, being able to swiftly shoot a teammate in the head with pinpoint accuracy. To say he was impressive seems somewhat exaggerated. Yet, to claim he was unimpressive would be misleading, for at least no one else has accomplished what the Fire Eagle did. That counts for something. Chen Hai nodded. I have heard as much. Indeed, it is quite remarkable. After expending so much ammunition, such prowess is to be expected. Gu Yaozu coldly remarked. But there is still one more thing to consider. Ian pointed outside. Am I not taking them for a 40-kilometer run? To demonstrate that their physical fitness has improved significantly. Gu Yaozu, let us go. Ian waved his hand. Show the brigade leaders just how strong you are now. All right. Jiang Lin and the others cheered enthusiastically. You are absolutely not allowed to run. Gu Yaozu jumped up in frustration. In a 40-kilometer armed cross-country trek, if you return, when will we be left waiting here? Then how about we do 3,000 push-ups? Ian suggested, waving his hand. Come on, everyone, let us get moving. All right. The crowd was eager to strip off their shirts. Stop right there. Gu Yaozu bellowed. No one is to move. No stripping and no running. Ian laughed. If you want tea, let us move. Does that mean you finally acknowledge us? Chief of Staff? Thank you, Chief of Staff. Then we shall proceed with our 40-kilometer run. Gu Yaozu felt as if he were losing his mind, his head nearly exploding from Yi En's relentless teasing. I have not acknowledged you. Gu Yaozu rushed toward Yi En, pointing at him. You are not to move, nor are you permitted to speak. Old Gu, Chen Hai replied coldly. What do you mean by this? You asked them to prove themselves, and now that they wish to do so, you're obstructing them. I simply cannot comprehend. Indeed, Su Hongxing frowned. What are you trying to say? Gu Yaozu turned to them. Commander, brigade leader, I am not obstructing them. I am merely testing their physical endurance, which is too time-consuming. Then, just articulate what you wish to test. Jianhai Uget? Gu Yaozu turned back to Yan. You just claimed that your soldiers excel in hand-to-hand combat and have made significant progress? Yan gaped. Chief of Staff. That one T do. Gu Yaozu frowned. What one T do? Yan, with a worried expression, pointed at him. You've already been beaten to a pulp. It would be unwise to test my soldiers. They might end up causing you some serious harm. Indeed, Chief of Staff, let's skip this one. Huang Yukai said with a grimace. How about we test our camouflage skills instead? We can head to the field, and you can bring your men to find us. Let us forego the combat. I genuinely fear injuring you. Hurting you. Chief of Staff, I truly do not dare to engage with you any further. Ailey shook his head. Your voice is hoarse. If you can't shout later, there will be nothing to call out. Gu Yaozu, his face flushed with anger, shouted, Who told you to hit me? Who said I was going to fight with you? I merely suggested testing your combat skills. Oh, so it wasn't you who initiated the fight. Yan chuckled. You should have mentioned that earlier. You startled me. Now we can rest easy. It's a relief that it wasn't you. Huang Yukai laughed heartily, and we need not hold back. Gu Yaozu clutched his chest, suddenly feeling that coming to Lone Eagle today was a grave mistake. This group was indeed known throughout the entire squad for their rebellious spirit. Every second spent with them felt like it was shortening his lifespan. Testing combat skills sounds promising. Su Hongxing nodded in agreement. We will soon see the results. Little Gu, this idea is commendable. Chen Hai inquired, so how do we compete? Gu Yaozu replied coldly. I will choose one person, and Lone Eagle will send out one of their own. We will determine the victor in a single round. I'll do it. Huang Yukai eagerly raised his hand. He had once vowed to defeat every opponent in the Falcon squad, though he hadn't been able to accomplish that before. After being beaten by Yian recently, he felt as though he had gained considerable insight. Now, he felt terrifyingly powerful. Get lost. Gu Yaozu waved his hand, his gaze settling on the almost silent Ma Dali. He will do. Him? The crowd turned their attention to Ma Dali. Me? Ma Dali pointed at himself in shock. Yes. Gu Yaozu grinned mischievously, stepped forward. Captain. Jiang Lin and the others looked toward Yian. Everyone understood that while Ma Dali had been a troublemaker in the old squad, he was different from the others. His stubbornness was unwavering, a true 24K mule, resolutely adhering to his beliefs. Additionally, he possessed talent, which allowed him, when he performed well, to disregard even the captain's orders, thus earning his reputation as a troublemaker. However, presently in Lone Eagle, his skills were the weakest, often placing him at the bottom. Gu Yaozu's choice revealed his keen perception. Captain. Ma Dali looked at Yi and, with a pleading expression, his eyes filled with uncertainty. Yian smiled and patted him on the back. It's all right, Dali. Go for it. You are one of us in Lone Eagle. I believe you will help me continue as your captain. In Yian's gaze, Ma Dali saw profound trust. Without further hesitation, he nodded vigorously and walked directly up to Gu Yaozu, pressing his body and even his face close to him. Gu Yaozu, startled, quickly stepped back. Hey. That's not what I meant. You didn't understand. Ma Dali's face turned red with embarrassment. I'm sorry, I forgot. Everyone was left speechless, and even those unfamiliar with Ma Dali could discern that this clumsy, ordinary-looking fellow was likely the weakest member of Lone Eagle. Chen Hai wished for the team to choose someone else, not necessarily someone as skilled as Huang Yukai, but at least someone of average ability. One can observe Su Hongxing beside them, seemingly intrigued and exhibiting no intention to intervene. He could only remain silent, his heart filled with anxiety. After all, the true patriarch of the Falcon Brigade is Su Hongxing. All right, Xiao Gu, Su Hongxing remarked with a smile. The solitary eagle has been chosen. Who is the opponent? Gu Yaozu chuckled softly, pointing to an individual. It is him. Chapter 30. It seems we have won, yet it also feels like we have lost. Following the direction indicated by Gu Yaozu, everyone gasped in unison. Jiang Lin and the others were astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief, while Yian furrowed his brow slightly. Li Gang stood there, mouth agape in astonishment. Indeed, Gu Yaozu smiled faintly. It's you, the chief of staff. Huang Yukai exclaimed in indignation. Is this not an affront to honest individuals? Exactly, Yang Wei chimed in, his face filled with discontent. You have the Fire Eagle-esque captain strike us hard. Are you not retaliating for the earlier defeat? Silence. Yian executed a swift kick, sending Yang Wei sprawling to the ground. My apologies, Chief of Staff. Yian chuckled. My soldier could be a bit outspoken, but he means no harm. Gu Yaozu, initially fuming with embarrassment, found his anger dissipated as he watched Yang Wei groan while getting back to his feet. Chief of Staff, Li Gang called out loudly. Perhaps you should select someone else. What, are you afraid? Gu Yaozu glared at him. Li Gang retorted, somewhat irked. What am I afraid of? I simply do not wish to bully the weak. I say, old Gu, Chen Hai interjected, unable to contain himself. What caliber of combat skill does Li Gang possess? He ranks among the best in the entire unit. Chen Hai pointed at the sniffling Ma Dali. Are you truly suggesting this fellow face Li Gang? That is indeed an act of bullying. Captain, Gu Yaozu replied earnestly. If a test is to be conducted, it must be done with a skilled opponent to lend credibility. Furthermore, I have not demanded that Ma Dali must triumph over Li Gang. Gu Yaozu spread his hands. It is entirely normal if he does not win. But given Li Gang's capabilities, he will certainly discern whether Ma Dali has made progress, thus enabling an accurate assessment. That makes sense. Su Hongxing nodded in agreement. Chen Hai swallowed his words, glancing at the bewildered Ma Dali, still unable to refrain. Do we lack skilled individuals in our Falcon unit? There are plenty who could serve as evaluators. What about Qidi Gang and Huang Feiyang? They would suffice. There is no need to insist on Li Gang. Indeed, Li Gang quickly concurred. Let old Qi or old Huang take the stage. They are far more suitable, and I shall refrain from bullying the weak. Qi Di Gang and Huang Feiyang exchanged incredulous looks. What is the meaning of this? Are we deemed more suitable? You are merely suggesting we are weaker than you. To their astonishment, they had merely come to observe, yet found themselves pricked by the heart. That is reasonable. Su Hongxing nodded once more. They may be slightly inferior, yet they are adequate for evaluating this fellow. If Li Gang participates, it will conclude swiftly. With them, we can collectively assess the outcome. Qi Di Gang and Huang Feiyang felt a sharp pain in their chests. The official endorsement carries the most weight. Then it shall be Qi Di Gang, Chen Hai decisively declared. This lad is the weakest. Let him take on the challenge. Huang Feiyang nearly burst into laughter, while Qi Di Gang felt as though he wished for nothing more than to disappear. Seeing Su Hongxing nodding in agreement, Gu Yaozu turned to Yian. Little Yi, is that acceptable? Absolutely. Yian smiled. I trust my soldiers. They can handle anyone. A cold glint flickered in Li Gang's eyes. How brazen indeed. Su Hongxing, equally smiling, glanced with great interest at Yian and then at Ma Dali. Even if they considered Qi Di Gang's abilities lacking, it depended on the comparison. In the presence of an ordinary soldier, Qi Di Gang posed no threat whatsoever. Su Hongxing was now quite curious about how Yian had instilled such confidence in this simple-minded soldier, to the point that he seemed unimpressed by Qi Di Gang. As both sides prepared to engage, Gu Yaozu bellowed. One round to determine victory. Dali, give it your all. Dali, take him down. Dali, although we may not favor the captain, do not let him go down easily. Dali, it all rests on you. The crowd enthusiastically rallied around Ma Dali. However, Ma Dali stood there, dazedly gazing at Yian, still with a broad smile, urged him. Do not fear him. Just think of how I usually strike you and how you evade me. Apply all that against him. You can do it. Ma Dali nodded vigorously. He then strode forward confidently. Li Gang stared blankly as Ma Dali approached him, then began to warm up beside him. Hey! Li Gang could not help but shout. It's not me, it's him, he is fighting you. Ma Dali turned to the bewildered Qi Di Gang, awkwardly bowing to Li Gang. Right, my apologies. With that, he pivoted and dashed toward Qi Di Gang once more. Li Gang rolled his eyes in exasperation, completely lacking faith in Ma Dali. Come to the center. Gu Yaozu called out as he saw Ma Dali once again close in on Qi Di Gang. Exasperated. We haven't even begun yet. To the center. Yes. Ma Dali wobbled back to the center. Ha ha. Su Hongxing laughed heartily. This lad is truly delightful. Chen Hai, feeling awkward, wanted to cover his face, inwardly cursing Gu Yaozu. What a clever choice you made. It's fitting for you to be on the receiving end of this. Enough. Gu Yaozu beckoned Qi Di Gang. Come on, prepare to begin. Huang Feiyang cheerfully nudged Qi Di Gang. Old Qi, let us go. After all, you are merely a shade weaker than me. Weaker? Qi Di Gang exhaled in irritation, striding toward Ma Dali. The two locked eyes intently, with Qi Di Gang feeling somewhat uneasy under Ma Dali's unwavering gaze. The latter's expression was neither fierce nor menacing, but rather a bit silly, yet being stared at without a blink was discomforting for anyone involved. Qi Di Gang, Gu Yaozu stated sternly, I want you to test him, but do not injure him. Exercise some restraint. Most importantly, assess whether his skills have improved, understood? Yes. Qi Di Gang proudly raised his chin. I will show mercy. Good. Gu Yaozu waved his hand. Everyone step back. The crowd retreated to the corners in unison. Kid, Qi Di Gang squinted at Ma Dali. I want to bully you. You can strike first. Show me all your abilities. Don't hold back. This could determine the fate of your captain. Yes. Ma Dali nodded earnestly. Begin. Gu Yaozu shouted. Qi Di Gang smiled faintly and swiftly assumed a fighting stance. He was determined to demonstrate to everyone how he surpassed Huang Feiyang. Suddenly, a sharp crack resonated through the air, followed by a myriad of glimmering shards scattering in all directions. Everyone stood dumbfounded, staring blankly at the half of a glass bottle left in Ma Dali's hand. Ah, how could this be? At that moment, Qi Di Gang finally registered what had happened. Clutching his head, he retreated with a cry of agony. You wretched fool. You struck me with a glass bottle. How despicable and vile. Look, I'm bleeding. Ma Dali. Gu Yaozu, infuriated, leapt to his feet. This is a fight. How could you resort to using a weapon to launch a sneak attack? Ma Dali, with earnest simplicity, replied, this is what our captain taught us. Everything must be grounded in practical combat. When facing an enemy, utilize any weapon at your disposal. If none is available, then resort to fists and feet. Besides, Captain Shi just encouraged me to do this, so I thought it was permissible. Gu Yaozu was left speechless. Su Hongxing and Chen Hai were equally astonished. After so many years of military service, they had never encountered such a shameless yet seemingly reasonable argument. Li Gang and Huang Feiyang simultaneously shrank their heads. Fortunately, they had refrained from intervening. Otherwise, they would have been the ones struck. Yan, Gu Yaozu turned and bellowed. Is this what you taught them? Indeed. Yan no dit vigorously. Aren't we soon to be on the battlefield? When confronting an enemy, we must fight to the utmost. Captain, my teaching is sound, isn't it? And no. Chen Hai awkwardly shook his head. Then did I win? Ma Dali asked innocently. When my foot. Chi Di Gang roared in fury. Again, but this time. No weapons. Yes, no weapons, Gu Yaozu quickly added. This is a sparring session among comrades. A test of your true abilities. Do not treat him as an enemy. Understood? Ma Dali nodded earnestly. Begin. Gu Yaozu waved his hand once more. Chi Di Gang's eyes blazed with intensity. But before he could launch an attack, he suddenly noticed Ma Dali moving to fetch a chair. Hey! Chi Di Gang shouted urgently. Ma Dali abruptly altered. Shipishli sing. Sorry. I forgo. Chi Di Gang bellowed. Attack with your fists and feet. Come on. Yes. Ma Dali lunged forward, simultaneously shouting. I'll smash your head. Smash your head. Chi Di Gang felt his blood boil. How brazen. To openly declare your intention to smash your own head. He stepped forward, evading Ma Dali's punch, and retaliated with a powerful jab aimed at Ma Dali's abdomen. Bang! Oh! Chi Di Gang's eyes widened in shock. His punch had yet to land when Ma Dali's fist struck him squarely in the stomach, and the force was astonishingly great. Good grief. Chi Di Gang staggered back, saliva escaping from his mouth. Weren't you supposed to smash my head? How? Ma Dali said earnestly, this is a strategy of diversion. I may say I will strike your head, yet I shall not. It is what our captain has taught us. Chi Di Gang was on the verge of collapse. This seemingly honest fellow was, in truth, brimming with deceit. He had never encountered such a despicable scoundrel. Old Chi, you've already been struck twice. Huang Feiyang exclaimed. How have you become so weak? Weak my foot. Chi Di Gang bellowed as he charged at Ma Dali. He had completely forgotten Gu Yaozu's instructions. At this moment, his sole intention was to take down the rascal before him, unleashing a flurry of punches like raindrops. Yet Ma Dali suddenly became remarkably agile, effortlessly evading his tempestuous onslaught. Su Hongxing's eyes sparkled. His dodging skills are impressive. Chen Hai was grinning from ear to ear, the weight on his heart finally lightening. The members of the Lone Eagle team were all confidently crossing their arms. In the entire battalion, no one was more adept at evasion than they, although they often found themselves at the mercy of Yi and S blows. The speed and angles of Yi and's attacks had honed their skills. While they wouldn't boast of their combat prowess, their ability to dodge was unparalleled within the Falcon Brigade. At this moment, Chi Di Gang had chased Ma Dali in circles, sweating profusely, yet no matter how he swung his fists or kicked, he couldn't land a single blow on Ma Dali. Infuriated and humiliated, he could not believe that he, the captain, had come to assess Ma Dali, only to find that it was Ma Dali who was assessing him. You brat, fall down for me. Chi Di Gang leapt fiercely, launching a powerful punch towards Ma Dali. Ma Dali swayed his body and brushed past Chi Di Gang. The instant Chi Di Gang landed, Ma Dali advanced. I'll strike your head. Strike your head. Strike your head. Chi Di Gang, cautiously guarding his head while retreating, found himself bombarded by Ma Dali's fist to his abdomen. Chi Di Gang roared in frustration. Weren't you supposed in my head? Bang! Ma Dali's fist crashed against his ears, causing Chi Di Gang's head to ring, staggering him backward. All right. Ma Dali, no didirnistri. Ha 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 ha. Su Hongxing pointed at Ma Dali. This kid is simply adorable. Li Gang and Huang Feiyang couldn't help but gulp. Thank goodness they hadn't intervened. As Chi Di Gang saw Ma Dali charging at him once more, he was furious to the point of explosion. You scoundrel. This is against the rules. You promised to hit my head. Suddenly, Chi Di Gang's eyes widened in shock. Ma Dali had already closed in, his right hand viciously aiming below. Stealing peaches, stealing peaches, stealing peaches. Ma Dali alternated his strikes towards Chi Di Gang's lower body. Ignoring the ringing in his head, Chi Di Gang desperately raised both hands to defend himself. Dali, take him down. Jiang Lin and others cheered excitedly. Squeeze his peaches. What on earth is this move? Gu Yaozu stared in disbelief. Li Gang and Huang Feiyong inexplicably clamped their legs together. Merely listening to the resounding impact of blows exchanged in the arena, they could vividly imagine the immense strength of Ma Dali. If he were to catch them, they would undoubtedly bear the marks of injury. Yan wore a wry smile. He had yet to formally teach everyone the techniques of combat, merely training them in resilience and evasion. When faced with a formidable opponent, Ma Dali could only unleash his most powerful strikes. Fortunately, his speed was commendable. As the two fighters advanced and retreated, Chi Di Gang was soon cornered against the wall. Damn it, he thought. They were pressing forward relentlessly. Chi Di Gang's eyes blazed with fury. After enduring a barrage of blows, he had deciphered Ma Dali's rhythm. At the moment Ma Dali switched his stance, Chi Di Gang launched a powerful punch. Having fought tirelessly, Ma Dali found himself unable to evade, and Chi Di Gang's fist landed heavily upon his face. A triumphant grin spread across Chi Di Gang's face. I'll show you who's dominant. However, to his astonishment, Ma Dali spun around from the force of the blow and retaliated with a punch to his head. You bastard. Chi Di Gang saw stars before his eyes. Enraged, he unleashed a flurry of combination punches without restraint. Ma Dali, refusing to retreat, dodged while standing his ground against Chi Di Gang's relentless assault. Onlookers could only watch in disbelief as Chi Di Gang's strategy fell apart, forcing Ma Dali to resort to unorthodox strikes. The two exchanged blows with palpable intensity, the sounds echoing throughout the room. Suddenly, Ma Dali leaned back and crashed to the ground. Chi Di Gang swung his fists in the air a couple of times before collapsing to his knees, panting heavily. The room fell into an eerie silence, leaving only the heavy breathing of Ma Dali and Chi Di Gang. Did this mean Chi Di Gang had won? Chun Hai glanced at Su Hongxing, who nodded, then shook his head. But it seems he hasn't truly won. Chapter 31. The Youth Resilience Captain. What does this mean? Who emerged victorious? Ye an inwuted. It seems Su Hongxing glanced at the half-kneeling Chi Di Gang and the prostrate Ma Dali, offering an awkward smile. It appears that Chi Di Gang has won. Indeed, Gu Yaozu nodded. Since Ma Dali fell first, it is undoubtedly Chi Di Gang's victory. A fleeting smile graced Chi Di Gang's bloodied visage, yet in the next moment, it froze in disbelief. Before him, Ma Dali, resembling a battered creature, swayed and then staggered back to his feet. Clenching his fists, he charged at Chi without uttering a word. Hey, hey, hey! Chi Di Gang shouted in alarm. It's over. You bang! Before he could finish his sentence, Ma Dali's fist collided with his face, distorting it as Chi Di Gang tumbled backward. Good heavens, Gu Yaozu suddenly realized the gravity of the situation, urgently shouting, Stop him! Restrain him, Li Gang! Huang Feiyong and others rushed forward, managing to divert Ma Dali to the side. You're biased, I haven't lost. I can still fight. Ma Dali struggled fiercely, like a furious bull, unable to be contained by 3 or 4 individuals. Gu Yaozu approached him and exclaimed, Ma Dali, he has won. But the fact that you fought him to this extent shows you are worthy as well. Ma Dali was taken aback. Right, isn't it? Chi Di Gang, clutching his face as he rose, shouted in indignation, I was assessing you. My victory does not imply your failure. You still managed to hit me. And now my too thin, why didn't you say so earlier? Ma Dali replied, feigning innocence. Chi Di Gang, exasperated, nearly leaped up. I wanted to say, where'd you land that punch? Ma Dali turned to Gu Yaozu, chief of staff. Does this mean our captain doesn't have to leave? Gu Yaozu cast a displeased glance at Yi and before shaking his head. I keep my word. You passed the assessment, proving your captain's capability to lead. Therefore, There is no need for him to depart. Oh, that is a relief. Ma Dali chuckled, then promptly fell backward. Hey, what is happening? The crowd gasped and hurried to support him. At that moment, Jiang Lin and others rushed in to push Li Gang and the others aside. Olma, are you all right? Dali, they inspected him closely, and CFA chuckled. Yes, fine, just exhausted and dozed off. The onlookers exchanged speechless glances. Truly, the youth can fall asleep at the drop of a hat. Su Hongxing then stood up, smiling as he remarked, this bout was truly thrilling, and any misunderstandings have been resolved. Little Gu, do you have any further inquiries? Gu Yaozu, his cheeks twitching in pain, glared at all of the lone eagles. No more. Excellent. Su Hongxing, glapet chefolin. Since there are no issues, let us depart and not delay Captain Ye's training. Su Hongxing strode over to Yian, a smile gracing his face as he patted him on the back. You're doing well, young man. Keep up the hard work. And perhaps there is still hope for a spot in the Special Forces. Yian replied solemnly, report to the committee. The quota for the Special Forces has never changed. It was ours, it remains ours, and it will continue to be so. Su Hongxing laughed heartily. Don't boast. Let your strength do the talking when the time comes. Yes. Yan saluted vigorously. Su Hongxing nodded with interest and walked out confidently. Chen Hai passed by Yian with a smile, playfully punching his chest before also departing. Yian, rubbing his chest in irritation, muttered, always hitting the same spot. It's almost flattened. At that moment, Gu Yaozu approached with a grim expression. Yian quickly forced a smile. Chief of Staff, I apologize once again. I will take them for cross-country running immediately. Yian. Gu Yaozu glared at him coldly. Your disguise is indeed impressive. I'll accept this beating. However, you'd best refrain from any further nonsense. This assessment has been passed, but the real test is imminent. Don't falter then. Yian's eyes widened in surprise. Is war about to break out? Gu Yaozu rolled his eyes. Did I say that? I said nothing. Do not speculate foolishly. Just focus on your training. I hope my suffering was not in vain. Gu Yaozu huffed as he turned to leave. One by one, the others departed, and Jiang Lin and his companions approached Yi and with cheerful expressions. Yian glanced at them and then at Ma Dali, who lay on the ground, feeling a warm surge in his heart. No matter how rigorous their training was, they united as one when faced with outsiders. For his sake, Ma Dali would push himself to the limit. They had truly evolved into a commendable team. Captain, Huang Yukai grinned mischievously. We VE weathered the storm today and impressed the brigade. Shall we hold a celebration banquet? Yes, indeed, we must have a drink. Zhang Lun rubbed his hands excitedly. After all, we are the only ones in the entire military district who can justifiably thrash the chief of staff. We must toast to that. Most importantly, we VE kept our captain, Jiang Lin said earnestly. Not only does it prove the captain has capabilities, but it also demonstrates our own. We can handle 2 drinks. The group turned their gazes toward Yian. He smiled back at them and suddenly approached Ma Dali, delivering a kick to his side. Is it morning yet? Ma Dali sprang up abruptly. Are you going to sleep for this long after taking a few punches? Yian roared. Get up. We're going for a run. What? Captain, I got beaten up for you. Still have to run? Ma Dali protested with a pained expression. You don't seem foolish. Yian chuckled as he patted his face. Ma Dali quickly jumped to his feet. I'll run. I can run. Captain, no celebration? Huang Yukai asked with a grimace. Celebrate your grandfather. Yian glared at them with irritation, exclaiming, you can't even distinguish between a real person and a dummy. And now I'm expected to toast you for your achievements? You nearly got me dismissed by pummeling the chief of staff. And yet I should raise my glass to you? He pointed outside, demanding run an additional 10 kilometers, then 50 kilometers. Go now. Everyone, alarmed, hurriedly rushed outside, not daring to waste a second. A smile returned to Yian's face as he realized the cohesion of the team had finally emerged under his leadership. From this day forth, the Lone Eagle would operate as one. Such a united force would undoubtedly enhance their combat effectiveness on the battlefield. It was not that he wished to deny them rest, but from Gu Yaozu's earlier words, it was evident that their time was limited. A new round of battle could commence at any moment. Yian needed to seize this final opportunity to elevate the overall strength of the Lone Eagle to a higher tier. Only then could they fulfill their mission with greater perfection and ensure the safety of each individual. Rubbing his hands together, he remarked, "It is time to scout for movements and then proceed with the next plan." Su Hongxing led his team out of the camp, where Qianjin and Kong Lei greeted him with cheerful smiles. "Old Captain, what's going on? Do you need our assistance?" Su Hongxing rolled his eyes, replying, "Aren't you two supposed to have left?" "Not yet." Kong Lei chuckled. "After all, we used to be part of the Falcon team. If anything happens to them, we must alleviate your burdens. I appreciate your concern, but you should focus on your own matters first," Su Hongxing retorted, glaring at them. "If you end up defeated on the battlefield, losing your own men is one thing, but if the enemy mocks our entire battalion, you will be the culprits." "That won't happen," Qianjin laughed. "After all, we are special forces. We cannot afford to perform poorly." Su Hongxing shot them another glare before turning away. "Hey, old captain, what happened? Let's talk," they shouted. As Su Hongxing boarded the vehicle, the two turned to Chun Hai. "Old Chun, don't leave. Let us chat. Talk to your mother, big-headed ghost." Chun Hai gestured dismissively at them and then called out to the guards, Kai Chong and Jia Yu. "If any unauthorized personnel attempt to enter, shoot. I take full responsibility for any consequences." "Understood." Kai Chong and Jia Yu promptly stood at attention. Chun Hai turned and confidently climbed into the vehicle. Qianjin and Kong Lei exchanged helpless glances. Suddenly, Qianjin spotted Gu Yaozu, looking battered and bruised, and rushed toward him like a man clutching at a lifeline. "What happened to you? Who did this? Tell me, and I will avenge you." Gu Yaozu, nearly choking with rage, retorted, "Why must you bring this up? I wouldn't tell anyone else who did this to me." He was beaten by a group of soldiers, and now, in this sorry state, he wondered if they could still recognize him. "It's none of your business," he scoffed, turning and dashing away. "Hey, old Gu, let us talk," they shouted, but Gu Yaozu quickly vanished from sight. What on earth had happened to this newly formed lone eagle? Qianjin and Kong Lei exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting both curiosity and apprehension. In the past, they had suffered defeat at the hands of Chun Hai, largely due to the prowess of the lone eagle. Although they had long been informed of the complete annihilation of the lone eagle during an operation and its subsequent rebuilding with new recruits, the mere mention of the name had already instilled a psychological shadow over them. They remained indifferent to the happenings of the other squads within the Falcon Brigade. Yet their interest in the lone eagle was undeniable. Having stumbled once, they were determined not to falter again, with no means to gather information. Qianjin sighed and turned his gaze towards the camp of the lone eagle. At that moment, his eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. "Look," he nudged Kong Lei. "Your soldiers are emerging." Kong Lei swiftly turned to look, spotting Li Gang and a few others stepping out from the camp. A shared glance between Qianjin and Kong Lei revealed a mischievous smile at the corners of their lips. Chapter 32, I Would Never Betray My Own. "Old Chief, what are you planning?" In the small grove, Li Gang watched as Kong Lei approached him relentlessly, swallowing hard. A mischievous grin spread across Kong Lei's face as he suddenly moved forward, pinning Li Gang against the tree. Their faces were nearly touching, and Li Gang's throat bobbed nervously. "Old Chief, I would never betray my own." Li Gang quickly shut his eyes. "I'm not asking you to betray yourself." Kong Lei glared at him. "I just want to know what happened with the Lone Eagle assault team." Li Gang's eyes flew open, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought that Qianjin and Kong Lei had brought him to the grove for something unsavory. He chuckled awkwardly. "I arrived late and didn't see anything. There shouldn't be any issues, right?" Kong Lei scoffed. "You used to be quite honest, but now that you're a captain, you've learned to be slippery? Don't try to fool me. If there's nothing wrong, would the political commissar, the captain, and the chief of staff come together?" Moreover, Qianjin inquired, "How did your chief of staff end up as a pig's head? What is the story?" "Exactly." Kong Lei nodded. "How did Gu Yaozu become a pig's head? What on earth happened with the Lone Eagle assault team?" Li Gang had completely regained his composure, smiling at Kong Lei. "Old Chief, I heard you are now the commander of the Mountain Wolf Task Force directly under the military district?" "It's the Mountain Wolf Special Assault Team," Kong Lei replied, his face brimming with pride. "There's a distinction from your reconnaissance brigade." Li Gang nodded vigorously. "So right, all right. May I inquire, Old Chief, can just anyone from the Mountain Wolf share their matters with me? For instance, I wish to know about your recent training and the specific deployments and routes for upcoming combat. Can your people just tell me? Hey, Kong Lei's eyes widened. You little rascal. Are you trying to play me? How could I dare? Li Gang stood at attention. You are my esteemed old chief, and you raised me. I am merely inquiring out of respect. If you say it's permissible, I could immediately send someone to the Mountain Wolf to bring back a couple of them. Then you can ask me, and my people can simultaneously question them. Kong Lei glared at him, exasperated. The reason I'm asking you is that you are one of my soldiers. Li Gong replied earnestly. The individuals I capture will certainly be former members of our Falcon team. Kong Lei. Qian Jin chuckled from the side. Li, don't act like you've taken crazy pills. We don't intend to pry into your secrets. We're merely curious about what happened with the Lone Eagle. Li Gang sidestepped Kong Lei and took several steps back before saying, I apologize, esteemed leaders. Though I am honest, I am well versed in the confidentiality protocols. You two are no longer part of our Falcon team. If you wish to know anything about it, please consult our political commissar or captain. I am merely a humble company commander, without the authority. Li Gang smiled. Please, don't put me in a difficult position. Farewell. Li Gang saluted the two elders and promptly turned to leave. However, after taking a few steps, he suddenly pivoted. Gentlemen, I advise you not to trouble yourselves inquiring about the Lone Eagle situation. I am well aware of your intentions. If there is anything to be wary of, it should be our Fire Eagle assault team. A faint smile graced Li Gang's face. As long as our Fire Eagle assault team exists, you, whether you identify as cougars or street dogs, can forget about dreaming of being special forces. Because we, the Fire Eagles, will shatter your dreams. How infuriating! Kong Lei and Qian Jin immediately chased after him, their tempers flaring. Yet Li Gang was clearly prepared. After delivering his words, he accelerated into a sprint. By the time Kong Lei and Qian Jin emerged from the forest, Li Gang had almost vanished from sight. This scoundrel! Kong Lei seethed, his eyes ablaze with fury. How did I not realize before that this brat was so arrogant and audacious? How dare he provoke me? Everything he knows, I taught him. It drives me insane. Qian Jin, panting slightly, burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Kong Lei shot him an annoyed glare. I'm a cougar, and you are merely a street dog. He insulted you along with me. Qian Jin waved his hand dismissively, still chuckling. I laugh because, my friend, your judgment is severely lacking. Such a fine talent. How could you not take him under your wing back then? Now look, the soldier you raised is coming to blow your mind. Kong Lei clenched his fists in frustration. I would have taken him, but at the time, that lad was incredibly stubborn and refused to leave. Enough, Qian Jin interjected, gesturing. Though we glean nothing today, 2 points are certain. What? Kong Lei fixed his gaze on him. Qian Jin smiled. First, we are now as unwelcome as a rat in the street at the eagle's nest. Everyone is against us. Kong Lei rolled his eyes. That was obvious, even without you stating it. Even my most loyal soldiers are playing tricks on me now. Secondly, Qian Jin continued with a grin. Despite Li Gang's silence, we can be assured that the Lone Eagle assault team no longer poses a threat to us. It is the Fire Eagle assault team that we must focus on. Why do you say that? Kong Lei inquired with curiosity. Qian Jin fixed him with an intense stare. Consider this. Li Gang once shared our fears of the Lone Eagle. But look at him now, so confident, completely dismissing the Lone Eagle. In his eyes, the Lone Eagle may not even measure up to us. Kong Lei nodded in understanding, but then widened his eyes in disbelief. What do you mean? Are you implying we are that inferior? Ah! Qian Jin waved his hand again. That's not important. Grasp the essence. What I imply is that the Lone Eagle assault team may truly be a thing of the past. Their destruction is final, and even if they were to rebuild, they would not possess their former strength. A spark of realization flickered in Kong Lei's eyes. So what you're suggesting is, Qian Jin chuckled, in our forthcoming endeavors, we will act in unison, disregarding the Lone Eagle and concentrating solely on the Fire Eagle. We will keep a close watch on them. Once we have displaced them, we can then vie for the title of the premier special forces team in the military district. Kong Lei chuckled in agreement, firmly grasping Qian Jin's hand. Agreed. Let's fixate on the Fire Eagle assault team. Achio! The distant Li Gang suddenly sneezed violently. He rubbed his nose, completely oblivious to the fact that his recent display of nonchalance had inadvertently come to Yian's aid. while simultaneously creating considerable trouble for himself. As night fell, the various camps swiftly succumbed to darkness under the melodious sound of the lights-out call. However, the command center of the Falcon Brigade was ablaze with light. Shanhai chuckled. "Regulator, what do you think? I told you I wasn't boasting. My selection is undeniably exceptional." Su Hongxing exhaled a puff of smoke, nodding with a smile. "Yin is indeed impressive. His troops may be rebellious, yet they are utterly devoted to him, united as one." He added with a grin. It was evident to everyone that Xiao Gu announced the victory to spare Captain Qi Digang's pride. The assessment for the Lone Eagle was surely passed. Yet, Ma Dali insisted on a declaration from Xiao Gu to confirm his success, and those rascals refrained from intervening until Xiao Gu made the announcement. They merely sought to ensure Yi and safety. Su Hongxing nodded in agreement. In such a short span, Yin has managed to unite his soldiers. Even if his training lacks brilliance, he is undeniably qualified. This lad possesses true talent. Chen Hai beamed with delight. He is indeed capable. Not to mention today's combat. Although Ma Dali fought recklessly, akin to an unrefined brawler, his strikes were swift and targeted vital areas, demonstrating remarkable reflexes. Even when frequently struck, he mostly evaded critical blows. In the past, Qi Digang could have subdued him within 10 moves. How could he possibly have appeared so beleaguered? Su Hongxing nodded once more. Both he and Chen Hai being seasoned veterans who discern the nuances. Xiao Gu, Su Hongxing pointed at the sulking Gu Yaozu. Let today's events be bygones. You must not trouble them further. Indeed, Chen Hai concurred. Old Gu, Xiao Yi is a rare talent. With him, the Lone Eagle may very well soar anew. You must not disrupt his training. Gu Yaozu wore a look of grievance. Leaders, when have I ever interrupted his training? I merely inquired about the ammunition's use, only to be inexplicably beaten. I'm the most wronged here. How did I end up being blamed? In any case, Su Hongxing replied coldly. Just refrain from bothering them. The military district has already been notified. Although no final orders have been issued, Su Hongxing said sternly. The second round of battle will commence within 7 days at most. I hope that by then, Yin will lead the Lone Eagle in its finest form. He fixed a cold stare on Gu Yaozu, the brigade commander, and I have committed to a military pledge for the Lone Eagle at the military district. If they fail to perform, we both will face consequences, potentially even dismissal. Do you wish to see us in such a predicament? Chen Hai immediately glared at him as well. Gu Yaozu's face twisted in distress. Of course, I do not wish for that. I absolutely will not disturb them. That is more like it. Chen Hai and Su Hongxing exchanged a glance, and together they erupted in laughter. Gu Yaozu clenched his fists in frustration. He truly had no intention of causing any trouble, yet it seemed all the grievances had to be borne by him alone. It was exceedingly unjust. Meanwhile, outside the command center, a tree stump slowly shifted, soon disappearing into the woods. Yin lifted his disguise, a mixture of surprise and emotion washing over his face. To his astonishment, the captain and the political commissar had actually issued a military decree for them in the military district. Yin silently tightened his fists. He understood the significance of a military decree. It was a commitment of one's future to safeguard the solitary eagle, the hopes of the veteran members, the wishes of fallen comrades, and the heartfelt intentions of Chen Hai and Su Hongxing. Yin took a deep breath. Captain Commissar, I thank you. Now, I shall undertake something extraordinary, and I trust you will support me through it. Chapter 33. Oh my goodness, where have you brought us? The following morning, at the Falcon Command. Bang! Gu Yaozu kicked over a chair in frustration. Turning around, still seething, he grabbed the teapot, ready to hurl it. Chief of Staff, his subordinate, Yang Sanjin, shouted urgently, "That's your award from the military competition." Gu Yaozu's actions abruptly ceased. He glanced at the bold, red characters on the teapot, gritted his teeth, and reluctantly set it down, only to pick up a pen and throw it forcefully to the ground. Damn it! Gu Yaozu thought angrily about sitting back down, but upon realizing the chair was still overturned, he had to set it upright again, fuming even more. Curiously, Yang Sanjin inquired, "Chief, why are you so furious? Didn't the equipment department agree to replenish our ammunition?" Gu Yaozu's anger flared even higher. They replenished the ammunition. But do you have any idea how I've been berated? My eyes are bloodshot. First, the equipment department made my life hell with their harsh words. Then, Deputy Commander Ma personally called to scold me. Can you believe it? Over such a trivial matter. Those scoundrels at the equipment department reported me to Deputy Commander Ma. Yang Sanjin felt awkward, thinking that losing a battalion's worth of ammunition was no trivial issue, especially in these times when the military was not well off. With a face full of grievance, Gu Yaozu lamented, I was ruthlessly criticized. My head feels like it has been struck repeatedly with a wooden stick. I can still hear Deputy Commander Ma's scolding ringing in my ears. Yang Sanjin quickly responded. Did you not explain the situation to the superiors? How could I? Gu Yaozu shot him an annoyed glare. Am I supposed to say the battalion leader gave special approval? Or that the political commissar turned a blind eye? That would be selling him out. Yang Sanjin raised his thumb in admiration. Chief of Staff, you bear all the burden alone. How noble. Of course. Gu Yaozu retorted angrily. Regardless, both the battalion leader and the political commissar are striving for the betterment of our Falcon unit. I could never do such a thing. His expression turned bitter. But the most unjust part is that I am being blamed for the excessive ammunition losses. Deputy Commander Ma sternly warned me that before we go into battle, I must strictly control the usage of ammunition, if any more issues arise. But those bastards from the Lone Eagle are not easy to deal with. Then you should report to the battalion leader or the political commissar. Yang Sanjin urged. Gu Yaozu slammed his palm on the table. Have you left your brain back at the camp? Don't you know that the battalion leader and the political commissar stand firmly behind Ian? Yang Sanjin scratched his head awkwardly then. Doesn't that mean you are in for some trouble soon? Just the thought of the newly arrived ammunition being quickly consumed made Gu Yaozu's head throb with dread at the prospect of another call from Deputy Commander Ma. Damn it. Gu Yaozu pounded the table in frustration. I was inexplicably beaten up, and now I'm unjustly bearing the blame. The battalion leader and the political commissar, 1T, even let me manage the Lone Eagle. Why am I so unfortunate? Yang Sanjin sighed helplessly. Chief of Staff, your plight is truly unfortunate. In the past, the Lone Eagle was quite formidable, yet now that Ian has assumed the role of captain, he seems to have it in for you. It is said that his subordinates are all troublemakers, but they are merely the troublemakers of their respective squads. Ian, however, is the most troublesome of the entire battalion. Bang! Gu Yaozu slammed his hand on the table, rising abruptly. Yang Sanjin was startled. Chief of Staff, did I say something wrong? Gu Yaozu gritted his teeth. Damn it, I cannot allow him to act recklessly. I must not remain passive. Sanjin, from this moment on, you are fully responsible for monitoring the movements of the Lone Eagle. Report any developments to me immediately. What? Yang Sanjin shivered in fright. Chief of Staff, ISNT it forbidden for anyone to interfere with the Lone Eagle's training by the battalion commander and the political commissar. If you send me, 1T that put me in the crosshairs of a double team from the battalion commander of the political commissar. Look at you, trembling like a leaf. Gu Yaozu shot him a glare. Just keep an eye on them without interfering with their training. Gu Yaozu continued coldly. I will not concern myself with anything else, but when they're shooting and depleting ammunition, you must inform me immediately. I need to control their usage. Otherwise, I will be the one to suffer next time. Is that even feasible? Yang Sanjin look at Buzlet. Do as I say. If anything goes wrong, I will take the blame. Gu Yaozu waved his hand. Go at once. Yes. Yang Sanjin saluted and hurried out. Gu Yaozu released a long breath, finally revealing a hint of a smile. Yin, I have my eyes fixed on you now. Don't think you could deceive me again. In the dense forest, soldiers, meticulously camouflaged, were intently focused on a single direction. 400 meters away, Yang Sanjin leaned against a tree, casually smoking a cigarette. The fury in everyone's eyes burned fiercely, wishing to eliminate this scoundrel. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the woods. The tension in the air was palpable, muscles tensed in anticipation. Come out, descend, while hidden in D, Yin, with a smile, began to pull each soldier from their concealment. The most unfortunate was Ailey, who was buried deep in the ground, with only half his head visible. Yin yanked him out by the ears, like pulling a radish, causing him to cry out in pain. Captain, We can't train like this, Huang Yukai lamented, his face forlorn. That guy keeps haunting us. We simply cannot train. Exactly. Look, that guy's even laughing. Zhang Lun pointed in exasperation at Yang Sanjin, who was grinning in the distance. That scoundrel is mocking us. He*s laughing. Everyone was furious, their anger boiling over as they glared at Yang Sanjin. Yin snorted, "What's the matter? With someone watching you, you can't train? This merely indicates your camouflage skills are pitiful. Anyone can find you without difficulty." Jiang Lin complained, "Captain, how could that brat find us? Previously, when we were camouflaged, that rascal was wandering around us and couldn't locate us at all. He only distanced himself after we warned him. Unable to locate you. Why do you concern yourselves with him?" Ian rolled his eyes. "Yet, if he is nearby, does he not serve as a beacon illuminating our position?" Jiang Lin said bitterly. "He cannot find us, but the moment you lay eyes upon him, you will discern our whereabouts." Ian scratched his head. He indeed observes Yang Sanjin's position and seeks individuals accordingly. Jiang Lin's assertion holds merit. "Captain, may we not give him a thrashing and send him on his way?" CFA inquired. Ian nearly choked on his own saliva. "You all are quite audacious. Having just confronted the chief of staff, and now you wish to assault his aide? Are you addicted to fighting?" The group wore expressions of deep discontent. Yet, with him present, our camouflage training is rendered futile. Moreover, regarding the earlier shooting practice, Yang Wei remarked, "It was this fellow who informed the chief of staff, which led to the restriction of our ammunition to merely 2 basic rounds each. 2 rounds barely suffice for warming up. It's akin to entering a bridal chamber and having your clothes stripped away before anything happens." Sun Daji lamented, "We are practicing passive combat. Yet this chap seems particularly amused, preventing us from focusing on your techniques, making it feel like we are merely receiving blows. Captain, do unleash your wrath upon him, for the regiment commander supports you." Huang Yukai suggested, "With this fellow around, we truly cannot practice." "Indeed, Captain, do give him a beating. If you do, the chief of staff shall have no grounds for complaint," they all implored in unison. Ian glared at them with exasperation, even with the regiment commander's backing. "I cannot simply assault someone, can I? He has not hindered our training." Observing the group's discontent, Yi-En's lips curled into a subtle smile. Initially, he had planned to train for another 2 days before executing the plan. However, it seems, "I have a solution," Yi-En said cheerfully. "Shortly, you shall return to eat and rest." The group stared in astonishment. "Captain, you jest, do you not? What slumber during daylight?" Lu Feng wore a cautious expression. "Captain, you are not concocting another scheme against us, are you?" Yi-En feigned innocence. "Did you not express a desire to avoid his presence? My intention is for you to rest during the day and train at night. In the late hours, he cannot possibly follow you. Even if he does, you can easily evade him." Instantly, smiles adorned the faces of the group. "Captain, you are truly remarkable, effortlessly resolving this issue." Yi-En chuckled. "Do we all agree?" "Absolutely." The group nodded in excitement. "As long as we agree," Yi-En gestured. "Now line up for 6 punches. Who will go first?" The expressions of the group suddenly fell. "What is this?" Gu Yaozu stared incredulously at his watch. "What time is it? Are they truly sleeping?" Yang Sanjin nodded. "Indeed. They're all asleep, snoring loudly. I witnessed it with my own eyes." Gu Yaozu gaped in astonishment. "Sleeping in broad daylight. What on earth are they up to?" Yang Sanjin scratched his head, pondering perhaps it was fatigue. "I witnessed firsthand their arduous training. Those struck by Yi-En were sent sprawling." "What?" Gu Yaozu furrowed his brow. "Yi-En striking people?" "Indeed." Yang Sanjin nodded. "They were sent flying." Gu Yaozu was perplexed. He had never heard of Yi-En's training methods. Yang Sanjin chuckled, "However, Chief of Staff, your approach is truly effective. Today, we let them fire 2 rounds of basic ammunition, and there should be no issues." Gu Yaozu contemplated for a moment. "Continue to keep an eye on them. That rascal Yi-En is cunning. It's certain that as soon as you leave, they will commence their training. You must watch closely." "Understood." Yang Sanjin nodded. Gu Yaozu snorted coldly. "Yi-En, no matter what tricks you play, do not think you can escape my gaze." As night fell at 10 o'clock, the camp lay shrouded in darkness. Not a single star adorned the sky, and the earth was so obscure that one could scarcely see their hand before their face. In the solitary eagle camp, Yin unprecedentedly roused everyone from slumber. Under his leadership, the group, fully armed, stealthily circumvented Yang Sanjin's watchful eyes and swiftly departed the camp. Once they were far from the camp, excitement surged through the ranks like fish released into the ocean. "Captain, you truly are remarkable. That foolish staff officer is still there, staring blankly. By the time he realizes, we will have vanished without a trace. Ha ha. How could he possibly notice? It's pitch black tonight. If he does, it's sheer luck." "Precisely. We shall return at dawn, and he will think we have slept the entire night. Tomorrow, we continue to rest and let him watch in vain, exhausting him. By the way, Captain, what shall we train in today?" "Ye ansimillet. What else could we practice but camouflage infiltration?" The faces of the group instantly brightened with mischievous grins. In such darkness, they were granted a natural disguise, making it exceedingly difficult for Yi and to capture them. That night, they would endure far fewer blows. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Yin was reveling in joy even more than they were. "We must distance ourselves from the camp to avoid detection by friendly forces," Yin instructed. "The darkness is profound. Everyone, stay close to the person in front, and we shall commence night assault training." "Yes." They eagerly nodded in agreement. Nighttime assaults were far more effortless. Each individual would display a piece of white cloth in their backpacks, allowing those behind to follow closely. This was far more comfortable than camouflage training. Everyone promptly prepared, and moments later, Yin signaled to increase their pace. The entire squad moved swiftly through the forest, resembling a long serpent. As time ticked by, beads of sweat began to their faces, soon soaking their backs as well. The night was so dark that none could discern how long they had been running or how far they had traveled. Eventually, they noticed the first light of dawn breaking in the east, prompting Yi and to issue the command to halt. "Goodness." Huang Yukai collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. "Captain, were we not supposed to train in camouflage infiltration? Why have we been running all night?" Yin smiled and said, "Do not rush. We shall resume our training once dawn breaks. For now, let us all take a moment to rest." The group, however, was rendered speechless, feeling that their anticipation had been in vain, as they would indeed have to wait until morning to train. Yet, a sudden realization struck Chong Quan, who pointed excitedly at a figure in the distance, exclaiming, "Is that one of our fellow townsfolk?" The others, with great effort, rose to their feet and gazed in the direction he indicated. There, at the foot of the mountain, several women adorned with conical hats and clad in traditional monkey attire were making their way down the slope. In the distance, more individuals dressed similarly could be seen. Jiang Lin, astonished, widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Captain, where on earth have you brought us?" Chapter 34. Are you intent on leading us to our doom? Amidst the dense branches, Ma Liang cautiously poked his head out, rotating it like a radar, scanning the surroundings. "What's the situation?" Huang Yukai whispered from below. "There's a village to the north," Ma Liang replied softly. "The villagers are coming from there." "Wait, they're enemy troops." "Enemy troops?" Instantly, the soldiers beneath the tree tensed up. "How many are there? What armaments do they possess?" Jiang Lin asked, his face etched with anxiety. "Are they approaching us?" Before Ma Liang could respond, Yin, resting nearby, chuckled, "No need to panic. It's entirely normal to encounter enemy forces after advancing 30 kilometers into their territory." "What?" The soldiers nearly dropped to their knees in shock. 30 kilometers? Xia Fei's face turned ashen. "Goodness. We've reached deep into enemy territory, haven't we? And we did so without alerting them." "Stop joking, Captain." Huang Yukai laughed nervously. "We couldn't possibly have that kind of skill. So where exactly are we?" Everyone was utterly bewildered. Both sides had amassed heavy forces at the front line, maintaining strict vigilance. They simply could not comprehend how they had reached this point. "It truly is 30 kilometers into enemy territory," Yin said nonchalantly. "I guided you along a route previously infiltrated by our lone eagle, right under the enemy's noses. It wasn't difficult at all. Quite simple, really." A collective gasp echoed as cold sweat trickled down their backs. The mere thought of having passed so close to the enemy's watchful eyes the previous night sent chills down their spines. Last night, they had merely followed Yin, unaware that they had brushed shoulders with death. Had any one of them faltered, they would have faced utter annihilation. The group glared at Yin, mentally cursing his entire lineage. Captain, do you not fear that our newly formed unit might be obliterated? Jiang Lin asked, his face pale with dread. Yan, appearing utterly relaxed, replied, I initially planned to guide you through a stealth infiltration, but fortune smiled upon us. It was pitch dark, and the enemy has a penchant for avoiding flares. Rest assured, I have a clear grasp of the situation. I would never lead you astray. Everyone collectively rolled their eyes. You've already led us into dire straits, and you claim you wouldn't? At last, they comprehended the gravity of their predicament. No wonder they had traversed such a considerable distance last night. They had to circumvent not only their own forces, but the enemy as well. Wait, Captain. Huang Yukai looked at Yi and puzzled. We agreed on a camouflage infiltration exercise. Why have you brought us to the enemy's rear? Isn't coming to the enemy's rear precisely for the purpose of camouflage infiltration training? Yin replied, shrugging his shoulders as if it were self-evident. The others stared in disbelief. Yin, with utmost seriousness, continued, your training typically focuses solely on me. In actual combat situations, you remain oblivious to the effectiveness of your training. Ye-un, with a sincere expression, stated, only by infiltrating the enemy's rear and confronting the true adversary can you truly excel and gauge the extent of your training. Real combat is, without a doubt, the finest form of training. I am doing this for your benefit. Instantly, a chorus of silent curses erupted in everyone's minds. Taking us to the enemy's rear is for our benefit. For your grandmother. Let us go. Malyang, exhilarated, slid down from the tree and casually remarked, it was just passing enemy troops. They didn't approach us and have already moved far away. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group, and Jiang Lin quickly interjected, Captain, since we have successfully reached this point, our training results seem promising. Should we head back now? The group nodded vigorously in agreement. Head back. Yan acclaimed, Vigil did it. You all came here with me. And under the cover of darkness, without any technical prowess. The real training has yet to commence. In that moment, despair nearly engulfed everyone. Jiang Lin, with a pained expression, responded, Captain, we have all been on the battlefield and understand the validity of your words. However, we carry no ammunition. The guns we possess are mere firewood sticks. How can we train under these conditions? Sun Daji nodded in agreement. I once infiltrated the enemy's command center alone, but I carried ample ammunition and a pack of explosives. Now we have nothing. If we're discovered by the enemy, what will we do? Strike them with our guns? Ammunition emboldens a man, Captain. Moreover, Lu Feng chimed in, and the war hasn't even begun yet. We are unauthorized to infiltrate enemy territory. Isn't this considered insubordination? We would face repercussions upon our return. Ian rose with a smile. There is no need for concern. Our outing is a camouflage infiltration exercise. As long as you apply the disguise techniques I have taught you, I will be there to guide you. Therefore, the lack of ammunition is inconsequential. As for any potential disciplinary actions, Ian's smile widened. You need not worry. I have support behind me. The group nearly choked on their disbelief. Without ammunition, their guns were nothing more than firewood sticks, surrounded by enemies. This was tantamount to courting death. Ian clapped his hands cheerfully, rest assured. During the last campaign, our lone eagle infiltrated the enemy's rear over a dozen times. I'm well acquainted with the routes here. If you listen to my instructions diligently, I guarantee you will experience a qualitative leap in your capabilities. The group wore expressions of bitter amusement. How could they not heed his words? They possessed guns, but lacked ammunition, and if they failed to train earnestly, discovery would not merely result in a reprimand from Ian. It would mean facing dire consequences. According to the enemy's customs, they might even have their heads severed. Yet, Ian showed no signs of leaving. None could depart. Captain, Jiang Lin resignedly gazed at Ian. How shall we train? Ian waved his hand. Everyone, take a moment to rest. This training opportunity is invaluable, and I will ensure it is well organized for you. As they looked at Ian's beaming smile, thoughts of murder crossed their minds. What sins had they committed in their past lives to end up with such a captain? The chief of staff. Gu Yaozu, surprised, lifted his head to see Yang Sanjin stumbling in. What's wrong? Gu Yaozu abruptly rose. Had they begun target practice so early? No, No target practice. Yang Sanjin, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, "They have all vanished." "What?" Gu Yaozu, taken aback, asked. "Vanished? What do you mean?" "They are missing, completely gone." Yang Sanjin, nearly jumping in agitation, insisted, "Not a single person is left." "Speak slowly. What exactly is the situation?" Gu Yaozu glared at him. Yang Sanjin, with a pained expression, explained, "Following your orders, I stationed myself outside their camp. This morning, noticing no activity, I entered to check, only to find that not a soul remained." "Where have they gone?" Gu Yaozu's eyes widened in disbelief. "I inquired with the cooking team." Yang Sanjin continued, "They were clueless as well. I also asked the sentries nearby from last night, and they claimed to have seen them quietly leave the camp around 10 o'clock, heading south, after which they were never seen again." Gu Yaozu's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. "South? They haven't returned?" "Indeed." Yang Sanjin nodded. "Their weapons are missing as well, along with their bags and water bottles." Gu Yaozu felt an ominous sensation rising within him, his temples throbbing. "Chief of Staff, what should we do now?" Yang Sanjin stared at him. "Bang!" Gu Yaozu slammed his palm on the table, shouting in anger. "Yang Sanjin, I instructed you to keep an eye on them. Did your eyes grow from your trousers? Such a number of living individuals slipped right under your nose, and you didn't see a thing? What on earth were you doing?" Yang Sanjin, looking aggrieved, replied, "Chief of Staff, you cannot blame me for this. They're the Lone Eagle assault team. Even if reformed, each one is more capable than I am. If they truly wanted to shake me off, how could I possibly keep track of them?" Silence. Gu Yaozu, fuming, paced about. Where in the world did this bunch run off to in the dead of night? "Scoundrels." "Chief of Staff." Yang Sanjin spoke softly. "Perhaps they simply did not wish for me to monitor them, so they went out to train. Could it be that they will return soon?" "Don't you dare say perhaps." Gu Yaozu shot him a glare. "Go find them immediately, mobilize personnel, and hasten to inquire with nearby units. We must locate them." "Understood." Yang Sanjin hurriedly dashed out. Gu Yaozu clenched his fists. "Yin, you little rascal, what on earth are you up to?" At 4 in the afternoon, Gu Yaozu stealthily entered the command center. Chen Hai, engrossed in examining maps, failed to notice him, but Su Hongxing, with a smile, remarked, "Little Gu, what are you sneaking around for?" Upon hearing this, Chen Hai looked up and immediately spotted Gu Yaozu awkwardly standing at the door. "What is up, old Gu? Do you have something?" Chen Hai inquired. Gu Yaozu, feeling embarrassed, entered the room. "Yes, there is indeed something. What is it?" Chen Hai set down his pen, looking at him with a grin. Gu Yaozu's face flushed crimson. It's just. What is it?" Chen Hai furrowed his brows and remarked, "Why are you being so fussy today? If you have something to say, just say it. What on earth is the matter?" Su Hongxing also leaned in closer. Gu Yaozu, mustering his courage, declared the Lone Eagle has vanished. "What on earth has vanished?" Chen Hai asked, his face a mask of disbelief. The Lone Eagle assault team," Gu Yaozu pressed on, his voice trembling. "The entire team has disappeared since last night." "What?" Su Hongxing's smile evaporated in an instant. Chen Hai's expression darkened, and he slammed his palm on the table, startling Gu Yaozu nearly out of his skin. How could it just disappear? An entire assault team can't just vanish into thin air. Jian Hai Bao Lao. Gu Yaozu nodded despondently. "It's true. They have vanished." As evening descended atop a mountain, the members of the Lone Eagle were cloaked in thick camouflage, cautiously peeking out from the underbrush. "Captain, weren't we supposed to focus solely on camouflage training and not engage in anything else?" Jiang Lin swallowed hard, anxiously surveying the area ahead. Ian smiled slightly. "I said we wouldn't execute combat missions, but I never mentioned we would refrain from other activities. Isn't this just a little side endeavor?" The group felt a wave of despair wash over them. They knew Yi and would never have benevolent intentions. "Rest assured," Yin said cheerfully, "this is also part of our training. As long as you follow orders, there will be no danger. When have I ever led you astray?" With a wink, Yin reassured them. The group, on the brink of tears, lamented, "We are already on the verge of being led to our doom. It seems you intend to leave us utterly shattered." Chapter 35. Still eating? Here we come. As darkness enveloped the sky, The command center of the Falcon Brigade was steeped in an ominous silence. Gu Yaozu, resembling a chastised schoolboy, huddled in a corner, too frightened to make sound. The only sound that reverberated within the room was the rhythmic pacing of Chun Hai, each step echoing like a hammer on Gu Yaozu's heart, rendering him breathless with fear. "Captain, we are in a dire situation." Just then, the door swung open, and Huang Feiyong rushed in, drenched in sweat. Chun Hai and Su Hongxing immediately approached him, while Gu Yaozu sprang up, rushing towards them as if he had found a lifeline. "Did you find anything?" Chun Hai in guit im ba din di. Huang Feiyong shook his head in despair. "No." At this revelation, Gu Yaozu's heart plummeted once more, and he retreated to his previous spot in resignation. "Still not found?" Chun Hai thundered, his voice laced with anger. "You 4 squads, over 400 men, and you can't even locate a handful of them? What are you capable of aside from producing nonsense?" Huang Feiyong replied helplessly, "Captain, we have searched everywhere we could. Every place the Lone Eagles usually train has been thoroughly examined. We even explored areas where they might have gone, but not a single trace, not even a footprint." Chun Hai's mind buzzed with dread, engulfed by a sense of impending doom. With a significant battle approaching, the disappearance of the Lone Eagles was catastrophic. If the higher-ups were to discover this, the entire team would likely face confinement, rendering them unable to partake in the forthcoming fight. "Captain," Huang Feiyong suddenly whispered, "I've heard that even their firearms are missing. Could it be that they deserted?" A chill ran down Chun Hai's spine, his body erupting in a cold sweat at the thought. If they had indeed deserted, as the captain who had signed a military oath, his career would be irreparably tarnished. "Nonsense," Su Hongxing interjected sternly. "The Falcon Brigade has never had deserters. As for the Lone Eagle assault team, such a notion is utterly implausible." "Indeed," Huang Feiyong stammered. "I was merely speculating. Get out." Chun Hai bellowed, startled and enraged. "Continue searching. If you fail to find them, I will make sure you regret it." "Yes, sir." Huang Feiyong, trembling, turned and dashed away. "Wait, Captain." Huang Feiyong suddenly returned. "The leaders of the Mountain Wolves and Iron Fist have arrived, waiting at the entrance." "What do they want?" "Chun Hai Zhao Wen," Huang Feiyong responded. "They might have heard about our situation and come to inquire." "Damn it." Chun Hai seethed with anger. "Those 2 pests are always keeping an eye on us. Inform the guards on duty to deny them entry and prohibit anyone from contacting them. Whoever leaks information will face dire consequences." "Yes, sir." As Huang Feiyong hurried away, Su Hongxing placed a reassuring hand on Chun Hai's shoulder. "Calm down. It's crucial to manage the situation. The Lone Eagles are likely avoiding restrictions, seeking a place to train. They're not in danger. I trust Yin." Chun Hai nodded in agreement. Yin was the last of the Lone Eagles, and he would never allow harm to befall them suddenly. He spun around abruptly. Crouched in the corner, Gu Yaozu nearly burst into tears, his breaths becoming cautiously delicate. How could Chun Hai possibly notice him? "Gu Yaozu," Chun Hai strode up to him, spitting words furiously. "Are you utterly brainless or deaf? I told Zheng Wei not to disturb them, not to interfere with them. And yet, here you are." Chun Hai, pointing an accusatory finger at him, yelled, "I told you not to go, and you went anyway. You're deliberately challenging me and Zheng Wei, aren't you?" "I didn't." Gu Yaozu hastily shook his head. "I'm merely—" "What do you mean, merely?" Chun Hai leaned closer, his voice rising. "You're like a pig's nose in a green onion, pretending to be something you're not. What are you trying to do? Play the fool in my presence? You're staring at them, as if you want to provoke a confrontation. I see you're just resentful for getting beaten by them. Try to save face while you're at it. Sending someone out is like a tailor without a measuring tape. You're clearly up to no good. Now, you've scared them off, and you're as useless as a cow's stomach full of grass. You're a disgrace, a laughingstock." Meanwhile, Su Hongxing watched as Chun Hai's tirade grew more fervent. Gyao not only drenched in spittle, but also reduced to a crouch, on the verge of tears. He quickly stepped in to pull Chun Hai away. "Enough already. What is done is done. What good does it do to berate him? We need to bring them back." Chun Hai, fuming, pointed at Gu Yaozu. "I told you to keep watch. If the higher-ups find out, you'll take the blame." Gu Yaozu, sitting on the ground with a look of despair, lamented, "Why am I so unfortunate? I only wanted to manage their ammunition usage. I did nothing wrong. Why am I the one who has to take the fall? Besides, They VE run off. Shouldn't there be consequences for them? Why am I the only one being scolded? Gu Yaozu covered his face. You truly are my nemesis. At the foot of the mountain, a modest courtyard lay nestled. Within, 2 trucks were parked, and the sole structure had a single room illuminated. At that moment, outside the courtyard in the woods, Yin smiled at the group. Do you see? There are 2 guards at the door of that room. Everyone else is inside. No issues, right? The faces of the group immediately broke into mischievous grins. They had scouted the perimeter twice, confirming there were no enemy forces nearby. In fact, they had even crept past the enemy's notice right under their noses, which bolstered their confidence immensely. It wasn't that their disguises were ineffective. Rather, Ian's keen eyes were exceptionally sharp. They were indeed quite formidable now. Now, even without ammunition, it seemed they had no reason to worry. Jiang Lin drew a dagger, prompting Ian to immediately inquire, What are you doing? Huh? Jiang Lin paused. I'm going to take them out. How can you be so ruthless? Ian glared at him. They're in the midst of their meal. Why would you want to kill them? That's just too violent. Jiang Lin was left utterly astounded. Are we truly considering befriending them? Indeed. Ian nodded affirmatively. What harm is there in making friends? The more allies we have, the more paths we can tread. The others merely stared in silence. Ian continued earnestly. Let us invite them back and glean more information about our surroundings. With the intelligence we gather, won't our prospects in the upcoming battle be considerably enhanced? Oh dear. The entire group rolled their eyes. Just say you want to capture them for interrogation. No need to be so eloquent. Come here, Ian beckoned. And everyone immediately gathered around. Moments later, Ian swiftly devised an operational plan. Outside the dwelling, 2 monkey soldiers relished the porcelain bowls made in the Dragon Kingdom, leaning against the wall as they feasted heartily. Today's meat is truly delectable, one monkey soldier exclaimed, his mouth smeared with grease. It's been half a month since I last tasted meat. I was beginning to forget its flavor. From now on, we might have meat every other day. The other soldier chuckled cheerfully. Really? Of course, the first monkey soldier replied mysteriously. We're on the brink of battle. Have you not noticed the influx of troops? Once the fighting commences, the supply of provisions will surely surpass the norm. The higher-ups are counting on us to defeat the Dragon Kingdom's forces. Fantastic! The other monkey soldier exclaimed with excitement. To have meat every other day would be sheer bliss. As the first monkey soldier prepared to speak again, his peripheral vision caught sight of a patch of grass in the courtyard. However, he merely glanced and chuckled. Look at you, so lacking in ambition. I heard the commander say that we will undoubtedly win this time. Once we breach the Dragon Kingdom, we'll feast on meat every day. Every day? The other monkey soldier's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a delightful life that would be. Indeed, we must fight well, invade the Dragon Kingdom, and everything will be ours. The first monkey soldier laughed heartily. Suddenly, a tremendous force caused their bowls to crash heavily to the ground. As they stared at the scattered food, the 2 monkey soldiers were momentarily stunned. Still eating? A grass-clad Yin stood before them with a smile. I've come to retrieve you. The 2 monkey soldiers looked at the grass figure that had appeared before them, their eyes widening in shock. Chapter 36. A shot shatters the dream of an empire. Yin raised his hand and delivered 2 swift punches, sending 2 monkey soldiers crashing backward, their cries abruptly silenced. What a dreadful shout! Yin shook his head. Simultaneously, 2 figures darted past him with incredible speed. Boom! The door was forcefully flung open by the 2 tumbling monkey soldiers. The enemy troops inside, caught mid-meal, were startled, their faces reflecting utter confusion as they gazed at their fallen comrades. Just then, 2 figures cloaked in grass swept in like the wind. Before the monkey soldiers could comprehend the situation, dart gun barrels were already aimed at them. Don't move. Surrender your weapons, or face death. Jiang Lin and Zhao Sheng shouted in unison. All the monkey soldiers stared wide-eyed in shock, momentarily unable to grasp what was unfolding. After all, this was not the front line, but rather a secure rear area. Moreover, there was no battle underway. Where could the enemies have come from? Boom! Suddenly, the roof was breached by several large holes, and a few figures descended from above. Crash! The windows shattered as 2 more figures leaped inside. Don't move. Surrender your weapons or face death. In mere moments, the room was filled with a dozen grass-clad figures. The monkey soldiers finally regained their senses. Indeed, the enemies had arrived. The monkey soldiers, faces pale with terror, knelt almost in unison, raising their bowls of food high. This time, it was the Eagles team that found themselves dumbfounded. Surrendering with bowls? This was a first for them. Ian, with a beaming smile, walked in and remarked, "Oh, how courteous. Well, we shan't hold back then." The monkey soldiers, cowering on the floor with their heads in their hands, looked on in a mix of fear and fury at the sudden appearance of these foes. These were not enemies. They were clearly bandits. At this moment, Ian and his comrades were indulging themselves with the monkey soldiers' food. To top it off, AI, Lee, and Lee had taken it a step further, lifting a pot to serve themselves. Observing the Eagles team devouring the food with grease dripping from their mouths, the monkey soldiers couldn't help but swallow hard. They could never have imagined that the first act of these invaders would be to seize their meat. "Addisy," AI exclaimed, chewing on a piece of meat while shaking his head at the monkey soldiers. "The meat you cooked is quite dreadful. If you ever get the chance, come to my beautiful hometown for a taste of real food." "Exactly." Huang Yukai pointed at the group of captives. "You've ruined this meat with your poor cooking skills." He then flaunted a large piece of meat, chewing it until the grease flowed. The captives were instantly consumed by rage. They had never encountered such shamelessness. Eating their meat while complaining about its taste. How infuriating. "Captain," Lin Hua entered the room holding a bowl. "I just checked next door. There are quite a few supplies, as well as many weapons and ammunition. This appears to be a small warehouse." Ian let out a satisfied burp and tossed aside his bowl, though it was unpalatable. "At least I'm full now." With a soft snicker, the soldiers felt their spirits once again crushed. "Have you consumed every last grain of rice?" Ian rose, stretching comfortably. He then turned his beaming gaze towards the group of captives, who immediately tensed and lowered their heads. "My friends, does anyone here speak the language of the Dragon Kingdom?" Ian approached them with a cheerful demeanor. No one responded. "You can't even speak our tongue? How uncultured!" Ian exclaimed with a radiant smile. "Do not be afraid. I simply wish to befriend you. If you cooperate sincerely," he added, "I shall ensure you have a meal shortly." Instantly, the captives' eyes sparkled with hope. In an era of extreme scarcity, the allure of meat was irresistible to them. "Captain, we have finished eating," CFA suddenly interjected. "What?" Ian frowned. "How can you all eat so much?" The others rolled their eyes, remarking that he had already devoured 2 bowls, more than anyone else. "Ailey," Ian called out loudly, "put the pot down. No more eating." "All right." Ailey reluctantly set the pot aside. Ian then smiled brightly at the captives again. "There is still some meat stew left in the pot. If you cooperate, you shall have some." The captives glanced at the pot, nearly infuriated. With just a thin layer of grease at the bottom, a mere lick per person would not suffice. They had never encountered such shamelessness from Ian. "Still not speaking?" Ian's smile faded as he straightened up. "You clearly understand my words, yet you refuse to respond. Not answering indicates your unwillingness to cooperate. A lack of cooperation suggests you do not wish to befriend me." Ian clutched his chest, feigning sorrow. "I am truly heartbroken. Perhaps I should eliminate you." In an instant, the captive's eyes widened in terror. Click! Suddenly, the dozen guns were cocked, all aimed at them. One captive could no longer contain his fear and shouted, "Commander, Commander, I am willing to cooperate. I can speak the language of the Dragon Kingdom, and I wish to be your friend." "It's too late." Ian shook his head. "My heart has been irreparably wounded by you." As he raised his right hand, the captives were thrown into a panic. "Commander, I am not from Annam. I am from Guangnan." One captive cried out in terror. "Commander, my ancestors were also from the Dragon Kingdom. I am one of your own." Swish! Ian waved his hand without hesitation. "Ah!" The captives promptly shut their eyes in fear, while 2 female captives let out piercing screams. Click, click, click. Instead of gunfire, a series of sharp, empty clicks echoed in the room. A few captives bravely opened their eyes, finding themselves unscathed, with not a single bullet hole on their bodies. Their companions had also not been harmed. The Dragon Kingdom soldiers surrounding them now wore expressions of mockery. "We were merely jesting with you." Ian laughed heartily, exclaiming, "In truth, our guns are devoid of ammunition. We didn't even bring any bullets when we stepped out." The captives nearly choked on their fury. So these enemies had merely entered with a stick and managed to seize them all? Not only did they pilfer their rations, but they also frightened some of them to the point of losing control of their bladders. The most infuriating aspect was that Huang Yukai and his companions mocked them while continuously pulling the triggers of their empty guns. It was utterly despicable. Did they truly regard them as mere playthings? In an instant, the faces of all the captives were ablaze with rage. This group before them was undoubtedly the most audacious and reprehensible adversaries they had ever encountered. One of the soldiers, with the eyes of a monkey, fixed his gaze upon a gun in the corner. However, before he could make a move, a sudden click resonated in the air. "Do not move," Chong Quan coldly directed, aiming his gun at them. Just now, there were no bullets, but now there are. All the captives, terrified, hastily raised their hands. They were now certain that this group of people from Longwo was utterly insane. If Yin were to give the order to fire, they would indeed meet their demise. "Well then, is there anyone willing to befriend me?" Yin asked with a smile. All the captives fervently nodded. "Excellent." Yin chuckled, placing a hand on his chest. "Now I'm once again pleased. Now, I shall pose a question to you." Yi An's smile faded, and a palpable killing intent radiated from his eyes. The captives straightened in alarm. "Are you familiar with Yi Huling?" Most of the captives wore puzzled expressions, save for one female captive who nodded. Yi An immediately inquired. "Over a month ago, a battle occurred at Yi Huling. Your forces ambushed one of our units there. Do you know the designation of your brigade?" The hearts of the members of the Solitary Eagle tightened. They understood that the annihilation of the Solitary Eagle's forces happened at Yi Huling. Yin was inquiring about that very special monkey assault team that had ambushed them. I do not know." The female captive shook her head. Yin furrowed his brow. "We lost men there. Do you know what became of their bodies?" The female captive shook her head again. I do not know. However, if your men were killed in that area, they would likely be sent to Bangkok City, where their heads would be displayed as a warning before they were buried. In an instant, Yi An's heart twisted in agony. He had managed to bring back nearly everyone, save for 2 who were beyond recovery. The thought that they would never find peace in death filled Yi An's eyes with a crimson hue, and his blood surged in turmoil. The Solitary Eagle members silently regarded Yi An, acutely sensing the sorrow emanating from him. In that moment, they empathized deeply. If their own comrades were to suffer such a fate after sacrifice, they too would be unable to bear it. It was precisely at this moment that their gazes towards Yi An grew even more respectful. Yi An fixed his gaze intensely upon the female captive, causing her to tremble and weep. "Commander, I truly know nothing more." Yi An's brow twitched slightly. Then he inhaled deeply to steady his emotions. He was determined to bring those 2 individuals home, to let their souls return to their rightful place. Yet, not at this moment. This infiltration into enemy territory was perilously dangerous, akin to dancing on the edge of death, grappling with the grim Reaper himself. Without the support of substantial firepower from the main forces, Yi An could not risk the safety of his companions. As a friend, Yi An suddenly declared, "I would like to invite you to escort me back. You wouldn't deny me this favor, would you?" A chilling click resonated as more guns were loaded, their barrels pressed against the foreheads of several captives. "We are willing." All the captives fervently nodded. "We are all friends. Comrades, we should escort you home." "Excellent." Yi An smiled once more. "Then I kindly ask you to load all the weapons and ammunition from next door onto the vehicles." "What?" The captives widened their eyes in disbelief. "Hurry!" Chong Quan bellowed, startling the captives into immediate action. Each captive was left speechless, bewildered by this group that both consumed and commandeered, forcing them into labor. This was a stark contrast to their preconceived notions of the soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom. They genuinely questioned if these individuals were bandits. Ian stepped outside, glancing at the captives as they began to move the supplies. His gaze drifted toward the distance, specifically toward the direction of Wild Fox Ridge. "Captain," Jiang Lin approached Ian, speaking in a low yet resolute tone. "Next time, we'll return together to bring those 2 brothers home." Ian turned in surprise. It was not just Jiang Lin, but the others were also nodding firmly in agreement. He paused for a moment, then a faint smile graced his lips. The Solitary Eagle seemed to rise once more. "All right, Ian nodded vigorously. Next time, we shall bring them back together. Minutes later, Jianglin rushed up to Yi and Captain. Everything we can take has been loaded onto the trucks, and both vehicles are full of fuel. Ian nodded. Good. Inform everyone to prepare for departure. Yes. Jianglin was about to turn away when he suddenly pivoted back, asking, by the way, Captain, where are we headed with all these captives and supplies? Continuing with our mission would be inconvenient. Ian chuckled. Our training has concluded. Everyone has performed admirably. No more fuss. We're heading back. Jianglin sighed in relief. Then where will we disembark? Disembark? Ian looked at him in confusion. We are already in the vehicles, so naturally, we will drive straight home. Oh, what? Jianglin suddenly realized ride in the vehicle. Through enemy lines? Captain, are you leading us into a trap? Chapter 37. Do you regard the enemy's defensive line as your backyard? Captain Zhang Luan implored. Gazing at Ian, please do not act rashly. Can we not discuss this calmly? Let us avoid a path leading to certain doom. AI Li, with a distressed expression, pleaded with Ian, Captain, I can carry more supplies. Is that not acceptable? Let's not march towards our demise. Everyone stared at Ian in terror. Their eyes filled with desperation. Ian scanned the group with irritation. Look at your lack of resolve. We simply need to drive through the enemy's checkpoint and head straight to our defensive line. It is as straightforward as that. Why are you all so frightened? The faces of the others contorted in disbelief. Ian dared to call it simple. That was the front line, a battlefield, not a place one could casually drive away from. Do you think this is your backyard? Captain, Zhao Sheng lamented. The border is heavily fortified with enemy troops. If we proceed nonchalantly, are we not delivering ourselves to them on a silver platter? Indeed, driving over there is a one-way ticket to death. CFA exclaimed, his face contorted with urgency. Captain, what on earth are you thinking? We are still young, with a bright future ahead. Please do not act impulsively. Xiafugue, terrified, clasped his hands together as if ready to kneel. Captain, please reconsider. Huang Yukai, with a pained expression, added, do we not agree to train in camouflage and infiltration? I have just begun to grasp the concept. Do not throw a wrench in the works. I wish to continue our training in disguise. Let us return as we came. Please do not complicate things. My brothers are frightened. Yan, observing the terror-stricken faces of his comrades, burst into laughter. If you wish to die, I certainly do not. The group fell silent, staring at him in unison. Yian's smile faded as he spoke gravely. The essence of our reconnaissance, camouflage, and infiltration is not merely to hide ourselves from the enemy's sight. The true artistry of disguise lies in being so adept that even when standing before the enemy, they cannot discern your identity. Like when you disguise yourself as squad leader Luo to deceive us. Xiangqing inquired, puzzled. Exactly, Yian affirmed with a nod. You have mastered the art of concealment. But now I shall train you in the art of facial disguise. In future operations, should our superiors require us to infiltrate enemy cities or even military camps to gather intelligence, do you intend to perpetually masquerade as an inanimate object? No matter how skillfully you disguise yourself, the moment you move, the risk of detection remains. Even I cannot guarantee that I will never be discovered. Yet on sepulch citerni. Thus, we must fully immerse ourselves within the environment, becoming one with the enemy in order to operate effectively. This transcends mere camouflage. It demands formidable psychological resilience and adaptability. Now, traversing the enemy's checkpoint under heavy guard, while boldly passing through presents an exceptional training opportunity. The entire group stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape. It was only at this moment that they comprehended why Yi and had previously insisted that their camouflage and infiltration skills were still lacking. They have successfully disguised themselves, enabling them to maneuver freely beneath the very noses of their adversaries. However, deceiving the enemy face-to-face is indeed beyond their capabilities. Nevertheless, despite this assertion, hesitation lingered among the group. After all, they had never undertaken such a feat. Captain, Jiang Lin said bitterly, I have no doubt you can swagger through the enemy's checkpoint with ease, given your remarkable skills, but we lack experience. Furthermore, the frontline checkpoint is a fortified military zone, where scrutiny from the enemy is bound to be stringent. CFA remarked, our psychological resilience does not match yours. and with a captive in tow, any hint of a blunder could spell disaster. The others nodded in agreement, although they had undergone training in disguise. Facing a few enemies was one thing. Navigating a heavily guarded checkpoint was another. Reconnaissance soldiers are human too, and to claim they would remain unflustered would be sheer nonsense. Ian smiled brightly. To traverse such a military stronghold safely, we cannot rely on reckless abandon. Instead, we must collaborate. He beckoned, and everyone quickly gathered around. Ian swiftly laid out the plan, and rather than alleviating their concerns, it only deepened their furrowed brows. Is this feasible? Sundaji inquired with evident skepticism. Have no fear, Ian replied confidently. My plan is foolproof. Just perform to the best of your abilities. Would I ever lead you astray? The group collectively rolled their eyes. Haven't we already been led astray by you enough? Enough. Ian glanced at his watch and declared coldly, we must return before dawn. Let us move. Everyone took a deep breath. Aspiring to become lone eagles and secure a spot in the special forces, they understood that this step was imperative. They steeled themselves, fists clenched, and strode purposefully toward the trucks. The two trucks jolted along the dirt road, one following the other. Their headlights pierced the darkness like twin swords cutting through the night. Inside the first truck, Ian held a pen, modifying the map based on the route etched in his memory. Huang Yukai and the others had donned enemy uniforms, their faces smeared with camouflage, transforming themselves into an appearance reminiscent of elite enemy troops. Opposite them, the captives, resigned and devoid of hope, had also been disguised as special forces. Their mouths were stuffed with cloth, their feet bound together, and each bore a grenade on their backs, the fuse connected to the ropes binding their ankles. A mere twitch could trigger the fuse. The captives dared not move, not even to draw a breath. In their current state, should they be discovered by their own side, they would likely be met with a hail of bullets. With death looming on both sides, it seemed wiser to comply. At least they knew that the Dragon Country's army treated captives with leniency. Jiang Lin. Ian suddenly lifted his head. Here. Jiang Lin quickly approached. Ian handed him the map, pointing to the route he had sketched. Soon, we will reach this checkpoint. This area represents the weakest point in the enemy's defense line, and passing through here should afford us a measure of safety. Upon passing this point, you shall immediately proceed in the direction I have indicated. Do not linger for even a moment. Advance at full speed, and we shall rendezvous here. Jiang Lin nodded incessantly, affirmatively. Ian gazed at him with utmost seriousness. This time, you will act independently, and in my absence, you must remain fully alert and focused. A resounding yes echoed as everyone nodded in unison. Taking a deep breath, Ian continued. In the past, I refrained from voicing certain thoughts for fear of fostering arrogance among you. However, I can now express that throughout our time together, you have proven to be the finest soldiers, second only to my veteran comrades. In an instant, the eyes of all the soldiers sparkled with renewed vigor. Typically, Ian would often chastise them, calling them foolish, a notion they had grown accustomed to, even accepting it as truth. Yet now, those who perceive you as unruly and unmanageable do so from a place of ignorance. They have not truly comprehended your capabilities. In my eyes, you are both intelligent and formidable, endowed with exceptional talent. Ian smiled. It is a profound honor for me to serve as your captain. As we enter the final phase of our disguise training, I implore you to exert all your abilities and return safely. I await your return. The eyes of the soldiers glistened with unshed tears. It was the first time, after all this time knowing Ian, that they had received such generous praise from him. A chorus of yes resounded as they nodded fervently. Ian offered a faint smile before turning to remove the cloth from the mouth of a female captive. Teach me a few phrases in Annamese. Huh? The captive trembled. All right. Moments later, Chong Quan, who was driving, shouted, Captain, the captive says we are nearing the outpost. We should arrive in no more than 10 minutes. Excellent. Ian nodded, then turned solemnly to Jiang Lin. The team is entrusted to you. Ensure everyone returns safely. Not a single one must be left behind. Yes. Jiang Lin saluted vigorously. I guarantee the mission's success. Captain, you must also return safely. We will be waiting for you. The other soldiers regarded Yi and with solemnity. Yin smiled faintly, then equipped himself with weaponry, and without hesitation, leaped from the vehicle as it slowed. The others instinctively leaned outward to gaze, but Yin had vanished into the night. Goodness, why is the captain suddenly being so sentimental? Huang Yukai sniffled. I'm truly moved. Yang Wei wiped the corner of his eye. I'm on the verge of tears. The captain actually praised us. Enough. Jiang Lin interjected sternly. We are about to reach the outpost. Everyone, stay sharp, and let us return home safely. Yes. Everyone responded in unison, gripping their weapons tightly. Chapter 38. Our belongings, I retrieve on behalf of the motherland. Yin bent low, swiftly traversing the ridge like a phantom. The wind howled in his ears as trees brushed past him. His breath grew heavy, and his legs began to feel increasingly leaden. Yet, he dared not slow his pace. Jiang Lin and the others would soon reach the outpost, and Yin had to seize every fleeting second. Suddenly, voices emerged from ahead. Yin immediately dropped to the ground, rolling into a patch of grass, striving to steady his heartbeat and breathing. Half a minute later, he cautiously poked his head out. Less than 50 meters above him, 2 enemy sentries were engaged in conversation, smoking leisurely. Damn, that was close, Yin exhaled. Fortunately, he was camouflaged, and in his sprint, his body remained parallel to the ground, which prevented the sentries from spotting him. However, the situation had been perilously close. Had he been any less vigilant, he would have walked right into their line of sight. If he returned safely this time, would he earn military merit? Anticipation gleamed in Yan's eyes. Upon reaching the battlefield, one realizes that greater skills are always more advantageous. Yan surveyed his surroundings, confirming only the presence of the 2 sentries. He then slithered through the grass like a serpent, swiftly circumventing the guards. Seizing an opportunity, he ascended a tree, alertly scanning the area. Moments later, he breathed a sigh of relief. Although this was the front line, it was not a fortified position, and the defense was lax. Yan surmised that the enemy's attention was entirely directed towards the direction of Long Kingdom, oblivious to the impending threat behind them. He gazed upward, noticing a faint glow and voices approximately 100 meters away. That must be the front-line position. A faint smile graced Yan's lips as he swiftly discarded his camouflage and descended the tree, boldly striding towards the outpost. Before long, a wide trench came into view. A dozen soldiers were congregated, chatting animatedly. Their earlier voices had emanated from this group. Yin quietly slid down, then boldly walked along the trench in full view of the enemy soldiers. The chatting adversaries paid him no heed, for this was considered a rear position. And as they had yet to engage with Long Kingdom, no one suspected a compatriot clad in enemy's military attire. Amidst the mountains, an outpost severed the main road. Inside the vehicle, the soldiers' palms were slightly damp with sweat, their heartbeats quickening. From a distance, they could see that this outpost was far from a mere roadside checkpoint. The trench housed not only 2 heavy machine guns, but also a 37mm twin-barreled anti-aircraft cannon. This weapon could not only defend against aerial threats, but when leveled, could also target armored vehicles. If they were to be attacked, both vehicle and men would be reduced to mere pulp. Furthermore, the mountains flanking the outpost seemed to be fortified, likely housing heavy weaponry as well. Everyone involuntarily swallowed hard. Should they reveal any weakness, they would leave no remains behind. The captives were equally tense at that moment, each person drenched in cold sweat, with the female prisoner on the verge of tears. Even if they were rescued by their comrades, they could not articulate their predicament. Only a dead end awaited them. They could only fervently pray that these soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom would safely escort them away. Everyone, exercise caution, Jiang Lin whispered. If we are exposed, we will engage in combat immediately. Huang Yukai, CFA, you 2 are responsible for the machine gun positions on either side. Zhao Sheng, CF Fugue, you are in charge of the anti-aircraft guns. Lu Feng, Yang Wei Dali, you will take the left high ground. The rest will occupy the right high ground. I will handle the guards. Understood. The group nodded grimly, their fierce fighting spirit instantly dispelling the tension. Jiang Lin then coldly addressed the captive in the passenger seat. You are now tied to us. If we are captured alive, we will drag you down with us. Understood. Understood. The captive nodded vigorously, I will cooperate. I will cooperate. He had a grenade tucked between his legs. Even without Jiang Lin's urging, he was determined to see this through. Stop the vehicle. At that moment, an enemy sentry suddenly blocked their path. Prepare. Jiang Lin raised his hand, and everyone positioned their weapons before them. The two trucks came to a slow halt. Several soldiers quickly approached the checkpoint, led by a squad leader. Upon glancing inside the vehicle, he was taken aback to see a captain in the passenger seat and immediately saluted. Sir. The captain pretended to return the salute. We have an urgent mission. Please allow us passage at once. The squad leader hesitated, stating, I'm sorry, sir, but without orders from above, I cannot grant passage. We are an assault team acting on orders from headquarters. The captive retorted fiercely. If our mission is delayed, it won't just be your fault, but your superiors will also be held accountable. The squad leader was intimidated. He noticed the two individuals inside the vehicle were clad in disguises and had their faces painted black. He glanced back at the truck bed, where the others also bore fierce expressions, glaring at him, truly resembling the legendary assault team. Assault teams typically fell under the command of headquarters, not something ordinary troops could oversee. This is our pass. The captive brandished a document before the squad leader. Allow us passage immediately. Yes. The squad leader promptly saluted. Jiang Lin breathed a sigh of relief, smiling at the captive, surprised by his acting skills. Sir. Just then, the squad leader suddenly expressed his dilemma. I apologize, but I have not received notification from above. Are we to be informed of secret missions by headquarters? The captive grew anxious, resolutely glaring at the squad leader. Let us through immediately. He had no choice but to be fierce. He truly feared for his life. I apologize, sir. The squad leader saluted vigorously, bitterly stating, I can let you pass, but I must conduct a check. Otherwise, I cannot report to my superiors. The captive was thoroughly panicked. Involuntarily glancing at the driver, Chong Quan. Chong Quan discreetly kicked him, prompting the captive to respond immediately. Then please hurry. Yes. The squad leader turned and bellowed. Check the vehicle. Several enemy soldiers rushed to the checkpoint. Inside the vehicle, the lone eagle and his companions had their fingers poised on the triggers, ready for combat as they observed the enemy encircling the vehicle for inspection. Yin advanced steadily along the trench, nodding in acknowledgement to several monkey soldiers he encountered. Soon, he arrived at an open area where 4 camouflaged howitzers were positioned, all barrels directed toward the opposition. Surveying the surroundings, Yin noticed the artillerymen gathered in small groups, some engaged in conversation, others smoking, and a few playing cards. None paying heed to the artillery pieces. Taking a deep breath, he approached one of the cannons. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it as a product of Long Nation, once provided to the monkeys to assist them in fighting off invaders. It was disheartening to realize that these ungrateful wretches were now using the very weapons that had been meant to aid them against their oppressors. Countless young warriors had perished beneath the fire of their homeland's artillery. Clenching his fists in frustration, Yin pondered whether his comrades had also fallen victim to these shells. How heart-wrenching that would be. Glancing around and noticing no one was paying attention to him, he swiftly retrieved 2 grenades from his pack. These are our possessions. I reclaim them on behalf of my nation. He pulled the pins and hurled them toward a nearby ammunition box before sprinting forward. One enemy soldier, noticing Yin's flight, mocked, What is he running from at this hour? I think I saw him throw something before he dashed off. Another pointed towards the ammunition box, over there. Wait, why is it smoking? The remaining soldiers turned to look. However, before they could discern the source of the smoke, the grenades detonated in quick succession. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the grenades ignited the shells, resulting in a catastrophic chain explosion across the artillery position. A fierce conflagration erupted, engulfing not only the 4 howitzers, but also the surrounding gunners, sending them soaring into the air. The entire platform was transformed into a raging inferno, shaking the very mountain itself. Take that, you wretched spawn. Yin glanced back, exhilarated, before brandishing his weapon and unleashing a volley at the emerging enemy soldiers, instantly turning them into a mass of chaos. Enemy attack, enemy attack. The Long Nation's forces are upon us. He unsheathed his firearm while shouting the few phrases of enemies he had just learned, racing toward the summit's position. Meanwhile, the squad leader approached the rear of the vehicle, noticing the agents inside glaring at him with fierce intensity. He swallowed nervously, but, driven by duty, mustered a smile, saying, "My apologies, everyone. I need to conduct a quick inspection. It won't take long." He cheerfully nodded at the group before climbing onto the vehicle. Instantly, all the captives became tense, trembling in fear. Jiang Lin exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Hua, stationed at the outer edge. The forest fire signaled a silent intent as one hand stealthily reached for the dagger, poised to eliminate the squad leader at a moment's notice. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed from afar. The squad leader, who had just climbed onto the vehicle, turned in shock to see flames leaping into the sky from the positions on the left hillside. What was happening? A look of astonishment crossed his face. However, the members of the Lone Eagle team were filled with elation, for they understood that this was undoubtedly the work of Yi and Jiang Lin. Without hesitation, signaled to the captive. The captive nodded vigorously and shouted towards the squad leader, "You fool! The enemy has launched an attack. You're delaying us. Hurry and let us through." The squad leader, startled, quickly nodded in panic. All right, let them through. Quickly, let them through." The soldiers at the checkpoint hastily raised the barrier. Just then, the squad leader suddenly yelled, "Quick, get on the vehicle. We need 10 people. Get on." The Lone Eagle team was taken aback and was about to take action when the squad leader called out to the front row captives, "Commander, let me bring some men with you. I want to redeem myself." The Lone Eagle members nearly spat blood at his words. The squad leader's terrified expression clearly indicated he was frightened, believing he had truly jeopardized the Special Operations Team's mission. The captive looked hesitantly at Jiang Lin, who smirked slightly and nodded in encouragement. "All right, let us go. Hurry." The captive shouted anxiously. Instantly relieved, the squad leader beckoned his men to quickly board the vehicle. Chong Quan pressed the accelerator, and the truck roared through the checkpoint, racing towards the homeland. As they watched the checkpoint recede into the distance, everyone exhaled a sigh of relief, finally able to set their anxieties aside. The situation they had just endured was more perilous than pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth. Had the enemy discovered the ruse involving the captives aboard the vehicle, they surely would have met their demise. Only then did they realize their backs were drenched in sweat, their socks soaked through. "Commander, whatever you say we should do next, we will follow." The squad leader ingratiated himself with the group of agents. Jiang Lin and the others turned to face these unsuspecting sheep they had delivered to their door, their faces adorned with the most amiable of smiles. Yet, Jiang Lin's gaze shifted to the hill ablaze with explosions, an inexplicable tension rising within him. "Captain, you must return. You absolutely must." Chapter 39. One of us? Do not assume I'm a fool. The enemy approaches. The defensive position has been breached. So many enemies. Run. Enemies are everywhere. Ian pressed forward amidst the ranks of the enemy troops, his head down as he sprinted, shouting in the newly acquired monkey tongue. Spotting a dense cluster of foes, he hurled a hand grenade directly into their midst. The previous explosive outburst had thrown the entire hillside into chaos. Within the trenches, panic-stricken enemy soldiers scurried about. Yi and shouts quickly resonated through the various trenches. Coupled with the intermittent explosions, the enemy soldiers began to believe his incoherent utterances wholeheartedly. Tot. Boom. In an instant, gunfire erupted from every trench. Terrified enemy soldiers fired indiscriminately at any suspicious movement, resembling headless flies. Especially at the site where Yi An's grenade had detonated. A torrent of fire was drawn to the explosion. Many of the monkey soldiers, who had survived the blast, were instead felled by their own comrades' bullets. Where did the explosions occur? Who are we fighting against? What in the world is happening? Outside a cave near the summit, the enemy commander stared in bewilderment at the tumultuous battlefield. Not far away, thick smoke billowed into the sky. "Commander," a military officer saluted sharply. "Dragon Kingdom forces have infiltrated our position and are currently exchanging fire with our troops." What? The commander could hardly believe his eyes. He glanced towards a mountaintop, then turned back in shock. The site of the gunfire was behind his command post, hardly qualifying as the front line. Where did they emerge from? How did they get behind us? The commander bellowed. Did they fly over my head? Commander, now is not the time to discuss how they arrived, another officer interjected. We should be strategizing on how to eliminate them. The commander fixated on the battlefield below. Although there were many sites of gunfire, they were scattered. With his experience, he quickly discerned that it was merely a small contingent of enemy troops infiltrating and causing disruption. Damn it, the commander roared. Notify all units to concentrate their fire and encircle the enemy, leaving no one alive. Additionally, send the guard company to provide support and eliminate them all. Understood. Meanwhile, Ian had reached the mountaintop. He spotted a formidable squad of enemies charging toward him and promptly crouched in a dark corner. Once the squad had passed, Ian carefully rose to his feet. Observing the chaos he had instigated within the enemy's ranks, a simple smile graced his face. Farewell, everyone. You may continue your skirmish. I shall take my leave now. With a chuckle, Ian bent low and dashed swiftly toward the opposite side of the mountain. Who authorized you to fire without permission? At the frontline command post, Division Commander Zhao Weihua shouted furiously into the telephone. You dare to open fire without orders from above. You have some audacity. Commander, came the aggrieved voice of the artillery regiment commander from the other end of the line. We did not fire. It has nothing to do with us. Zhao Weihua's face was filled with indignation. If it weren't for your firing, how could the enemy blow themselves up? Are they merely playing with explosives? He was utterly at a loss. The enemy's position was precisely under the purview of their division. If it wasn't his artillery shelling, how could there be an explosion on the opposite side? Commander, the chief of staff spoke in a low voice. The mount opposite is now echoing with gunfire. It appears to be a close-quarters engagement. Could it be our reconnaissance troops? Zhao Weihua's eyes immediately lit up as he hastened out of the command center, raising his binoculars to gaze across. Indeed, the widespread explosions had ceased. However, the gunfire intensified, sporadic explosions still resonating. Zhao Weihua could discern the sound of grenades detonating. Our reconnaissance troops have infiltrated the enemy's position? Zhao Weihua felt a mix of surprise and joy. But why weren't we informed in advance? Don't we need to provide fire support and troop assistance? Not only he, but the surrounding officers were equally baffled. Their division possessed reconnaissance units, with each combat battalion equipped with a reconnaissance company, and the division itself had a direct reconnaissance battalion. Whenever reconnaissance operations were underway, multiple combat units were always prepared to provide support. Artillery was also on standby for fire support. Yet this time, they had received not a single piece of information. Moreover, observing the situation on the enemy's mount, it was evidently a significant operation. Could it be the Falcon Brigade? The chief of staff suddenly suggested. Zhao Weihua's mouth fell agape in astonishment. The Falcon Brigade is formidable, but have they reached a level where they can penetrate enemy lines without any support and create such a commotion? Are they truly that brave? Commander, perhaps you should inquire with higher command? The chief of staff whispered. Zhao Weihua nodded vigorously, yes. I must ask, such a significant matter, and yet I, the division commander, was not informed? At the edge of a grove, Jiang Lin and his comrades lay hidden amidst the grass and treetops. Their gazes were fixed intently on a nearby mountaintop. Why is the fighting escalating? Huang Yukai gazed in confusion at the serpentine trails of fire on the mountain. It seemed as though more enemies had joined the fray. Could it be that the captain is surrounded? Ai Li covered his mouth in terror. Don't jinx it, Jiang Lin retorted with irritation. The captain is formidable. If he can help us escape, he can certainly extricate himself. Yes, yes. Ai Li nodded vigorously. The captain is incredibly capable. He can disguise himself in any manner and deceive the enemy. But he has been gone for so long. Ai Li again covered his mouth in fear. Could he have stumbled and fallen into enemy hands? Damn it. At that moment, everyone glared at him with frustration. Ai Li quickly backtracked. No, that won't happen. The captain is too skilled. Zhao Sheng lowered his voice and said, It has been quite a while. The captain might truly be entangled. Should we go and take a look? Jiang Lin glanced at his watch and coldly remarked, Very well. If the captain does not arrive in 10 minutes, we... Suddenly, Chong Quan from the treetops alerted them. Someone. Instantly, tension gripped everyone as their guns were trained on the direction indicated by Chong Quan. Soon, they spotted a shadow bounding toward them. It's me, don't shoot, came Ian's voice. Captain, Upon hearing that familiar sound, everyone rushed forward with excitement. "Captain, are you hurt?" Huang Yukai anxiously checked Yin up and down. "Captain," Ailey said with a mournful expression, "you took so long to return. We thought something had happened to you. We were worried sick." The others collectively rolled their eyes, with only Ailey being the fool who thought the captain might be in danger. Yin felt an overwhelming warmth in his heart at the concern of his comrades. In the past, as the youngest among them, he had been treated like a younger brother. Now, as their leader, they regarded him with the care of an elder brother. This realization made Yin feel that the lonely eagle had never truly changed. No matter what he was engaged in or where he went, having such a band of brothers who consistently cared for him made him feel luckier than many. "I'm Fina." Yin smiled and waved his hand. "This is not the place to linger. We must withdraw immediately." "Yes." Everyone responded excitedly, saluting him. The truck was parked in the woods, covered with thick camouflage. As Yin jumped onto the vehicle, he was taken aback. "Why are there more captives?" CFA glanced at the bound platoon leader and others. "Oh, you mean them? This bunch voluntarily surrendered to us." "What?" Yeaton exclaimed in astonishment. "Voluntarily?" "Indeed." Zhang Luan chuckled as he put his arm around the visibly frustrated platoon leader. "This fellow is exceptionally righteous. We were about to leave, yet he insisted on escorting us. As a nation known for its hospitality, we couldn't refuse. So we brought them along." Yeaton, bewildered, nodded and gave a thumbs up to the enemy platoon leader. "Brother, it's commendable that you chose to turn from darkness to light." The platoon leader was, of course, in tears. "Who on earth knew you were from the Dragon Nation? Had I known earlier, I would have turned you all into minced meat right at the checkpoint." The thought of having insisted on following them made him weep even more. "Let us go, we're heading home." The two trucks roared out of the woods, speeding toward their homeland. As they were still in enemy territory, no one knew where the enemy might be lurking. Thus, to remain concealed, neither vehicle used its headlights, relying solely on the faint starlight to navigate. The towering mountains ahead grew closer, and excitement filled the air. Just a little further, and they would reach their homeland. Suddenly, bursts of fire erupted in the darkness. Fierce bullets shattered the front of the first truck. The vehicle lost control and crashed violently into a nearby tree. "What the?" The occupants of the truck were left in sheer shock. Fortunately, Chong Quan applied the brakes with great force, narrowly bringing the truck to a halt. "Don't move. Raise your hands." At that moment, from the depths of darkness ahead, a throng of soldiers clad in green uniforms surged forth, brandishing their weapons and swiftly encircling the truck. Huang Yukai, feeling the pain from the impact on his forehead, bellowed in fury. "Damn it, we didn't perish at the hands of the enemy. And now we almost meet our end at the hands of our own." The others shared his indignation, having just traversed the perilous threshold of death, grappling with the specter of the King of Hell, to arrive at their doorstep only to be nearly taken out by their own comrades. Who wouldn't be enraged? Yet, before they could voice their grievances, a multitude of ominous gun muzzles were already aimed at them. "Everyone, hands on your heads and crouch down, quickly." A sergeant shouted hoarsely. "Hey!" Yang Wei shouted, filled with anger. "Crouch for what? We are on the same side." "On the same side?" The sergeant scoffed. "Do you take me for a fool? You think I don't know you are agents from Annan? Crouch down, or I will shoot. Crouch down, you dog of a spy." The other soldiers from Longhua shouted in unison. Yang Wei attempted to protest, but Yin swiftly pulled him back, saying, "Say nothing. We forgot to change our uniforms." A wave of realization swept over them, and instinctively, they glanced down at their attire. At that moment, they still donned the enemy's uniforms disguised as agents. Oh no, how careless. A bitter smile spread across all their faces. "Crouch down," the sergeant yelled, straining his voice while pulling back the gun's bolt. Swish! Yin led the group in a collective crouch, displaying a facade of amiability. The enemy's squad leader, witnessing their predicament, nearly burst into laughter at their misfortune. "And you lot, I will say this one last time. Crouch down, hands on your heads." The sergeant's gun suddenly swung towards the squad leader and his men. "Otherwise, I will shoot." The squad leader panicked, his face contorted in distress as he stammered, I can't crouch down. I'm tied up." Chapter 40. Yin, you have put me in a dire predicament. As dawn gradually broke, the eastern sky revealed a faint glimmer of light. At the Falcon Brigade Command Center, Chen Hai shook his head vehemently into the telephone. Impossible, absolutely impossible, he asserted with gravity. It is currently a ceasefire period. Even if we were to take action, a conflict with the enemy forces is beyond consideration. Damn it. Do you not comprehend my meaning? I did not dispatch anyone. I have sent no one, none at all. On the other end, Su Hongxing responded with a beaming smile. Chief, we have not received any orders. It is unthinkable for us to act independently. Yes, I am keeping a close watch. No one can act recklessly. As for this, I truly do not know. I really have no idea. After a brief moment, both parties finally ended the call and collapsed into their chairs. Damn it, Chen Hai muttered irritably. The A Division, the B Division, and General Wang, the military district staff, each one is convinced that we dispatch personnel. I have explained for ages, yet they remain unconvinced. Chen Hai fumed. Am I the kind of person who would act without superior orders? Their judgment is utterly flawed. Su Hongxing rolled his eyes. If you had no prior record, would they suspect you? Chen Hai offered a sheepish smile before inquiring. By the way, Deputy Commander Ma, have you taken care of that? Su Hongxing nodded. Deputy Commander Ma still trusts me. With my presence, he believes you would not engage in any misconduct. Exactly. Chen Hai chuckled heartily. With you overseeing things, even if I had 10 times the courage, I would not dare to act recklessly. I even fear you might throw a punch at me. As long as you understand, Su Hongxing replied, grinning as he clenched his fist. Chen Hai swallowed hard, then awkwardly stated, the prejudice in people's hearts is like an insurmountable mountain. I'm no longer the person I once was. He raised his voice. We are not the only reconnaissance unit on the front line. There are numerous scouts from various divisions and the military. How could they suspect us? Because the other units lack such capability, Su Hongxing shrugged. I have heard that the opposing hillside has descended into chaos, aside from our Falcon Brigade. What other reconnaissance units possess such prowess? That is indeed true, Chen Hai nodded, but immediately shouted, wait, what about Jin Jin and Kong Lei, those two rascals? Yes, it must be those two scoundrels, Chen Hai fumed. Damn it, they sneak off to engage in actual combat to gain experience for their team, only to shift the blame onto us. It must be the case. Su Hongxing frowned slightly. Do not make baseless accusations without evidence. My dear friend, those two are indeed unscrupulous. Do you not know them well enough? Chen Hai shouted, it has to be them. Su Hongxing sighed. If we're talking about unscrupulousness, you seem to surpass them. This will not do. Chen Hai rolled up his sleeves. I must confront them. I cannot allow them to pin the blame on us. Suddenly, the phone rang. Chen Hai, filled with fury, exclaimed again. He swiftly answered, hello, this is Chen Hai. Who is this? It is I, Zhao Weihua. Chen Hai's eyes blazed with fury. I say, old Zhao, are you never going to finish this? I have already told you, it is not me, not me. My soldiers captured a group of individuals, half of whom claim to be your men. Zhao Weihua abli into Chen Hai. W what? Chen Hai was taken aback. My men? Indeed, Zhao Weihua retorted, his tone sharp. I personally inquired, yet they refused to disclose any unit numbers or identities, and each is clad in enemy uniforms. Nevertheless, they adamantly assert they are your soldiers. Chen Hai's eyes widened in disbelief. No, it cannot be. My men are all at the camp. I say, Chen Hai, they are right here with me. What pretense are you maintaining? Zhao Weihua's voice was cold. If you do not want them, I shall send them directly to the intelligence department for interrogation. As Chen Hai opened his mouth to respond, Su Hongxing seized him. Could it be the Lone Eagle? Ah, Chen Hai gasped, nearly dropping his phone. No, it cannot be. Do they possess such audacity? To infiltrate alone and create such a commotion? Captain Comrade, Yan and others squatted on the ground, amusedly observing Chen Hai and Su Hongxing. Chen Hai's jaw nearly hit the floor. What the hell? It truly is you. In that moment, his mind buzzed with confusion. He had assured everyone, including Deputy Commander Ma, that last night's incident had nothing to do with the Falcon. Now, without superior approval, he was undeniably accountable for this blunder. Chen Hai felt an overwhelming sense of despair, unable to fathom the ferocity of his superior's wrath. Chen Hai, Zhao Weihua scoffed. They are your men, are they not? Chen Hai begrudgingly nodded. Keep pretending, Zhao Weihua chuckled. I suspected from the outset that last night's affair was orchestrated by your falcon. Chen Hai nearly broke into tears. I swear it was not my order. Old Zhao. Su Hongxing interjected with a cough. Let us discuss this privately. Zhao Weiwa understood immediately. Very well, I shall wait outside. Once Zhao Weiwa departed, Chen Hai could no longer contain himself. Yin, what on earth are you doing? A whole squad vanishes without a trace. I have been searching everywhere for you, thinking you were hiding somewhere training. Captain, we were training, Yin earnestly replied, infiltration and reconnaissance training. Genhai Ingan Sapi, his cheeks twitching. Who on earth authorized you to train on the enemy's side? You did. Ethan fixed his gaze on him. Me? Chen Hai nearly laughed in exasperation. Indeed, Yin nodded. Did I not mention that I would train in my own way, and you said you would fully support me, allowing me to train as I wished? Chen Hai was infuriated, feeling as if his liver was in agony. It dawned on him that Yin had long since laid a series of traps for him. He was leaping from one pitfall into another. Now, it seemed he could not even explain himself if he were to jump into the Yellow River. Then train as you may, but why engage in combat with the enemy? Chen Hai was furious, his anger boiling over. You quietly practiced and returned, and no one knew. Now look, even the military district is aware. You bastard. You caused me great trouble. We didn't engage with the enemy. Yin interjected. Chen Hai's eyes twitched violently. The enemy's mountain stronghold has erupted in mushroom clouds. Last night we fought ferociously, and those who witnessed it could line up all the way to the military district building. What more excuses do you have? Die Captain, Jiang Lin called out. We truly did not engage with the enemy. We didn't even take a single bullet with us. Nonsense you. Wait. Chen Hai's eyes widened in shock. You didn't take even one bullet? No. Everyone shrugged in unison. The chief of staff controls the ammunition. We didn't have a single bullet on us. Then, what did the enemy position sustain such fierce fire? Chen Hai asked, bewildered. Yin chuckled lightly. I used a little trick. In fact, they ended up firing at themselves. Captain, this doesn't count as a mistake, right? Chen Hai's eyes sparkled with realization, and a smile crept onto his lips. He immediately turned to Su Hongxing, who nodded in response, and then looked at Yin. Please detail the training situation to us. Yes. Yan laughed. He could tell that everything was going to be all right. A moment later, Yin and the others followed Chun and Su out of the room. Zhao Weiwa, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately approached. So, you're leaving? Yes. Su Hongxing replied with a smile. Old Zhao, please hand over the 2 vehicles' weapons, ammunition, and the captives that you seized. Zhao Weiwa chuckled. Old Su, I can see there is something fishy going on. Spill the details. First, give me the items, Su Hongxing jested. All right. Zhao Weiwa nodded at his subordinates. Chen Hai waved at Yin. Go on. Yes. Yin saluted the group and promptly led everyone to retrieve the items. Captain, are we going to face punishment? Jiang Lin asked anxiously. It seems like things have escalated. Huang Yukai rubbed his hands together. Will it be serious? What is there to fear? Lu Feng snorted. If something happens, we'll face it together. Yes, together. The others nodded in agreement. Yin smiled at them. Don't worry, everything will be fine. I told you, I have support. Everyone looked doubtful. From Chen Hai's earlier outburst, it didn't seem like everything was fine. Meanwhile, Su Hongxing whispered to Zhao Weiwa. This time, we are collaborating. You are in charge of the support. Therefore, the credit will also be yours. Zhao Weiwa smiled broadly. Old Su, you're generous. You're right. We are collaborating. Su Hongxing laughed heartily and patted him on the back. Then it's settled. Wait. Zhao Weiwa's smile faded as he scrutinized him. Old Su, are you sure everything you just said is true? You're not deceiving me, are you? The higher-ups will definitely inquire with me. You can't let me down? Huh. Su Hongxing playfully punched him on the chest. What do you take me for, Su Hongxing? I am inherently honest, never one to deceive others. Rest assured, what I share with you is the unvarnished truth. Originally, this was to be a covert operation. Had it not been for my subordinates inadvertently capturing you, I would have been compelled to remain silent. Zhao Weihua pondered this and realized the validity of the reasoning. The operatives from the Falcon were meant to execute their mission discreetly, yet they were unexpectedly intercepted by their own men. Their concerns revolved around the potential leakage of the operation and the accompanying loss of face, which compelled them to offer a favor to themselves. Upon grasping this concept, Zhao Weihua burst into hearty laughter. Look at what you say. If I can trust anyone, it must be you, Old Su, and Chun Hai. Thus, it was agreed that we would undertake this endeavor together. The three exchanged glances and erupted in laughter. Su Hongxing and Chun Hai discreetly shared a look, their previously anxious hearts finally at ease. From this point forward, all that remained was to divest ourselves of this burden. Chapter 41. Bring him out and execute him. As the dawn broke, the fiery sun gradually painted the eastern sky with shades of red. The enemy's hilltop was shrouded in smoke, with flames crackling in numerous spots. The air was thick not only with the scent of gunpowder, but also with a heavy stench of blood. In the trenches, medics scurried about, overwhelmed by the multitude of wounded soldiers moaning for assistance. The deceased were covered with white cloth, awaiting their transport to a common resting place. The entire hill appeared disheveled, with soldiers feeling both exhausted and despondent. Meanwhile, a group of officers stood beside the artillery positions, now reduced to ruins. The commanding colonel gazed at the charred remnants of the howitzers, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. "Commander," a voice suddenly called out. Colonel Li Jia slowly turned his head, his cold gaze sending a shiver down the spine of the reporting officer. "Yuan Wenfu," Li Jia sneered. "You truly are an exceptional commander. In my years of service, I have faced countless soldiers from the Gauls to the Eagles and have conquered the Red Highlands. Yet, you are truly one of a kind. Do you realize you are a rarity?" Yuan Wenfu was on the verge of tears. "Commander, I thought there was enemy infiltration, so you ordered your men to turn on each other?" Li Jia interjected, hands on his hips, a grin plastered across his face. "Not content with just using guns, you organized your troops to hurl grenades at one another and even leveled anti-aircraft guns for ground fire." Yuan Wenfu trembled with panic, fear coursing through him. Li Jia chuckled. "I commanded you to hold the line, yet you allowed your own men to slaughter each other. In just half a night, you managed to eliminate 127 of your own. You are more ruthless than the enemy, Yuan Wenfu. Tell me, are you a spy sent by the opposition?" "Commander," Yuan Wenfu exclaimed, hastily saluting, "I am a loyal soldier. My heart belongs to the motherland, as does my life. I could never be a traitor." "Then why did you not target the enemy, but rather your own men?" "Huh?" Li Jia's smile vanished, his rage spewing forth. "In half a night, you have rendered my position ineffective. Moreover, you personally directed the chaos. You must either have the mind of a fool or be a spy from the other side." Feeling the piercing gazes of his comrades, Yuan Wenfu noticed Li Jia's guards beginning to reach for their weapons. Terrified, he shouted, "Commander, this is a misunderstanding. It was chaos when the artillery position exploded. My troops panicked, believing the Dragon Kingdom's reconnaissance had infiltrated our lines, so—" "Then, tell me," Li Jia glared at him, "why did the artillery position explode?" That. Yuan Wenfu found himself at a loss for words. The battle had recently concluded, and he had only learned an hour ago that the entire night had been a misunderstanding. He had yet to ascertain the truth. "Why?" Li Jia roared, "Speak." Yuan Wenfu shuddered and quickly exclaimed, "Because perhaps they were smoking the cigarette but were not extinguished." "Hiss!" Li Jia inhalat sharply, furiously pointing at Yuan Wenfu's head. "A cigarette, a single cigarette, but it has cost me over 100 soldiers and rendered 4 artillery pieces inoperative? Bring him down and execute him." "What?" Yuan Wenfu fell to his knees in terror. He never imagined it would escalate to such severity, facing immediate execution. "Commander, it's not my fault. I didn't smoke," he pleaded, clutching Li Jia's leg, tears and snot streaming down his face. Li Jia, enraged, kicked him away, and was about to issue another command when a colonel hurried over. "Commander, surely execution is too harsh? This was merely an accident. If you execute him, you will have difficulty explaining to the higher-ups. After all, he is the commander of the reinforcement regiment." Li Jia's lips twitched violently before he coldly replied, "Dismiss Yuan Wenfu from his command. Take him away and confine him. Once the situation is clarified, hand him over to the military tribunal for processing." "Understood." 2 soldiers rushed forward and seized Yuan Wenfu, dragging him away. Commander, I'm not a spy. I am loyal." Yuan Wenfu wailed. But soon his mouth was silenced by the soldiers. Damn scoundrel. Li Jia spat angrily. How could I possibly have such a thing among my ranks? Commander, what should we do about this situation? One subordinate inquired. Li Jia turned his gaze towards the battleground they had fought on all night, his rage surging anew. Tend to the wounded immediately and incinerate the dead. We will publicly declare that they were killed by enemy bombardment. Li Jia spoke coldly as for last night. Nothing happened. He clenched his fists tightly. I cannot afford to lose face. Understood. Everyone saluted in unison. Li Jia sighed wearily. If the events of the previous night were revealed to the Allied forces, he would become a laughingstock among his peers. To preserve his reputation, the matter must be resolved promptly. As for what truly transpired, he no longer cared. You mean? Ma Weigua inquired in confusion. Your soldiers, during training, discovered enemy infiltration reconnaissance, and then trailed them, intending to capture or eliminate them, only to end up among the enemies? Yes. Su Hongxing nodded vigorously at the phone. It was too dark to discern direction. They're new recruits, inexperienced, only focused on the enemy. I see. Ma Weigua continued. So they risked their lives to prevent the enemy from obtaining our intelligence and successfully retreating? Deputy Commander, you truly understand. Su Hongxing Lauet Hertiti Li. I'm not eloquent. You've articulated what I couldn't express. Enough. Ma Weigua scoffed. Your excuse is rather well crafted. Su Hongxing froze for a moment, quickly straightening up. Deputy Commander, this is not fabricated. I believe you regardless. Ma Weigua interjected. I take this to be your official report, and I hereby endorse it. Su Hongxing's eyes sparkled with excitement as he enthusiastically waved his arm towards Chun Hai beside him. Chun Hai, beaming with delight, exchanged a celebratory high five with Su Hongxing. New recruits, Ma Weigua suddenly said in a cold tone, a bunch of newcomers achieving such a significant accomplishment. Your Falcon recruits are indeed impressive, outshining all the others in the military district. Su Hongxing chuckled awkwardly. It is all due to your capable leadership, Deputy Commander. Enough of the flattery. I haven't led anything. Ma Weigua replied nonchalantly. I merely relieved some of your burdens. After all, you both pledged your commitment for these new recruits. It appears that pledge may no longer be necessary. Su Hongxing felt a warmth in his heart. He and Chun Hai had protected Yian, while Ma Weigua was safeguarding them. Thank you, Deputy Commander. The real battle is about to commence. Ma Weigua stated coolly, ensure they perform well, and I shall personally award them medals. Yes. Su Hongxing shouted. Once the call ended, Chun Hai immediately approached. So what did he say? Does the Deputy Commander believe it all? Su Hongxing smiled slightly, not a single word of it. What? Chun Hai was taken aback, but the Deputy Commander, he is protective? Su Hongxing replied with a grin. That is precisely why he chooses to believe. Outside the command center, Yian stood with his team in formation. At that moment, several individuals had gathered behind them, drawn by the news. Yan. Gu Yaozu stormed up to Yian, fuming. Can you go a single day without causing trouble? Could you not be a little more composed? Yian responded with a calm smile. Chief of Staff, what trouble have I caused now? Gu Yaozu's eyes nearly bulged out. You still do not realize the trouble you are in? As a soldier, acting independently is a violation of orders. Moreover, this is not just any independent action. You have conducted a military operation without authorization. Gu Yaozu's words were laced with fury, without higher command's approval. This is a serious breach of military orders. He suddenly lowered his voice, his face a mask of anger. According to military regulations, sending you to a military court for a few years would be entirely justified. Gu Yaozu pointed at him in exasperation. Now do you understand the gravity of your actions? Training this group of hotheads. How could you stoop to their level and become one of them? You are the captain. How can you be so thoughtless? Goodness. Jiang Lin and the others were filled with rage. You are still here. Yian, you have truly caused a major disaster this time. Zhai Gang sighed. Our brigade has mobilized almost everyone to search for you. And in the end, you. Li Gang coldly scoffed from behind Yi and little Yi. You have acted too hastily. Haven't you? These recruits are barely seasoned, and you want to take them into the fray. Fortunately, nothing went awry. Had there been an incident, your life would have been irrevocably altered. Goodness. The anger of the Lone Eagle team had reached its peak. You are still here. showing no regard whatsoever. He is done for now. Gu Yaozu glared at Yi and with disappointment, exclaiming, even if nothing has happened, the higher-ups will never permit such occurrences. You are finished, undoubtedly finished. The captain and the political commissar have arrived, Qi Digang hastily reminded. Everyone turned in unison, and indeed, Shanhai and Su Hongxing strode forth with ease. Observing their relaxed demeanor from a distance, Yi En's last shred of unease dissipated entirely. The captain is quite commendable. Yi mused inwardly, chuckling to himself. When he says he supports me, he truly supports me. Don't say anything, Gu Yaozu suddenly whispered. Yi En and the others looked at Gu Yaozu in astonishment. Oh, so many people have come, Chun-Hai smiled slightly. Is everyone aware of the lone eagle situation? Captain, political commissar, Gu Yaozu stepped forward without hesitation, stating, Yi may have gone too far, but his intentions were for the betterment of the lone eagle, especially as they approach a critical juncture. Therefore, I earnestly request leniency for him. As the chief of staff, I share some responsibility, so please apportion a part of the blame to me. Yi En and the others glanced again at Gu Yaozu, astonished that he was not casting them aside, but instead standing by their side. Captain, political commissar, Zhai Gang also stepped forward, affirming, old Gu is right. Yi En's task of rebuilding the lone eagle has not been easy. Their training has been arduous, and they have worked hard to reach this point. If they mistakenly ventured into enemy territory, it was certainly a misunderstanding. I hope for leniency and am willing to bear part of the responsibility. The eyes of Yi En and the others brightened. Yet, before they could express their gratitude, Huang Feiyong, Qi Digang, and several other officers also stepped forward. Captain, political commissar, Yi En lacks experience, but the progress he has made with the lone eagle is commendable. Please grant him another chance. If accountability is to be assigned, count me in. Li Gang took a deep breath and joined in, saying, count me in as well. In that instant, Yi En and the members of the lone eagle felt their hearts touched in the most tender way. They had always believed that other teams were their competitors, but no one expected that in their moment of greatest peril, everyone would rise to stand by their side. Each heart brimmed with an inexplicable sense of gratitude. Captain, political commissar, Gu Yaozu called out once more, release them. If there are repercussions, let them come for me. Let them come for us. Zhai Gang and the others echoed in unison. Chun-Hai and Su Hongxing exchanged glances, both wearing smiles. Who says? Yi En and the lone eagle must be punished? Su Hongxing turned to the crowd. Huh? Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Chun-Hai grinned and said, when did they commit any errors? Clearly, they have achieved merit, and significant merit at that. Huh? The crowd's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief, and Gu Yaozu nearly fell to his knees. How could they have turned a serious breach of military discipline into an accomplishment? Chapter 42. Could you please carry this pot for me? What on earth is going on? Gu Yaozu stared in astonishment at Chun-Hai. You captured 27 prisoners? Indeed, Chun-Hai replied with a beaming smile. Are they alive or dead? Qi Digang inquired with a puzzled expression. Isn't that obvious? Zhenghai Di Do, so mewat no. If they were dead, they would be corpses, not prisoners. Chun-Hai declared with enthusiasm. Not only are they alive, but they are also completely unharmed, each one bouncing with vitality. My goodness. The collective gasp of disbelief echoed as everyone swallowed hard. Capturing prisoners, colloquially known as catching tongues, is one of the key skills of reconnaissance soldiers. By capturing tongues, they can acquire intelligence on enemy movements and strategies, allowing for targeted strikes against the adversary. This method is not unique to the reconnaissance troops of the Dragon Kingdom. It is a vital tactic employed by military forces worldwide. However, capturing tongues is no simple feat. The challenge lies in retrieving live prisoners from enemy territory. Living captives can scream, move about, and must be safely brought back under the watchful eyes of the enemy, making the task exceedingly difficult. Generally, it is a daunting challenge for regular troops. Even reconnaissance soldiers face near impossible odds, often resulting in a perilous venture akin to walking through the gates of death. Typically, they might manage to bring back 5 or 6 prisoners at most. Yet, the lone eagles managed to capture a staggering 27 lively prisoners in one fell swoop. 27. A feat they had scarcely dared to dream of. Observing Yi-en and the others strutting with pride, the onlookers were filled with envy and resentment. They could hardly fathom how these fresh recruits had achieved such a remarkable accomplishment. This illustrious record overshadowed their own capabilities. At that moment, Su Hongxing, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked, "We are about to commence the second phase of our offensive against the enemy. The Lone Eagles have captured 27 prisoners from different areas, which is crucial for our understanding of enemy deployments and intelligence gathering. Indeed, with this information, we can significantly reduce the sacrifices of our comrades and strike the enemy with precision." Moreover, Chen Hai chuckled. In addition to the 27 prisoners, they also seized 2 trucks and an entire load of supplies. Instantaneously, the faces of Li Gang, Huang Feiyong, and Qi Di Gang contorted uncontrollably. Before arriving, they had only heard rumors of the Lone Eagles venturing into enemy territory, and no one had informed them of the magnitude of Yi-en and his team's accomplishments. Now, they wished they could slap themselves. The Lone Eagles had achieved such a significant victory, while they were left feeling pitiful. They were the real jesters in this scenario. What was particularly galling was that the Lone Eagles had accomplished what they had failed to achieve in the previous battle. Did this not highlight the superiority of the Lone Eagles over them? Li Gang and his companions clenched their fists, their jealousy transforming their faces into masks of bitterness. At that moment, Chen Hai smiled and said, "Zheng Wei and I have thoroughly reported this matter to the military district. The higher-ups believe that the Lone Eagles have made a significant contribution." Yian remained composed, skillfully commanding the operation. All team members obeyed orders and displayed remarkable courage. Thus, the superior issued instructions. Chen Hai chuckled. "Our team is to be awarded once. The Lone Eagle Assault Team receives a collective second-class merit, and Yian earns a personal second-class merit as well. Additionally, the team will also receive a collective commendation." "Thank you, Captain." "Thank you, Committee." Ye'an Beiluit, saluting. With a swift motion, the members of the Lone Eagle raised their right hands in unison, their faces radiating immense pride. At that moment, Li Gang and his companions felt utterly disheartened. The Lone Eagle had yet to pass their assessment, which meant they were not officially established. If they were to be recognized, it would be a significant blow. Gu Yaozu similarly gazed at Yi and with a pained expression, recalling how he had shamefully sought to gain favor just moments ago. His mind was in disarray. What has transpired? "Who am I? Where am I?" "Captain," Jiang Lin whispered excitedly, "your backing is remarkably solid." Huang Yukai stifled a laugh. "I thought we were done for, yet it seems our demise has been rebranded as survival." "Captain, the commander truly supports you." Yian smiled with pride, but just then, a familiar voice echoed in his ear. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a second-class merit and a third-class merit, currently accumulating military achievements." Ding! Military achievements accumulation complete, distribution in progress. In an instant, a panel appeared before Yi and once more. Host, Yian, stamina, 100, normal person 50. Current skills, super precision intermediate, super physique beginner. God level disguise, intermediate, martial god, true form beginner. Military achievements, 1300. Yian was taken aback. This time he had acquired 1,200 points of military merit. Previously, he had fought tirelessly to earn a first-class merit, which yielded only 1,000 points. Now a second-class and a third-class merit together had accumulated to 1,200. System, did you fill in these military achievements manually? Yian questioned, skepticism etched on his face. Could it be that you assign points at your whim? Report to the host. The acquisition of military merit is generated through a rigorous calculation. After a brief moment, Yian finally comprehended. It turned out that the military merit he obtained was not solely due to his achievements. The enemies he had slain were also counted towards his merit. During this foray into enemy territory, the number of foes he had killed was substantial, all of which contributed to his military accomplishments. Yian was enlightened, yet felt a deeper sense of frustration. It appeared that the previous 1,000 points of military merit were not entirely from first-class achievements. His heart felt as though it was bleeding anew. All right. Chen Hai clapped his hands, smiling at the crowd. The Lone Eagle has performed admirably this time, but do not emulate them. primarily for fear that you may not succeed and end up in trouble. Li Gang and the others clenched their fists in irritation. Was he openly stating that everyone else was inferior to the lone eagle? Enough, disperse. Chen Hai waved his hand. Continue with your training. The group shot glowering looks at Yi and before slowly departing. What is wrong with these fellows? Huang Yukai expressed his confusion. We have accomplished something. They should be celebrating our success. Wasn't everything fine before? Why the hostility now? Yin smirked slightly. They fear not only for their brother's hardships, but even more so for their brother's prosperity. Li Gang and his associates have vividly demonstrated their capabilities. At this moment, Chen Hai and Su Hongxing approached Yi and with smiles on their faces. Su Hongxing, hands clasped behind his back, remarked, Xiao Yi, you truly excelled this time. Well, perhaps refrain from doing so in the future. Yin looked utterly speechless. Chen Hai glared at him, stating, what the commissioner means is that if you wish to engage in such endeavors again, do be sure to inform us beforehand, so we can craft a suitable fabrication for you. Indeed, Yin nodded with a smile. Ahem. Su Hongxing cleared his throat a couple of times, casting a warning glance at Chen Hai before turning back to Yi Yin with a smile, infiltrating enemy territory and capturing so many prisoners, all while returning unscathed. You have truly outdone yourself, Xiao Yi. It is as if you rolled about on the bed of the king of hell and returned unscathed. The lone eagle you have led has performed remarkably. Yin smiled gently. Commissioner, this is a promise I made to the captain and our former leader. We, the lone eagles, always uphold our word. Moreover, Yin grinned at Jiang Lin and the others. Every one of my soldiers is exceptional. In that instant, the 15 soldiers nearly burst into laughter. They had never anticipated that Yin would praise them so openly in front of the captain and the commissioner. Had it not been for Chen Hai and Su Hongxing's presence, they would have jumped for joy. Excellent. Su Hongxing laughed heartily. By the way, I have another question. Commissioner, if I may inquire, given the peril of capturing so many prisoners, what was the purpose of bringing back such an abundance of supplies? Oh, Yin replied with a smile. This is due to the Chief of Staff strictly regulating our ammunition usage and overseeing our training. Consequently, I had no choice but to find an alternative training ground while also seizing some ammunition to equip our troops. Gu Yaozu, who had quietly stepped aside, felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had hoped to remain inconspicuous, yet Yin had drawn him into the spotlight. As expected, the murderous glares from Su Hongxing and Chen Hai turned towards him. Gu Yaozu forced a wry smile. No, that won't happen again. From now on, I promise not to interfere with your training. Use as much ammunition as you wish. I shall no longer object. Su Hongxing shot him a glare before turning back to Yi Yin with a smile. Very well. You may lead your team back. Make haste in your training. Su Hongxing added mysteriously. The second phase of combat will commence soon, and I wish to see you all demonstrate your prowess. Yes. Yan saluted vigorously. Watching Yi Yin and his team depart, Chen Hai let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness they returned before the great battle. Otherwise, I would have had no idea how to report to the higher-ups. Su Hongxing, beaming, embraced Chen Hai. This time, I feel we made the right bet. Yin can truly make the lone eagle soar. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. Gu Yaozu nodded enthusiastically. This lad Yi Yin is genuinely formidable. The lone eagle will undoubtedly rise. Chen Hai and Su Hongxing turned their gaze towards him, causing Gu Yaozu's heart to skip a beat. Chen Hai's face instantly lit up with a smile. Although the superiors had praised the lone eagle and acknowledged their merits, the unauthorized actions still warranted punishment. Merit is merit, and fault is fault. So, old Gu, what do you think? Should we take the blame? Gu Yaozu's smile froze on his face. At that moment, he wished he could slap himself a few times. Couldn't he keep his mouth shut for once? Outside the camp, Huang Feiyong glanced back, his expression filled with indignation. Where on earth did they capture those 27 prisoners? It makes no sense. How did this happen? I can't fathom it. Qi Di Gang stroked his chin. How long has this group of rebels even been together, and they've become this formidable? I just can't wrap my head around it. Another officer swallowed hard. Does this mean that the lone eagle has reclaimed the top position in the entire brigade? Are we once again beneath their heel? Hiss. Everyone gasped in disbelief. Although they felt deep sympathy for the demise of the lone eagle, They certainly did not relish the idea of being trampled by them once more. They had scarcely enjoyed 2 days of respite. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Huang Feiyang shook his head vigorously. It must be luck, sheer coincidence, yes. Qi Di Gang nodded in agreement. Given that we are currently in a ceasefire, the enemy's defenses are surely lax. So they must have stumbled upon good fortune. That makes sense. An officer nearby nodded vigorously. When Luo Tian was captain, the lone eagle was never this strong. How long has Yan been captain? How could he have managed to rally that bunch of rebels to such heights? I refuse to believe it. They must have just been lucky. I think anyone from our side could have done just as well. Huang Feiyang remarked. It's just that their good fortune happened to coincide with them. Enough. Li Gang snapped, his voice cold. Whether it's luck or not will be evident in the second phase of the battle. Once we step onto the battlefield, we'll see. Li Gang scoffed. By then, the enemy won't be caught off guard. Whether it's a mule or a horse, we'll know once we give a test run. Indeed, the crowd nodded in unison. When we truly engage the enemy in combat, it will be clear whether they are merely riding on luck. Little Li. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Li Gang abruptly looked up to see Kong Lei and Qian Jin approaching him, grinning broadly, and he felt his spirits plummet. Oh no! They just go away. Meanwhile, behind them, Yin strode purposefully out of the camp with his team. Everyone was brimming with excitement. Yet each individual made a concerted effort to restrain themselves. Just then, Yin suddenly halted. His gaze fell upon a spot not far away. A smile crept onto Yin's lips. I almost forgot about you all. P.S. To all esteemed fathers and mothers, please, if you could kindly spare a moment to encourage me with a few votes and comments, and perhaps some small tokens of appreciation, I would be eternally grateful. The humble author bows in thanks. Thud bowing. Chapter 43. Once known as Little Sweetie, now Mrs. Neo. As soon as they departed from the team, the excitement was palpable, and the group erupted in jubilant cheers. Incredible, incredible. Huang Yukai exclaimed with fervor. We are truly remarkable, ha ha ha. Zhang Luan beamed widely. We must be exceptional. Just think, how long have we been formed, and yet we captured 27 prisoners in one go. Who in the entire team can rival our prowess? Not even Fire Eagle, ha ha. We have truly achieved greatness this time. Ollie, exuding confidence, remarked. Did you all see the expressions on the captain's faces? Jealousy, envy, or perhaps a mix of both, ha ha ha. With us around, Fire Eagle is rendered ineffective. From now on, we can stride boldly within the team. CFA raised his chin with pride. Anyone who sees us will have to give us a thumbs up and acknowledge our greatness. Even the captains themselves won't dare to dismiss us. I can't wait to return to my old unit and show off. CF Fuguwei rubbed his hands together. I must personally tell everyone I know just how impressive I am now. Especially my old captain. He will be so envious. Hey. Jiang Lin shot them a disapproving glare. We may be doing well, but let us not forget our captain. Without such an outstanding leader, we wouldn't be here. Right. The group collectively turned to Yin. Though we are fine soldiers, without you as our captain, our growth wouldn't have been this swift. You are the most remarkable, Captain. You are our deity, Captain. Huang Yukai chuckled. Should we celebrate with a feast tonight? Celebrate what? Yin inquired with a smile. Celebrate our achievements. Huang Yukai replied. How glorious it is that the team leader and the committee have taken notice of us. Achievements? Yin smile faded. What does that glory have to do with you? Look at your bewildered faces. Had I not disrupted the enemy lines, would you all be standing here intact? You couldn't even handle a single checkpoint. In your foolishness, how dare you claim to be exceptional? Yin's words splattered Huang Yukai with his fervor. Your foolishness is indeed remarkable, uniquely so. Everyone was taken aback. Mouths agape in shock at Yi and sudden shift from praise to rebuke. Just moments ago, he had commended them before Chenhai. How could he turn so swiftly? Captain, Ma Liang asked in confusion. Did you not say before that we're the best soldiers you have ever led? I have never led soldiers before. Yin spread his hands. Of course, you are the best. The crowd was left speechless. What are you staring at? Yin retorted, look at yourselves, gaping like a bunch of fools. Striding boldly within the team? If you're halted at a checkpoint, I would have to be carried through the team myself. How could someone as exceptional as I am lead such a group of simpletons? Get moving. Yin commanded, fully armed and donned in disguise. We shall embark on a 40-kilometer cross-country run. The last to return shall find no sustenance. With that, they set off. The crowd, their faces etched with grievance, surged forth in unison. This was intolerable. The captain had gone too far. My heart was wounded by him. Ailey wore a sorrowful expression. Previously, he had praised us so warmly that I was moved to tears. Huang, filled with talent, clenched his fists. Yet just moments ago, he called me a fool. Damn it, I was moved for nothing. Yesterday, he affectionately addressed us, and today, he deemed us fools. Yang Wei's lips twitched. He is indeed the most despicable of the Falcon. He merely aimed to bolster our courage, to ease our nerves as we approach the checkpoint. Zhang Luan exclaimed in anger. All his words are nothing but deceitful nonsense. Enough. Jiang Lin sighed. The captain's words are mere trickery. It is better to believe that Qin Shi Huang is still alive than to trust him. Let us run. Sun Daji shouted. He said there would be no food, and that is undoubtedly true. If he is dissatisfied, none of us will get a meal. Everyone grumbled in anger and swiftly disappeared from sight. Yin observed their retreating figures, a faint smile gracing his lips. During these days, he had amassed considerable experience in leading troops. When praise is due, it must be heartfelt, yet most of the time, one cannot indulge them. Otherwise, these fellows might truly believe themselves exceptional, leading to stagnation. Arrogant soldiers are bound to fail. They possess immense potential and a bright future ahead. Yin hoped they would journey further, becoming formidable individuals in their own right. He took a deep breath, then turned and walked back to the camp. Shaoli. Kong Lei and Qianjin had cornered Li Gang outside a small grove, also blocking Huang Feiyang and Qi Di Gang in the process. After all, they were once the deputy squad leader and chief of staff of the Falcon. For a moment, the crowd was hesitant to speak. Why are you running? Kong Lei said irritably. We are not tigers. We want to eat you. Li Gang's lips twitched. You two traitors of the Falcon, tigers are far better than you. He truly felt exasperated. Why were these two always pestering him? If Chen Hai and Su Hongxing found out, they might suspect he was also plotting betrayal. Old chief, Li Gang said bitterly, we are now rivals. Can we maintain some boundaries? Look at what you're saying, Qianjin chuckled. Rivals can still have a chat. Li Gang bit back a curse that was on the tip of his tongue, forcing a wry smile. I have matters to attend to. Let us talk once the military district confirms the special forces quota, shall we? As he attempted to leave, Kong Lei and Qianjin surrounded him like eagles capturing a chick. Hey, we just have a couple of questions. Kong Lei said eagerly. Are you leading a team to the enemy to capture spies? And did you catch several? Li Gang was taken aback. Had the news spread so swiftly? Several? Huang Feiyang scoffed. 27. What? Kong Lei and Qianjin gazed at Li Gang in astonishment. Shaoli, you are that impressive? Li Gang's face turned crimson, with grievances left unspoken. He could not reveal to the two that it was the newly formed Lone Eagle who had acted, for that would be tantamount to disclosing a secret, and Chen Hai would not spare him. Naturally, he lacked the face to admit it. Qianjin exclaimed with excitement, Can we have two captives? Even one would suffice. If you insist on making it difficult, at least tell us something about the enemy's situation. Li Gang looked utterly speechless. These two were practically forcing him to betray them. Captain, Li Gang suddenly raised his right hand vigorously. Kong Lei and Qianjin turned back in surprise, but there was no one in sight. By the time they turned around, Li Gang had already sprinted off several dozen meters. Damn it! Kong Lei shouted in frustration. Xiaoli, come back. Damn it! Have you forgotten how well I treated you in the past? You ungrateful wretch. Instead of stopping, Li Gang quickened his pace and soon vanished from view. Qianjin sighed, turning to look at Huang Feiyang and the others. Huang Feiyang and his companions hurriedly waved their hands, two esteemed leaders. It's of no use looking at us. We know nothing, and we didn't do anything. Get lost. Kong Lei shouted angrily, kicking in their direction. The group fled with palpable relief. What the hell? Li Gang is so formidable now. Kong Lei furrowed his brow. He disappeared for a day and a night, and captured 27? Did those captives voluntarily surrender to him? Qianjin clenched his fists. 27. This must have drawn a detailed map of the enemy's environment, right? Damn it, before the battle even begins, we are already losing at the starting line. It must be that scoundrel Chun Hai's rotten idea. Kong Lei's face burned with fury. The war is about to commence. It's too late for us to intervene now. Moreover, Deputy Commander Ma has strictly ordered us to infiltrate. Once the battle starts, we will surely be at a disadvantage. The enemy will finish off the Hawks. Qianjin took a deep breath and then coldly declared, there is still one way. Keep an eye on the Fire Eagles. Whatever they do, we will do the same. Let us track them closely. Indeed, Kong Lei's face brightened with a smile. If they give us captives, then we shall use them as beacons, letting them lead the way. The two exchanged knowing smiles, for this was akin to the mantis stalking the cicada, with the oriole waiting in the shadows. You want captives? At the brigade command post, Chun Hai looked astonished at the returning Yian. Yes, Yian nodded. I require captives for significant purposes. I request the brigade leader's approval. Beside them, Su Hongxing inquired, didn't TU previously state that you had interrogated all the captives? Why do you need to interrogate them again? Chun Hai waved his hand. Later, Deputy Team Leader Zhai will bring people specifically for urgent interrogations. You need not worry about that. Focus on your training. Any important intelligence will be shared with everyone later. Yian shook his head. I do not intend to interrogate them. I have other uses in mind. Other uses? Chun Hai paused, then widened his eyes. Our army treats captives well. You cannot do that. Yian smiled wryly. Brigade leader, how could I possibly mistreat them? I truly have a purpose. Chun Hai hesitated, glancing at Su Hongxing. Su Hongxing rolled his eyes and smiled. All right then, I grant you permission. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Captain. Yian excitedly saluted. Shall I go and gather the personnel now? Go ahead. Su Hongxing responded kindly with a wave of his hand. Once Yian departed, Chun Hai immediately leaned in closer to Su Hongxing and inquired, I must ask, Commissioner, are you not concerned about him causing chaos? Su Hongxing chuckled, gazing at him with amusement. Did you not have unwavering faith in him? What, are you doubting him now? Tian Hai Ziepli, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Trusting him comes at a price. Moreover, I have come to realize that this young man speaks a great deal of nonsense. Not a single word of his is reliable. Su Hongxing erupted in laughter. Yet at the very least, his assertion of reviving the lone eagle is credible. Chun Hai silently nodded, then sighed in resignation. Well, as long as he can lead the lone eagle through the assessment, even if it means enduring some anxiety, it will be worth it. Upon arriving at the location where the prisoners were held and explaining the situation, the supervising officer indicated a need for verification before facilitating Yian's request. Yian did not elaborate further. After specifying the prisoner, he promptly made his way toward his camp. He was eager to find a secluded spot to extract new skills once more. A plethora of skills would serve him well. With the imminent grand battle ahead, he required an arsenal of formidable abilities. Chapter 44. The Joy of Learning Foreign Languages Upon Returning to the Camp. Yian immediately made his way to the command center to extract new skills. Without hesitation, he declared his intent. After the recent infiltration training, Yian had come to a clear realization. Even at a novice level, superhuman physical abilities could significantly enhance his capabilities compared to others. At this juncture, what Yian truly sought were more life-preserving skills, while the existing ones sufficed. Ding! Successfully deducted 1,000 military merits. New skill extraction in progress. Yian's eyes sparkled with anticipation, hoping for an extraordinary skill. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired God's Hand, beginner. In the next moment, a status panel appeared before Yian. Host. Yian stamina. 100. Average person. 50. Existing skills. Super precision. Intermediate. Super physical ability. Beginner. Godly disguise. Intermediate. Martial God incarnation. Beginner. God's Hand. Beginner. Military merits. 300 God's Hand? Yian expressed his confusion. What on earth is this? The system promptly provided an explanation. God's Hand enhances the host's manual dexterity, allowing for greater finesse. Upon hearing this, Yian's expression soured. What the hell? After all my hard work and struggles, this is what I get? Enhance my manual dexterity? What kind of ridiculous ability is that? Should I take up crafting little frogs or folding paper cranes? System, can I exchange this? Ian implored. I'm a soldier, a warrior, about to go into battle. I need a devastating ability. Report to the host. Once a skill is extracted, it cannot be changed. If you do not require it, you may destroy it. Ethan was left speechless. It is recommended that the host thoroughly research the new skill. This system aims to mold the host into a super hexagonal war god. Each extracted skill is extraordinarily powerful. Ian's frustration peaked, his eyes twitching with irritation. What was there to research in this? He had wasted 1,000 military merits only to end up with this. God's hand had a nice ring to it, but would it really transform him into a deity of craftsmanship? What a farce. Once discharged, he could at least become a tradesman. Ian was fuming, desperately wishing for Jiang Lin and the others to return swiftly. Captain, just as he was about to begrudgingly assess how he had become dexterous, a voice called out from outside. Who's shouting in broad daylight? Am I deaf? Ian stormed out, irritated. Luo Xing, startled, immediately dropped to the ground and began doing push-ups. What's your name? Ian bellowed. Why didn't he tell you to do push-ups? Oh. Luo Xing hastily got up and pointed outside. A staff member from the battalion said he's here to deliver someone for you. I didn't let them in without your command. After saying this, Luo Xing promptly dropped back down. I didn't order you to do that, Ian growled. Bring them in. Yes. Luo Xing quickly sprang up and dashed off. As the squad's advisor led the captives into the camp, Luo Xing immediately turned to Jia Yu and said, Be cautious today. The captain seems to be in a foul mood. Jia Yu's heart sank. I heard the captain achieved a commendable feat this time. Why is he still angry? Who can truly fathom the captain's heart? Luo Xing whispered. In any case, be careful. If anything goes awry, be prepared to take the blame. Understood. Jia Yu nodded earnestly. Meanwhile, the advisor had Ian sign a document and then saluted, saying, Captain Yi, I leave the prisoners in your hands. Thank you. Ian returned the military salute. Once the advisor departed, Ian turned to look at the captives. The two female prisoners, terrified, quickly lowered their heads, their bodies trembling inexplicably. Follow me, Yan commanded, striding toward the tent. The two women exchanged apprehensive glances and cautiously followed him inside. Ian pivoted to scrutinize them, his piercing gaze nearly bringing them to tears as they trembled uncontrollably. What are your names? He inquired. I am Chenlon. I am Fan Hongyan. Ian assessed them from head to toe. Chenlon stood at around 1.60 meters, with fair skin and an appealing visage, quite remarkable among ordinary people. Fan Hongyan was slightly over 1.50 meters, petite in stature, and had an endearing appearance reminiscent of a neighborly girl. Ian took a deep breath, coldly asking, Are you aware of the treatment afforded to captives? Yes. Chenlon quickly replied. The Dragon Kingdom's army treats prisoners well. Ian scoffed, well stated. First, you will undergo interrogation to determine whether you have committed any war crimes, such as killing our soldiers or indirectly aiding in such acts. No, we have done nothing wrong. The two women hurriedly shook their heads. Silence. I have not finished speaking, Ian admonished, and the two women immediately quieted. He continued, After the interrogation, if found guilty, you will serve your sentence. If innocent, you will be subjected to labor reform, typically for over 5 years, and sent to arduous labor camps. The two women began to tremble once more. If this were in an AM, it might be tolerable, but here in the Dragon Kingdom, who knows how the labor camps would treat them as captives? Observing their panic, Ian spoke coldly, Of course. I can help you avoid all this. I can release you or allow you to live a peaceful life here, sparing you from suffering. The two women immediately looked at Ian, their eyes filled with hope. However, you must cooperate with me. Ian fixed his gaze on them. Complete cooperation. We will cooperate. The two women nodded vigorously. Commander, whatever you ask us to do, we shall comply. Ian smiled slightly. Excellent. As long as you cooperate, I assure you I will keep my word. With that, he strode towards Chenlon. She immediately stiffened, her anxiety palpable. Ian flashed her a grin before suddenly grasping her clothing. With a tearing sound, a piece of Chenlon's garment was ripped away, causing her to shriek in fright. What are you doing? What do you want? Ian looked at the torn fabric in his hand, a smile spreading across his face. The divine hand appears to have found its rhythm. With a smile, he gazes at Chunlan, urging, "Do not move, cooperate, cooperate." The sounds of tearing emerge, followed by cries of distress, no please. Outside the tent, Kai Chong happens to pass by. Upon hearing the anguished screams from within, he instantly perks up. Goodness. A peculiar smile spreads across Kai Chong's face. "Captain, you truly are a beast." 1995. Ian strolls among the crowd, hands clasped behind his back. 96. Everyone struggles to lift their weary bodies, their faces pale with exhaustion. 97, 98. 2000. With the final push of a push-up, they all collapse onto the ground, utterly spent, devoid of even the strength to breathe. Ian nods in satisfaction. Now, this is more like it. We share hardships and joys, after all. Everyone gets to eat. The group glares at him, their faces contorted with indignation. Before returning, they had anticipated that Ian would not let them off easily. Thus, they had all come back together, leaving no one behind. Yet, they had underestimated him. Citing their collective last-place finish, Ian had commanded them to complete 1,000 squats, 2,000 sit-ups, and 2,000 push-ups in one go. Now, they were so exhausted that even their fingers felt immobile, and the thought of food was utterly absurd. "Are you all worn out?" Ian smiles cheerfully at them. The group, their faces ablaze with fury, retorts, "Of course, look at us. Do we seem like we have any strength left?" Had they not feared Ian's prowess, they would have long since retaliated against him. Ian chuckles. "It seems you won't be eating anytime soon. So, I shall provide you with a little benefit, allowing you to rest well." At this, everyone immediately becomes wary. "Captain, please don't think of tormenting us further," Huang Yukai pleads, shaking his head vigorously. "I don't want any benefits. Just let me lie down, and that would be the greatest gift." The others nod in agreement, all too eager for such a reprieve. "It truly is a benefit. I assure you shall love it." Ian winks at them. "I have already tested it for you. It is quite easy. Captain, just end us swiftly." Ailey grimaces. "Please, just put us out of our misery." "Look at what you're saying." Ian rolls his eyes. "You are my finest soldiers. I care for you too much to betray you. Ian, would never deceive you." The group feels a pang of despair. "We've already been led astray by you to this extent. Is that not tragic enough? Come on, rise." Ian cheerily insists. "I guarantee, if you refuse this benefit, you will regret it for life." A chill runs through everyone at his words. To them, it sounded as if Ian meant that if they showed any defiance, he would make their lives a living hell. Goodness. They swallow hard, struggling to rise. Ian chuckles. "Follow me." Reluctantly, they obey, subdued by Ian's authoritative presence, trailing behind him step by step. Soon, Ian arrived at a tent and came to a halt. "Enter," he said with a smile. "The benefits await inside." Everyone exchanged glances, hesitant to take the first step. Could it truly be a benefit? Ailey asked, his voice tinged with anxiety. "No wonder the captain calls you a fool," Zhang Lun whispered. "The most challenging path in this world is the captain's schemes." "You actually believe him? Go in." Everyone jumped in surprise and hurriedly scrambled into the tent. However, upon entering, they were all left in shock. Chunlan and Fan Hongyan, who had been transformed by Ian, stood nervously. Their military uniforms had been ripped into trendy attire. The sleeves were gone, revealing their fair arms. The garments had been cropped to expose their midriffs, while the necklines had been torn into a V shape, subtly alluring. The pant legs had vanished entirely, replaced by daring hot pants. "Wow," Huang Yukai nearly drooled. This is truly a benefit." "Captain." Ailey was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming from the corners of his mouth. You are incredibly considerate." CFA's throat constricted as he gazed in awe. Isn't this inappropriate? This can't be considered a mistake, right? What nonsense are you talking about?" Zhang Luan rubbed his hands together in excitement. "The captain has already tried it on for us. How could we possibly err?" Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Chunlan and Fan Hongyan looked at the ravenous soldiers with trepidation, instinctively retreating. "Commander Yi said they are beasts." Fan Hongyan clutched Chunlan's hand in fear. He spoke the truth. As the soldiers advanced, Chunlan could no longer contain her fright and cried out, Commander Yi, Help? Please don't come any closer. Outside the tent, Yin smiled faintly. Just as he was about to enter, Luo Xing and the others sprinted over at full speed. What brings you here? Yin waved to them. Prepare the food. They've been hungry all day. Captain, Kai Chong exclaimed upon hearing the commotion from within. What is happening in there? Oh, Yin chuckled. I'm organizing them to learn a foreign language. Learning a foreign language? The eyes of the four lit up in unison. That sounds wonderful, Captain. We want to learn a foreign language too. Chapter 45. Those who offend the mighty Han shall be punished, no matter the distance. Oh, Yin chuckled as he looked at the four men. Do you wish to learn? Absolutely. They fervently nodded. Captain, although we are mere cooks, Luo Xing asserted with a serious expression, we are eager to learn. Acquiring an additional skill is never a burden. Captain, please allow us to learn. Kai Chong and the others exclaimed with immense excitement. Very well. Yin replied with a smile. Come inside with me. Thank you, Captain. The four shouted in exhilaration. As Yin entered the tent, he immediately noticed Chunlan and Fan Hongyan huddled together, trembling with fear. Upon seeing him, they instantly cast pleading glances in his direction. The others, encircling them, wore smiles that made their shoulders shake with laughter. What are you all doing? Yin growled, irritation evident in his tone. Captain, we are waiting for your command. Huang Yukai licked his lips. Without your orders, we dare not act recklessly. Captain, please give the order. We are ready. Ai Li rubbed his hands together, nearly sparking a fire with enthusiasm. Yin rolled his eyes. What filthy thoughts are occupying your minds? I invited them here to teach you a foreign language. Huh? The smiles of the group faltered, their faces a picture of confusion as they stared at Yin. A foreign language class? Indeed, Yin affirmed. Aren't you tired? Learning a foreign language is both effortless and a way to regain your energy. The group exchanged glances, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. We're truly learning a foreign language. That is the literal interpretation. But, Huang Yotsai's eyes widened, Captain. Why will we learn Vietnamese? Yin smiled slightly. During my infiltration of the enemy's territory, I found that knowledge of Vietnamese is incredibly useful. If you cannot utter a few phrases, it would have been impossible to create chaos among the enemy, and you would not have escaped so smoothly. The battles ahead will be brutal and complex. We may need to venture deep into enemy towns. Without their language, not only would we risk exposure, but we would also fail in our mission. These two women are proficient in Mandarin and can communicate with you seamlessly. I specifically invited them for this purpose. Everyone looked at Yin, speechless, then glanced at the two women. Chunlan and Fan Hongyan silently nodded in affirmation. In that instant, Yi and's unexpected initiative left them all astounded. This is truly a benefit? But why are they dressed like that? Zhang Luan's expression contorted. Men and women working together is less tiring. Yin stated with a straight face. Their attire is more relaxed, making them appear more like teachers, thus facilitating your learning. If you do not like it, I can bring in a male instructor. I could even dress that enemy squad leader like this. No, no, no. This is perfectly fine. Everyone shouted in unison. Laughter mingled with discomfort. They could hardly imagine Yi in transforming that enemy squad leader in such a manner. It would be a sight too shocking to behold. After 3 years of service, the thought of a male instructor was far less appealing than having two women. At least they were a delight to the eyes. Yin glared at them. What were you just about to do? The group suddenly wore expressions of embarrassment. It's too hot. Huang Yukai said with a wry smile. We wanted to provide some breeze for the teacher. Yes, a breeze. The group turned around, directing their breaths towards the two women. The two women immediately covered their noses. The odor was overwhelmingly strong. Enough, Yin said coldly. 2 hours of study to regain your energy. After evening training, we will study over time. You must learn to communicate normally, and your accents must be accurate. He turned to the four who were about to flee. There are no benches left. Sit on the ground and learn together. Luo Xing's face fell. Captain, the food is still cooking. Study. Yin bellowed. This is what you requested. With a thud, the four of them obediently plopped down. Teach them. Yin nodded at the two women. The women, not daring to be negligent, quickly grabbed the blackboard and began teaching with great seriousness. What on earth is happening? Fu Jile glared at Kai Chong. This is all your fault. Jia Yu exclaimed angrily. Didn't Tu say the captain was like this? Kai Chong also looked bitter. I truly heard it outside. Who could have imagined? Luo Xing sighed helplessly. What sin have we committed? We had a perfectly good meal, yet we chose to throw ourselves into this predicament. Sigh. 3 days flew by in an instant. That noon, Yin received a notification summoning him to the brigade immediately. A faint smile graced his lips. He knew the battle was about to commence. The moment of testing the fate of the lone eagle had arrived. He quickly gathered everyone. Prepare for action, everyone. Full gear on. The group's eyes sparkled with excitement. Captain, are we going to war? Zhang Lin asked eagerly. You will know soon enough, Yin replied solemnly. Each of you prepare a first aid kit and ensure your ammunition is complete, but do not overpack. The enemy's ammunition is compatible with ours. Once prepared, no further training is necessary. Remain on standby. Yes. The group shouted in exhilaration. After a month of training, this day had finally arrived, filling their hearts with both anxiety and anticipation. Luo Xing, you all should prepare as well. We will set out together this time. Yin turned to him. What? Luo Xing was taken aback, nearly kneeling. Captain, we are cooks. You are also members of the Lone Eagle, Yin replied coldly. During this time, you have trained diligently. Your skills have now surpassed those of soldiers from other squads. We go together. With that, Yin turned and headed towards the brigade. Watching Yi An's retreating figure, the four of them felt utterly deflated. Squad leader, Kai Chong trembled nervously. I've never been on the battlefield. Neither have I. Jia Yu shivered. We won't die, will we? Sun Daji chuckled, patting the two. Don't be afraid. We're here with you. Exactly. Yang Wei added with a smile. We have experience. We will protect you. The captain has summoned you. Your presence is undoubtedly required. Lu Feng chuckled. Even if you perish, there is no need for fear. We shall certainly bring you back. Indeed, we will never permit you to die far from home. I laughed et Wow. Kai Chong promptly broke into tears. I'm even more terrified now. Yi An hurriedly arrived at the command center of the brigade, where he could see several vehicles approaching from a distance. Kong Lei and Qianjin, accompanied by several officers, alighted from their vehicles with an air of arrogance. Under the watchful eyes of the Falcon team, they swaggered into the command center. What are they here for? Huang Feiyong inquired softly. Reinforcements from the military district have arrived. War is surely imminent, an officer replied quietly. They are also to participate in the battle. Most likely, they are here for a joint meeting. How frustrating, Huang Feiyong remarked with displeasure. We are scouts and do not require joint operations. They can engage in their own battles. Why must they intrude upon our affairs? Li Gang scoffed. Although they're already a special forces unit, the military district has yet to officially categorize them. Hence, we Falcons remain their greatest adversaries. What else could they be here for but to share our intelligence and ensure they do not come to harm? Enough chatter. The leaders have arrived. Let's proceed inside. Chitty Gang said coldly. The group moved towards the command center. Yin frowned slightly. He had only heard Luo Xing mention Qianjin and Kong Lei, and knew nothing of the Mountain Wolves and Iron Fist. From Li Gang's words, it seemed they were rivals. How intriguing. The competition was growing. Following behind the others, Yin entered the command center, which was already populated by numerous individuals. Kong Lei and Qianjin sat together, while the Falcon team occupied another section. Yin noticed that Li Gang and his companions sat at the front, deliberately maintaining distance from the Mountain Wolves and Iron Fist. Even before the battle commenced, the atmosphere in the command center was charged with tension. Yin bowed his head and quietly took a seat behind the group of Mountain Wolves and Iron Fist. Unsure of the situation, he chose to remain inconspicuous and blend into the background. By adopting a low profile, he would not become a target of competition. Additionally, he could eavesdrop on any secrets exchanged between the two factions. Stand up, Zhai Gang bellowed, prompting everyone to rise instantly. Su Hongxing and Chen Hai accompanied Ma Weiguo as they entered from outside, and everyone immediately saluted. Comrades, please be seated. Ma Weiguo commanded with authority, waving his hand. His gaze swept across the assembly as he coldly declared, "The battle you have long awaited is upon us." In that moment, an inexplicable excitement surged through the crowd. While civilians dread the horrors of war, soldiers yearn for the honor it brings. For them, war is not merely a brutal reality. It is the greatest privilege, as it showcases their value and allows them to achieve greatness. In the previous campaign, although many lives were lost, a significant number of individuals gained merit in the heat of battle and were swiftly promoted. The rules governing merit and advancement during peacetime became irrelevant in the face of war. In the fierce crucible of conflict, there exists but one rule. If you possess the capability, you shall rise. The nation will generously reward those who demonstrate their worth. This is indeed the sole opportunity for ordinary individuals to attain honor and ascend without relying on connections. Whether one can return home in glory or carve out a new page in the family lineage hinges solely on military achievements. Are you not all exhilarated? Mawengwa declared loudly. Yes. The crowd resounded in unison. It is splendid to feel this excitement. Only then can we adequately educate those Na'vi fools. Mawengwa stated coldly, those fools across from us, after decades of warfare, believe that their encounters with the French and the beautiful have entitled them to claim the title of the third military power globally. Yet, they fail to reflect on their past. Mawengwa slammed his palm upon the table. Back then, they were on the brink of annihilation, unable to defeat even the French, who could only surrender. Had it not been for our timely military assistance and the deployment of an advisory team, they would have long been erased from the earth. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Our nation was in dire straits. The common people, barely sustaining themselves, tightened their belts to support them. From weapons to food, it was an endless procession of supplies. Yet, those ingrates turned against their benefactor, akin to the farmer and the snake, or Dongwa and the wolf. Mawengwa's voice trembled with emotion. Even now, we are not prosperous. In the last campaign, our soldiers fought on empty stomachs, enduring hunger to battle. Yet, upon breaching the enemy's stronghold, they discovered that all the rice and provisions they found were those we had supplied. Our soldiers were on the brink of starvation, while their surplus rotted away. How utterly ironic, Mawengwa shouted. Clearly, we were their benefactors, yet they offered no gratitude, wielding our weapons and consuming our provisions to seize our land and slay our people. How can such shameless, despicable beings exist in this world? As soldiers, can we endure this? No, no, no. In an instant, the entire assembly erupted in fervent shouts. The command center was instantly suffused with a chilling aura of murderous intent. In that moment, every individual's eyes ignited with fervent battle spirit. Yin, amidst the chorus of shouts, silently clenched his fists. The blood coursing through his veins surged with fervor. The lineage of the sons of the Dragon Kingdom awakened fully at that moment. He yearned desperately to be on the battlefield. Indeed, Mawengwa nodded vigorously. As soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, we must not tolerate this. Our ancestors long ago imparted to us, under heaven, all lands belong to the king. Those who offend our strong Han shall be punished, no matter how distant. Mawengwa's fist struck the table. Therefore, let us fight fiercely. Chapter 46. If I depart and do not return, then we shall meet at the cemetery. Mawengwa ignited the fervor within everyone, elevating their enthusiasm to unprecedented heights. Many were already poised to take action. He surveyed the crowd and, pleased with the effect, continued. In the previous round of combat, we penetrated hundreds of kilometers into enemy territory in just 1 month. Not only did we shatter their pride by defeating 2 of their elite forces, but we also destroyed vast amounts of the infrastructure we had painstakingly built over the years, even forcing them to the brink of abandoning their capital. With a chilling tone, Mawengwa declared, we possess the capability to vanquish them entirely. However, our dragon nation cherishes peace and merely wishes to deliver a stern warning. After such a harrowing experience, if they possessed even a modicum of intelligence, they would learn to behave. Alas, their minds are as small as walnuts. He gestured with his hands to illustrate his point. Moreover, they harbor ulterior motives and audaciously wish to confront us directly. Over the past month, they have mobilized troops from across the nation. Currently, there are 100,000 soldiers stationed at the border, with over 200,000 more en route. Thus, the higher-ups have reached a decision. Malwegwa said with utmost seriousness. Commence hostilities immediately. Elation washed over everyone, smiles lighting their faces, while Huang Feiyong and others began to prepare themselves for action. In the past, we viewed them as friends and extended opportunities for reconciliation, enduring their provocations time and again. However, having already engaged in battle, their failure to repent necessitates that we no longer exercise restraint. We shall take the initiative. Malwegwa scanned the assembly. This operation will differ from the last. The international situation has evolved, and we shall not conduct large-scale incursions. Instead, we will adopt a strategy focused on armed reconnaissance and infiltration. Heavy artillery bombardments will be supplemented by major troop support. Our objective is to strike at their critical areas, disrupt their transportation networks, and dismantle their logistics. Adhering to the principle of swift resolution, you all shall be the protagonists of this battle. Observing the fervor in their eyes, Malwegwa raised his voice. Do you have confidence? With a swift motion, everyone rose in unison. Use me in the first battle, and victory is assured. Use me in the first battle, and victory is assured. Excellent. Malwegwa nodded, his eyes gleaming with determination. Let me remind you, this time you will be truly isolated in enemy territory. It is no exaggeration to say that you will be surrounded by foes. There will be no front and no rear. To face such peril is optimistic. You are engaging in a struggle with the king of hell. In a cold voice, Malwegwa asked, "Are you afraid of not returning?" "Report, Commander." Huang Feiyong sprang to his feet. If one fears death, one should not join the military. If one joins the military, one should not fear death. We, the soldiers of the Dragon Nation, especially the reconnaissance troops of the Southwest, are made of iron. None fear death. Good. Malwegwa nodded vigorously. Commander Kong Lei also stood. To be chosen is a testament to the trust bestowed upon us by our nation and our people. As long as we can defend our homeland, even if it means not returning, then so be it. Excellent. Malwegwa nodded once more. At that moment, Li Gang rose as well, a faint smile gracing his lips. Commander, I have many comrades who now rest in the martyrs' cemetery. If I do not return, then I shall meet them there. All eyes turned towards Li Gang, and inexplicably, a hint of red appeared in everyone's eyes. Yan fixed his gaze upon him intently. Suddenly, he realized that this adversary was rather commendable. Despite the rivalry, he was undoubtedly an exceptional and respectable soldier. Good. Malwegwa slammed his palm on the table, his eyes glistening with emotion. If you triumph, I shall welcome you. If you fall, I will accompany you to the cemetery. I shall spend the remainder of my life there with you. In that instant, a wave of profound emotion washed over everyone present. We are all men here. Let us refrain from sentimentality. Malwegwa inhaled deeply, casting a steely gaze upon the crowd. At 11 o'clock tonight, we shall commence our operation without fail. The atmosphere grew serious as everyone straightened. Malwegwa continued coldly. Your mission, acquire the coordinates of the enemy's camp, defensive lines, firepower positions, artillery sites, and logistical bases, and swiftly relay this information back to the main forces. Additionally, disrupt the enemy's communication systems, logistical supply lines, and power facilities. If you discover their command center, destroy it without hesitation, but only if your safety is assured. Malwegwa surveyed the group. As for prisoners, bring back those you can. Those you cannot, you understand. A smirk crept across the corners of everyone's mouths. While our forces treat prisoners well, they are scouts operating in the most perilous enemy territory. To ensure their own safety and that of their comrades, they may eliminate any threats without a second thought. They are not an ordinary unit. Malwegwa then stated, your target lies between Mountain A and Mountain E. Any enemy within this region is your prime objective. Once behind enemy lines, each unit shall determine its own combat strategy. With a piercing gaze, Malwegwa addressed everyone. I do not wish to hear reports of casualties, nor any other irrelevant matters. I only desire intelligence, and I want to hear your victories. Only triumph matters, understood? Yes. The crowd thundered in unison. Malwegwa raised a finger a month. Within this month, we must strike fear into the enemy, making them recognize who truly commands authority. Yes, they roared once more, filled with fervor. Ma Weigua gradually rose, hands clasped behind his back, and proclaimed, "Today, in addition to the Falcon Brigade, the Mountain Wolf Assault Team and Iron Fist Special Forces will also participate in this operation. This battle is not only a mission from the military district, but also a test for you." Ma Weigua declared loudly, "The unit that performs best shall have the opportunity to become the military district's first Special Forces unit." At that moment, the tension in the command center intensified, with both sides eyeing each other, ready for conflict. Other military districts transformed their reconnaissance teams into special forces directly, Ma Weigua remarked. "Our military district does not operate in such a manner. We shall select only the most elite." His words resonated, emphasizing that those who achieve the most merit will have the chance to represent the pinnacle of the Army's special forces, with the military district fully supporting them. Ma Weigua surveyed the crowd and remarked, "Whether it is a mule or a horse, let them be brought forth for a proper display." Li Gang clenched his fists in silence, turning his gaze in search of Yin. Initially, he had not regarded Yin as a rival, but recent events had inexplicably elevated Yin to the status of an adversary in his mind. After scanning the area for some time without success, he was taken aback upon spotting Yin, who was surprisingly huddled behind the Mountain Wolf and Iron Fist group. Li Gang's lips twitched in disbelief. Is this fellow foolish? How did he end up among the opponents? Simultaneously, Qianjin and Kong Lei found themselves involuntarily glancing over at the Falcon group, only to realize that Li Gang was staring back at them. What the hell? A provocation, they thought as they silently clenched their fists. Ma Weigua observed the palpable tension between the two sides, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He cleared his throat and stated, "Let me make one thing clear. Competition is competition. You may use any means necessary against the enemy, but never against your own." With a grave expression, Ma Weigua continued, "If anyone dares to betray a comrade, resulting in harm or even death, I shall show no mercy. Punishments will be meted out equally. Understood?" "Yes." The crowd roared in unison. Suddenly, Qianjin interjected, "What if both teams target the same objective? Can we seize it?" Ma Weigua replied coldly, "As long as no teammates are harmed, whoever secures it first demonstrates their prowess." "Yes." Qianjin and Kong Lei exchanged knowing glances, both wearing mischievous smiles. "I have spoken," Ma Weigua declared loudly. "All units, prepare swiftly and act punctually. One last thing." His expression grew serious as he added, "I hope that those who depart return safely in equal numbers. I have no desire to hold memorials for any of you or to deliver your belongings to your families. I await your return." "Yes." Everyone saluted vigorously. Ma Weigua nodded to Chen Hai and Su Hongxing before turning to leave. "The rest of you may disperse," Chen Hai said, casting a disdainful glance at Qianjin and Kong Lei. The two smiled lightly, with Qianjin saying, "Chen Hai, old captain, the battlefield is merciless. We will not show leniency. You all must perform well. Get lost." Chen Hai shouted unruly with a wave of their hands. Qianjin and Kong Lei promptly retreated with their men to prepare. Chen Hai addressed his team, "Squads 1 to 6, Lone Eagle, Fire Eagle, Mountain Eagle will partake in this battle. The rest will follow the brigade's orders." "Yes." "You have 20 minutes. Chen Hai glanced at his watch. "Gather your units and assemble at the brigade." Everyone saluted and immediately dashed outside. "War is upon us." Su Hongxing sighed deeply. "Indeed, war is upon us," Chen Hai exclaimed, clenching his fists in excitement. "May they achieve great feats." Su Hongxing's eyes twitched as he added, "Let's hope they return safely." Chen Hai turned to him, his gaze resolute. "They will all return." 20 minutes later, in the clearing of the Falcon Brigade's camp, all participating units had assembled. All personnel were fully armed, with logistic staff distributing ammunition and 3 days' worth of rations to each individual. An intense aura of murderous intent and battle fervor enveloped the dense crowd, instilling a sense of oppression among them. Reporting to the squad leader, Zhai Gang saluted Chen Hai with vigor. "All supplies have been distributed. Please give your orders." "At ease." "Yes." Zhai Gang turned and bellowed. "At ease." Everyone uniformly extended their left foot. Chen Hai coldly commanded, "Speak." Bang! Everyone swiftly stood at attention. Your captain should have already conveyed the mission for this operation to you. Chen Hai proclaimed with clarity. The time has come to defend our homeland and achieve remarkable feats. Now, I will only address 2 points. First, this operation will see us, the Falcons, acting as a cohesive unit. Each team must collaborate and coordinate, decisively overpowering those damned mountain wolves and iron fists, letting them know who truly holds authority in the military district. Second, Chen Hai took a deep breath. Everyone must absolutely obey orders. Return alive to me. Do you all understand? Yes. Hundreds of soldiers shouted in unison. Chen Hai nodded. As for the specific tasks, you will decide them upon reaching the enemy lines. All right. Each team may proceed to the border and scout for the optimal infiltration points. I wish you all great achievements in battle and many enemy kills. The glory of your accomplishments will be prepared by me and the political officer for you. Depart. Chen Hai vigorously waved his hand. Salute. Saigong shutet. And everyone raised their right hands with force. Right turn. March. Commands resonated throughout the camp, the synchronized footsteps echoing like drumbeats in the night. Teams moved in orderly fashion towards the unknown darkness beyond the camp. Yan. Li Gang suddenly called out to Yi and turned in surprise. And Li Gang approached with a stern expression. Captain Li, is there something you need? Yan similed faintly. Li Gang scrutinized him coldly. You saw the meeting earlier. Our adversaries are the mountain wolves and iron fists. Therefore, it is best for us to unite now. Yan smiled lightly. Captain Li, are you suggesting that your lone eagles and mountain eagles merge with us and follow my command? Li Gang replied nonchalantly. Don't misunderstand. I simply believe that if we combine our forces, we can achieve greater military merits. Of course, I will ensure equitable distribution of the accolades when the time comes. Yan rolled his eyes. This battle would determine the evaluation of the lone eagles by the squad and even the military district, and they would strive for a spot in the special forces. This would dictate their future destinies. He did not doubt Li Gang's character, but merging their forces would complicate matters too much. I appreciate your goodwill, Captain Li. Yan smiled, but the lone eagles prefer to operate independently. Too many people would be a burden. Li Gang's eyes widened in shock. Are you saying we are a burden? I wasn't referring to your fire eagles. Yan quickly waved his hand, saying, what I meant was that you fire eagles and mountain eagles should work together. After all, we lone eagles are the strongest in the entire team. How outrageous! Li Gang retorted, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared intensely at Yan. Do you really think that your mere infiltration makes you exceptional? Fine. I intended to give you a chance to shine, but since you refuse this opportunity, I shall not force it upon you. However, I am curious about your next course of action. Li Gang spoke coldly. Perhaps we could collaborate. Yan responded with an innocent smile. Guess. Chapter 47. A salute to the veterans. Awaiting your triumphant return, Li Gang's eyes widened in anger as he glared. Yan, you truly have become arrogant. Do not presume I am unaware of your background. Because you arrived last, the veterans of the Lone Eagles have always shielded you. But this time, no one will protect you, and there will be no grand army to back you up. Everything must rely on yourself. If you do not lean on us, when danger strikes, who can you count on? This motley crew you've assembled? Enough. Jiang Lin and the others seethed with indignation, their faces ablaze with fury. You are the incompetent one. All of you from the Fire Eagles are the real novices. Thus, I present you with one final opportunity, Li Gang stated coldly. We need not merge. We can operate independently, allowing us to take care of you. Yan offered a slight smile to Li Gang. Captain Li, I appreciate your goodwill. However, I must clarify. First and foremost, we Lone Eagles do not wish for burdens. Secondly, we are the finest squad in the entire battalion. And those who have joined us are also the best. If danger arises, I will rely on them. In an instant, the soldiers stood tall with pride. Even Luo Xing and his companions wore expressions of satisfaction. Li Gang nodded silently, understanding. So, you two are born with rebellious traits. Very well, you reject my good intentions. When danger comes, do not come crying for help with your rebellious underlings. Yan laughed heartily. Rest assured, Captain Li, that day shall never come. However, while we do not require assistance, should you find yourselves in peril, we will undoubtedly lend a hand. Li Gang's lips twitched, and he scoffed. One last question. From where do you intend to infiltrate? What is your target? Do not misunderstand. I merely wish to avoid witnessing your peril and feeling compelled to rescue you. Yan Chakdet. Guess. Li Gang glared at him in frustration. I guess you're nonsense. You lot will regret this eventually. As Li Gang turned away in anger, Yin waved vigorously. Captain Li, take care. My words are sincere. If you are in danger, I shall certainly come to your aid. You son of a... Li Gang shouted without looking back. Isn't it too early to speak such words? Yin smiled broadly. After all, the battlefield is indeed merciless. Huh, what nonsense. Huang Yukai spat towards the direction of the Fire Eagles, his face full of disdain. Why should we merge with them? They wouldn't listen to our command. Exactly. We are the strongest in the entire battalion. Zhang Lun boasted, lifting his chin. They simply wish to ride on our coattails, CF Fei coldly remarked. They aim to suppress us, and once the battle concludes, all the glory will be theirs, including the special forces spots. Indeed, the group nodded in agreement. Ian turned to them. Let us dispense with the idle chatter. Captain Li is correct. This time, we are truly serious, unlike our previous training missions. Once the enemy is on guard, we will have no support. Everything will depend solely on ourselves. Ian cast a cold gaze over the crowd. Therefore, once we enter the battlefield, everyone must be on high alert. Yes. The crowd nodded earnestly. Good. Ian waved his hand. Move out. Ye-un. Wait a moment. He turned to see Su Hongxing waving at him from distance. Bring the team back. Su Hongxing shouted. Ian was taken aback, as were the others, their faces filled with confusion. All the teams had already been dispatched to the front lines. What did it mean to call them back at this critical juncture? Seeing Su Hongxing continue to wave, Ian had no choice but to return with his team. Commander. Ian saluted. What is it? Su Hongxing smiled faintly. This battle holds significant meaning for you. The burden on your shoulders is heavy. Thus, before you depart, some individuals wish to meet you. Ian looked puzzled. Who wants to see us? Su Hongxing smiled and turned. Chenhai, bring them over. Ian turned in astonishment, and from behind the command post, a group of figures slowly emerged. Ian's eyes widened in shock. Captain. Luo Tian sat in a wheelchair, smiling and nodding at Ian. The other wheelchairs were occupied by veterans of the Lone Eagles. Not only was Ian stunned, but Jiang Lin and the others were equally astonished. They never expected that, just as they were about to embark on their mission, the veterans of the Lone Eagles would arrive. Yan, Chunhai grinned. Your old teammates knew you were heading to the front lines, so they hurried over from the military hospital to send you off. What's the matter, Ian? The machine gunner, Tao Da, chuckled. Now that you're a captain, you don't recognize us anymore? Ian suddenly snapped to attention and shouted. Everyone, stand at attention. Salute. In unison, all the soldiers raised their right hands, their eyes filled with respect for the veterans. Before joining the Lone Eagles, these veterans had been their idols, figures they had dreamed of fighting alongside one day. They never anticipated meeting them in such a manner today. As they gazed upon the new recruits, the veterans wore faint smiles. Luo Tian strained against his wheelchair, struggling to rise. Ian rushed forward. Captain, don't move. Luo Tian shook his head. Have you forgotten that your captain is also a scout? Even with one leg, I can still stand. The other veterans similarly fought to rise from their wheelchairs. One veteran's wound even oozed blood. Yet he gritted his teeth and straightened his body. Chenhai and Gu Yaozu silently stepped back, offering no assistance. They understood the stubbornness of Luo Tian and the others. Their refusal to help was the greatest form of respect. Ian observed the wobbly figures standing before him, tears slowly welling in his eyes. They had once been the pride of the entire Falcon unit, the pinnacle that countless soldiers aspired to reach. Report, Captain. Luo Tian stood upright and promptly saluted Yi and with fervor. All veterans of the Lone Eagle, 8 are expected, and 8 are present. Salute. In unison, all veterans raised their right hands. They were not only saluting Ian, but also honoring all the new recruits. At this moment, it was not just Yi and who was moved. Tears sparkled in the eyes of the new soldiers as well. Although they had yet to pass the assessment and were not yet officially part of the Lone Eagle, this military salute from the veterans signified their acknowledgement, embracing them as true members of the Lone Eagle. Captain, Ian choked back his emotions as he gazed at Luo Tian. With a smile, Luo Tian lowered his right hand, saying, "Do not call me captain anymore. Now you are the captain." "Indeed, Captain," Tauta chimed in. "The Lone Eagle now depends on you. No, on all of you." "Captain," another veteran declared loudly, "we have no other intention but to send you off to battle. We await your return." Luo Tian spoke earnestly. "We have heard about your last infiltration training. Everyone believes that in this upcoming battle, you will surely achieve great merit, surpassing us, and return safely." "Captain." Luo Tian stood tall on one leg, embodying his entire being. "We will always await your triumphant return." The veterans all laughed heartily. Yi'in's lips twitched. He understood that the veterans had braved their injuries to come, not only to deliver these words, but also to pass on a legacy. They entrusted the spirit, glory, and future of the Lone Eagle to this group. In this moment, despite the myriad of emotions swirling within him, Yi'in found himself at a loss for words. The only thing left for him to do was to bear the great banner entrusted to him by the veterans. Silently, Yi'in stepped back 3 paces to stand alongside his soldiers. "Rest assured, veterans," Yi'in bellowed, "this banner of the Lone Eagle shall never falter. Salute. Salute." Luo Tian shouted in unison. The veterans and new soldiers, standing 2 meters apart, solemnly raised their right hands. Beside them, Chun Hai's eyes were reddened, while Gu Yaozu and Zhai Gang had turned their heads away. At a time when no one believed in Yi-Un and his comrades, the veterans resolutely stepped forward. This affirmation was more significant than any other. "Veteran comrades," Jiang Lin suddenly shouted, "please rest assured, we will not tarnish the name of the Lone Eagle. Moreover, we will bring back the 2 veterans who did not return." In that instant, all the veterans were taken aback. Several pairs of eyes instantly welled with tears, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. This was their greatest concern. "Good, good." Luo Tian nodded excitedly. "Let's bring them home. Right face. Turn." Yi'in roared, and all the new soldiers collectively turned to the right. "March." With 19 soldiers in tow, Yi'in swiftly ran into the darkness. It was not until they vanished from sight that Luo Tian and the others slowly lowered their right hands. Chen Hai approached and gently patted Luo Tian's shoulder. "All right, I'll arrange for someone to take you back to the hospital." "Captain." Luo Tian turned to him. "Can we wait for them to return right here?" Chen Hai furrowed his brow. "But your injuries have yet to heal." Luo Tian replied with a faint smile. "It's nothing serious. We merely need to change the dressings and rest. It matters not where we are." Captain Tauda, with a face full of earnestness, implored, "We have promised to wait for their return. Please allow us to stay here. In the future, we may not have another chance." Chen Hai's heart sank. He understood that the military district had issued orders. Luo Tian and the others would either be discharged or reassigned to logistics. They would indeed never have the opportunity to return to the front lines. Su Hongxing nodded. "Very well, you may remain here, but you must obediently heed the military doctor's advice." "Yes." Luo Tian and the others saluted excitedly. "We assure you we will behave and follow orders." Luo Tian said with a smile, "We only wish to see them return safely and to witness the Lone Eagle soar again. At that time, we will quietly depart." Chen Hai felt a wave of sorrow. They had once been his finest soldiers. He abruptly turned his head away, allowing tears to flow. At the border, the members of the Lone Eagle squatted in a small grove. Yi'in turned his head and found tears glistening on everyone's faces, even those of Luo Xing and his companions. "Why are you crying?" Yi'in shook his head. "Haven't you longed for recognition? The veterans have acknowledged you all, and yet you weep?" "I don't know why." Ailey wiped his tears. "The water in my eyes just cascades down my face. I can't control it. Seeing the veterans in such a state is truly heart-wrenching." Ma Liang sobbed. "They were once such excellent soldiers, but now... Damn it, those cursed monkeys!" Huang Yukai exclaimed with fury. "I must avenge the veterans." Kai Chong covered his face. "I'm merely a cook. I never imagined that the esteemed predecessors of the Lone Eagle would acknowledge me." "Captain, I must now be the most impressive cook in the entire battalion, right?" Yi'in chuckled and patted his head. "What nonsense! You are the best cook in the whole military district." "Really, truly?" Kai Chong gazed at Yi and with tear-filled eyes. Yi'in nodded, "Of course. The veterans have recognized you." Prideful tears streamed down Kai Chong's face. I want to tell my mother that I've made something of myself. Ian smiled gently, about to respond when suddenly there was a rustle in the nearby woods. He immediately turned to look and saw a team quietly emerging from the forest, cloaked in thick camouflage, rushing forward. Shortly after they vanished, two more teams swiftly followed, closely trailing the first group. A smile crept across Yi Yan's lips. Indeed, his earlier thoughts had proven correct. The early bird catches the worm. Had he revealed too much during the meeting, he too would have drawn attention, which was a significant reason for his reluctance to partner with Li Gang. In a mere 10 minutes, one group after another swiftly disappeared into the darkness. It was not until 5 minutes after their disappearance that Ian turned his head. All right, no more tears. Cheer up, we are setting off immediately. Captain, Jiang Lin curiously inquired. After crossing the border, how shall we commence? Everyone turned their gaze towards Ian. With a chuckle, Ian replied, what do you think? The crowd responded with silence. Chapter 48. Are we to be their guiding light? In the pitch-black night, shadows darted swiftly through the dense forest. The border region was dominated by towering mountains and thick woodlands, providing the scouts with a natural camouflage under the cover of darkness. After an hour of frantic running, the soldier at the forefront suddenly dropped to the ground. Li Gang, who was trailing behind, quickly raised his fist, prompting all the soldiers to immediately crouch down. Moments later, the leading scout resumed movement. With a wave of his hand, Li Gang signaled for the group to advance once more. After approximately 10 minutes of careful progression, a series of shadows emerged rapidly from the thicket. Be cautious, whispered Kong Lei. Just ahead lies the enemy's position. They are stationed at a higher elevation, so stay close behind the eagles. The command swiftly spread through the ranks, and all soldiers slowed their pace, crouching low to follow closely behind Li Gang, nearly stepping in his footprints. 5 minutes later, another group of figures slowly appeared. Those Iron Fist and Mountain Wolf fellows are truly despicable, spat Sandaji. They actually treat the Fire Eagles as their guiding light. Yet little did they know, Lin Hui chuckled, the mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole lurks behind. They're following the Fire Eagles, and we are following them. Captain, reflecting on it now, you are quite impressive, remarked Xiang Qing, giving a thumbs up. It's fortunate you declined Captain Li's offer. Otherwise, we would have been at a disadvantage. Ye ansimilit faintly. Enough flattery. The path ahead is the one indicated by the captives, but there are also enemies present, so everyone, remain vigilant. Yes. The group nodded in agreement. However, Luo Xing and his 3 companions were exceedingly tense. Though they had undergone camouflage training with Yi and during their cooking duties, this was their first infiltration, and both Jia Yu and Fu Ji Lei found their bodies inexplicably trembling. Do not be afraid. Ian turned to them. Stay close to the group and recall your training. You will be fine. You are scouts and members of the Lone Eagles at that, certified by seasoned veterans. The mention of veteran certification instantly bolstered the confidence of Luo Xing and his companions. Let us go. Ian waved his hand, and everyone crouched low, moving swiftly forward. 2 more hours passed, and several small teams gradually crossed the enemy-controlled mountain via the narrow path. Captain, you truly excel, chuckled Jean Ming, the vice-captain of Mountain Wolf. If it weren't for following the Eagles, it would have taken us much longer to infiltrate. Kong Lei grinned with pride. The Eagles have captured so many prisoners. They surely possess more intelligence about the enemy than we do. Without the captives' information, we Wun Ti have discovered these paths even after multiple attempts. Shall we continue following them? Inquired Yi Dapeng, vice-captain of Iron Fist. Qianjin nodded. The captives must have provided them with critical information. If we were to proceed slowly on our own, they would have already achieved success. Let us keep a close watch on them and seize their mission. Move out, Kong Lei signaled, and the 2 teams quickly spread out, maintaining a distance of about 10 meters between each individual, resuming their pursuit. As dawn gradually broke at the mountainside, Li Gang abruptly raised his hand, and the team instantly halted. What's wrong, Lally? Have you spotted enemy activity? Captain Duan Ping of the Mountain Eagle team rushed over. No. Li Gang took out the map and examined it closely. We have already crossed the enemy's front line, and we are currently here. The majority of the enemy forces should be about 10 kilometers to our left front. Li Gang looked up. It is relatively safe here for now. Everyone has run all night. It's time to rest. He continued, in 2 hours, I will take 2 of you, and the 2 vice captains will lead 2 teams to scout near the enemy camp. There are too many enemy troops here, although they are not on guard yet. The sheer number poses a risk of exposure. Duan Ping nodded in agreement. All right, let us proceed as planned. The 2 immediately arranged watchmen, while the others concealed themselves to rest. Meanwhile, 3 kilometers away, a scout of the Mountain Wolf team sprinted towards Kong Lei and Xianjin. They are resting in place. Kong Lei said coldly, then we shall rest as well. However, no more than 2 hours. They will certainly take action. Xianjin nodded. Let us rest for an hour, and then we will personally select key members to follow them. At such a time, we must not be discovered. Good. Kong Lei agreed with a nod. As they rested, Yin stealthily retreated from the bushes 300 meters away. After moving back 50 meters, he immediately dashed towards the forest on the mountain. Captain, upon seeing Yin return, the hidden soldiers squatted down. They are resting. Yin said coldly, it seems the Fire Eagles are also taking a break. Having run all night, and with dawn approaching, they must be planning how to scout. What a splendid opportunity, Jiang Lin exclaimed. While they rest, we can circumvent them. By the time they finish resting, we will have left them far behind. No, Yin shook his head. We are not going anywhere. We will follow them. Huh? The others looked at him in astonishment. Captain, Huang Yukai asked in confusion. If we follow them, we will gain nothing. Indeed, Zhang Luan nodded. They have in numbers. If they begin to act, we will not be able to compete and might end up aiding them instead. Wouldn't that mean we are sowing our own shrouds? Yin replied calmly. The route they are taking is precisely what I had planned. The captives did not disclose everything. Ahead lies the station of the enemy's elite. The Radiant Army, does it not? How true. Huang Yukai suddenly understood. No wonder this direction feels so familiar. They intend to take it from us. Damn it. CF Fei exclaimed, slamming his fist into the ground. Isn't this route meant for us alone? How do they find out? Captain Li must have a way to gather information, Yin said coldly. In any case, we are committed to following them. Everyone silently nodded in agreement. Previously, the captives had provided substantial intelligence, but Yin had specifically requested Chan Hai to retain this piece of information. This enemy force was indeed a significant catch, one Yin had set aside for the Lone Eagle, and it must not be easily snatched away by other teams. Captain Li previously feigned an invitation to us. Zhang Luan scoffed. Turns out he intends to use our intelligence to achieve his own success. Yan similit faintly, suggesting that perhaps he felt a twinge of guilt for so brazenly encroaching upon their territory, hence his invitation to them. He certainly had a knack for cultivating goodwill. The group collectively rolled their eyes. Captain, are we really going to follow them indefinitely? Lu Feng inquired. This is hardly a solution. Indeed, Sun Daji lamented, his expression troubled. Our numbers are so few that we cannot possibly compete with them. Fear not, we shall bide our time. Yin said with a mischievous grin. When they descend into chaos, that will be our opportune moment to strike. The faces of the group instantly brightened with understanding smiles. Captain, Ailey said with admiration, it is truly you who possesses the cunning. The wickedness flows through you. Yin playfully tapped his head. This is called strategy. After all, we are rivals. Once the enemy is in disarray, we will swiftly disengage from them. At that point, with their defenses up, the challenge will intensify, and everyone will have to rely on their own skills. The group nodded in unison. Time for rest, Yin declared. Jiang Lin, you go keep watch on him first. Switch out every 20 minutes. Understood. As night fell once more, several figures darted into the woods like phantoms. Password. A cold, harsh growl emanated from a tree. Wind and cloud came the response. A sentry peered down from the tree. Is that you, Captain? Li Gang nodded and swiftly plunged into the forest. Old Li, welcome back. Duan Ping greeted him with excitement. What news do you bring? Li Gang smiled and nodded. The information provided by the captive has proven invaluable. We uncovered the positions of 2 enemy battalions. I too have found 1 battalion, Duan Ping remarked, and they are well equipped with numerous tanks. I have also discovered a battalion, Lu Tong added. Li Gang smiled. This indicates at least 1 enemy division. It seems we have triumphed in our initial engagement. Let us not rejoice too soon, cautioned Captain Duan Ping of the Eagle Squad. We cannot approach too closely during the day. We can only scout from a distance and cannot ascertain the precise coordinates of all enemy units. Reporting back without accurate coordinates would render our artillery ineffective, wasting a prime opportunity. Li Gang nodded. Tonight, we shall conduct close reconnaissance under the cover of darkness. We must ascertain the critical coordinates of the enemy camp, and it would be even better if we could infiltrate their ranks for intelligence. In any case, we must compile and report the coordinates before dawn. Agreed, Duan Ping said, rubbing his hands together in excitement. I never anticipated our first engagement would proceed so smoothly. If we could decimate an enemy division, we would achieve great acclaim. Enough, Li Gang interjected sternly. Everyone must rest while we can. We will depart in an hour. Tonight, we have a long journey ahead of us. An hour swiftly passed, and Li Gang divided the team into 10 small squads, each assigned to different areas. Remember, at 4 in the morning, regardless of the findings, we must regroup, Li Gang said coldly, and avoid firing if possible. Yes, everyone responded in unison. Captain, a sentry suddenly sprinted over, breathless. We have made a discovery. Is there an enemy presence? Li Gang's demeanor shifted to one of alertness. It seems not. The sentinel shook his head. I observed 2 groups of individuals circumventing us, seemingly heading towards the enemy's position. Li Gang felt a pang of alarm. Circumventing us? Indeed, the sentinel affirmed. They were exceedingly cautious. Yet I detected them from my perch in the tree. Duan Ping furrowed his brow. But the other squads are not in this vicinity. Lu Tong stated solemnly, last night, I sent someone trailing us. I even took a team back to investigate, but found nothing. A sense of dread washed over Li Gang as he suddenly realized. It must be the mountain wolves and iron fist men. Those scoundrels have been following us all along. Scatter, pursue. Li Gang growled in frustration. Intercept them. Instantly, everyone responded, charging out of the forest in unison. Meanwhile, atop a grand tree on the hillside, Yin observed figures darting through the underbrush below, spreading out like a vast net. A faint smile graced his lips as he swiftly descended. I've discovered them, Yin declared cheerfully. Yang Wei, wiping the sweat from his brow, chuckled, Captain, I did rather well, didn't I? I too have contributed. Ailey quickly added, if it weren't for my rustling of the grass, the Fire Eagle sentinels would have never noticed. I shall record your contributions, Yin replied with a smile. Ailey and Yang Wei beamed with pride, lifting their chins defiantly towards the others. Very well, let us follow as well, Yin said with a mischievous grin. When they descend into chaos, we shall seize the opportunity to achieve great merit. Chapter 49 Yin. You truly lack the virtues of your ancestors. Yin suddenly raised his fist, causing the entire team to promptly crouch down in the grass. The group quietly lifted their heads, observing shadows moving in the forest ahead. 2 trees housed sentinels from the Mountain Eagle and Iron Fist standing guard. Captain, are they planning to engage in a skirmish here? Huang Yukai whispered. Yin shook his head. Impossible. While this area is remote, it is still enemy territory. Engaging here would surely expose us. Then are they negotiating? CFA inquired. Yin scoffed. What negotiation? Clearly, they're dividing the spoils. Exactly, Huang Yukai exclaimed. His face flushed with indignation. The prisoners were captured by us, and the intelligence was gathered by us. These ruffians are nothing but scoundrels. Zhang Luan's eyes brightened. Captain, they surely want to reach a conclusion anytime soon, which presents us with an opportunity. Indeed, Zhao Xing nodded. Let them bicker while we proceed with our mission. No, Yin shook his head once more. Although we are taking the initiative, the enemy is not foolish. They will certainly sense our movements, and their forces could be mobilized at any moment. Li Gang and his team are equally aware of this. Therefore, they cannot deliberate for too long. It is likely that we will have scarcely departed before they have divided their loot. The group fell silent, struck by the realization. If they arrived midway through, their efforts would be in vain. What should we do? Jiang Lin asked, his face contorted in distress. Shall we settle for second best and collaborate with Captain Li's team? That would be too humiliating. Huang Yukai fervently shook his head. Yin surveyed the group and smiled. I have a plan. What plan? They all turned to him in unison. Gentlemen, what is the meaning of your actions? Li Gang exclaimed, hands on his hips, his words spilling forth like a machine gun. To reap what you have not sown, to seize the fruits of another's labor. This is nothing short of disgraceful. Kong Lei and Qian Jin exchanged glances, feeling somewhat embarrassed after being cornered by Li Gang. Yet, after enduring his tirade, they no longer felt any shame. Listen here, little Li, Kong Lei cleared his throat. Is there any regulation stating that only you can come to this area, while we cannot? Precisely. Qian Jin raised his chin defiantly. Deputy Commander Ma has declared that it is all based on capability. You deem us disgraceful? I would argue that you are the ones lacking honor, waylaying us in an attempt to confiscate our mission. Damn it. Li Gang's eyes widened in disbelief, taken aback by their audacity to turn the tables. I have no time for your nonsense. Li Gongbeluvet, is there not a principle of first come, first served? We have already scouted the enemies here. They belong to us. You two old commanders ought to seek other locations. There are enemies stationed elsewhere as well. Qian Jin scoffed. What nonsense! You cannot simply claim them as yours. Li Gang's eyes blazed with fury. Shaoli, you are being rather unreasonable. Kong Lei remarked with the demeanor of a seasoned leader. How can you be so certain that you arrived first? In fact, we had been here for quite some time, having completed our reconnaissance. You were clearly the latecomer, yet you dare to cast the first stone? Li Gang felt an overwhelming surge of indignation. He could hardly fathom that these two senior leaders could be so brazen. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wait, how did you arrive here? We took a path that even the locals are unaware of, crossing through enemy lines to reach this point. How did you manage to come here? Qian Jin and Kong Lei exchanged awkward glances, stuttering. We conducted our own reconnaissance. Oh, Li Gang exclaimed, realization dawning upon him as he pointed at them. So you were tailing us from the beginning, using us as your guiding light, were you? Qian Jin and Kong Lei's faces flushed with embarrassment as they sheepishly replied. We could call it a coincidence. Would you believe that? Outside the woods, amidst the grass, Yin surveyed his newly crafted scarecrow with satisfaction. The others looked on in astonishment. Although referred to as a scarecrow, it was actually a clever assembly of twigs, leaves, and a modest amount of grass that Yin had skillfully fashioned. This was far more intricate than merely constructing a scarecrow. Most importantly, under the faint starlight, the figure bore a striking resemblance to a human. Wow! AI Lee gasped, glancing around in disbelief. Captain, how can the eagle like you also possess the nimbleness of a dove? This creation is something I could never replicate in a lifetime. It's incredible. Linhua marveled. This is exquisitely crafted. Captain, even if you weren't in the army, with this skill, you could traverse the world without fear. Yin beamed with pride, realizing the truth in what the commander had said. There was no such thing as a poor ability. He had begun to uncover the potential of his extraordinary talent. Yet much remained to be explored. All right, Yin said softly, everyone has seen the materials I used, right? Search around here and do it swiftly. Yes. The group nodded and quickly dispersed. Moments later, they returned with various materials in hand. Yin's dexterous hands moved with remarkable speed and increasing proficiency. Before long, over 20 scarecrows lay beside him. The others were unable to match his pace in crafting them. That should do it. Yin observed the 50 or so scarecrows surrounding him, exhaling a long breath. My goodness, Yang Wei wiped the sweat from his brow and said, Captain, you should stick to being a soldier. Please don't retire and leave your fellow workers without a lifeline. Indeed, Ma Liang nodded. At this rate, you could achieve provincial model worker status in a week and national model worker status in a month. Enough chatter. Yan commanded coldly. Bring out the ropes and follow my instructions promptly. Everyone, not daring to waste a moment, jumped into action. 5 minutes later, Yin completed the final trap and waved his hand. Let's go. The group bent low and stealthily made their way down the mountain. Yin smiled faintly at Lin Zi and said, Ladies and gentlemen, please continue your conversation. I shall take my leave now. In the depths of the forest, Qian Jin and Li Gang stood face to face, their mouths nearly touching. Their soldiers advanced boldly, each pair of eyes locked in a fierce gaze. The tension palpable in the air. Let's not act impulsively. Kong Lei interjected urgently, observing that both sides were on the verge of violence. Do not forget that we are in enemy territory. If we engage in conflict amongst ourselves, even if we achieve merit, we shall face repercussions upon our return. Qianjin and Li Gang glared at each other intensely before simultaneously stepping back. Their respective soldiers promptly withdrew as well, sensing the need for restraint. Kong Lei addressed Li Gang. Little Li, if we continue to squabble like this, it will lead us nowhere. The enemy may mobilize at any moment. And if we miss our chance, regret will come too late. Therefore, I propose a suggestion. What do you think? Li Gang took a deep breath and nodded silently. All right, go ahead. Kong Lei continued. Firstly, I acknowledge that it was wrong for us to follow you. He leaned in closer, speaking softly. You know that we initially did not contest for Chen Hai, which is why we left the Falcon. Now we have the opportunity to surpass him. And thus we find ourselves a bit too eager for quick results. We are too intent on advancing and defeating Chen Hai. I hope you can understand. Li Gang's eyes twitched. He could certainly relate to this sentiment, as he had once aspired to lead the Fire Eagles to surpass the Lone Eagle. And he too wished to exceed Luo Tian. Kong Lei raised his voice. Secondly, we have come this far and have conducted reconnaissance on the enemy forces. If you now send us elsewhere, we shall be discontented. So, here is my proposal. There are a total of 5 enemy camps in this area. You take 3, and we will take 2. Moreover, let's target the 2 most distant camps. What do you say? Li Gang frowned, his mind racing. There was no point in overthinking. This was the best course of action. Qianjin retorted, we have already made concessions. We initially intended to take all 5 together. Old Li, this should suffice. Duan Ping leaned closer to Li Gang and whispered, if we continue to argue, what if the enemy truly mobilizes? Li Gang appeared displeased. Yet time was of the essence on the battlefield. As long as they did not suffer losses, they would have to proceed this way. I have another condition, Li Gang stated. I know, Kong Lei interrupted with a smile. Once the mission is complete, we shall part ways immediately. I assure you, I will not follow you again. From now on, we shall rely on our own abilities. To follow you again would be an act of folly. Qianjin retorted. Li Gang nodded. It is a promise. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Qianjin urged anxiously. Onward. Li Gang signaled to his men. Qianjin and Kong Lei hastily led their troops towards the exit of the forest. Just as they emerged, the leading scout suddenly raised a fist. Swish! Almost simultaneously, everyone dropped to the ground, and silence enveloped the area outside the forest. What is happening? Li Gong whispered. Captain, a soldier slowly crawled over. The scout has spotted the enemy. What? Li Gang furrowed his brow. In this desolate place, is there an enemy? Indeed, there are quite a few, heads bobbing everywhere. One of his subordinates replied. The corner of Li Gang's eye twitched, and he immediately crawled forward. Not far into his advance, Kong Lei and Qianjin followed closely behind. The trio concealed themselves in a patch of grass and cautiously peered downward. Over 100 meters away, several enemy soldiers adorned with hats were visible, and many more heads could be dimly seen moving about. Damn it, what are these enemies doing here? Qianjin asked, perplexed. There are no villages ahead or shops behind, and we are far from the front lines. It's not a strategic location. Why on earth are they here at this late hour? They are probably patrolling this area, Kong Lei suggested. Shall we eliminate them? Qianjin proposed. No, that is not feasible. Li Gang shook his head. They have at least 2 platoons, and there could be even more lurking below. It's impossible for us to silently take them out. Kong Lei nodded in agreement. Moreover, if so many people were to vanish simultaneously, it would surely raise suspicions. If that happens, we would inadvertently alert them, and our plans would be thwarted. Then shall we wait for them to leave? Qianjin inquired. Li Gang nodded. In this desolate place, they are likely just passing through. Let us wait a moment. Kong Lei and Qianjin silently agreed, and the 3 retreated slightly. Time passed slowly. The 2 groups remained motionless in the grass, eyes wide open, fixated on the scene below. Damn it, it's been an hour and a half. Why haven't they left? Qianjin's eyes blazed with frustration. Kong Lei rubbed his eyes. These bastards, not only are they not leaving, but they've also been swaying for an hour and a half. Have they taken some wrong medicine? What on earth are they swaying about? Don't they feel dizzy? Qianjin clenched his fists. Normally, we call them monkeys, but now, seeing them, they truly are like monkeys. Only a monkey would wander about the mountains at night, swaying like that. Something feels off. The gang suddenly frowned, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. What's wrong? Kong Lei and Qianjin turned to him in unison. Li Gang shook his head. I'm not sure. Let's go take a look. As Li Gang crawled forward, Kong Lei and Qianjin swiftly followed suit. Duan Ping waved his hand, leading a dozen men to follow closely behind. Closer and closer. Just as they were about 20 meters away, Li Gang abruptly halted. The soldiers behind him pressed tightly against the ground. But the next moment, Li Gang suddenly leaped up and dashed toward the enemy forces. What the hell? Kong Lei and Qianjin were startled. Before they could comprehend the situation, Li Gang's voice rang out. Come out, all of you. Damn it. We've been tricked. Huh? Qianjin and Kong Lei were taken aback and immediately sprang to their feet. Upon reaching Li Gang's side, their eyes widened in shock. Dozens of dummies were scattered throughout the surrounding grass, connected by strings that allowed them to sway like weebles. So it was this. Kong Lei's lips twitched violently. This is what kept us here for an hour and a half. Qianjin, in a fit of rage, kicked a scarecrow aside. What on earth is this? Who on earth has placed these straw figures in the mountains? What is wrong with you? At that moment, Li Gang was equally trembling with fury. His mind was as clear as a mirror. He knew that on this route, apart from him, there was also Yian. The thought of Yian having set up these scarecrows, leaving him terrified and hiding in the grass for an hour and a half, made Li Gang's face contort with anger. Yian, you truly must have lost the virtue of your ancestors through generations. Chapter 50. Help, help. Are you certain there's nothing here? Qianjin glared menacingly at his men. Absolutely certain. His subordinate nodded vigorously. We passed through here in daylight. There's no way these things were here then. Damn it. Someone is deliberately toying with us. Qianjin, infuriated, turned to Li Gang. Li Gang, did you send someone to do this? Li Gang, equally furious, retorted, all my men are right here. Who could I have sent? Then who is responsible? Who? Qianjin seethed, his frustration boiling over. After being played for an hour and a half by these dummies, the thought of it getting out would make them look like complete fools. He turned to find Kong Lei meticulously inspecting the mannequins and hurriedly asked, Old Kong, have you discerned anything? Kong Lei paused for a moment before shaking his head. How could I tell? I just think these dummies are quite uniquely crafted. They even move together. The person who made this stuff is truly talented. Qianjin nearly spat blood in disbelief. Is that truly the point of focus right now? Damn it. If I find you, I'll make you regret it by turning your excrement into a dummy that shakes in front of me every day. In a fit of rage, Qianjin kicked another dummy down. I'll show you what shaking is. Li Gang clenched his fists, feeling a deep frustration. He knew it was Yian's doing, yet he couldn't betray him to outsiders. Furthermore, he had obtained this route from the deputy chief of staff, leaving him at a disadvantage. Now, after being outwitted by Yian, he found himself unable to express his anger. Enough, Kong Lei said solemnly. These dummies are meant to delay us. Someone has clearly gotten ahead. We must set off immediately, or our efforts will be in vain. Yes, let's hurry. Qianjin suddenly realized the urgency. In an instant, several teams rushed down the mountain. However, not far into their run, Qianjin noticed with alarm that Li Gang and his men were heading in the same direction as them. Hey, didn't we agree on this? Qianjin glared at him. It changed now. Li Gang replied coldly. Since someone has gotten ahead and we've been delayed for so long, the two camps closest to us are surely lost. So, it will be the remaining 3 locations. 2 for us, 1 for you. All right, that is settled. Kong Lei nodded. Old Kong, Qianjin protested, his displeasure evident. There's no time for debate, Kong Lei said resignedly. If we don't hurry, we'll lose everything. Ugh, Qianjin lashed out in frustration. Once this mission is over, I will definitely track down that bastard. The sky flickered with a few stars. Though not completely dark, visibility was still low. In a patch of woods, heads began to emerge one after another. This must be a regiment S-base. Zhang Lin exclaimed excitedly. There are tanks and armored vehicles. Zhang Luan said, his face alight with enthusiasm. We've hit the jackpot. Taking out a regiment in our first battle means at least a second-class merit. Captain, let us move. Sun Daji urged impatiently. Yian shook his head. Not so fast. Aren't there 5 camps in total? With determination, we shall confront them all together. The crowd gazed in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Captain, we have but a handful of men. Jiang Lin hesitated. At most, we could divide our forces into 2 groups. If we were to scout 5 camps consecutively, by then, Captain Li and his team would likely have arrived. Captain, let us not be overly ambitious. Huang Yukai interjected. 2 should suffice. Captain Li will surely discover those are mere dummies soon. Indeed, Captain, time is not on our side. CFA added. Ian smiled faintly. Why persist in traditional methods? To win a decisive battle, one must employ more intellect. The group exchanged glances, and Luo Xing and his companions hastily stepped back. Do not look to us. We are merely the cooks. Captain, we are at a loss. Jiang Ling grimaced. Ian shook his head. Come over here. In the heart of the enemy's camp stood the largest tent, the only one still illuminated. At that moment, the tent flap suddenly lifted. An officer emerged, carrying documents, and the sentry at the entrance immediately saluted. The officer nodded and strode into the darkness. However, after only a few steps, a stone that had obstructed his path abruptly rose, and a painted face, adorned with a broad smile, emerged from it. The officer was taken aback, his heart racing in terror, as he stumbled backward, raising his hands in fright. It was indeed a shocking sight to see a stone metamorphose into a person, grinning at him in the dead of night. Before he could utter a sound, a pair of large hands appeared from behind, covering his mouth and tightening around his neck. Simultaneously, the stone that had startled him swiftly seized his legs. Together, they effortlessly lifted the officer into the shadows. The officer, now filled with dread, realized he had undoubtedly been captured by the enemy. He glanced desperately at a nearby patrol, yearning to shout, but the assailant stuffed something into his mouth, rendering him voiceless as he helplessly watched the patrol drift away. Let us go, a shadow whispered. The 2 captors then hoisted the officer, bending low as they hurriedly made their way out of the camp. 20 minutes later, in a wooded area several kilometers from the enemy camp, Ma Dali was mercilessly swinging his fists, devoid of any expression, as he struck the captive left and right. The prisoner rolled on the ground, desperately seeking an escape. But before he could crawl far, Ma Dali seized his legs, dragging him back. Where do you think you're going? Ma Dali exclaimed in the rudimentary monkey language he had just learned. You haven't spoken yet. Speak, will you? If you don't, I'll beat the words out of you. He then mounted the captive, swaying his body as his fists rained down like drums upon the prisoner. Speak quickly. Tell me, he shouted, spitting as he hammered away. Hey. Ian could no longer bear to watch. Dali, if you wanted to speak, you must first remove whatever is in his mouth, right? Indeed, Jiang Lin replied, exasperated. If you don't take out what's in his mouth, even if you beat him to death, he won't utter a word. Is that so? Ma Dali gazed at the captive in bewilderment. The captive's tears flowed freely as he desperately nodded, making muffled sounds. Apologies, Ma Dali said regretfully, as he removed the claw from the captive's mouth. The captive immediately let out a pained wail. It hurts. It hurts so much. Do you want to capture me or kill me? This isn't how an interrogation is conducted. No questions, just beating. Ma Dali's face turned red as he reached out to pat the captive's head. Sorry. I was careless. I hope I didn't hit you too hard. Feeling Ma Dali's hand, the captive instinctively recoiled in fear. Simultaneously, he was filled with rage. How could this guy claim it didn't hurt? He had been beaten for 7 or 8 minutes straight. Now, his body felt as though it were falling apart. His head was buzzing, stars danced before his eyes, several ribs felt broken, and, most crucially, his manhood had been stomped on repeatedly. And he was told it didn't hurt? He was nearly at death's door. At that moment, Yin approached with a smile. Now, you have 2 options. First, cooperate with us. Second, I turn you over to him, and I will find someone else willing to cooperate. First, the captive blurted out in fear. Excellent. Yin chuckled and then asked, where is your regiment's headquarters? The captive hesitated. Once he revealed it, he would be branded a traitor. Yin shook his head, still unwilling to cooperate. Huh? Then, at Lang River, 20 kilometers from here. The captive quickly replied. He thought, let me be a traitor. If I get caught, I might just face a bullet. But if I fall into Ma Dali's hands, I can't even imagine the torment that awaits me. This is your last chance. Ian fixed his gaze on the captive. You must understand who we are. If we could extract you from your camp, we can also ascertain whether by Lang River is indeed your regiment's headquarters. If it's not, you can hand me over to him. The captive pleaded, desperation etched on his face. Ian nodded with a smile and stood up. The others immediately gathered around. Captain, do you trust him? It's not a matter of trust, Ian replied, pulling out a map and pointing to a section of the river valley. This is by Lang River. A knowing smile spread across the faces of the group. During the day, they had followed the two teams, aware of their reconnaissance destination. Although they hadn't approached for a close observation, they were well aware of the enemy's numbers in the area, which they had marked on the map. Ian had deliberately said nothing earlier to extract information from the captive. Ian put away the map. All right, we're heading to Bai Lang River immediately. Captain, Huang Yukai hesitated. What about this enemy camp? At the very least, we have managed to locate their command post, which is at the regimental level. Ian spoke coldly. If we eliminate their command, we risk alerting the enemy. We must not engage in trivial pursuits that cost us the greater prize. Huang Yukai sighed. We have let them off lightly. Ian took a deep breath. Let's depart. Dolly, you are to escort him. The captive's eyes widened in terror. Ma Dolly, grinning broadly, seized him. Come, climb onto my back. The captive, overwhelmed with fear, wept profusely. No, please. Commander, I have already confessed. Keep him away from me. Fear not. Ma Dolly, with his endearing simplicity, hoisted the captive into a princess carry. You have already spoken. I shall not harm you. We treat our captives with kindness. The captive, infuriated, felt blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He had been beaten so severely, and yet they spoke of treating prisoners with kindness? Chapter 51. A grateful heart. The night was deep, and the river flowed gently. Ian and his companions stood atop a high ground, gazing down at a camp constructed along the riverbank. The encampment lay shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a few scattered lights. Beneath the faint starlight, it resembled a monstrous beast crouched by the water's edge. Quite an impressive scale. Yeon remarked it, turning to the captive. How many troops are stationed here? Speak. Ma Dolly delivered a sharp rap to the captive's head, urging compliance. The captive, his lips twitching, replied earnestly. Reporting to the officer, there is one regiment, along with 2 armored companies, a motorized company, a guard company, a direct assault team from the division, and a communications company. Ian nodded in understanding and exchanged glances with his comrades. Instantly, they opened their backpacks and donned enemy uniforms with swift precision. You intend to infiltrate? The captive exclaimed in alarm. You are far too audacious. This is our division's headquarters, and the guards are significantly stronger than our regiment. Thank you for the compliment, Ian said with a smile, patting him on the back. You will accompany us. Me? The captive shook his head vigorously. No. Just then, Ma Dolly seized him in a firm embrace, while another hand grasped his brother. Oh! The captive's mouth contorted into a Na shape from the sudden pain. Non-compliance will not be tolerated, Ma Dolly threatened, his face menacing. I will keep turning until you comply. Feeling Ma Dolly's relentless grip, the captive nodded frantically. All right, I will cooperate. Is that so? Ma Dolly released his hold, revealing a genial smile. Ian glanced at his watch and immediately rose to his feet. Time has elapsed. Captain Lee and the others are likely to emerge soon. We must act swiftly. Understood. The group stood in unison. Yeon inhaled deeply. This was their first battle for the Lone Eagle's resurgence, and it would determine their eligibility for the Special Forces entry. Chen Hai and Su Hongxing had staked their futures on this endeavor. Luo Tian and the veterans awaited eagerly. The fallen comrades were looking down upon them from above. Ian clenched his fists, determined to make this first battle a striking success. The group stealthily descended the slope, inching toward the enemy camp. Upon nearing their target, Lu Feng and Sun Daji successfully neutralized 4 sentinels. After disposing of the bodies, they evaded a patrol before smoothly infiltrating the encampment. Where's the headquarters? Yeon vispidit. The captive surveyed his surroundings, shaking his head in resignation. I was here just the day before yesterday. I could navigate by day, but at night, alas. Feeling Ma Dolly's grip tighten again, The captive hastily pointed in a direction. It should be over there, approximately in that vicinity. Ian glanced at his companions. Be cautious. Yes. They nodded in agreement. Ian waved his hand, prompting the group to follow him. However, as they approached an open space, they unexpectedly encountered a patrol of enemy soldiers. Both parties were momentarily taken aback. In an instant, the hearts of the Lone Eagles team surged into their throats, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Jiang Lin and his companions quickly tightened their grips on their firearms. Fingers resting on the triggers, Ian placed both hands upon his dagger, poised for action. Password. A low growl emanated from the opposing side. Ian exchanged a knowing glance with the captive as Ma Dali seized him by the collar, pulling him forward. Heaven-S thunder, the captive shouted, his face twisted in distress. Earth's fire, came the response from the opposing side, followed by the entire squad advancing. Commander, upon noticing the captive's rank of major, the leading sergeant immediately saluted. What brings you here? Feigning a nod, the captive replied, I belong to the 1st Regiment and possess vital intelligence for the division headquarters. It's so dark, I can't find my way. The enemy sergeant promptly pointed in a direction. Over there, Commander. It's about 200 meters away. The captive nodded. Continue your patrol and heighten your vigilance. The sergeant saluted. Yes, sir. As the patrol team moved away, the tension among the group eased. Quite the tactician, Ian remarked with a smile, observing the captive. The captive wore a bitter smile. He had no choice but to cooperate. Being captured by Ian and his team might afford him a chance at survival. If discovered by his own side, having led the Dragon Kingdom scouts here. Even if he were covered in scales, no one would believe Ian defected. Let us go. Ian urged his team onward. After traversing approximately 200 meters, a large tent came into view, guarded by 4 sentinels. Is this the place? Ian inwided. The captive nodded vigorously. Yes, that's it. Ian exchanged glances with Jiang Lin, Zhang Lun, Zhao Sheng, and CFA. The 4 nodded in unison, slowly drawing their daggers. Stop. One of the sentinels raised a hand to stop them. What are you doing? Ian simidit nonchalantly. Taking care of you. Huh? The sentinel's eyes widened in disbelief. In the next moment, 4 figures swiftly surged from behind Ian. The 4 sentinels, eyes wide with terror, had no time to react before they were silenced by swift strikes to their throats. Blood erupted forth as they struggled briefly before falling still. Advance! Ian commanded with a decisive wave of his hand. Huang Yukai and Ailey were the first to rush inside, followed closely by the others, who entered with predatory intent. Jiang Lin and his trio, however, stood sentinel at the entrance, guns raised. Don't move. Inside the tent, 6 enemy officers and 3 soldiers rose in shock, their faces registering disbelief at the sight of armed soldiers aimed at them. One officer, filled with rage, bellowed, What do you want? Are you staging a rebellion? Ian approached with a smile, delivering a swift blow to the officer's face. You dare strike me? The officer stammered, momentarily dumbfounded. Ian retaliated with 2 more powerful strikes. Still dreaming? We are Dragon Kingdom scouts, understand? Dragon Kingdom. The officer's eyes widened in horror. In the next instant, all 9 enemy soldiers collectively raised their hands, their expressions turning docile. They could hardly have imagined that scouts from the Dragon Kingdom had infiltrated their command center. Huang Yukai and his companions swiftly confiscated their weapons, leaving 9 trembling captives, all kneeling with their hands raised. Ian toyed with a dagger, a smile gracing his face as he regarded them. I have come here seeking your assistance. Those who aid me will be rewarded. Those who do not will face consequences. The 9 captives shuddered in fear, acutely aware of what their adversaries wished to extract from them. They knew that responding could label them as traitors. Yet, Ian provided no time for contemplation, promptly posing his query. Since this is your division's headquarters, you must be aware of the precise locations of subordinate units and their defensive arrangements. Who among you can divulge the specifics? No one answered. All the captives dutifully lowered their heads. Suddenly, a flash of cold steel glinted ominously, followed by a blood-curdling arrow of crimson shooting forth. The captives gasped in shock and turned to see a dagger embedded in the neck of one unfortunate comrade in the corner. He clutched his throat in agony, blood gushing between his fingers, yet he could utter not a single word as he writhed on the ground. Alas, I miscalculated. Yin feigned regret. I intended to strike his head, but alas, I struck his neck instead. Now he will struggle for quite some time before succumbing. The members of the Lone Eagle displayed sinister smiles. At this distance, Yin was unfailingly accurate, a fact they had personally witnessed. Thus, it was evident that Yin had intentionally instigated panic among them. Indeed, the remaining 8 captives were visibly terrified, one officer trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, another dagger flew forth, directly piercing the throat of the quaking officer. Without warning, he clutched his neck and writhed in agony, while the remaining 7 collapsed in fear. "What are you trembling for?" Yin lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. "Is this not a show of disrespect towards me?" He surveyed the remaining captives. "Why are you all seated? Is this how you choose to disrespect me?" With a swift motion, the 7 captives knelt in unison. Though engulfed in terror, they dared not even breathe audibly, having learned from the fate of their comrade. Yin approached the still writhing body, yanking the dagger free. Blood gushed forth, causing the 7 captives to instinctively shut their eyes in horror. Yin flicked the blood from the dagger and smiled. "Assist me, and I shall grant you your lives. Refuse to help, and you will face certain death." He shrugged. "Regardless of what you say, only those present here will know. In the aftermath, whether you flee or choose to conceal the truth, no one will discover your actions." The 7 captives exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. Yin's smile vanished. "Now, I shall ask once more. Respond quickly, those who refuse to assist me." He raised the bloody blade, then cheerfully inquired, "Who is willing to?" "I am." The 7 spoke in unison, hands raised eagerly. Yin's joy was palpable. This rapid-fire response was exceptionally gratifying. A few minutes later, 7 sheets of paper were laid out before Yin. These contained the coordinates and deployment situations written by 7 individuals, which upon comparison appeared almost identical. With satisfaction, he glanced at the 7 anxious captives, saying, "Tell me, wouldn't it be splendid to cooperate like this? Why must you insist on making things unpleasant? We, the soldiers of Dragon Nation, are quite benevolent, especially I, who dread the sight of blood. Oh, you poor souls." Compelling me, the 7 captives forced smiles, their thoughts filled with expletives. How could he speak so shamelessly, when just moments ago he had seemed utterly merciless? The officer who had been captured first looked at the others with envy, wishing Yi and had treated him similarly. At least, then, he wouldn't have been beaten to such a state by Ma Dali. "May I use your radio?" "Yeon inwidit polititi." The captives felt like crying. Nodding frantically, "Sir, use whatever you wish. No need to seek our permission." "Excellent." Yi nodded at Xiang Qing. "Contact the battalion immediately." "Yes." Xiang Qing dashed off promptly. Yi smiled as he approached the captives. "Tell me, are there no high-ranking officials among you? What of your commander, deputy commander, or chief of staff?" "They are not here." One officer replied, his face contorted in distress. "They went to the headquarters in the evening." "Oh, Ye An Sighit. What a fortunate escape for them." He then turned back to the group. "By the way, you haven't expressed your gratitude yet." "Huh?" The 7 captives looked at him, bewildered. Ian spread his hands. "If I hadn't given you this opportunity, you would already be dead. Soon, I intend to blow up your command center. If I do not take you with me, you would meet the same fate. I have saved your lives. Should you not say thank you? One must be polite and express gratitude." The 7 captives nearly vomited in unison. "Captain," Xiang Qing called out, "I've established contact with the battalion." Chapter 52. Are we war correspondents? The sound of the pen scratching against paper filled the air as Chun Hai swiftly recorded coordinate after coordinate. That it finished. The voice of Yi and resonated with strength through the walkie-talkie. Chun Hai set down his pen. Staring blankly at the page filled with coordinates, he felt overwhelmed. So many. He swallowed hard. "Captain, please initiate the bombing at your earliest convenience." Ian's voice came through again. "We must act before dawn. The enemy may redeploy, and these coordinates may soon lose their significance." All right. Chun Hai nodded fervently. "I will contact the front command immediately." Su Hongxing snatched the microphone, gesturing for Chun Hai to relay the information. Chun Hai nodded, excitement coursing through him as he rushed to the phone with the coordinates. "Xiao Yi, Su Hongxing inhaled deeply. You have executed your mission exceptionally well. Confirm the target has been bombed and return immediately. Zheng Wei, Yian interjected. I request permission to stay and continue the mission. What? Su Hongxing's eyes widened. You wish to remain? Yian affirmed. Yes, that is my intention. Once our artillery strikes, the enemy will surely be thrown into disarray. As soon as they falter, numerous opportunities will arise. If we wait for them to reorganize, such chances will be lost. Thus, I wish to stay and seize those opportunities to inflict greater damage upon the enemy. Su Hongxing furrowed his brow. Hesitation etched across his face. Yet after a brief moment of contemplation, he nodded. Very well, I grant you permission. Thank you, Zheng Wei. Yi's excitement was palpable. However, please prioritize your safety. Su Hongxing's voice became grave. Achievements are important, but I desire your safe return even more. Yes. Yan replied earnestly. Zheng Wei. I promise to bring everyone back safely and ensure you and the captain will not regret endorsing our military order. I guarantee it. Su Hongxing was momentarily taken aback. He and Chunhai had made that military order in the military district a secret known to only a handful within the battalion. How did you know? We are preparing to withdraw. Ending communication. Over. The walkie-talkie crackled with static as Su Hongxing silently spoke in a microphone. Chunhai and I have never regretted. Take care. Over. All right. Chunhai cheerfully approached, seizing the microphone to announce. Xiao Yi, I have already contacted the front command. In 5 minutes, 4 artillery regiments will fire simultaneously. Ha! You've scored a major achievement this time. Tell me more. Enough. Su Hongxing had already lit a cigarette. They have left. What? Kenhai, Boo-woo. Listen to the microphone. And indeed, a crackling sound confirmed the departure. You didn't tell me they were gone? He complained. You didn't ask. Su Hongxing rolled his eyes. You just rushed over and grabbed the microphone, chattering away. Chunhai sheepishly set down the microphone, but soon a smile returned to his face. So, old Su, the people I chose are impeccable, right? Barely 2 days after their release, such crucial intelligence has been returned. Look here, look. Chunhai waved the paper in his hand. This must be a distribution map of a Division S stationing, complete with artillery and armored units. Good heavens! Which unit could relay such a wealth of vital intelligence in one go? The facts speak for themselves. My discerning eye is as sharp as ever. Chunhai chuckled heartily. With this single achievement, the lone eagle can rise anew, and our military pledge is fulfilled. As long as we perform well, the Special Forces quota will be ours. Those 2 rascals, Kong Lei and Qianjin, can forget about competing with us. Ha! This lad has truly made me proud. When he returns, he is not returning just yet. Su Hongxing exhaled a puff of smoke. I have just given them the go-ahead to continue their mission behind enemy lines. What? Chunhai's smile instantly froze on his face. No. They have already completed their mission. By the rules, they should return to rest and await new orders. The so-called rules you speak of are nonsense. Su Hongxing said coldly. Consider our veteran scouts. When they were in the conflict against the Imperial Coalition, they pushed deep into enemy territory, wreaking havoc and causing chaos. Over a decade ago, during our campaign against India, a handful of scouts dared to advance boldly, even capturing foes in overwhelming numbers. Chunhai gaped, momentarily at a loss for words. Su Hongxing continued. Now look at us. Prolonged peace has bred complacency. What is a scout? They are the harbingers of death lurking behind enemy lines, instilling fear and dread in the enemy. Su Hongxing patted Chunhai on the shoulder. We always strive to protect them too much, but inadvertently, we hinder their growth. He sighed deeply. We are commanders, not caretakers. Sometimes, we must grant them more opportunities and space to flourish. Chunhai nodded vigorously. Captain, you are absolutely right. They must become the first Special Forces unit in our military district. The experience they need must be sought by themselves. Su Hongxing smiled faintly. Very well, let us wait. This lad, Yian, truly inspires confidence when he takes action. We shall await his good news. Chunhai nodded, his eyes filled with both anticipation and concern. The anticipation is for the accomplishments Yian might achieve, while the concern stems from the impending chaos among the enemy forces, which will put all reconnaissance teams in peril. Ian continues to lead his team in the fray. You must keep your eyes wide open, young man. Chun Hai clenched his fists tightly. You must remain 120% alert. Meanwhile, at an enemy camp, Li Gang collapsed to the ground, sweat pouring down like a string of pearls. He gasped for breath, yet a smile crept across his face. We caught up. The Lone Eagles group hasn't arrived yet. Our exhausting sprint was not in vain. Lu Tong lay flat on the ground, wishing he could detach his head just to breathe. Hurry, let us scout, Duan Ping urged. There's no time. Li Gang shook his head, lamenting the passage of time. It's been so long. Yin has undoubtedly reported back to the battalion. We haven't completed our reconnaissance, and the artillery will strike soon. When that happens, the enemy here will surely mobilize, and we will miss our chance. Should we report the coordinates directly? Lu Tong inquired. Li Gang nodded. Activate the radio and contact the battalion immediately. Report the coordinates first. Once the artillery bombards this area, we can take advantage of the chaos to eliminate them. A smile spread across the faces of the others. Even if the artillery could not cover this area completely, the ensuing disorder would allow them to easily reap the fleeing enemy. Wouldn't that be a form of achievement? Quickly, contact the battalion, Lu Tong urged, turning to the radio operator. Yes. The operator retrieved the microphone from behind, swiftly adjusting the channel. Duan Ping chuckled. Finally, we secured camp. The Mountain Wolves and Iron Fist Brigade probably haven't reached their destination yet. Li Gang exhaled in relief. The Lone Eagles consist of only a handful of men. They can't possibly manage so many enemy camps. Once we've caused enough disruption here, we'll move on to another enemy camp and strike them as well. Suddenly, a cacophony of artillery shells rained down from above. The violent explosions engulfed the entire enemy camp in an instant. Flames soared into the night sky, illuminating Li Gang's face as he watched vehicles being launched into the air, tents shredded into countless fragments, and piles of enemy soldiers torn apart. Li Gang's expression twisted in disbelief. After running so far, only to witness the Lone Eagles MVP tally? Captain, a soldier pointed towards a distance. Over there, it seems to have been bombed too. Li Gang turned his head mechanically. Indeed, the distant sky appeared as though it had been ignited, marking the location they had scouted during the day. And it was not the only sight. Damn it. Li Gang felt a surge of anger almost propel him into the air. Has it all been bombed? Captain, what is it? Li Gang gebarkt in frustration. The communications soldier timidly handed him the microphone. The battalion is on the line. It's the battalion commander. With his temper flaring, Li Gang snatched the microphone. Battalion commander, Xiaoli. Chen Hai exclaimed with excitement. You're on site, right? Quickly report the situation. Have the enemy camps been bombed? Li Gang felt as if he might spit blood in frustration. What a ridiculous situation. I'll come all this way, only to assist Yi and in reporting the battle outcomes. Feeling a wave of indignation rise within him, he replied, word by word, yes, they've all been bombed. Wonderful. Chen Hai laughed heartily. You all should take a leaf out of the Lone Eagles book. They've just formed and already achieved such great merit at the onset of battle. Weren't you boasting about your prowess? Why aren't you stepping up when it matters? You should also secure some merit for yourself. Li Gang felt a buzzing in his head, his frustration nearing the boiling point. They had come to fight for glory, only to find themselves acting as battlefield correspondents. Battalion commander. Li Gang took a deep breath and spoke deliberately. I request to continue the battle. Our Fire Eagles will undoubtedly achieve greater feats than their Lone Eagles. Very well, I grant you permission. Chen Hai replied coldly. I await your good news. Understood, over and out. Li Gang tossed the microphone to the communications officer. He then turned to face the dejected soldiers. Lift your spirits. The battle has only just begun. Next, unleash all your abilities and surpass the Lone Eagles. Yes. The crowd nodded vigorously, their eyes aflame with determination. Yeon, you had better watch out. Li Gang clenched his fists. Meanwhile, at the Falcon Command Center, Chen Hai sank into a chair, unable to contain his delight. Indeed, our squad is assured of success this time, he remarked with a grin. Yian has ignited the fighting spirit of Li Gang and his men. From here on, they will unleash their full firepower, leaving no room for the Mountain Wolves or Iron Fist. Su Hongxing nodded with a smile, Previously, the entire squad believed it would be the Fire Eagles who would first achieve merit. Little did we expect the Lone Eagles to seize the lead and accomplish such significant feats. Li Gang and his team must be feeling the pressure. Chun Hai chuckled with exuberance. Let them feel anxious. The more urgency they feel, the fiercer they will fight. The fiercer they fight, the greater our own merits will be. Chapter 53. Lord Yi has collected taxes until the year 1999. On the mountainside, outside a grove of trees, Yin and his soldiers emerged with radiant smiles. Gazing downwards, the sound of artillery reverberated, with dense shells raining down like torrents of rain. It was a relentless bombardment, as if plowing the earth, leaving not a single inch untouched. The enemy camp had been utterly transformed into a sea of flames, with countless adversaries reduced to ashes amidst the onslaught of cannon fire. In the distance, several other enemy camps were similarly enduring the baptism of artillery. At this moment, the entire night sky was illuminated by the explosions. What a thrill indeed. CFA laughed heartily with excitement. Huang Yukai, brimming with exhilaration, exclaimed, while others may merely take down a command post. We have annihilated an entire division. In the entire military district, who else can boast such a feat? Ha ha ha. Jiang Lin shot him a glance. Were it not for the captain, wouldn't you be content with just eliminating that enemy regiment? Huang Yukai chuckled and nodded. Yes, yes. My vision is limited, my perspective narrow. Thankfully, we have a captain here, ha ha ha. Ailey turned to Yi and with inquiry. Captain, the intelligence we provided has led to the destruction of an enemy division. Upon our return, will our assault team be deemed successful in the assessment? In that instant, everyone fixed their gaze intently on Yi and regarded them solemnly. Perhaps, but it would be wise for you to forget all of this. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Forget? But we promised the veterans. Yin replied coolly, we, along with other teams, ventured into enemy territory for reasons beyond mere accolades. Our mission as soldiers is far more significant. To protect our homeland. The expressions of all present grew grave. Their fists clenched in silence. They had witnessed the enemy's brutality firsthand. The innocents shot without cause, villages devastated by shelling, school children beaten by the enemy, and refugees who had fled only to be persecuted. It is no exaggeration to say that the atrocities committed by the enemy are beyond measure, rivaling those of historical oppressors. Undeniably, they had initially arrived at the battlefield with aspirations of glory and honor for their families. Yet, when faced with the perilous reality of war, they charged fearlessly into the fray, not for the sake of medals, but with a singular thought in their hearts. Even in death, they would safeguard their nation and its people. The phrase to protect the homeland is embedded in their very essence, representing their paramount duty and mission. It is also the most profound pride of their identity as soldiers. Yin surveyed the group. We have indeed obliterated an enemy division, yet there are still hundreds of thousands of adversaries on the border, with their main forces advancing our way. If we can launch several more attacks against the enemy and relay additional intelligence back, the suffering of the civilians at the border will be alleviated, and we may spare more of our comrades for sacrifice. Yin took a deep breath. This is what we, as reconnaissance soldiers, should be contemplating now. As for whether we will pass the assessment or become special forces, let that be damned, as long as we give our all. Upon our return, the battalion commander and the political officer will ensure we are treated justly. We shall receive what we are due. Captain, Jiang Lin solemnly remarked, we comprehend your intentions. Please guide us on the next steps, Captain. The others eagerly gathered around. Yin waved his hand, and they immediately encircled him. This area had been bombarded, and the enemy would soon be on high alert. Remaining here would significantly heighten the difficulty of our mission. Therefore, I have resolved to delve deeper into enemy territory. What? Ma Liang exclaimed, his mouth agape. Are we leaving the front lines? Yin replied calmly, the front line is indeed crucial, yet once the enemy is on guard, we can no longer provide coordinates for an entire division to bombard. Even a regiment would face challenges. At that point, our only option would be to infiltrate the enemy's positions, eliminate a few dozen foes, and dismantle 2 or 3 strongholds before retreating. However, This would contribute little to the overall war effort. The group nodded in silence, acknowledging the grim reality. Losing a few dozen men and capturing a couple of outposts would be nearly inconsequential in a conventional war. Ian continued, however, if we penetrate deeper into enemy territory, the possibilities become vast. Even if we were to merely destroy one of their supply depots, it could inflict significant distress upon the enemy, far more impactful than taking out a dozen outposts. Instantly, the group's spirits lifted, their expressions brightening. Ye ansimidet. Once we create turmoil in the enemy's rear, they will undoubtedly launch a counteroffensive against us. At that moment, we shall swiftly strike back toward the front lines to seek opportunities. With a stroke of luck, we may even eliminate a battalion. If fortune does not favor us, we could still dismantle several outposts and return triumphantly. Captain, this plan is brilliant. The enemy will never see it coming. Let us proceed with it, Huang Yukai exclaimed, brimming with excitement. This is what they call misdirection, right? Linwa gave a thumbs up. The captain is truly remarkable. This idea is splendid, and I am in complete admiration. Others nodded in agreement. The enemy's main forces had just been accurately bombarded, and they would surely initiate searches in the surrounding areas. They would never suspect that a reconnaissance unit had quietly infiltrated their rear. Wait, Jiang Lin interjected suddenly. This tactic is indeed sound. But we are unfamiliar with the enemy's rear. Locating valuable targets will require considerable time. Ian interrupted him with a smile. Do we not have a group of good friends? Are you truly concerned about this? Swish. Everyone turned in unison, their gazes drawn to the 8 captives bound in the forest, who were suddenly struck with fear. As the sounds of artillery fire gradually diminished, the anguished cries akin to slaughtered pigs soon overshadowed the rumbling of cannons swirling above the enemy camp. Li Gang crouched on a high ground, observing countless enemy soldiers desperately weaving through the flames. Simultaneously, many of those who had survived the bombardment rushed out from the camp, beginning to establish defensive positions in the vicinity. Li Gang's face reflected his frustration. Damn it, this bombardment has granted Yi Un and his team accolades while complicating our situation. The expressions of the others mirrored his discontent. Previously, the enemy had been unprepared, allowing them to conduct reconnaissance freely. Those were their most opportune moments. Now, however, an entire division had been obliterated in one fell swoop. The enemy forces will undoubtedly heighten their vigilance and commence a thorough search for the infiltrating scouts. Their fortunate days have concluded even before they began. This situation is akin to assuming the role of a county magistrate in Goose City, brimming with excitement at the prospect of earning a fortune while merely standing. However, it turns out that the taxes will be collected only after 99 years. What shall we do next? Duan Ping asked, his gaze fixed intently on Li Gang. At this moment, Li Gang had regained his composure, letting out a resigned sigh. The enemy will soon initiate a comprehensive search, and their various units will be redeployed from their current positions, further tightening their defenses. We cannot orchestrate any significant operations now. He looked at the group and continued, our congregation here presents a conspicuous target, making us vulnerable. Thus, I propose that we disperse and act in smaller units. Li Gang swiftly unfolded a map, drawing the attention of the officers and seasoned veterans. This area we bombarded will undoubtedly become a focal point for enemy searches, he stated solemnly. Yet we cannot retreat, for behind us lies the front line of the enemy. We face a choice, either return home or risk being caught in a pincer movement. Li Gang's face flushed with anger. I have already requested to remain and continue fighting. Returning now would mean losing face, and the Lone Eagles would take pride in riding over us. Lu Tong nodded in understanding. Captain, do you mean to engage in flanking operations? Precisely. Li Gang affirmed with a vigorous nod. We will maneuver through the midst of the enemy's search units. This mountainous terrain is ideal for our covert advancement. He pointed to the map. Once we encircle the enemy's rear, we shall regroup and strike them unexpectedly. Excellent. Duan Ping agreed, acknowledging the plan. I concur, Lu Tong added, followed by others expressing their approval. Li Gang looked upon them with satisfaction. The Lone Eagles may claim the initial glory, but we must accept our shortcomings. However, the true battle is just beginning. It is time to confront the enemy head-on and demonstrate our true strength. Our Fire Eagles currently stand as the 1st Battalion, with your Mountain Eagles in 2nd place. Should we falter against the Lone Eagles, we will be no better than dogs. Indeed, everyone nodded emphatically. Duan Ping, filled with indignation, remarked, "They have just formed and are merely a bunch of hotheads. They may hold their own against other squads, but if we lose to them, all our training would be in vain. We would be worse than swine." "Yes," the others echoed in unison. Li Gang affirmed, "Now we shall engage in earnest combat, showcasing our true capabilities, allowing Yi En and his comrades to witness the genuine strength of the 1st and 2nd Battalions, and to realize the gap between us." "Agreed." The group nodded, brimming with fighting spirit. "Prepare to set forth." Li Gang gestured with determination, his eyes ablaze with battle fervor. "Yin, await our impressive achievements." Meanwhile, Qianjin lay hidden in the grass, staring despondently at the distant enemy camp. It was hopeless. Kong Lei sighed. "We have arrived a step too late." "Damn it." Qianjin, filled with frustration, clenched a handful of grass, which Yuna the Falcon was responsible. How could they be so formidable? They managed to annihilate so many enemy encampments in one fell swoop. They left us nothing, not even a morsel. How on earth did they accomplish this? Kong Lei shook his head. The enemy has 5 encampments, the farthest over 40 kilometers apart. Who knows how they simultaneously took out all 5? Qianjin slammed his fist into the ground. "I don't care how they did it. I only want to know who they are. Those bastards are deceiving us. If we hadn't T-dawdled, perhaps we could have captured one encampment ourselves. I must find them." "Alas," Kong Lei replied helplessly, "it was perhaps a mistake for us to follow the Firehawks. Li Gang is far too cunning. They have allies. Continuing to follow them is merely a waste of time." Qianjin fixed his gaze on him. "Are you suggesting we leave this place and act independently?" Kong Lei affirmed, "Yes." After a moment of contemplation, Qianjin nodded. "Very well. This area has lost its value. The enemy will soon commence a widespread search. We should head east. There should be more enemy forces there." "Agreed." Kong Lei nodded. "Let us act immediately." Without a moment's hesitation, the two swiftly led their troops eastward. In the woods, 8 captives trembled in fear as they gazed at Yin, their faces etched with terror. "Do not be afraid." Yin smiled. "You have aided me. You are my friends, are you not? Ailey?" "Indeed." Ailey grinned, gently patting one of the captives on the head. "Fear not, my dear friends, do not tremble." "Sir." One of the captives could no longer contain himself, tears streaming down his face. "We have already assisted you. Did you not promise to release us?" "Indeed." Yin spread his hands. "Did I not bring you out of the encampment? Had I not done so, you would have been blown to bits by now. I have kept my promise." The captives were momentarily silenced. "Yet we are still bound by you. You wish to leave?" Yin smiled slightly. "Very well. Help me one more time, and I shall set you free." Chapter 54. Is this truly the surprise? The officer. "I have shared all that I know." A captive gazed at Yi and, with a bitter expression, Yin looked at the 3 recorded messages and smiled. "I trust you, I truly do. However, think carefully. Is there any detail you wish to add?" "There is nothing more." The captive shook his head. "I am merely a junior advisor. This is all I know, and I have conveyed everything to you. I assure you, officer." Yin chuckled, patting him gently. "Very well, you may rest for now." Turning his attention to another captive, he grinned. "Now it's your turn." "Oh, with your rank, you must be a lieutenant colonel, correct?" "Surely. You must possess a wealth of knowledge." "Officer." The captive grimaced. "In truth, I am also an advisor. Deputy Chief of Staff." "Ah, that indeed signifies a high rank," Yin replied, his laughter infectious. "I am merely a foot soldier. You are of much greater stature." "My goodness. To capture a Deputy Chief of Staff in my lifetime and to interrogate you, do you not think I am remarkable?" The captive nearly wept, giving a thumbs up in compliance. "You're the most impressive soldier I have ever encountered." "Ha ha!" Yin beamed, pointing at him. "No need for flattery. Even flattery requires substance. Come now, share with me what you know. It must hold value." Before long, Yin's paper was filled with notes. Quite impressive." He revealed a satisfied smile. "This intelligence will greatly assist me. I truly thank you all." The captives nodded awkwardly, and one ventured timidly. "Officer, we have revealed everything we know. May we leave now?" "Just a moment, please." Ian called to Ma Dolly with a smile. Show him the documents for verification. Understood. Ma Dolly took the intelligence and promptly handed it to his little pet with a beaming smile. Here, take a good look and be thorough. The captive nodded vigorously, taking the documents and immediately crossing his legs. But Ma Dolly reached out with ease, opening them without difficulty. It should be genuine. The captive hastily informed Ian. There are 3 locations I am aware of. Their positions are roughly accurate. The others should not be false. The remaining 7 captives sighed in relief, casting grateful glances at Ma Dolly's little pet. Officer, we genuinely wish to assist you. One captive stated with utmost sincerity. We would never deceive you. Officer, we became traitors while at the division headquarters. Now, we have even greater reason to assist you. Aiding you is our only chance of survival. Another captive gazed earnestly at Ian. Officer, our intentions are sincere. The others echoed in agreement. Very well. Ian nodded appreciatively. I have recognized your sincerity. Once again, I thank you for your assistance. He smiled warmly. We, the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, always keep our word. You have aided me, and now you may depart. The captives stared at Yi and in disbelief. Though they yearned to leave immediately, none dared to make a move. In the headquarters, they had witnessed it firsthand. The reconnaissance soldier before them was a madman, capable of taking lives without a hint of warning amidst laughter. Let us proceed, everyone. Ian smiled. We must continue our mission and shall not see you off. However, remember what you have done. If we are captured, we will certainly expose you. At that time, understood. Commander, we comprehend. The captives nodded fervently. Commander, we know nothing. Nothing has ever happened. Yes, we have been in the camp all along. During the bombardment, we hid and did not see you. Commander, please hurry with your mission. We have never encountered you. Ian chuckled heartily. That's right now. Off you go. While your camp has yet to recover, you can return quietly. Thank you, Commander. The 7 captives saluted vigorously to Yi-un and then dashed down the mountainside. Ma Dolly's pet observed their departure, a pained expression on its face as it looked up at Yi and Commander. I have also contributed greatly. May I, before it could finish, its eyes widened in terror. Suddenly, Yi-un's smile vanished, replaced by a chilling aura of murderous intent. He swiftly drew his dagger and lunged toward the departing captives. In the forest, a glint of cold steel flashed and blood splattered. The 7 captives clutched their necks, their eyes wide with horror. Not even a scream escaped their lips before they fell heavily to the ground. The pet watched in fright as the 7 writhed on the ground, hastily covering its mouth. Captain, Siefuge stared incredulously at Ian. Didn't you just let them go? Ian replied with a cold sneer. This is a battlefield. Mercy towards the enemy is cruelty towards oneself. Even if they have 100 reasons not to betray us, should they reveal our whereabouts under torture, it will be too late for regret. Remember, Ian's gaze turned icy towards everyone. One must never show even the slightest mercy to the enemy. Yes, the group nodded vigorously. Ian nodded in acknowledgement, suddenly turning to the last captive. By the way, what were you about to say? I wasn't saying anything. The captive trembled in fear. Captain, Ma Dolly, in a good-natured manner, embraced the captive. What about this one? Shall we dispose of him? No. Please, the captive fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Commander, I no longer wish to be a citizen of Annan. I long to be a citizen of Guangnan. The captive pleaded with Yi, and those beasts, every one of them, are despicable. I feel nauseated even wearing their skin. I have harbored hatred for them for a long time, always hoping that someone from the Dragon Kingdom would come to rescue me. Finally, the day has arrived. I am one of you. Do not kill me. As Ian remained impassive, the captive, in tears, continued, Commander, I am different from them. I am genuinely earnest in my desire to assist you. My presence here is undoubtedly valuable, indeed, immensely so. I can serve as your guide. Ian found this amusing. Was this the legendary Pathfinder? Nevertheless, the journey ahead was long, and they truly required someone to lead the way. Moreover, Ian could discern that this fellow was utterly terrified. He had previously been quite compliant as well. What is your name? Yean Inuited. Reporting, sir. My name is Fan Lao Lu. The captive responded. Ian nearly choked on his own saliva. Fan Lao Lu. He chuckled, nodding with approval. Your parents had quite the foresight in naming you. Fan Lao Lu nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, indeed. What you say is true. Listen here. Fan Lao Lu, Yin said, fixing him with a serious gaze. I can spare your life. You have already made a contribution. If you continue to assist us in accomplishing our mission, I guarantee you will become a citizen of Guangnan. At the mention of a guarantee, Fan Lao Lu involuntarily shivered. Yet, he had no choice. To avoid death, he could only proceed down this singular path. Sir, I pledge my allegiance. I assure you it will be a surprise. Fan Lao Lu said through gritted teeth. I will lead you henceforth. A pledge of allegiance? Yin's curiosity was piqued. Do tell. Speak, Madali exclaimed, slapping Fan Lao Lu on the shoulder, causing him to slump down in defeat. As dawn broke, a hint of light appeared in the east. In Heishun City, a reception hotel, General Hu Teng of the Guanghui Army rushed downstairs, barely having time to don his uniform. General, a group of officers saluted vigorously. What on earth is happening? Hu Teng demanded, glaring at a colonel named Huang Qin. Huang Qin wore a troubled expression. General, I just received a call from the division. Our second division has suddenly come under precise, targeted strike from the enemy. 4 regiments, including my division headquarters, have all been engulfed by artillery fire. What? Hu Teng exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. Engulfed. Bombarded? What are the losses? Each regiment. Huang Qin stammered. At least 1/3 of the forces lost. Significant damage to vehicles and supplies. Over half of the artillery pieces are rendered inoperable, and 43 tanks and infantry fighting vehicles have been destroyed. As for the trucks, the count is even higher, and I cannot provide an accurate assessment at this moment. Hu Teng was nearly driven to the brink of fury. A loss of 1/3 of our forces and more than half of our heavy weapons. So, you're telling me that your mechanized infantry division has now been reduced to an infantry division? No, to a light infantry brigade. Huang Qin's face was a mask of despair. General, What do you mean, Hu Teng erupted. We have traveled countless miles to deliver a decisive blow to the Dragon Nation, and yet, without even engaging, 1 division has been reduced to a brigade. Your unit is one of our elite forces. We have only 2 such divisions in total. You wretched fool deserve to be executed. Huang Qin, frightened, quickly interjected, General, this cannot be laid at my feet. My troops were stationed over 10 kilometers from the front line. For the enemy to strike us with such precision, it must mean their scouts have infiltrated our ranks. One must blame the front lines for allowing enemy reconnaissance troops to infiltrate. The commander and the chief of staff nodded in agreement. It was indeed unjust to place the blame on General Huang, who was currently occupied with a meeting. Even if he were present at the division, he could hardly envision that enemy scouts had managed to penetrate so close. The chief of staff was correct. The commander of the 1st Division quickly interjected, if blame must be assigned, it lies with the front lines. They have failed to maintain even a single defensive line, and the losses of the 2nd Division can be attributed to their negligence. Hu Teng's chest heaved with indignation, yet he managed to regain his composure. How would he fault Huang Qin? That would implicate him as well. This matter must be laid at the feet of the defending troops on the front lines. Hu Teng glared coldly at Huang Qin. What is the status of your troops? Huang Qin immediately straightened his posture. I have issued orders for all units to swiftly regroup and re-establish defensive positions. Each regiment has dispatched a company to search for the enemy reconnaissance forces, ensuring that no further danger remains. The chief of staff added, the 1st and 3rd divisions have also commenced regrouping and are now in a state of heightened combat readiness. They too are deploying units to search for the enemy scouts. Excellent. Hu Teng nodded resolutely. We must ensure that no further incidents occur. Our forces cannot sustain any more heavy losses. Furthermore, we must locate those damned enemy troops and decapitate their leadership. Understood, everyone replied, standing tall. Connect me to the front-line command post. Hu Teng shouted, his anger palpable. I want to speak with Commander Pan and hold him accountable for our losses. Yes, the chief of staff affirmed. Just as Hu Teng was about to turn away, an officer rushed in. Report. The officer saluted sharply. Have you located the enemy reconnaissance unit? Hu Teng asked eagerly. The officer shook his head, no. What is the situation then? Hu Teng furrowed his brow. The 2nd Division has just reported that one of their munitions depots has been destroyed. What? Huang Qin exclaimed, leaping to his feet. The munitions depot. Destroyed? Huang Qin. Hu Tong barked furiously. Did you not assure me that there would be no incidents? I. Huang Qin stammered. Nearly in tears, the munitions depot is located behind our division, quite concealed. They shouldn't have been able to find it. Yin observed the continuous explosions at the munitions depot, a mushroom cloud forming in the dawn sky. He chuckled as he patted Fan Lao Lu on the back. Is this the surprise you spoke of? Indeed. Fan Lao Lu smiled nervously. This is the largest munitions depot of our division, with 2 smaller ones remaining. I can lead you to them. That's unnecessary. Yin waved his hand with a smile. This surprise is already quite splendid. You're quite the straightforward fellow. Modelly slapped Fan Lao Lu on the shoulder. I'm glad I consider you a friend. Fan Lao Lu's lips twitched. Friend? You were just trying to eliminate me not long ago. This is a fine token of camaraderie, Yin remarked. Now, you're one of us. Fan Lao Lu breathed a deep sigh of relief. The weight on his heart lifted significantly. Let's proceed. Yin smiled sweetly as she embraced him. I will take you to achieve merit, and then you shall become a true citizen of Guangnan. Commander, I have a small request. Fan Lao Lu gazed at Yi and with longing. Speak. Ye angesturit generously. Fan Lao Lu quickly pointed at Yi Ma Dali. Please do not let him follow me anymore. Anyone else will suffice. Ma Dali looked astonished. Lao Lu, why would you abandon me? We are friends. Chapter 55. We shall return just past noon. The earth basked under the blazing sun. The scorching wind swept across the narrow dirt road, only to be dispersed in countless gentle breezes by the passing military trucks laden with soldiers. The thunderous roar surged rapidly, and from the grass by the roadside, heads began to rise. For trucks, Huang Yukai licked his lips. There are about 70 or 80 people. If we lay an ambush, we could take them all out in 3 minutes, right? Old Huang, Jiang Lin glared at him. Are you going to fall into the old trap of picking at trivialities while neglecting the bigger picture? Huang Yukai awkwardly waved his hand. How could that be? I remember we have important tasks ahead. We can't expose ourselves here. He scratched his head. I just get angry seeing them. They're heading to the front lines, likely to kill our fellow citizens or comrades. It just seems a shame not to take them out. Exactly. Fan Lao Lu nodded vigorously. Brother Huang, I share your sentiments. Just seeing them infuriates me. Just now, I almost wanted to grab my gun and shoot those unpeaceful bastards. Everyone looked at him with peculiar expressions. This guy's parents must have had foresight. Otherwise, how could they give him such a name that matched his character so well? Who are you calling, brother? Huang Yukai slapped Fan Lao Yo's head. Look at your wrinkled face. You're practically as old as my uncle. If you keep shouting like that, I'll stab you. Yes. Fan Lao Lu nodded fearfully, cradling his head. Old Lu, Yin suddenly spoke. Have you finished the map you were drawing? All right. Fan Lao Lu handed the map to Yi Han with a fawning expression. Although it was called a hand-drawn map, it was essentially a military map of the enemy with specific target locations marked. Yin examined it carefully before looking at the group. We need to split up for our operation. All right, huh? The others stared at Yin in shock. Captain, are you telling us to act independently? Huang Youtsai's mouth fell open in disbelief. Yin nodded. Yes, in pairs. We will separate for the mission. The group was utterly dumbfounded. Captain, we lack experience in this regard. Jiang Lin looked at Yi Un with concern. In our previous unit, we always executed missions as a squad. We had scouts, machine gunners, demolitions experts, and snipers. With the Lone Eagle, we always followed you. 2 people. Jiang Lin smiled wryly. We haven't even started yet. Captain, you have too much faith in us. Zhang Luan swallowed hard. I can't even believe that 2 of us could complete the mission independently. That 2 people can mess it up. Observing the group's lack of confidence, Yin smiled slightly. Let me share my thoughts, and then you could decide. He pointed at the map. These targets are not aligned in a straight line. They're situated in various positions. The group quickly turned their gaze to the map. And indeed, all the targets were scattered like stars in the sky. Yin continued, if we act together, we can only take down 2 targets at most. By then, the enemy will certainly be on high alert, and we will have to retreat immediately. He pointed at the map. However, if we divide into smaller groups and simultaneously approach these several targets, Ian slammed his fist onto the map. We can agree on a time to strike, and then attack simultaneously. Once accomplished, we retreat at once. By the time the enemy begins their search, we will have already re-engaged at the front lines. He turned to face the group. Acting together ensures safety, but limits the number of targets we can destroy. By separating, we can eliminate more key enemy objectives. The group exchanged glances, momentarily perplexed. Jiang Lin hesitantly looked at Ian. Captain, do you really think we can do this? Ian smiled faintly. I have never doubted your capabilities. Really? A spark ignited in everyone's eyes. Absolutely. Yeon nodded earnestly. Not only do you possess commendable military skills, but you're also intelligent, quick-witted, and possess remarkable reflexes and adaptability. Most importantly, you have learned the local language. I wholeheartedly believe that even in my absence, you would excel in completing the mission. The group was instantly buoyed by his praise, with Huang Yukai and Ailey grinning broadly, their postures visibly straighter. Moreover, Yin said, looking at them earnestly, we are deep in enemy territory, which is not as perilous as the front lines, and the targets are clearly defined. With your abilities, as long as you apply what you have learned and proceed with caution, you can easily pass undetected. Captain, you understand us so well, Huang Yukai chuckled, revealing his back teeth in a wide grin. Yin continued, there is something even more significant. If we act collectively, the merit will be shared. However, if you act independently, the glory will belong solely to you. Yin spoke with a benevolent expression. I genuinely wish to offer you this splendid opportunity to achieve merit, so that you may bring honor to your families. Captain, you are too good to us. The group was visibly moved, with Ma Liang and Lin Hua even glistening with tears. Yin sighed, yet you all lack confidence in yourselves and insist on acting together. Captain, we wish to operate separately. Everyone immediately gathered closer to Yi and scanned their faces. Are you sure? Are you not afraid of lacking experience? Not afraid of danger? Captain, we are your GS. Zhang Luan chuckled. We fear nothing. Indeed, Ailey nodded. We are men like eagles. We can handle any problem with ease, for we are trained by you, Captain. What is danger to us? Lu Feng declared with righteous fervor. We are here to defend our homeland, and even if we must sacrifice ourselves, we aim to inflict as much damage on the enemy as possible. Wow. Everyone looked at Lu Feng with admiration. You have voiced our true sentiments. Captain, this is precisely how we feel. A mischievous smile crept across Yi and S lips, and he nodded, very well, since you all agree. Let us begin to form groups and assign targets. Excellent. The group nodded excitedly. Soon, Yi divided the team into 9 groups. Jiang Lin, the most composed and possessing the highest overall qualities among them, was assigned to lead Jia Yu and Fu Zhilei. Yi took Luo Xing and Kai Chong under his wing, while Fan Lao Lu was entrusted to the closest members, Xiang Qing and Ma Yang. However, Modely wore a look of disappointment. The journey was not short, and they also had to evade enemy forces while conducting reconnaissance upon arrival. Ian spoke coldly, I grant you ample time. 3 days. On the night of the 3rd day at 11 o'clock, we shall commence our actions. Regardless of success, we must retreat within 10 minutes. With a serious tone, he added, 5 days from now, we will reconvene here. Remember, in 5 days, none shall be missing. All must return to me, understood? A resounding yes, echoed as everyone nodded vigorously. Captain, Jiang Lin suddenly interjected, might we meet at Sangong City? Ian paused, taken aback. Jiang Lin smiled. There are still 2 veterans who have yet to return home, and we promised the old captain before we set out. Moreover, they are our predecessors. Most importantly, Sangong City is not far from here. We could pass by on our way back. Captain, let's rendezvous at Sangong City. The group eagerly gazed at Yin, if possible. We should bring the veterans back together. Yin felt a pang in his heart, as if sand had entered his eyes. Initially, he had intended to search for the 2 veterans alone. He had not anticipated that everyone would remember. All right, Yeon nodded resolutely. We shall meet at Sangong City. I know of a tea house there, the ULI tea house. Fan Lao Lu suddenly exclaimed. It's a bustling place, easy to blend in. Ian nodded, then it's settled. 5 days from now at ULIT House. No one must be late. Yes. Everyone nodded in unison. Let us move. Ian waved his hand, and the group dispersed immediately. Wait. They all turned back. Ian's lips twitched as he softly cautioned, be careful and vigilant. If you cannot complete your tasks, retreat immediately. Stay safe. The group chuckled. Captain, we're quite capable, as you say. Rest assured, we will definitely return in 5 days. As they ventured further away, Luo Xing whispered, Captain, just now, were you not merely trying to reassure us? You're actually quite worried. A bittersweet smile crossed Yian's face. He indeed harbored concerns, yet he had no choice but to act this way. They were destined to become special forces. Each special operator must be capable of executing missions as an individual on the battlefield. Even if the entire team were to fall, one person could still fulfill the task. Together, they formed a blazing fire. Scattered, they became a sky full of stars. This operation was not overly perilous. It presented an excellent opportunity for training. Yian understood that once they achieved success, their confidence would soar. He desired not only to strengthen himself, but also to empower each individual. Only through this could they enhance their chances of survival in the brutal theater of war. Yet, it was their first time embarking on independent missions, so to claim he was untroubled would be disingenuous. They had already become the brothers of life and death in Yian's heart. Who told you that? Yian took a deep breath and smiled, saying, in my heart, you are the best. You will surely complete the mission and return safely. Let's go. Watching Yian's retreating figure, Luo Xing wore a look of skepticism. Why do I feel like you were just trying to fool me? Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sound of artillery echoed across the enemy's front line. In an underground bunker, large clumps of dirt fell like raindrops. The officers inside were instantly transformed into earthen figures. Bang! Frontline Commander Pan Wenlong slammed his fist against the earthen wall in frustration. What on earth are you all doing? I was perfectly fine in the command post. And now I've been forced into this pit to eat dirt. All the officers bowed their heads, not daring to utter a word. Pan Wenlong bellowed, speak up. Aren't you all so loquacious normally? You boast about how your defenses are as solid as a fortress, that not even a mosquito could pass through. But look at the situation now. Your defenses have been breached by the enemy. They even managed to scout my command post and nearly blew me to pieces. So, why don't you speak? Where's your bravado now? With his furious shout, the officers lowered their heads even further, wishing they could hide in their trousers. Li Jia. Pan Wenlong roared. Here. Li Jia reluctantly straightened his chest. Pan Wenlong glared at him fiercely. Last time your position was bombed, you claimed it was the enemy's doing, but I've heard it was due to the enemy penetrating your defenses. This time, the glorious army station behind your line was the first to be attacked by the enemy. Wasn't it from your defenses that they infiltrated? Li Jia broke into a cold sweat. See, Commander, that is absolutely not the case. My defenses are solid as a fortress. Not even a mosquito could pass through. Shut up. Van Venlong shouted angrily. If they didn't infiltrate from your position, how did they get here? Li Jia stammered, feeling guilty. They might have come through tunnels. Yes, the Longwa people learned to dig tunnels from us. It's very likely they came this way. Pan Wenlong's face contorted with rage. Are you saying the Longwa people have dug countless kilometers of tunnels? Do you take me for a fool? Now, half of all the reinforcements have been bombarded by enemy artillery. Pan Wenlong roared. They're all coming to create trouble for me, to hold me accountable, and you still dare to shift the blame? I ought to execute all of you. Everyone was terrified into silence, and Li Jia took a cautious step back. Report. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out. Everyone turned to look, and there stood a thin officer at the entrance of the bunker. Pan Wenlong's eyes lit up instantly. You finally arrived. Wonderful. Your presence is a relief. Chapter 56. Goodness. The gaunt man saluted Pan Wenlong with fervor. Captain Huang, can of the Black Panther assault team, reporting for duty. Pan Wenlong, as though he had spotted a beacon of hope, grasped Huang Can's hand tightly. You have finally arrived. You have no idea. Those reconnaissance soldiers from Long Country have turned the front lines into utter chaos, causing us significant losses. Even my command post was attacked. Huang Can's skeletal visage radiated confidence. Rest assured, Commander, I am here to capture those vermin. We specialize in dealing with such pests. Ah, that's precisely what I wanted to hear. Pan Wenlong exclaimed with excitement. How many men did you bring? 2 companies, fewer than 300, Huangkin replied. Pan Venlonkis smiled faltered. Is that sufficient? The enemy's reconnaissance troops are scattered across our entire defense line. Commander, Huangkin declared proudly, looking steadfastly at Pan Wenlong. Our assault team has emerged from the hail of bullets. When the Americans faced us, they met their demise without exception. The reconnaissance soldiers from Long Country will be even easier to handle. During the last battle, Huang Can's lips curled into a cold smile. We Black Panthers eliminated quite a number of their scouts. Excellent. Pan Venlong nodded enthusiastically. I am well aware of your capabilities and achievements. The last battle saw many from Long Country fall at your hands. Speak. What support do you require? Draw 1 battalion of troops from each division to follow my command, Huangkin stated without hesitation. As long as I need it, the frontline units must cooperate unconditionally. That is all. Understood. Pan Wenlong nodded, then turned to his subordinates. Did you all hear that? Is there any dissent? No. The division commanders quickly shook their heads. Having finally found someone to shoulder this burden, they were eager to avoid any objections. Very well. Return and immediately select units to assist Captain Huang, Pan Wenlong gestured. Yes. All the division commanders saluted before swiftly turning to leave. Commander, Huangkin said coolly, I want to commence action immediately. We must deal with the Long Country reconnaissance troops swiftly and decisively. Excellent. Pan Wenlong nodded with pleasure. If you can eliminate those wretched scouts right away, that would be ideal. Huangkin smirked coldly. We Black Panthers are here, and I shall ensure those Long Country soldiers come and go without return. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air. However, at this moment, Luo Xing and Kai Chong's hearts raced uncontrollably. They had anticipated that Yian would lead them through mountains and valleys under the cover of darkness. Yet, to their astonishment, Yian instructed them to don the enemy's uniforms, boldly striding along the road towards their destination. Each time a vehicle passed them, Luo Xing and Kai Chong's hearts surged into their throats. Phew! 2 more vehicles whizzed by, and instinctively, Luo Xing and Kai Chong reached for their weapons, their hearts pounding as if they might leap from their chests. Fortunately, the vehicle sped past without any intention of stopping. Luo Xing and Kai Chong breathed a sigh of relief, their feet damp with sweat from fear. Don't be nervous. Yian, without turning back, remarked, the more anxious you are, the more likely you are to reveal yourselves. Carry yourselves with confidence, as if this were your own homeland. Luo Xing grimaced, Captain, must we truly be so brazen? Captain, let us take the mountain path. I am not afraid of hardship. Kai Chong, his eyes twitching with tension, added, if we continue down this nerve-wracking road, I feel as if I will age several years. Yian replied without glancing back, our journey is the longest. If we traverse the mountains, we'll have to take a detour twice the distance. I can manage, but your stamina will surely falter. Luo Xing, anxious, interjected. Yet the main road is far too perilous. What if we are questioned? Fear not. My command of the southern dialect is adequate. You need only remain silent. Yian calmly assured them. The enemy is currently scouring the front lines for us, and with other squads still active, they would never suspect our presence here. This is the rear guard. As long as we do not act suspiciously, we shall attract no attention. Yian turned back and flashed a smile at the 2. We are infiltrating enemy territory. Not only must we possess exceptional skills, but we must also be bold and meticulous. Stay alert, for you are members of the Lone Eagle Assault Team. Luo Xing and Kai Chong's faces contorted with anxiety. They were indeed reconnaissance soldiers, but merely in the capacity of cooking scouts, unaccustomed to such tumultuous circumstances. They wished to remain calm, but found it nearly impossible. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from behind. Another vehicle was approaching. Yian whispered, walk tall and keep your heads up. Luo Xing and Kai Chong, as if pricked by a stick in their backs, immediately straightened their posture. As fate would have it, a truck passed by and suddenly screeched to a halt. Most alarmingly, it was a military vehicle. In an instant, Luo Xing and Kai Chong's muscles tensed, their hands instinctively reaching for their weapons. Stay calm, Yian's voice broke through, prompting them to withdraw their hands. Simultaneously, the truck driver leaned out, calling out, "Which unit are you from?" Recognizing the driver as a veteran, Yian promptly saluted. "We are from the Glorious Army's 2nd Division." "Glorious Army? Aren't you stationed at the front?" the driver exclaimed, visibly surprised. "Where are you headed?" Yian answered with a smile. "We are en route to Chundian for a mission." "Veteran, could we hitch a ride?" While Luo Xing and Kai Chong remained on high alert, their eyes nearly bulging at the implications of the conversation. They desperately wished for the truck to leave, wondering why Yian continued to engage in friendly banter. "All right, Chundian is quite far. I happen to be heading that way," the driver said with a grin, waving them over. "Get in." "Excellent." Yian gestured to Luo Xing and Kai Chong before sprinting over to offer the driver a cigarette. Luo Xing and Kai Chong watched in astonishment as Yian and the driver seemed to hit it off remarkably well, their minds buzzing with disbelief. How on earth was this possible? This was no mere display of courage. Yian's psychological fortitude was truly formidable. Had it been them, they likely would have revealed their identities long ago. Once the three boarded the truck, the driver pressed the accelerator and the vehicle roared forward. Until this moment, Luo Xing and Kai Chong remained bewildered, their minds racing incessantly. "Do not be anxious," Yian whispered. "The pinnacle of deception lies in fooling even oneself. If one continuously believes they are playing a role, no matter how convincingly, their flaws will eventually be revealed." Luo Xing and Kai Chong gazed intently at Yian, swallowing hard. "Captain, to be honest, what scouts endure is truly beyond human capacity. It is exceedingly exhilarating." Yian chuckled lightly, resting his head in his hands. "You both are capable. All you need is to maintain your composure." The driver appears to be quite amiable, even offering to assist. "Very well. I shall spare him." Luo Xing and Kai Chong exchanged exasperated glances. Their concern for themselves had shifted to relief for the driver. "Do you realize you have encountered a living demon today, having emerged from the gates of hell?" On another road, Jia Yu and Fu Zhilei struggled to carry a stretcher, sweat pouring from their brows. Jiang Lin, reclining on the stretcher, impatiently remarked, "Why is the pace slowed? Hurry up. At this rate, when shall we arrive?" Jia Yu and Fu Zhilei glared at him, their eyes ablaze with frustration. "Brother, do not speak lightly while reclining. We have been carrying you for over 20 kilometers. Do you have any idea how heavy you are? My shoulders are nearly raw." Jia Yu gasped for breath. "How about we swap places for a bit? Let me lie down." "Enough chatter. Keep moving," Jiang Lin retorted triumphantly. "Who said I was the commander? My skills surpass yours combined. Your head is inflated." They muttered angrily. "What did you say?" Jiang Lin lifted his head. Jia Yu quickly replied, "We want you to rest well. Once we arrive, we will need you to execute the mission and lead us to victory." "Yes, indeed. Lie back comfortably." Fu Zhilei gritted his teeth. "That's the spirit." Jiang Lin relaxed further, faster. "Oh, be steady, don't jostle." Simultaneously, Zhang Luan and Xie Fugui's group traversed a dirt road, adopting the guise of injured individuals, albeit with less comfort than Jiang Lin. The two were wrapped tightly, resembling dumplings. Leaning on a cane, they would sprint when unobserved, only to limp when in sight. Their pitiful appearance garnered sympathetic glances from many locals. Upon passing a village, they were gifted an array of food. Zhang Luan, munching on an apple, chuckled. "I must say, the locals are quite hospitable. It almost makes me feel guilty to accept their kindness." "Do not be naive," Xie Fugui replied, chewing on a banana. "They view us as heroes fighting against our own country. They are not to be trusted. As the saying goes, those who are not of our kind will have different hearts. Do not be deceived by their sugary gestures." "Indeed, well said," Zhang Luan declared, producing an egg and popping it into his mouth. "Do they think such trivialities can test the resolve of a people's warrior? Any true warrior can withstand such trials. We shall retaliate." Outside a small town, two ragged beggars, one dragging a tattered sack, were laboriously crawling along. "Please, have mercy," one beggar, without lifting his head, extended his filthy hand. The locals passing by immediately pinched their noses in disgust, instinctively widening the distance between them. After a long crawl, the two formed an invisible barrier, deterring anyone from approaching. At last, they reached a corner, and one beggar finally lifted his gaze to survey the surroundings. It was Sun Daji. No one is paying us any heed. We are undoubtedly safe. How can it possibly be safe? Yang Wei, fuming, glared at him. We smell so foul that I want to vomit myself. Who in their right mind would dare come near us? And you dare call yourself the best at disguise under the captain? He cursed. What a ridiculous idea. I can't believe I was eager to follow you. What a stroke of bad luck. You know nothing. Sun Daji declared proudly. The highest form of disguise is to blend in seamlessly with the crowd. If you had followed someone else, you'd be scaling mountains by now. With me, we take the shortest route without arousing suspicion. Just revel in your good fortune. Revel in what? Yang Wei unruly. My hands are torn from crawling. Can't we pretend to be walking beggars instead of crawling? The more pitiful we appear, the less suspicion we'll attract. Trust me, you won't regret it, Sun Daji reassured confidently. Just one more day of crawling, and we shall arrive at our destination. Yu Yangwei's lips twitched in frustration. Were it not for the fear of exposure, he would have relished the opportunity to strike this wretch. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness enveloped the sky. Outside a village, several soldiers, known as the monkey troops, were smoking and boasting as they marched forward. Hey, look! One soldier suddenly brightened, nudging his companion. The others turned to see, not far from the edge of the woods, two robust women, donning wide-brimmed hats, leisurely making their way ahead. What plump women! One soldier exclaimed, shaking his head in disbelief. The first soldier who spotted them chuckled. You don't understand. This is what we call sturdy and ample. Just look at that rear. She seems capable of bearing children. The other two soldiers nodded in agreement. If we were to marry such a woman, she'd surely be a diligent worker. The first soldier laughed heartily. I'll go have a chat. Who knows, I might end up bringing one home. Go on, go. The others eagerly encouraged. If you succeed, we'll give it a shot too. The monkey soldier tossed aside his cigarette, and cheerfully dashed towards the two women. Ladies, wait a moment. Ma Dali abruptly halted, a look of anxiety on his face as he turned to Huang Yukai. Didn't you say that in this disguise no one would pay us any attention? Huang Yukai's forehead began to bead with sweat. They had intentionally taken a detour upon spotting these enemy troops. To their dismay, the soldiers had followed them. Damn it, we look like this. Typically, no man would dare approach us. Huang Yukai's eyelids twitched. Do these monkey soldiers have a taste for such heavy fare? As the footsteps grew ever closer, Ma Dali clenched his fists. What should we do? Adapt to the situation. Huang Yukai winked at him. The two individuals took a deep breath, reassured by the fact that there were only 6 adversaries and the remote surroundings were manageable. Miss, the monkey soldier, who had chased after them, exclaimed cheerfully, Are you from this village? The two, clad in yellow, did not turn around but continued to walk, nodding silently. Please don't go, miss. The monkey soldier persisted, his tone light-hearted. I'm Ding Chi, a war hero. May I have a word with you? The pair in yellow remained unresponsive, their strides unwavering. Believing them to be shy, the monkey soldier continued with his banter. I'm still unmarried. Do you have suitors? This chance encounter must mean something. If you're without partners, perhaps we could get to know each other. Huang Yukai inwardly cursed, pondering how the presence of a captivating beauty could lead to such brazen behavior. Was it customary to flirt with every woman encountered on the road? Miss, do say something. The monkey soldier persisted. I'm a war hero with 3 acres of land. Life with me would be delightful. I find you both enchanting. Let us converse. As the silence lingered, the monkey soldier boldly placed a hand on Huang Yutsai's shoulder. Miss, don't walk away. Let us just chat for a moment. Suddenly, Huang Yukai whipped around. In the dim light, his round face glared fiercely at the monkey soldier. Ma Dali followed suit, his face, once amiable, now radiating a menacing aura. Are we beautiful? The pair in yellow glared at him, their eyes filled with a palpable intensity. The monkey soldier, momentarily taken aback, noticed the beards adorning their faces. Ghosts! He exclaimed, startled, as he leapt in fright. Chapter 57. The greater the storm, the pricier the fish, as the monkey soldier shouted. He suddenly felt a tight grip around his calves. In the next moment, a tremendous force overwhelmed him, and Ma Dali effortlessly brought him crashing to the ground. What the? A few comrades in the distance widened their eyes in shock. However, the distance was considerable, and with the darkness of night enveloping them, coupled with Madali's swift movements, they could not discern that their companion had been ambushed. Instead, they wondered, how had he fallen into the fray after merely exchanging a few words? Meanwhile, the monkey soldier, having been thrown to the ground, grimaced in pain, feeling as though his back had shattered. Help! Ugh! Just as he opened his mouth to call for aid, Huang Yukai plopped down onto his face, effectively silencing him. Demon, you say I resemble a demon, yet your entire family looks like one. Huang Yukai, in a fit of anger, continued to descend onto him. Ma Dali was not idle either. He sat squarely on the monkey soldier's abdomen, exclaiming, "This is what you get for teasing virtuous women." The two of them alternated positions, one rising as the other settled down, trapping the monkey soldier beneath them. His legs stiffened in desperation, and within moments, his eyes began to roll back in his head. What the? The distant monkey soldiers gaped in astonishment, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. From their perspective, it appeared as though their comrade was enjoying an indulgent experience. Are the women in this place so liberated? One monkey soldier swallowed hard. They must be quite bold to engage in such acts. Another licked his lips, affirming, "I like this." The group of monkey soldiers exchanged mischievous glances, their faces lighting up with devilish grins as they all surged forward. Moments latte. The entire enemy battalion lay sprawled outside the forest, every face etched with terror, as if they had witnessed something horrific before collapsing. The unluckiest among them was the first soldier, who had been quite literally sat to death. Damn it! Huang Yukai shook his fists in disbelief. I never expected these little monkeys to be so fiery. They seemed to fancy any woman. Old Huang. Ma Dali looked at him with concern. I think we should change our appearance. Disguising ourselves as women is far too perilous. Then let us transform into grotesque figures. Huang Yukai replied coldly. I refuse to believe they would be attracted to anything. The sound of gunfire erupted, powerful rounds demolishing several trees with ease. However, as the gunfire ceased, Kong Lei immediately crouched and unleashed a sweeping arc of fire from his submachine gun toward the forest. The approaching monkey soldiers were instantly met with a barrage, blood erupting from their bodies as they fell. At that moment, 4 elite mountain wolves also opened fire from the sides, creating a crossfire within the woods. The enemy soldiers attempting to charge forward were thrown into chaos, their ranks scattered. Retreat, retreat. Do not linger in battle. Kong Lei roared, simultaneously tossing a grenade forward. The soldiers lying in wait sprang up quickly, racing after Kong Lei into the dense forest. Pursue them. Don't let them escape. A commanding enemy officer bellowed. In an instant, hundreds of enemy soldiers emerged from all directions, each clad in camouflage, as if they had materialized from the very forest itself. Do not pursue, do not. An elite commando shouted anxiously. Yet it was too late. An enemy soldier suddenly stumbled over something beneath his feet. Before he could react, a deafening explosion reverberated around him, and the ground exploded beneath him as well. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted in unison, sending over 30 monkey soldiers flying, some even torn into several pieces. The enemy commander stared in shock, his eyes wide. This method of attack exceeded his comprehension. It was a concealed mine. The commando approached, coldly stating, "This is the specialty of their scouts. A moment's carelessness could lead to disaster." The commander's eyelid twitched, an inexplicable tension rising within him. Since encountering this group of mountain wolves, he had failed to eliminate a single one, while his own battalion was rapidly depleting. From now on, you will follow my commands, the operative declared coldly to the 2 commanders. This group is no ordinary scouts. They are undoubtedly elite. You will execute my orders precisely, and if you wish to survive, do not act independently. Understood. The 2 commanders nodded in unison. Surround them from both flanks. The operative gestured. I will pursue them from the front. Move. In that brief moment of delay, the mountain wolves had already sprinted several hundred meters away. South. Congolais suden libellod. The soldiers, in full flight, immediately adjusted their course. Those originally tasked with southern surveillance automatically transformed into vanguards, while the roles of the others quickly shifted. Captain, Deputy Captain Jean Ming asked. Isn't heading south equivalent to circling back? Conmulai replied coldly. Have you not noticed they've been driving us towards the west? Jean Ming paused. Now that you mention it, it does seem that way. Congolais noted. This group is different from those we encountered previously. There are likely monkey operatives among them. If my suspicions are correct, they're deliberately herding us into a trap to annihilate us. Thus, by changing our direction, we defy their intent. Understood? Jean Ming smiled and nodded. Shall I set more concealed mines? Yes, be swift. Congolais affirmed. Boom, boom, boom. Shells accurately rained down upon a patch of forest. In an instant, smoke billowed across a 200-meter radius of the woods. In the distance, Huang Can, with a cold demeanor, signaled, surround their rear, block their right flank, and force them to flee left. Yes. His subordinates nodded vigorously before hastily leading the regular troops away. Commander, the frontline commander is requesting you. One subordinate handed over the radio microphone. Without turning back, Huang Can accepted it, his expression impassive as he replied, Commander Pan, this is Huang Can. Ah, Xiao Wang. You are doing splendidly. In just 2 days, you have helped eliminate numerous enemy forces. Today, our front line has hardly been bombarded. You truly are a professional. I must commend you. Commander, with the Black Panther in action, the good days for the Longwood people are coming to an end. Huang Can coldly stated, moreover, I am currently encircling an enemy force, which possesses considerable combat capability, unlike ordinary reconnaissance units. I have been pursuing them for an entire day. Therefore, any matters can wait until I conclude this operation. He did not wait for Pan Wenlong's response, but directly tossed the microphone to his subordinate. Notify the artillery to cease fire in 3 minutes. Understood. Huang Can wave to the remaining agents and 2 ordinary battalion commanders. Once the bombardment halts, we shall attack immediately. Move out. Meanwhile, outside the bombarded forest, the Iron Fist troops, facing encirclement by the enemy, charged forth recklessly before the enemy could close in. At that moment, they advanced swiftly up the hill, bent low, their faces grimy with smoke. Captain, 5 are injured, reported the deputy commander, Yi Da-peng, gritting his teeth. 2 are severely wounded and on the brink of death. Qianjin immediately turned back. The lightly injured could still be assisted, but the gravely wounded were barely clinging to life on stretchers. He rushed over to inspect them. Both were drenched in blood, their faces as pale as corpses, breathing shallowly. Captain, our first aid kits can only stem the bleeding temporarily. Yi Da-peng furrowed his brow. If they do not receive timely treatment, they will surely perish. We have already destroyed an enemy vehicle company and eliminated 3 strongholds. Yi Da-peng hesitated. Perhaps we should retreat? Absolutely not. Qianjin shook his head vehemently. We are the elite special forces. If we return after accomplishing so little, we will undoubtedly be outdone by the mountain wolves and falcons. All the training you have endured over the past months would be in vain. You would not be content with that, and I would feel guilty towards you. The expressions of all present were exceptionally grim. They had trained for so long, enduring hardships unimaginable to ordinary people, all to become the sole special forces unit in the entire military district. This was their aspiration. Captain, don't worry about us, one lightly injured soldier smiled. We can manage on our own. You go. Indeed, Captain, another wounded soldier chimed in. The 3 of us can still walk. We will carry the 2 of them back. Don't let us hold you back. Nonsense. Qianjin glared at them fiercely. Why are we called Iron Fist? Because only when we are united can we become the most potent fist. You. Qianjin pointed at Yi Da-peng. Take 10 men and escort all the wounded back. I will lead the remaining troops to divert the enemy. Captain. Yi Da-peng's eyes were red as he stared at him. Stop being sentimental. Qianjin grabbed his collar. Hurry back and save them. Understood. Yi Da-peng saluted, then left behind most of the ammunition, taking only a small amount for self-preservation. Move out. Qianjin waved his hand, and the others followed him, charging in another direction. As they had not traveled far, Qianjin unleashed a fierce volley of fire towards the enemy's position. The faces of Yi Da-peng and the others were filled with emotion, although Qianjin's words were harsh. They all understood that the enemy pursuing them was formidable. Qianjin and his team were not merely completing a mission. They were fighting for their very survival. Go! Yidaping turned and led everyone away swiftly. By the riverside, amidst a dense thicket of reeds, Li Gang slowly raised his head, his eyes alertly scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, the hem of his clothing was tugged down, causing Li Gang to instinctively retreat. Lu Tong handed him the receiver of the walkie-talkie. Li Gang accepted it and spoke in a hushed tone, reporting to the captain, "This is Li Gang." "Li Gang, are there any casualties?" Chen Hai inquired right away. "Report. None," Li Gang replied with a broad smile. "Our fire eagles are formidable." "That is reassuring." Chen Hai sighed in relief. "The enemy has likely deployed a special operations team, supported by a large contingent of regular troops. Several of our squadrons have returned, and you should bring your team back as well." "Captain," Li Gang hastily interjected, "I still wish to." "Do not entertain such thoughts," Chen Hai interrupted coldly. "You have performed admirably. In just 2 days, you have neutralized 4 enemy strongholds, destroyed 3 outposts, and provided coordinates for an airstrike. Currently, apart from the Lone Eagle, your team is the most outstanding. Return swiftly. Once the enemy lowers their guard, you'll have the opportunity to deploy again. Execute the orders." "Understood," Li Gong nodded reluctantly. "I shall carry out the orders." "Very well. Await your return." "Over and out." Li Gang returned the receiver to the communications soldier. "Captain, shall we return under the cover of darkness?" Lu Tong asked. "Return? What are you talking about?" Li Gong replied, astonished. "Is it just because a few enemy agents have joined the hunt? Are you afraid or hesitant?" I, Lu Tong said defensively. "Wasn't that the captain's command? And you agreed too. When in the field, one must sometimes disregard orders. Do you not understand that?" Li Gong scoffed. "Moreover, do you think we can simply turn back? We are in enemy territory fraught with peril. If we are intercepted or ambushed, can we retreat immediately?" "Goodness," Lu Tong exclaimed, staring at him in shock. "Are you preparing to disobey orders?" "Do not phrase it so harshly." Li Gang rolled his eyes. "I am merely adapting to the circumstances. That is called flexibility." He glared at Lu Tong. "Did you not hear the captain? After all our hard work, we still cannot match the achievements of the Lone Eagle. Can you tolerate that?" I. Lu Tong grimaced. "It is rather difficult to endure, but all the other squads have returned, including the Mountain Eagle. Those enemy search teams are indeed formidable, and their coordination among various units. The greater the danger, the greater our opportunity," Li Gang chuckled. "Do you not know that the rougher the waters, the more valuable the fish?" Chapter 58. Chaos in the northern capital. Is the city on the brink of capture? I am not a fishmonger. I have never heard such words. Lu Tong scratched his head, pondering. However, it does seem somewhat plausible. His gaze fixed intently on Li Gang. "What do you intend to do? We are surrounded by enemy forces hunting us down. If we proceed, it would be akin to charging into the mouth of a cannon. They are eager to find us. Truly foolish. How did I end up with such a dim-witted deputy?" Li Gang shook his head. Lu Tong grimaced. "If I were clever, I would be the captain, wouldn't I? What nonsense is this?" Li Gang glared at him. Lu Tong quickly forced a laugh. "Please go on." With a dismissive snort, Li Gang's expression brightened. "The enemy is currently scouring for our comrades, making the front line the most perilous location. But what if we delve back, a good 20 to 30 kilometers into their rear?" Lu Tong's eyes sparkled with newfound excitement. "To catch them off guard?" "Precisely." Li Gong chuckled. "The enemy would never anticipate that we would infiltrate their rear. Moreover, the remaining troops will keep them preoccupied, providing us with a splendid opportunity. We strike hard and then retreat." Li Gang boasted. "This time, the credit for the battle will undoubtedly belong to our fire eagles, securing the top position in the entire battalion." "Can we surpass the Lone Eagles?" Lu Tong questioned, a hint of doubt in his voice. "They did obliterate a division." Li Gang scoffed. "The captain has not mentioned any further achievements from them, indicating they have done nothing noteworthy since that incident. They may have even returned by now. Meanwhile, we are accumulating tangible victories." Li Gang proudly lifted his chin. "As long as we hit the enemy hard from behind, we shall surely claim the first spot." Lu Tong chuckled heartily. "You're absolutely right. The Lone Eagles have likely retreated already. With the enemy's intensive search, they would not dare linger." Li Gang took a deep breath. "Everyone, rest here for now. We shall act as dusk approaches." "Understood." Lu Tong nodded. Li Gang exhaled with relief. "Yin, it is best for you to return safely. This place is too perilous for you. Just prepare to celebrate our victory and do not trouble me with a need for rescue. Have we established contact? Su Hongxing inquired with a solemn expression. Chun Hai took a deep drag from his cigarette before slapping the communications officer on the head. I am asking you, have we made contact? No, not yet. The officer shook his head. Why have we not established contact? Chun Hai struck him again. What use is a communications officer who cannot make contact? The officer cradled his head, looking aggrieved. Captain, can you blame me? The Haven Tea even opened their channel. How can I reach them? Can't you come up with a way to get them to open the channel? Chun Hai spat. Use your brain. The communications officer's mouth twitched. What would he possibly do? Dream of it at night? Enough. Su Hongxing interjected coldly. What good does blaming him do? I am merely anxious. Chun Hai paced back and forth in a state of agitation, exclaiming, It has been 4 days. 4 days without any contact from the team. Other squads communicate with the headquarters daily. Even in emergencies, they manage to reach out within 2 days. But 4 days have passed for them. His face was etched with worry. The enemy is specifically targeting our reconnaissance soldiers. How can I not be anxious when we cannot establish contact with them? Su Hongxing took a deep breath. The duration of their absence is indeed concerning. Perhaps they are engaged in a critical mission, making it impossible to communicate with the headquarters. What mission? Chun Hai lamented, clutching his head. Su Hongxing asserted calmly, Let us consider the positive side. Yian is quite reliable. He must have his reasons. Ultimately, he would not act recklessly. Chun Hai's mouth twitched before he slumped into a chair. I hope that is the case. But after a moment, he sprang up again, striking the wall with a fist. Old Su, what on earth could he be doing? Why hasn't he contacted the headquarters? 4 days, 4 days. Does he even realize how anxious we've been during this time? Su Hongxing rolled his eyes. Chun Hai's temper was explosive, and reasoning with him seemed futile. In truth, while Su Hongxing appeared composed, he too was deeply troubled. They were operating behind enemy lines, and with the enemy commencing widespread searches, how could one remain at ease? Xiao Yi, I hope nothing has befallen you. Su Hongxing clenched his fists. You have already achieved significant merit. Please do not encounter any misfortune. At 9 o'clock that evening, beneath a steel bridge, a peculiar sound echoed. What is that noise? Sun Daji scanned the surroundings warily. Is my stomach growling at you? Yang Wei glared at him, frustration boiling over. You said pretending to be a beggar would surely yield food, yet 3 days have passed without a single grain. I'm on the brink of starvation. Sun Daji shot him a disgruntled look. You extend your hand but utter not a word. Who would offer you food? You said keeping your head down was best. Yang Wei retorted angrily. Don't just criticize me. Why don't you speak up? Sun Daji's mouth twitched. I didn't team master the monkey language, and I'm afraid I'd give myself away if I spoke. Yang Wei pointed an accusatory finger at him, while learning a foreign language. You were too busy ogling the young ladies to focus. It's a miracle you learned anything at all. Enough with the chatter, Sun Daji blushed. I'll handle this bridge. You proceed to the next one. When the time comes, we'll detonate together. Why don't you go? Yang Wei inquired. I'm hungry too. Sun Daji asserted defiantly. My legs are trembling from hunger. Yang Wei, exasperated, found himself at a loss for words, shaking his finger at Sun Daji. Next time, I swear I won't follow you. This is just too damn unlucky. Within a power plant, 2 figures darted swiftly through the darkness. Suddenly, the shadow in front halted abruptly, prompting the following shadow to crouch down. What is wrong, Addisy? Heidi asked. The boiler. CFA pointed towards a complex array of machinery ahead, proclaiming, This is the core equipment of the power plant. Let us commence our efforts here. Upon turning his gaze, he noticed Ailey nervously surveying the surroundings with his gun drawn. Do not be so tense, CFA admonished, firmly pressing down on Ailey's firearm. This is a power plant, guarded by only a handful of soldiers. We are safe for the moment. Oh, Ailey nodded vigorously, then inquired, Isn't the boiler used for heating water for bathing? What purpose does blowing it up serve? CFA rolled his eyes in exasperation. That is a boiler for bathing. The power plant's boiler is akin to a heart. In addition to the boiler, we will also need to detonate the steam turbine, coal machine, and blower. Only by rigging all of these with explosives can we utterly annihilate this place. Ailey chuckled, affectionately ruffling CFA's hair. I never would have guessed that beneath that inflated head of yours lies wisdom akin to mine. Get lost, CFA retorted, pushing his hand away with a serious expression. We agreed that we would divide our tasks. I will handle the explosives, and you are in charge of support and vigilance. Remember, use your knife. Anyone who approaches meets their end. Understood. Ailey nodded, drawing forth his dagger. Before an arms depot, two patches of grass slowly raised their heads. Icy gazes fixated on the recently departed truck. As the truck's taillights vanished down the road, Chong Quan and Xiang Qing sprang into action, dashing towards the guards at the entrance. The two sentinels, caught completely off guard, never anticipated the presence of adversaries lurking across the road. Before they could react, Chong Quan and Xiang Qing were upon them. With a swift thrust, two daggers pierced through their necks and into their skulls, supporting the still wriggling sentinels. The duo quickly dragged them into the nearby underbrush. There aren't many inside, Xiang Qing stated coldly. Approximately 12 remain in the courtyard to the left of the depot. We can directly enter the storeroom. Chong Quan shook his head, fixing a steely gaze on him. The captain has stated that mercy towards the enemy is cruelty towards oneself. We cannot leave any loose ends. After a moment's contemplation, Xiang Qing nodded decisively. Very well. Let us circumvent them and eliminate them all. 12 should be a matter of minutes. Precisely my thoughts. Chong Quan agreed. The two hardened warriors exchanged no further words and surged towards the courtyard. Meanwhile, other teams were also moving swiftly. Though each area was guarded, they had infiltrated deep into enemy territory, where the presence of sentinels was minimal and vigilance lax. For the soldiers of the Lone Eagle, neutralizing them was a mere formality. As time passed, the hour approached 10. Near each target of the enemy forces, everyone was counting down. Detonate, Ian called out sharply, as Luo Xing and Kai Chong simultaneously pressed down the detonator. Run. Ian seized both of them and sprinted into the darkness without a backward glance. Boom, boom, boom. The violent explosions erupted behind them, flames raging like a frenzied beast unleashed. Countless barrels filled with gasoline amplified the devastation. In an instant, the entire storeroom was reduced to ruin, flames soaring skyward like an enraged dragon breaking free of its chains, ascending towards the heavens. Damn it! Kai Chong glanced back, swallowing hard. The power is astonishing. Luo Xing looked at the scorched sky, his face filled with trepidation. Had they run even a moment slower, they would surely have been blasted away. Do not stop, keep running, Yin urged, pulling both of them forward. There is still plenty of gasoline yet to explode. The force may be even greater. Kai Chong and Luo Xing's eyes widened in alarm as they lowered their heads and recklessly followed Yi and S lead. Captain, what kind of achievement have we accomplished? Kai Chong inquired with curiosity. Yin smiled lightly. I'm not entirely sure, but it must be significant. Perhaps it merits a first-class merit award. A first-class merit? Kai Chong beamed widely. My mother would never believe I could earn such an honor from cooking. She would be overjoyed, ha ha ha. A smile also crept onto Yi's lips. He felt a surge of confidence. This battle had truly revived the Lone Eagle. Old Captain, have I disappointed you? Yin silently pondered as he gazed into the distant sky. Now, I shall bring back by Taizhan and Wangwei. In the northern capital of the Monkey Kingdom, within a French villa, Minister of Defense Li Xinda stumbled to the window, hastily donning his coat. The streets outside, once tranquil, were now thronged with people. Yet all eyes, like Li Xinda's, were fixed upon the fiery blaze in the southern sky. Suddenly, the ground trembled, the remnants of the explosion reaching the northern capital. Inside Li Xinda's home, everything shook violently as if an earthquake had struck. What is happening? Li Xinda exclaimed in terror, turning to his aide. How could there be an explosion? What on earth is going on? His subordinate appeared equally perplexed. Sir, I don't know. Before Li Xinda could express his frustration, the outside world erupted in chaos. The Dragon Kingdom forces are attacking. Flee, flee. The Dragon Kingdom is breaking into the city. In an instant, the street descended into turmoil, with people rushing about, cries of despair echoing. The Dragon Kingdom is coming? Li Xinda gasped in disbelief, his eyes widening. Our defenses have been breached? Sir, another aide rushed in. panic written across his face. We've just received word that the explosion occurred at our northern fuel depot. Additionally, the first power plant in the north has been destroyed, along with several other locations. Lishinda's eyes twitched violently. So close to the northern capital. It's over. It's truly over. The Dragon Kingdom is upon us. Quickly, evacuate, evacuate. He shouted urgently, and immediately informed the Supreme Command. Tell them the Dragon Kingdom forces are invading. They must escape. Chapter 59. Soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, standing to die, never kneeling to live. The following day, at the enemy's frontline command center, Pan Wenlong, drenched in sweat, held the phone tightly. I apologize, Commander. I will conduct a thorough investigation immediately. Thorough investigation? The reconnaissance troops from the Dragon Kingdom are already closing in on our capital, and you are only now beginning your inquiries? On the other end of the line, Lishinda shouted in exasperation. Do you have any idea how chaotic our capital is right now? Rumors of the Dragon Kingdom's advance are everywhere, and countless people are fleeing. Last night, the Supreme Commander was nearly forced to evacuate. Can you mend this with mere apologies? Pan Wenlong's face was etched with terror. Commander, I have been tirelessly hunting down the infiltrating reconnaissance troops with commendable results. Who would have thought they would penetrate our rear lines? Enough. Lishinda Sata. Pan Wenlong, if you were not under my command, you would already be under arrest. Pan Wenlong nervously wiped the sweat from his forehead. Thank you, Commander, thank you. Silence. Lishinda replied coldly. This matter is far from resolved. Do you comprehend the extent of the destruction the enemy has inflicted upon us? They are targeting our vital points. We have run out of fuel for your front lines, and the power in the northern capital has been completely cut off. Lishinda ground his teeth. The last time we faced such a crisis, it was due to the Dragon Kingdom's main forces advancing. This time, merely a small contingent of reconnaissance troops has caused such turmoil. The Supreme Commander is furious. The enemy has infiltrated through the very front lines you were tasked with guarding. Should accountability be sought, you would be the first to bear the blame. Pan Wenlong's heart raced, threatening to leap from his throat, and he saw stars before his eyes. He understood, well, that if accountability were demanded, it would not merely result in his dismissal. Imprisonment was a very real possibility. Lishinda's voice was icy. Now, you have one final opportunity. Immediately dispatch personnel to hunt down those damn Dragon Kingdom reconnaissance troops. If you manage to capture them, you may yet redeem yourself, and I will speak on your behalf. Yes, Pan Wenlong exclaimed, tears almost spilling down his cheeks. Commander, I'm truly grateful to you. Do not be so quick to thank me. Lishinda replied harshly. If you fail to capture them, or if they are apprehended by other units, I will not be able to protect you. Understood, understood. Pan Wenlong nodded vigorously. Thank you for your guidance. I will. Bang. The phone was abruptly disconnected. Pan Wenlong slowly lowered the phone, his nerves trembling uncontrollably. Disaster had struck without warning. He had been preparing to celebrate the elimination of the Dragon Kingdom's reconnaissance troops on the front lines. Yet he was met with a thunderous blow. Find Huang Can quickly, quickly. Pan Wenlong shouted hoarsely, tell him to come to me at once. How is this possible? Huang Can exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could this happen? Pan Wenlong stormed toward him, furious. Last night, our largest fuel depot was bombed, the power plant was destroyed, and the railway bridge was obliterated. Do you think I dispatch people to carry out these attacks? Huh. Huang Qin's lips quivered uncontrollably as he stammered. This. I clearly. Pan Wenlong jabbed his forehead and shouted. At this point, spare us your bravado. What is so professional about you? It seems you are merely experts in negligence. The enemy slipped right under your noses, and you all are blind to it. You dare to boast about your prowess, claiming you look down on the Dragon Kingdom as reconnaissance soldiers? What worth do you possess? I feel embarrassed for you. Indeed, you disregard them, but that is only because you can't even see them. They sauntered right past you and infiltrated our rear to wreak havoc. A red mark formed on Huang Can's forehead from the forceful jab, and his face was splattered with saliva. Yet he brushed it off. Pan Wenlong had stripped him and the Black Panther Special Forces of their dignity. Sir, Huang Can clenched his fists, fixing a determined gaze on Pan Wenlong. It is my dereliction, my oversight, but it does not imply that the Black Panthers are incapable. I will immediately mobilize my men to capture these intruders, ensuring not a single one escapes. Pan Wenlong's icy stare bore into him. I will grant you 3 days. Regardless of the cost, you must apprehend them. Otherwise, you will bear all the consequences. Understood. Huang Can's eyes gleamed with determination. Rest assured, sir, if I fail to capture them, I am willing to accept full responsibility. Shortly thereafter, Huang Can exited the frontline command center, striding purposefully towards his vehicle. Summon teams 1 and 2 to assemble, and instruct Ding Yi to bring his regiment along with Wang Tai's battalion for a gathering. He commanded, exuding an air of menace. Captain, one of his subordinates interjected. As you enter the command center, I receive news. Just over an hour ago, a logistics warehouse of the Justice Army was bombed, resulting in the deaths of 87 soldiers. Huang Can furrowed his brow but swiftly relaxed, a smile gracing his features. I was just lamenting the difficulty in locating you. How fortuitous that you've presented yourselves so soon. He scoffed. Let us hasten to the scene of the incident. Notify the units I mentioned to come immediately. The rest will continue searching for the remaining enemy forces on the front lines. Yes. His subordinate nodded. Huang Can clench his fists. Those wretched Dragon Kingdom soldiers. I vow to annihilate each and every one of you. In the afternoon, on the liveliest street of Sansang City, Huang Yukai gestured to Ma Dali. This is where we shall convene. Ma Dali glanced into the distance, where the prominent characters of the Yu Lai Tea House captured his attention. Although termed a tea house, it was merely a spacious outdoor courtyard. The entrance bustled with activity, and raucous sounds emanated from within, with faint echoes of operatic performances. Those monkeys are truly shameless. Ma Dali spat. They feast on our provisions with our own weapons, even using our script. It is the height of disgrace. Indeed, Huang Yukai huffed. This land has been a part of our nation since time immemorial. We have treated them with kindness, and now they turn on us with such despicable treachery. Absolutely. Ma Dali, no dedirnestri. Huang Yukai surveyed the surroundings. The captain and the others are on a long journey. They likely won't arrive until tomorrow. The crowd here is dense and chaotic. Lingering too long could expose us. Let's leave the city. Ma Dali nodded in agreement. Very well. Let's find a grove to conceal ourselves. While contemplating evasion, can you not take some initiative first? Huang Yukai rolled his eyes. Ma Dali was taken aback. Take initiative? What do you mean? Huang Yukai sighed. Have you forgotten why we came here to rendezvous? Of course not. Ma Dali, with a simple-minded nod, replied, to find the veterans and bring them home. Huang Yukai stared at him. Until the captain arrives, shouldn't we first seek out the veterans? Once the captain is here, we can promptly escort the veterans home. Oh, right. A broad smile spread across Ma Dali's face. Lao Huang, you're truly clever. Obviously. Huang Yukai lifted his chin proudly. Otherwise, why will my father name me Yukai? I have been talented since childhood. Ma Dali rubbed his hands together. So where should we search? Didn't the captive mention a mass grave nearby? Huang Yukai replied coldly. We shall search right here. Very well, I shall follow your lead. Ma Dali nodded vigorously. The two immediately set off towards the outskirts of the city. Fearing exposure, they dared not inquire of anyone. Once outside the city, they circled around but found nothing. The mass grave is likely in a valley or a secluded area. Huang Yukai stroked his chin. There are mountains over there. Let us search in that direction. Very well, I will follow your lead. Ma Dali, nod incessantly. Huang Yukai looked at him with irritation. I say, Dali, can you not have any opinions of your own? Offer me some sound advice. Ma Dali scratched his head. I am simple-minded. You are clever, Yukai. My suggestions would surely be of no value. Ah, Huang Yukai's lips twitched. There was no retort to that. Let us proceed. Huang Yukai shook his head and led Ma Dali towards the distant mountains. However, they had not ventured far when the sudden roar of engines echoed from behind them. The two quickly concealed themselves in the thicket by the roadside. Moments later, 2 military trucks rolled past. Huang Yukai cautiously raised his head, his pupils widening in disbelief. Lao Huang, could I be mistaken? As the vehicles drove away, Ma Dali exclaimed in surprise. It seems there are familiar faces aboard the trucks. You are not mistaken. Huang Yukai replied coldly. They are likely captured prisoners. A murderous glint suddenly flickered in Ma Dali's eyes. Those must be from our squad. What shall we do? Huang Yukai retrieved his gun from his bag, chambering around with a decisive click. Since we have seen them, we must rescue them. I share your sentiment. Ma Dali also drew his weapon. The two sprang into action, swiftly following the road. After a furious dash of approximately 6 kilometers, a copse of trees appeared ahead, where the two trucks had halted just outside the thicket. The two approached cautiously. Their comrades and the enemy had vanished, leaving only two drivers leaning against the vehicles, smoking. They exchanged glances and then slowly crept closer. Just as the drivers exhaled their smoke, the two pounced like tigers, swiftly subduing them. Where are your comrades? Huang Yukai pressed a knife to one driver's throat. They went inside. The driver, in a state of distress, pointed towards the forest. Are there any of our men in the vehicle? Huang Yukai continued to inquire. Yes, indeed, there are a total of 7. The driver nodded emphatically. With a swift motion, Huang Yukai and Ma Dali simultaneously struck, nearly severing the driver's throat. They discarded the lifeless body beneath the vehicle and promptly infiltrated the woods. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, startling them into dropping to the ground. No enemy emerged, and exchanging glances, the duo cautiously crawled forward. Before long, they encountered an open area, an acrid stench assailing their senses. Huang Yukai and Ma Dali's expressions turned grave. This was the chaotic burial ground they sought. At that moment, before a pile of corpses, 6 captured soldiers stood proudly, undaunted, their gazes fixed defiantly upon the opposing enemy forces. On the ground lay a soldier, still bleeding. Instantly, the eyes of Huang and Ma reddened, and they grasped their weapons tightly, a surge of emotion coursing through them. Kneel! Bellowed an enemy lieutenant toward the 6. The soldiers cast him a scornful glance, their chests rising even higher in defiance. The lieutenant strode forward, his pistol pressed against one soldier's forehead. I command you to kneel. The soldier, towering in spirit, glared down at the lieutenant. If you wish to kill me, then pull the trigger. What is the point of your empty threats? We, the soldiers of Dragon Nation, will only die standing, never live on our knees. Have you ever heard of making beasts kneel? The lieutenant's eyes burned with fury as he pressed the gun more forcefully against the soldier's temple. I will grant you one last chance. Reveal your number, your name, and the whereabouts of the others. Otherwise, I shall first break your legs, then your arms, and let you die slowly. Come on. The soldier remained unyielding, forcefully thrusting his head against the gun's muzzle. Shoot. If I beg for mercy, then I am no man at all. Go on, strike. A cruel smile spread across the lieutenant's face. Very well. I shall grant you your wish. Chapter 60. Shall I take my leave? With a sharp click, the lieutenant chambered around, aiming directly at the soldier's leg. Let us see whether your bravado is tougher than my bullet, he sneered coldly. Bang! The gunshot echoed suddenly, warm blood splattering across the soldier's face. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the lieutenant, now sporting a gory wound on his head, before collapsing heavily backward. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, 2 grenades detonated among the enemy ranks. Caught unawares, the foes were thrown into disarray, their agonized screams filling the air like the wails of slaughtered pigs. All 6 soldiers stared in shock, their eyes wide open. At that moment, a rapid gunfire erupted. Rat-a-tat-tat. 2 figures emerged from the forest, one to the left and one to the right, Huang Yukai and Ma Dali. Their pace was unhurried, yet their stance was as steady as a mountain. Flames erupting from their gun muzzles as bullets flew towards the enemy like beads from a broken string. In this instant, they seemed to return to the shooting range. The rigorous training under Yi and was now fully realized. Within a distance of 150 meters, they struck true every time. To them, every enemy was merely a moving target. Their firepower crossed in the air, and the enemy fell like wheat before the scythe. Though there were only 2 of them, their marksmanship was swift and precise, and they worked in perfect harmony. The disoriented enemy suffered grievously. Many soldiers, upon witnessing their comrades' corpses, lost their will to fight and fled into the woods. Chase! Huang Yukai bellowed. The 2 quickly pursued while reloading their weapons. Allowing even a single enemy to escape would be the utmost cruelty, a lesson imparted by Yin. The dense gunfire reverberated through the forest, mingling with the continuous cries of the enemy. The 6 soldiers remained frozen in place, astonished that anyone would come to their rescue. It was only when Huang Yukai and Ma Dali emerged from the woods that they finally reacted. "Which part are you from?" Huang Yukai asked coldly. "Captain Huang," one soldier exclaimed excitedly. Huang Yukai was taken aback. "You know me?" The soldier nodded eagerly. "I'm from the 5th Squad, 3rd Platoon. Don't you recognize me?" Yes. Huang Yukai chuckled. "What was your name again?" The soldier grimaced. "I'm Lin Dafeng." Huang Yukai burst into laughter. "Dafeng, I remember you. Ha ha ha." But internally, he mused, "Dafeng? What kind of name is that for a man? Did your parents lose their minds naming you? Are they all like that?" Huang Yukai glanced at the others. All the soldiers nodded in unison, and the one who had nearly been executed spoke with excitement. "Captain Huang, thank you for saving us. I'm from the 1st Squad. My name is—" All right. Huang Yukai waved his hand dismissively. "Do you think this is a blind date? No time for introductions. Let us move, or the enemy will be upon us." Ma Dali had already cut the ropes binding the 6 individuals, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "They are all injured and cannot travel far." Huang Yukai glanced at the 6, each one drenched in blood, with 2 of them having bandages wrapped around their abdomens. It was evident they had sustained injuries upon capture and had subsequently been tortured. Each face displayed an unusual pallor. "Comrades, those of us facing execution are resolute. You have your mission, so go ahead. We can manage on our own." "Indeed, Captain Huang, we can return by ourselves." Lin Dafeng exclaimed, agitated. "You have already saved us. The rest we shall handle." The others echoed, "Yes, you should attend to your duties. We can make our way back." Silence. Huang Yukai snapped, glaring at them. "In your condition, you won't get far before being recaptured. Our Falcon soldiers cannot succumb to such a fate." With the 6 soldiers obediently quieting down, Huang Yukai leaned closer to Ma Dali. "What if we escort them a little?" "I was thinking the same." Ma Dali nodded. Huang Yukai continued, "Let us take them to the border area. Then we can return in time to rendezvous with the captain." "I share that sentiment." Ma Dali affirmed. Huang Yukai felt a twinge of frustration, sensing a lack of strategic thought on his part. "All right." Huang Yukai turned decisively. "It's settled. We will escort you." "Comrades." Silence. Huang Yukai glared at the 6. "We are officers. Our words are commands. Do you have a say in this?" The 6 obediently closed their mouths, yet warmth filled their hearts. Although they were not from the same squadron, in times of peril, a call to arms signifies unwavering loyalty. "Let us move." Huang Yukai urged them. "Do you need me to assist you?" The 6 exchanged awkward smiles, picked up their weapons from the ground, and helped each other as they made their way out of the forest. "My plan is as follows," Huang Yukai spoke as they walked. "You will continue as captives while we disguise ourselves as guards escorting you. Upon reaching the border, we will point you toward a safe path." Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted. Huang Yukai and Ma Dali, who were in the lead and unprepared, were instantly thrown by the shockwave. Huang Yukai crashed heavily to the ground, his back feeling as though it might shatter. His head buzzed as he slowly lifted it to look ahead. Outside the forest, several military vehicles approached in succession, a throng of soldiers rushing into the woods. The 6 warriors were firing back while retreating towards Huang Yukai and Ma Dali. "Damn it!" Huang Yukai struggled to rise, but the world spun violently before him, and he collapsed heavily once more. As night enveloped the sky, 3 figures raced swiftly along the ridge, almost ethereal, as a mist seemed to rise above their heads. "Halt!" Yin suddenly stopped. "Let us take a moment to rest." Thud! Luo Xing and Kai Chong collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Yin lifted the water bottle to his lips, shook his head, and remarked, "Your physical stamina is truly lacking. It has barely been a short while since we began running. I even drove you over 100 kilometers. If we were to run the entire distance, what state would you be in?" The team leader, Luo Xing, gasped for breath as he looked at him, saying, We are merely the cooks. Our physical abilities are certainly not on par with yours." "Indeed," Yin acknowledged with a nod. Luo Xing and Kai Chong collectively exhaled in relief, almost believing that Yin might reprimand them. "However, you have reminded me," Yin said earnestly, "when we return, I will intensify your training. We cannot continue to lag behind and become a burden. Luo Xing's face contorted in dismay. Is that what I meant? Why are you misinterpreting me? Yin smiled cheerfully at them. You have truly stumbled upon great fortune by following me. We have transportation both ways and have accomplished a significant feat if you do not train diligently upon our return. It would be unjust to the merits I have earned by bringing you along. Luo Xing and Kai Chong instantly burst into laughter. For the resource-scarce monkeys, fuel was as precious as gold. Not to mention, even the Dragon Kingdom placed immense value on fuel. The thought of having blown up such a large fuel depot left them in awe of the magnitude of their achievement. Captain, Kai Chong's eyes sparkled. Might we be awarded as combat heroes? Do not dream. Yin shot him a glance. However, there's a glimmer of hope for a first-class merit. Really? The two nearly leaped with excitement. All right, we must take advantage of this time to rest. Yin checked his watch. If we run for another 2 hours, we shall likely reach our destination, and perhaps everyone is already waiting for us. Understood. The two nodded, comfortably sprawling on the ground. Yin leaned against a tree, his spirits exceptionally buoyant. This mission surely meant that the assessment for the Lone Eagle would be passed, and there was hope for obtaining a slot in the Special Forces. Not only had everyone contributed, but their overall abilities had also improved. He had achieved merit and could acquire new skills. A veritable multitude of birds struck down with a single arrow. This was indeed a bountiful harvest. Suddenly, a series of gunshots echoed through the air. The three men instinctively dropped to the ground, their eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire came intermittently, sounding somewhat distant. It seems to be coming from over there. Luo Xing pointed towards the mountains to the north. Could it be our team has encountered the enemy? Kai Chong's anxiety escalated. Yin furrowed his brow slightly and commanded coldly, "Let us go check it out." Bang, bang, bang. Li Gang had felled 7 or 8 enemies and was ready to move. Lu Tong immediately took his place, tossing a grenade towards the rear. Attendre explosion ensuite, followed by a chorus of screams in the forest. This way, 2 seasoned soldiers waved at them. Li Gang and Lu Tong sprinted towards them, leaping over the concealed landmines and dashing low through the thick woods. Boom! Not much further, a series of explosions erupted behind them. Li Gang smiled faintly, suddenly changing direction as he led the 3 men in a frantic dash to the side. That should have thrown them off our trail, right? Lu Tong glanced back. Almost there. Li Gang spoke coldly. The 4 of us have led them through the mountains for an entire day, and with only this few still trailing behind us, we can surely shake them off. Let us run in this direction, and we can turn back tomorrow to return home. Lu Tong and the others were expressions of relief. The day prior, after detonating an enemy camp, they had intended to head back, only to encounter a large contingent of enemy troops on their way. Li Gang led the retreat, fighting as they went, yet could not rid themselves of their pursuers. In desperation, the 4 chose to lead the enemy away, allowing the others to escape safely. Our squad must have crossed the border by now, an old soldier inquired. Another veteran nodded in agreement. Certainly. It has been quite a while. They must have made it. Lu Tong chuckled. The fools behind us must be dreaming, thinking they've been chasing us all day, only to follow just the 4 of us. If they knew, they'd probably spit blood. Li Gang smiled. This time, we have achieved a resounding victory. When we return, the accolades will surely place us as the top unit. Suddenly, he felt the ground give way beneath him, and he plunged downward. What the hell is swamp? Lu Tong exclaimed, and they all soon found themselves sinking as well. Li Gang's expression turned pale. This forest was seldom traversed, which was precisely why he had chosen to retreat here. He had never expected that the seemingly level ground would conceal a swamp. The 4 of them quickly began to submerge, as if something were pulling them down. Don't move, lean back, Li Gang urged anxiously. Look for something to grab onto. Lu Tong and the others calmed themselves. The more they struggled in the swamp, the faster they sank. Only by increasing their surface area could they hope for salvation. Slowly, the 4 leaned back, and indeed, their descent slowed significantly. Just as they prepared to extricate themselves, a cacophony of footsteps echoed through the forest. Suddenly, figures appeared behind them. They're right here, an enemy soldier shouted excitedly. A panting squad leader rushed forward, and upon seeing Li Gang and the others trapped in the swamp, he burst into laughter. "Run! Keep running! Why have you stopped?" roared the enemy troops mockingly. "Pull them up!" the squad leader chortled. "We've struck a great blow." "Yes." The soldiers grinned menacingly. "Damn it." Lu Tong's eyes twitched. "I can't believe we've fallen into this trap." Li Gang's face turned ashen. "Damn it. We've capsized in a ditch." He lamented inwardly, recognizing that danger lurks in the wilderness, and mere legs are insufficient for survival. Even seasoned veterans can encounter peril at every turn. Suddenly, a barrage of bullets rained down. The previously jubilant enemy soldiers froze in shock. Bullets pierced their bodies, causing them to convulse and bleed profusely. In the blink of an eye, dozens of enemy troops lay sprawled on the ground. "What?" Lu Tong exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide. "Are we saved? Who rescued us?" Li Gang turned his head swiftly. From the thicket behind, a rustling sound emerged, followed by the appearance of 3 figures, with Yi and leading the way. Yi beamed at Li Gang and said, "Captain Li, we meet again." Li Gang's expression twisted in annoyance as he retorted, "Damn it, I'd rather capsize in a gutter." "Are you displeased to see me?" Yi and smile broadened. "Shall I take my leave?" "No, no, no." Sigh. Li Gang wore a look of utter despair. "Ha ha ha." Yi chuckled even more joyfully. Chapter 61. "Are you here to save us?" "Stop laughing over there," Li Gang exclaimed anxiously. "Quick, get us out of here, we're sinking fast." Yi, with a cheerful grin, nodded. All right, I will rescue you immediately. I had mentioned before the battle that if you were in danger, Captain Li, I would undoubtedly come to your aid." He winked at Li Gang. "I keep my promises." Li Gang shut his eyes in despair. At that moment, he had not taken Yi's words seriously. What a joke. How could he possibly be in danger? He certainly didn't need Yi to save him. The mere thought of it was absurd. Little did he know, Yi's words would prove prophetic, and only he could save himself. "What sins did I commit in my past life?" Li Gang lamented silently, tears welling in his eyes. His face burned with humiliation, feeling as though Yi had delivered several stinging slaps to him. "How did you end up in the middle?" Yi encircled the swamp, shaking his head. "The distance is too great. We need something to pull you up. What about your rope?" Li Gang quit. "I used it all during the operation," Yi replied. "Captain Li, could you lend us your rope?" Kai Chong suggested with a spark of inspiration. "Do I look like I can retrieve a rope from the mud?" Li Gang retorted impatiently. "Yi, Captain, think of something." Lu Tong grimaced. "I'm sinking again." As the 4 of them continued to descend slowly, Yin immediately instructed Luo Xing. "Kai Chong, go untie the enemy's belts and connect them." "Understood." Luo Xing and Kai Chong dashed toward the corpses of the enemy soldiers. It's too late. Li Gang's neck was already submerged in the mud. "Think of another solution." Yin's eyes brightened as a smile illuminated his face. "I've got it. When I came here, I stumbled upon something perfect to rescue you." "Then hurry up." Li Gang's face was full of urgency. "Just a moment, I'm on my way." Yin turned and bolted out. Li Gang whispered, "Everyone breathe slowly, lean back, hold on for a moment. We're about to be rescued." Deep breaths, deep breaths. Just as the 4 of them struggled to stabilize themselves, Yin returned, brimming with excitement. "I'm back. Only grab this, I'll pull you up." As Yin spoke, he tossed an object toward them. Li Gang was overjoyed. "Yin, I owe you my life 4 times over you." "Ah, what the hell is that?" He reached out instinctively, only to be confronted by a snake's head, flicking its tongue menacingly. Terrified, Li Gang nearly leaped out of the swamp. "Don't be afraid. Grab its head, and I'll pull you up." Yan shouted. Li Gang was on the verge of madness. He could now clearly see the snake's form. It was a colossal python. Who knows where Yethan had found this creature? "I told you to find a rope, and you brought a python instead? Hurry up and grab its head." Yin urged, "It's about to coil back." Li Gang stared at the gigantic snakehead, nearly bursting into tears. How can one possibly capture such a creature? "I can't bring myself to do it." "Captain, please take action." Lu Tong's chin was already buried in the mud. Li Gang's eyes twitched as he gazed at the gaping maw of the serpent. His heart suddenly steeled. A bite is preferable to dying a cowardly death here, especially with the other 3 still present. "Damn it, I'll risk it all." Gritting his teeth, Li Gang made a determined attempt to grasp the snake's head. MMM. Lu Tong and the others watched as Li Gang struggled in silence. Yet he remained utterly still. Damn it, my hand is stuck. Li Gang's face was filled with despair. I can't move. Oh no. Yian looked at him in exasperation. Why didn't you say you couldn't move sooner? I was hesitant to act before. Li Gang, feeling unjustly wronged, replied, How was I to know? I was already immobilized. I think I can't move either. Lu Tong gasped. Neither can I. I can't move at all. Suddenly, a series of gunshots echoed in the distance. The faces of the four men turned ashen. They were trapped and unable to move, and now the enemy had appeared, which meant there was no escape for them today. Damn it, I never expected we would meet our demise in such a manner. Lu Tong offered a bitter smile. An old soldier sighed. We've faced so many trials, yet I never imagined we would fall here. How on earth did we end up in a swamp? Li Gang fixed his gaze on Yian. The enemy is coming. You must leave quickly. Yian tossed the snake aside, and it swiftly slithered away. I have never been one to abandon my comrades. Yian flashed him a smile. You know that well. Li Gang felt a surge of gratitude, but rationally shook his head. The situation is different now. The enemy will be here soon. You've already saved us. Even if you perish, we will always remember your sacrifice. Leave now. Captain Yi, please go. Lu Tong declared with a resolute smile. The lone eagle still needs you. Your squad of fierce soldiers cannot do without you. Go. Captain Yi. An old soldier chuckled. You've already done enough. If there is a next life, let us be comrades again. Let us go, hurry. Li Gang heard more gunfire and urgently whispered, Get out of here. Yian seemed not to hear their pleas. His eyes fixed on Luo Xing and Kai Chong. The two were still struggling to untie the belt from the bodies. At their current pace, by the time they fashioned the belts into a rope, the enemy would likely arrive. Even if the enemy didn't come. With Li Gang and the others unable to move, relying solely on the three of them to rescue their comrades would still be a daunting task. Yian could never abandon Li Gang and the others. No abandonment, no surrender. This is the promise to every comrade and the fundamental code of every soldier. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Yi and S' mind, and an excellent idea emerged. Let us go, what are you waiting for? Li Gang, in a panic, glared at Yian. Do I have to beg you to leave? Just wait, I'll find someone to rescue you. Yian suddenly dashed forward with great urgency. Move! Yian waved to Luo Xing and Kai Chong, urging them to rally and rescue their comrades. As the two dashed into the woods, Li Gang and his companions were left bewildered. The lone eagle's men have arrived? Lu Tong exclaimed with palpable excitement. Then we are saved. I always believed that hope would not abandon us. One seasoned soldier beamed with joy. Another veteran, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, Once we return, I must express my gratitude to them. At that moment, Li Gang regained his composure, his eyes glistening with emotion. Before their departure, he had quarreled with Yian and had clearly defined him as an adversary. He never anticipated that the very rival who would come to his rescue would be none other than Yi and Captain. Lu Tong chuckled. From now on, should we not treat Captain Yi with a bit more courtesy? Li Gang shot him a glare. Isn't he our captain? Shouldn't we show him respect? Must you even ask me this? Lu Tong laughed heartily. Indeed, we should. Upon our return, you must enlighten everyone. Li Gang replied solemnly. The lone eagle remains our foe, but each member of the lone eagle deserves our respect. Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire erupted, echoing ominously closer. Oh no, has the enemy spotted us? Lu Tong gasped, his eyes wide with shock. Li Gang and the others tensed in response. Just then, three figures sprinted from the forest, unmistakably Yian and his companions. Captain Yi, Lu Tong exclaimed in disbelief. Where are your men? They're all right here. Yian replied with a smile. Weren't you supposed to rally them? Li Gang asked, astonished. Where are the others? Yian chuckled. I have no idea where my soldiers are right now. Li Gang and his companions were momentarily dumbfounded. Then who is coming to assist you? These guys. Yian grinned, unleashing a burst of gunfire into the sky. Luo Xing and Kai Chong followed suit, firing into the air as well. Bang, bang, bang. In the next instant, a hail of bullets rained down from the trees, forcing Yian and his companions to crouch low. They're here. Yian flashed a reassuring smile at Li Gang. Don't worry, you'll be saved shortly. Li Gang felt as if he might choke on his own words. Is this truly your idea of rallying people? You've summoned the enemy. Run. Yan shouted. pivoting sharply and leaping into the marsh. In the next moment, he inadvertently stepped on Lu Tong's face, followed swiftly by another footfall on the gang's. The two were too stunned to react, gazing up at Yin, utterly unprepared for the surprise assault on their faces. While once Yin had bounded away, Li Gang erupted in fury. Yin, Luo Xing, and Kai Chong followed suit, stepping on his face as they flew across the marsh, vanishing into the forest in the blink of an eye. By the heavens! Li Gang fumed, feeling as though he might explode from rage. His face felt flattened, most infuriatingly. After being stepped on by Yi En and his companions, half of his head sank further into the muck. Captain Lu Tong's words trailed off as his mouth and nose became submerged. The circumstances of the other two veterans were scarcely any better, as they too rapidly sank into despair. Yet, before Li Gang could express his fury, a horde of enemy soldiers surged towards them. "Commander, look!" exclaimed an excited soldier. From a throng, two agents swiftly emerged. Assessing the situation around them and glancing at the sinking Li Gang and his companions, the agents quickly pieced together what had transpired. "Hurry, pull them up," one agent bellowed. "Their identities are significant. We must capture them alive." Yes. Over 40 enemy soldiers immediately sprang into action. The agent mocked. "These four individuals are indeed formidable, having fought their way here. Were it not for their misstep into the swamp, they might have escaped." Another scoffed. "Such is their fate. Pursued by us, it would be remarkable if they managed to flee. Let's deliver them to the captain, and we shall all earn our merit." Li Gang regarded the enemy soldiers, his will to survive evaporating. He thought it better to perish than to be captured by these foes. "Brothers," Li Gang glanced at Lu Tong and the others, offering a faint smile, "we shall meet in our next life." With that, he began to thrash violently, intent on sinking faster. Just then, four soldiers leaped into the swamp. One of them seized his neck. "Up!" shouted the enemy from the shore. A group of men tugged on 4 ropes, forcibly dragging Li Gang and his companions from the mire. "Pull them up!" an agent shouted with exhilaration. All the soldiers exerted their strength, gradually pulling the 8 men from the swamp. "Damn it," Li Gang despaired as they neared the shore, his face a mask of hopelessness. "That bastard Yi and would have been better off letting us fend for ourselves." Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire erupted from the forest. The enemy soldiers, focused solely on their task, were caught completely off guard, falling in droves. Within half a minute, the forest fell silent, all the enemy soldiers lying in pools of their own blood. Li Gang and his companions remained half submerged in the mud, their minds reeling as they gazed upon the scene of carnage. "What on earth? What just happened?" Lu Tong exclaimed, bewildered. "What's going on, Captain Li? Are you all right?" Li Gang and his companions abruptly turned to see Yi En and his group, who had just trampled over their faces, returning. You didn't leave?" Li Gang's mouth fell agape. Yin chuckled. "I said I would save you. We had to ensure your safety. How could we leave without rescuing you?" Indeed. Luo Xing and Kai Chong nodded vigorously. Li Gang's lips twitched in disbelief. You call this saving someone? Is this how you do it?" Yin shrugged. "Well, just tell me, did we save you or not?" Li Gang felt utterly defeated. Chapter 62. Who would have thought you would betray us? With a heavy sigh, Li Gang and his companions collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Having been ensnared in the swamp for only a brief moment, they felt as if their very essence had been drained, rendering them utterly feeble, akin to having traversed the gates of the netherworld. Yin crouched beside Li Gang, a smile gracing his features. "Captain Li, this place is not suitable for lingering. The fierce gunfire we just heard will surely attract our adversaries swiftly." Li Gang nodded, struggling to sit upright, and then extended his hand towards Yi En. "Thank you." He gazed at Yi En with sincerity. "I owe you 4 lives. Yet unchaklit lightly. We are comrades in arms. Let's not speak of debts. Such formality feels distant. Besides," he added with a playful grimace, "your hands are dirty and foul. I shall refrain from shaking." Li Gang felt a flicker of gratitude, only to have it extinguished in an instant by Yi En's words. "Enough. You must leave quickly." Yi En rose to his feet. "We must depart as well. If you find yourselves trapped again, no one will come to your rescue." "Wait, where are you going?" Li Gang asked in astonishment. "It's a secret," Yi En replied with a smile and a wave. "Captain Li, take care, and do not allow yourselves to be captured." Inform the major that we will certainly return by noon the day after tomorrow. With that, Yin turned and, accompanied by Luo Xing and Kai Chong, sprinted in the opposite direction. Li Gang furrowed his brow. The direction they are heading is towards the enemy's rear. What could that fellow be planning? Lu Tong wore a perplexed expression as well. Perhaps they have a new objective. Captain, should we assist them? Li Gang shot him a disgruntled look. In our current state, it would be a miracle if we could evade the enemy and return safely. Helping them would only burden us. Indeed, Lu Tong sighed. Then let us depart. The enemy may arrive at any moment. Did not Captain Yi say they would surely return the day after tomorrow? Suddenly, a gunshot echoed from afar. Li Gang leapt to his feet, no longer daring to linger, and urged his companions to race up the mountain. We didn't even have the chance to thank Captain Yi, Lu Tong lamented. When he returns, we must treat him to a good meal. Yes, and we should educate our entire team on how to behave in Captain Ye's presence. Silence. Li Gang interrupted, touching his still-pained face with irritation. Forget everything I said before. Yin saved us. We owe him that. But that is the extent of it. That scoundrel. The thought of the snakehead, the enemy gripping his neck, and the foot that had pressed down upon his face made Li Gang feel utterly uneasy. Yin, you had better return safely. He clenched his fists. I do not wish to owe you my life. As dawn broke, the wooden prison door emitted a jarring screech. Huang Yukai felt a heavy fog enveloping his mind, his body aching as if it had been shattered. Even after a day of torment at Yi An's hands, he had never felt this wretched. Get in. A loud crash resonated, as if some heavy object had fallen to the ground. Huang Yukai struggled to open his eyes and, through the haze, discerned a familiar figure sprawled on the ground. Dali. Huang Yukai jolted awake. Dali, what has happened to you? He had just undergone interrogation. 3 battered soldiers crawled towards Ma Dali, straining to turn him over. As he beheld Dali's face, Huang's heart sank. Dali's eyes were encrusted with blood, rendering them invisible. Dali, what have they done to you? You. Huang Yukai began to move, but a sudden, excruciating pain shot through his legs. Looking down, he noticed his thigh was crudely bandaged, with blood seeping through, now a deep purplish hue. What is wrong with my leg? Huang Yukai exclaimed in shock. They hit your leg with shrapnel, one soldier replied. Ma's eyes were injured in the blast.